What would it feel like to be born a magic prodigy, only to be cursed with mana disorder? When one door closes, another one surely opens. Let's follow the journey of Lewin Aiden, a young man who has fallen into such a predicament. When he was born, he was considered a beacon of light for the world. Lewin was also very different from others, a fact that became clear the day his butler and father were talking. The butler was preparing to set off on a trip to gather marine resources. Young Lewin sincerely warned him not to take the road near the southern mountain range because he felt the mana flow there was very strange. On the day Bin departed, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds and lightning. It wasn't until late that night that he rushed back home. It turned out that Bin had listened to Lewin's advice and taken a detour, but because of that, he had avoided a disaster. According to what Bin had heard, that area had been attacked by monsters. No one who took that path had returned safely. It was from this moment that Lewin's innate talent began to be noticed. Bin believed that the boy could sense the mana in the air. Although he didn't know how, his father sensed that Lewin was the future of the Adello family. And he was right, for in the year Lewin turned 6, he could already sense mana and summoned it after just 1 year. Then, by the time he turned 10, Lewin became the valedictorian of his entering class at the Exnit Magic Academy, the top magic academy in the Jadi Kingdom, earning him the title of a genius. At that time, Lewin was even a bit arrogant. He was certain that he would elevate his family to new heights, but in the end, this was as far as he could go. On the first day of class, Lewin realized he was nothing. While the teacher repeatedly urged him to cast his magic, Lewin seemed to have great difficulty with it. Even he couldn't understand what was wrong with him. For the first time, Lewin, as well as everyone else, realized he had mana disorder. In that moment, everything inside Lewin seemed to shatter. His body lacked the ability to project magic even a meter away. For a mage, a body like this was truly pathetic. And then everyone realized he came from a mediocre family and had no talent at all. From then on, their attitude quickly did a 180-degree turn. A mere accidental shoulder bump in the hallway, and 2 male students immediately showed their contempt. To all the students at Exnit who now envied him, Lewin was just a magicless cripple, a useless bum who couldn't cast magic in a magic academy. Of course, he was now their best form of entertainment. At times like these, Lewin could only cry helplessly, asking himself if he could ever become a mage. Lewin Adel, the name that entered the academy with the highest scores, the one who was expected to achieve more than anyone else, the one who had worked more diligently than anyone else. Thanks to that curse of mana disorder, he became a magical cripple. Was that the end of everything? No, Lewin thought everything had ended at that moment, unaware that a miracle was still possible, that the story of the forgotten genius would continue. A new, challenging journey was being woven right at the depths of despair. The light of a hopeful ray and the dazzling system text appeared. The artifact has been activated. The system screen was forming while Lewin felt like he was falling into the abyss of the universe. When he groggily awoke, he didn't even know where he was. The only thing he knew was that his body felt like it was sinking deep into water. An incomprehensible line of text appeared right before his eyes. The being stated that he was the incarnation of Oraka, the destroyer of worlds. This giant god, this was the one who brought Lewin to this place. His appearance was not human, nor did it resemble the heroes Lewin often saw. He had absolutely no time to process this. The being's lips moved as if wanting to say something, and then Lewin's pupils dilated in utter astonishment. Flashing back a few hours earlier, at the Exnit Academy training grounds, it was Lewin's turn to practice. Professor Hido kindly told him to just do as he had said, to create a fireball and hit the dummy. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates, Lewin knew very well that a fireball was a type of magic that any student could easily perform, but for him, it was different. This time, Lewin wasn't sure if he could do it. Following the professor's command, Lewin was determined to succeed. An orange flame gradually formed in his hand. It grew larger and larger, just like Lewin's fierce determination. The male students were a little surprised that he could muster that much mana. Lewin thought he had finally done it this time, but a familiar feeling washed over him, and his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite the desperate pleas in his heart, the thing called mana disorder had defeated Lewin once again. He couldn't take it anymore and spoke up to give up. However, Professor Hido still wanted him to try to release it. Lewin wanted to as well, but he feared it was impossible. According to Hido, he was now a senior student. If he couldn't even perform a basic spell like a fireball, how could he pass the graduation exam? Even Lewin felt like a complete waste. This training session was for target practice. Lewin, someone who couldn't even cast a spell, let alone hit a target. At this rate, becoming even a third-rate mage was truly hopeless. The sounds of mocking laughter roared once again. They labeled him the disgrace of the academy. Lewin was all too familiar with this kind of bullying, so he didn't pay it much mind. What crushed him was the fact that he had no hope from the very beginning. It was all because of the curse that had plagued him for the past 6 years. Mana disorder. Although Lewin had tried to hold on for so many years, he now had to start asking himself how long he could endure. After that training session, Lewin was still walking alone behind the crowd into the main hall. He wanted peace, but trouble always found him. Two male students deliberately approached him and provoked him with sarcastic words. He kept calling him Lewin the Dullard with a smug look. Their words went further and further, shifting from mocking his achievements to calling his home and territory a backwater place. They deliberately said the Adele family was unknown, not very wealthy, and had no reputation. Lewin's patience reached its limit. He could take insults directed at him, but never at his family. The male student was immediately silenced by Lewin's powerful punch. It was so strong that it sent him flying several meters away. Lewin was truly furious because of his big mouth. Despite being bruised, the male students were not scared and shouted loudly. Lewin didn't hold back anymore. He knew the guy was Ben Phone and that he was nothing to be messing with his father and his family. The other student with Ben Phone fearlessly charged forward. Unsurprisingly, he was overwhelmed by Lewin's punch, unable to get up and kneeling on the ground like a dog. What Lewin didn't expect was that Ben would dare to use combat magic inside the academy. He showed no fear of being expelled as he launched a large amount of mana at him. Although Lewin's fighting skills were excellent, when it came to mana power, he was completely outmatched. Paralyzed, his entire body was immobile. The professor showed up to intervene, but he was 1 second too late, and Lewin was hit by Ben's massive mana blast. He thought he was going to be knocked out for good. Right now, Lewin is standing before a giant deity, along with a system message. He still couldn't understand what the heck was going on. Lost in a surreal space and meeting a mysterious man made him wonder, what is happening? Despite trying his best to listen, he could only hear the last word, Del. A deep voice rang out again. Clearer this time, it was definitely his name, Lewin Adel. And then a faint sound echoed from the void, seemingly calling his name, Lewin A. Lewin A. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing the image of a blonde woman. It turned out to be the high-level healing mage, Helen. Her face was full of worry. Are you awake? After shaking off his daze, he was startled. He slowly sat up. Where am I? Seeing this, she quickly supported his body and gently replied, the infirmary. It's all right, you don't have to force yourself to sit up. He wearily held his head. It's okay, I'm a little dizzy, but I can sit. As he spoke, he wondered to himself, I just passed out. Ah. Fragmented images flashed through his mind. A mysterious man in a cloak, a strange space, a system voice. What was that? It's still so vivid. Thinking this, he asked Helen, how long was I out? She replied, almost a full day. She continued, you're lucky it wasn't worse. The gods were watching over you. He was silent for a moment, then quietly asked, am I fully recovered now? A hint of worry flashed across her face, and her words were somewhat hesitant. We still need to monitor you, but you look incredibly healthy for someone who was just directly struck by lightning. There are no wounds, no burns, and no internal organ damage at all. I've never seen a case like yours, but in my more than 10 years of life, he had never witnessed a case like this, so he couldn't help but be shocked. What? Is this even possible? He stared at the palm of his hand, gradually lost in thought. Lightning was a fearsome magic that could incinerate a body in an instant, and what's more, he had taken a direct hit, so how was his body completely unharmed? Suddenly, the professor walked in, interrupting his train of thought. Excuse us for a moment. Hearing this, Helen leaned down and reminded him, the professor is here. I'm going to check on the results now. Let me know immediately if anything comes up. At this, Lewin instinctively looked up. The man approached his bed, crossed his arms, and calmly asked, how are you feeling? Lewin replied, I'm fine. The professor's stern expression softened slightly. That's a relief. He then informed Lewin about the situation after he had passed out, and that a meeting was being held among the professors regarding the incident. He looked directly at Lewin, while Lewin just listened silently with his head down. First of all, Ben Phone will be expelled for using powerful attack magic with the intent to kill, spreading false rumors about the Ale family, and for the unjust treatment and bullying of you. All of these matters have been decided upon by the faculty. Lewin's face darkened, and he mumbled remorsefully, but I fought back against Ben too. The professor immediately replied, of course, you will also receive punishment. Considering what happened, you will be required to participate in the Academy's volunteer activities for 1 month. Lewin nodded slightly. Yes, sir. It seemed the professor still had something on his mind. One more thing. I want to ask you this. Are you in possession of an artifact? The question made Lewin look up. What, sir? You have to know that it's a legendary weapon left behind by ancient mages, with an endless supply of mana. Lewin quickly waved his hands in denial. An artifact? I definitely don't have one. If I had something like that, I wouldn't have been bullied. The professor narrowed his eyes slightly, placing a hand on his chin, his voice deepening. In any case, considering its value and rarity, the head of the Ale family would surely have used it for the family's benefit. Unable to hide his curiosity, Lewin spoke up. "But why are you asking me?" The professor focused his gaze on Lewin, his eyes deep and sharp as if trying to pierce through his very thoughts, saying nothing. After a moment of silence, he recalled the scene from before and recounted. "There was definitely a red light that enveloped your body right before the lightning bolt struck. It looked like a high-level artifact was protecting you, deflecting Ben's spell." Hearing this, Lewin had a completely blank expression. "What are you talking about?" he thought to himself. "An artifact? What is he saying?" Suddenly he seemed to realize something. "Wait a minute. Don't tell me it's related to that dream I just had." Then he immediately denied it. "No, I'm going crazy." The professor sighed softly. "Even though I don't understand what happened, I'm sure you don't have an artifact." "Very well." He turned to leave before Lewin's gaze. "Get some rest." Lewin stared thoughtfully at the professor's retreating back. He had told the professor he didn't know what happened, but the man didn't say anything more. What is the professor thinking? When he was finally alone in the room, he sat lost in thought for a long time. What he had experienced was just like a dream, and that strange voice. Artifact of Draka, the world destroyer, and the player. He repeatedly tapped his forehead, muttering, "I think there was one more sentence." What was it?" Lewin doubtfully uttered. "Status window." Instantly, a blue panel appeared in midair, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. As if seeing a ghost, he instinctively recoiled, shouting, "Ah, what the hell is that?" Helen heard the noise and rushed in. Seeing his terrified face, she asked, "Lewin, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell?" He pointed at the blue panel floating in the air and stammered, "No, it's not that. Can't you see it, the blue panel in front of me?" She was confused. "What are you rambling about?" "Lewin, there's nothing there. Are you sure you're okay?" At that moment, an idea flashed in his mind. "No way. If she really can't see it, then this can only be seen by me." The status window displayed his information. Lewin Adel, incarnation of Draka, the world destroyer, is the result of the pursuit of infinite power. The mage Draka was annihilated along with his world. For Draka, who was born lacking mana, strength was the source of his power. The player of Draka's artifact can open the status window and can achieve infinite growth by completing quests. Strength, 150. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 1,550. To avoid being mistaken for a lunatic, he quickly changed the subject. "It's nothing. I'm just a little confused." She gave a helpless smile. "Ha, don't worry your head about it." She held the test results in her hand and happily announced, "The results are completely normal. You can return to your dorm now." He smiled, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted. "Yes, thank you." Lewin summarized all the strange events that had happened today. He was still alive after taking a lightning bolt. The man with red eyes he met in that other space, and the status window that only he could see. And then he remembered the first status window he saw in his dream. It said he was the incarnation of Draka. Perhaps the artifact from the mage named Draka been transferred into him. In the blink of an eye, night fell over the training grounds. A strange window popped up in front of him, startling him for a moment, but his curiosity quickly won out and he tapped on it. On it was his very first quest. Repeatable quest. Since you have become a player linked to Draka, the destroyer of worlds, you must train your body to prepare for the process of gaining strength. Punches, kicks, turns, each action to be performed 100 times. The reward is plus 10 strength points and a new skill unlock. After reading it, he rolled up his sleeves to get started. His face still held a trace of doubt and confusion. Punches and kicks, huh? They're related to strength, all right. But how can that help me become a mage? But this wasn't the time for questions. He had to try it first. With that thought, he took a deep breath. He threw his right fist, and the punch count rose to 1. Then he threw his left, and the count rose to 2. He chuckled softly, a smile tinged with a bit of triumph, as if victory was already in his hands. "Awesome, it's going up. At this rate, I'll be done in no time." Keeping up the momentum, he threw another punch. "Yeah!" he yelled with each strike, but the punch count remained stuck at the number 2. He meticulously reread the quest description, frowning. It didn't go up that time. I guess it won't count unless the form is perfect. That thought made him get serious. Okay, what's the proper way to punch? The bright moon hung high in the silent sky. While everyone else was deep in their slumber, he was panting like he'd just run a marathon. He rested his hands on his knees in exhaustion. It was finally over. He smiled, satisfied. It's finally done. The status window popped up, quest complete, granting reward, plus 10 strength points, skill unlocked. Wiping the sweat that drenched his face, he glanced up at it and wondered, what's the reward? Suddenly, he felt a refreshing surge of energy flowing into his body. He exclaimed, what is this feeling? It was gently coursing through his veins, something even more fundamental than mana. He clenched his fists, his fingers tightening as his arm trembled slightly with excitement. I've actually gotten stronger. I have to test it out right now. He took a deep breath and threw a powerful punch forward. Let's see about this. With just a single punch, the air in front of him was instantly ripped apart. Feeling like he'd won the lottery, he smiled with satisfaction. Magic infused with this strength was on a whole other level. The speed, air resistance, and destructive power, everything had completely changed. While he was still marveling at his new strength, he suddenly remembered, what about the skill unlock reward? With just a quiet call, the status window instantly materialized in midair. Inner power circle, replaced with strength. The mana circle is replaced by the power circle. From now on, all magic and movements will be influenced by the player's strength. He wondered aloud. Replacing the mana circle with a power circle, he then placed a hand over his chest, feeling the beat of his heart. So does that mean my mana will be replaced by strength? Anyone who can sense or learn to use mana has a circle that surrounds their heart. The mana circle plays a major role in releasing and amplifying mana, increasing stats depending on the size and amount of mana a mage can control. He closed his eyes, slowly sensing the faint movement inside his chest. I have 4 mana circles, more than other kids my age, but because of my defect, they're completely useless. Suddenly, his eyes shot open as he sensed something. His mana circles were really gone, so the powerful circle spinning wildly in their place had to be the power circle. The realization left him stunned, so shocked that he fell flat on his back. Then, the astonishment was quickly replaced by confusion. A power circle instead of a mana circle. You can't be a mage without a mana circle. If this new circle can't do the things a mana circle is supposed to do, then what's going to happen to me? A look of sadness crossed his face. Is my life as a mage going to end just like this? But being pessimistic was pointless, so he quickly regained his composure. No, it's too soon to give up hope. I have to test it first. He held his hand out in front of him, focusing all of his will into a familiar incantation. Fireball! Instantly, a surge of power erupted from his palm, and in the blink of an eye, a massive fireball took shape. Staring at the flame in front of him, he marveled, "It's so fast! How is this possible?" He couldn't take his eyes off the flame, and it looked so much more powerful. The moment he saw the sheer size of the fireball, he knew. Lewin grinned triumphantly. This had to be the power of the artifact. Lewin held the flame in his hand, thinking to himself, magic has a basic activation mechanism, so before you can release its power, you need about 10 seconds to gather the energy. He calculated in his head. Lewin mused, but I can completely bypass that 10-second delay and create a fireball with the strength in my own body. Of course, the main character always ends up being the strongest. He clenched his hand into a fist. This is the true power of an artifact. Then suddenly, something strange appeared in front of Lewin. He wondered, huh? What's that? It was a notification from the system. Huh? Mage Draka's madness. Your inability to release mana through normal means has given rise to this ability. Focus the mana into your own body and into your enemy. You are immune to your own magic. When casting magic, a buff effect will be applied. Magic attacks will inflict additional mental damage. He read the information from the system, contemplating, focusing mana into my body to attack? How do I even do that? The question kept running through his head. Thinking about it seriously now, Lewin realized that this Draka fellow must have also suffered from a mana disorder curse, just like him, and he focused his mana into his fists and feet. The more he understood, the more unbelievable it seemed. Why would anyone create a method like this? Right at that moment, a quest notification popped up. Our hero snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "A quest?" The objective was to practice using the Mage's Madness method, using the power circle and mana to attack a target. For each target hit, you will be rewarded with 10 points. Our hero was a bit skeptical. Attack a target? He narrowed his eyes. I've never even considered a method like this. If I can become a mage by following this method, then... Lewin reached out and grasped the fireball. I have to give it a shot. The fireball in his hand blazed with brilliant sparks, as if it wanted to incinerate everything in its path. Once it was done, a satisfied smile spread across Lewin's face. The system immediately announced, "Quest complete, plus 10 strength points." Finally, Lewin collapsed to the ground, gazing up at the starry sky with a look of contentment. I finally completed the quest. He remembered all the times he had failed at releasing his magic, but he never imagined that now he could, succeeded by using his fists. Lewin curiously wondered, how exactly does Draka exist? I want to look into this, but my body feels so heavy. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed. Huh, what's that? Is he sleeping right here? It looks like he trained to the point of exhaustion, but is he really sleeping here? Should we wake him up? Voices echoed in Lewin's head. What's going on? Did I die and go to heaven? Nah, how could I die? He took a direct hit from a lightning bolt and was completely unfazed. That's terrifying. The chattering continued. Lewin slowly opened his eyes. What's with all the noise? Everyone was startled. "Oh my God, you're awake? Luin, you scared us to death." Luin calmly stretched. What's up? Why is everyone gathered here? Is this the first time you've seen someone sleeping outside or something?" They nodded. "Of course it is. What noble would ignore a warm blanket and a soft bed to sleep out here? It's just weird." They were suspicious. "Hey Luin, were you drinking or something?" He didn't seem to care and waved them off as he left. "What the hell are you talking about? Drinking? I was tired, so I went to sleep. See ya." Everyone stood there, helpless. They began to gossip excitedly. "It's like Luin has become a different person," a skeptical student asked. "How so?" Suddenly, a noble student turned back and noticed something. His voice tinged with curiosity. But what about that scarecrow that's been beaten to a pulp with only the post left? Did Luin do that?" But they immediately dismissed it. "Nah, no way." At the noble's dormitory, Luin walked up to a blonde-haired friend, who asked, "What is it, Luin?" He asked, "Were you out all night?" "This is Jason Damon, a 6th-year student at Exnit Academy." He kept pestering him. "What's wrong? You never usually leave the academy for that long." The main character brushed him off. "You don't need to worry about it so much. This blonde guy may look like that, but he's the eldest son of the Damon family. A famous mining family, but at least he still treats a so-called failure like me well." Jason kept teasing. "Don't tell me you went to see some girl. You're just getting back now." But this guy has one weakness. He's an alcoholic who's crazy about women and often sneaks out of the academy. He wouldn't stop talking. "Hey, don't tell me that after getting struck by lightning, you finally learned how to live a little? Come on, hurry up and tell me what you did last night." Luin threw something at him, saying, "What kind of nonsense is that? I'm going to take a shower." In the bathroom, Luin relaxed and stretched out. This is the life. Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right, there's still the quest. Let's check it." Luin called out. "Quest!" A notification window appeared. "Repeatable quest. Physical training. Because you have become one who can connect with Draka, the world destroyer. You need to train to strengthen your body. Each punch, kick, or spin completes the quest and adds 10 strength points." The main character sighed. "The reward is the same, but the quest requirements have doubled." He sank down. "Maybe the requirements will keep doubling like this later on." I knew it. This wasn't going to be easy, but thinking about it, if I can become a mage with this method then. 1 month later, Luin was still training. The quest could be repeated a maximum of once a day, but the reward remained the same while the requirements kept increasing. If I didn't complete the quest on a given day, all progress would reset to 0 the next day, and if I didn't miss a single day of the quest, Luin panted, the quest requirements wouldn't go past 3,000 reps per day. If I trained any more than that, I'd probably die from overwork. He pivoted lightly on his heel. Finally, the training quest window updated. All stats like punches, kicks, and spins were completed, 3,000 reps out of a total of 3,000, but the added points were still a measly 10. For the entire past month, the main character had been training just like that. And he also acquired a new skill, a passive body art, which enhances the body's abilities. The body becomes more agile based on the training process. At the dormitory during mealtime, everyone was buzzing. Luin's been weird lately, huh? He never dared to doze off in class before, but now he's just passed out like that. Someone else immediately retorted, "Is that all you've noticed?" Lately, he's been practically living in the training grounds and only practices his kicks. Someone spoke up, Hey, just leave him be. Is this the first time he's acted weird?" They chattered. "He's probably just doing that to cope with his mana disorder. It's not like it'll work anyway." For Luin, a month passed just like that. I completed my quests and got a small clue about Draka, but I couldn't find the name Draka in any records. It was the same everywhere. Not only that, but things like player, destruction, world, quest board, system, and status window yielded no clues at all. He couldn't stop wondering, Draka, just who is he? At that moment, his status window also appeared. Luin Andal, incarnation of Draka, the world destroyer. A question always lingered in Luin's mind. Who is the one granting me this power? Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Luin, come over here." It was Jason. The main character was curious. "What is it?" Jason asked back. "Have you heard?" He was confused. "What?" Jason's face showed a hint of concern. "So you really don't know anything? That's why you can just sit there reading so leisurely?" Luin asked again. "Did something serious just happen?" Jason glanced over at the head of the Andal family, who was present. The main character's eyes widened. "What?" Jason repeated. "Luin, your father." Heavy footsteps landed. Luin pushed the door open, panting heavily. "Father!" Everyone immediately looked over. His father exclaimed, "Luin, my son, you're here." The two chose a private place to sit. The main character spoke first. "It's been 6 years, hasn't it? Since I came up to attend this academy. Father, have you been well?" His father nodded. Yes, I'm fine. He didn't forget to ask. And what about Luina? He recounted proudly. Your sister? She's grown so much. Nowadays, she's even practicing swordsmanship on her own. She says she's going to protect her weak older brother. Lewin laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, that's so embarrassing. He brushed it off. Has she always been that bold? Lewin's expression suddenly changed. Father, he affirmed, I'm living very well right now. His father was confused. What do you mean? Lewin emphasized again, I'm really okay. I haven't been hurt physically or mentally at all. The head of the Andal family took a sip of tea. His voice was strangely calm. Lewin, I actually came to the academy to ask for your opinion about leaving this place. He comforted him. If things get too difficult, you can return to our domain anytime you want. I know you've had to face a lot of hardships that you haven't spoken about. Am I right? He understood perfectly. I had a feeling this was why you came, Father. But Father, I think I've found a way. Lewin tried to persuade him. So please, promise me one story. He was surprised. A promise? The main character was resolute. In the upcoming test, I will get a good score on the practical exams. In return, if I fail, from now on, I'll stop being selfish and will listen to you, Father. He knew that after promising to get a high score on the practical exam, his father saw his determination and returned to the mansion after their conversation. And then, the exam the main character had been waiting for finally arrived. The proctor spoke up. All right, listen up. The teacher stood on the podium and began to explain the rules. Today is the exam for the Introduction to Magic course. Note, any form of cheating will result in a failing grade. A voice announced, You may begin the exam. The main character tightened his grip on his quill pen. The school's exam had two parts, a written theory test and a practical test. The practical test consisted of 4 parts, including target identification, magic measurement, practical combat, and one-on-one duels. As someone with mana disorder, our main character had always scored perfectly on the theory test for the past 6 years. As for the practical exam, Mikole of the Gaj Hill family was always at the top. Lewin's fist clenched. However, this time would be different. Everything would change. He emphasized, however, this time will be different. Lewin was willing to bet on it because he was certain he would take first place in this practical exam. After the written tests were over, a voice suddenly called out, Lewin. It was Jason. He walked over. I've noticed you've been a bit strange lately. Do you have a plan for today's practical exam? He nodded. Yeah, I'm going to do it a new way. Jason was surprised. Huh? Really? You figured something out? A contemptuous voice rang out. Lewin, what are you doing here? It turned out to be that guy, Mikole. He arrogantly crossed his arms. Don't tell me you're planning to take the practical exam with that body of yours. With your mana disorder, it's useless anyway. Lewin touched his chin. So what? It's true, I'm here to compete. Mikole had no intention of letting up. Lewin, as a model student, if I were to give advice to someone who's failed the practical exam 6 times like you, his voice was full of mockery, what would I say? Instead of coming here to be humiliated, why don't you just give up now? Lewin retorted. Who knows? I don't think your advice is very helpful. Mikole clapped him on the shoulder. I think you're misunderstanding something. You think someone with mana disorder syndrome can actually complete the exam? He was quite displeased and thought to himself, what's wrong with this bastard? Mikole gritted his teeth. He used to be so subservient. Why is he so confident now? It's so annoying. He issued a challenge. I'll show you in the one-on-one duel. Just you wait. Finally, the exam began, and the first part was target identification. Its official name was the multi-target takedown test. The method was simple. The test would measure the number of targets shot down in a single cast. However, this year's test was different from last year's in that the difficulty had been increased. The targets were constantly moving, the contestants took their turns, and the organizers would announce the number of targets hit. The first person hit 1 target. Next, Angelina got 0 targets, and the best score was only 4 targets. Because of this, the average score this year was terribly low. The next person got 3 targets. The teachers in the back looked on and scowled. We just increased the difficulty a little, and the scores have already plummeted. The quality of this year's students is so poor. But suddenly, a voice interjected. Professor, it seems a bit too early to be disappointed. Professor Ellick, a professor in the magic potion department and the uncle of Mikole Gaj Hill. He looked very proud. It's almost Mikole's turn. Please watch. Professor Ellick seemed to be greatly anticipating his nephew's performance. The boy is here now. He prepared to strike, while the thought still lingered in his mind. Watch closely, Lewin. He was very confident. I don't know what you're planning to do. Professor Ellick smirked confidently. This is the difference between you and me. Then he unleashed his attack. A series of scarecrows were hit by that critical strike. Everyone who saw it exclaimed, Wow, that's Mikole for you. So many targets hit in a single cast. He's definitely going to be first again this time. Professor Eric Monman approached. What do you think? The boy is truly worthy of being a descendant of the Goj Hill line, isn't he? He continued to boast. At this rate, Mikole is truly the pride of our academy. He will surely be this year's student representative. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. That's enough, Professor Ellick. I don't think we need to see any more of this year's students' abilities. The one who had just spoken was Professor Tion Exnit, the academy's headmaster and a 7th-level archmage. Professor Ellick still wouldn't give up. Why don't we stay a little longer? It's almost Lewin's turn, Professor Tion asked. Lewin? You mean Lewin Andel? Professor Hilo? That kid is still at the academy? He agreed. All right, for the sake of the boy's passion, let's stay and watch for a bit. It won't hurt. Lewin rubbed his wrists. All right, this is a good opportunity to test my strength. The instructor spoke up. Lewin, you may begin. Lewin, with a fireball already in his hand, complied. Yes, sir. A brilliant flame erupted around him, shimmering as if gilded with gold. Everyone who saw it was astonished. What is that? What's with his casting speed? The students also started murmuring. Whoa, how many targets was that? I really can't tell. No way. By now, Mikole was gritting his teeth in anger. He scornfully reminded them, Hey, don't you guys know Lewin has a mana disorder? Even if he cast 1,000 times, it's doubtful he could even hit a single target. That useless piece of trash can't do anything right. But unbeknownst to everyone, the power buff system had been activated. Time refraction activated, distorting time refraction for 30 seconds. Speed increased by 200%. Movement speed will be faster. You have moved past the time distortion. Cooldown is 5 minutes. Lewin recalled the skill he had recently learned, time refraction, which helped him move abnormally fast to anywhere he wanted. In other words, right now he was no different from... The energy radiating from the main character was immense, overwhelming everything around him. The brilliant flame enveloped and protected him. The professors watched intently. The students' jaws dropped. Finished. Lewin smirked victoriously. It's done. Splinters of wood flew everywhere through the air. Lewin, 27 targets. The face of the supervising teacher turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Lewin stood there panting, looking at the pile of targets before him. Whispers began to spread. What was that? Did he cast magic on his hands and then punch the targets directly? 27 targets. He set a new record for the number of targets hit in this test. How could he move so fast? Did he really use magic to strike the targets? There were so many surprises, but then everything fell silent. A round of applause suddenly broke the silence. It was the headmaster of Exnit Academy, Tyrion Exnit. He was the first one to stand up and give Lewin a round of applause and praise. Lewin was just too outstanding. Everyone else was still in a daze over his achievement that surpassed the Pixurb level. Even the headmaster himself was acknowledging him. People started to cheer. That's right, that was amazing, Lewin. Congratulations. But mixed in with the congratulatory cheers, there were still those who refused to recognize another person's abilities. Some were angry, some were silent, and others were just confused. But what could they do? A hater's gonna hate. Oh, and of course we can't forget about Miko. Judging by his furious expression, he definitely couldn't accept it, but could only rage internally. Lewin, that little brat, how could he? He gritted his teeth. His eyebrows furrowed so hard they nearly became one, but there was nothing he could do. The sounds of cheering and congratulations echoed everywhere. He just stood there silently, but inside he was celebrating, being praised and acknowledged by everyone. It was something he hadn't experienced for the past 6 years, which just goes to show he hadn't received a single compliment in all that time. My chest feels so warm. Lewin stood tall and smiled softly. The sunlight shone on his youthful face. His eyes showed pride in himself and the feeling of being recognized. That's right, this is the feeling I've always wanted. At the meeting room, an irritated Eric spoke up, casting magic on his hand and striking the target directly. How can you call that thing magic? I've never heard of any magic like that. You could tell just by looking at his face, all scrunched up like a monkey's butt. Of course he wouldn't accept it. Someone immediately countered. But you know, sir, magic has no limits. This is a field where anything can happen. His face grew serious. If everything just followed a rigid framework, then it wouldn't be magic anymore. It would be mathematics. Exactly, exactly, exactly. How can you level up if you're always stuck in a box? What is skill, and who gets to judge it? Eric still wanted to argue back, but before he could finish his sentence, Tyrion signaled for him to shut his trap. He spoke gently. Today, we witnessed a student create a miracle. His face clearly showed his delight. It was a miracle of magic. Isn't that just like a miracle itself? We meet. However, it seems the professors have differing opinions on this matter. Everyone fell silent, as if in tacit agreement with the headmaster's words. Eric was furious, unable to accept the truth. Damn it, that brat Luin has messed everything up. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? Jason threw an arm around Luin's shoulder and shouted, "Hey, the Supreme Mage is here!" He was nearly knocked flat by Jason's arm, but he just mumbled, "Hey, cut it out." Hearing that, a few people approached the two of them. "Oh, it's Luin," people started greeting him. "Luin, hey, how did you do that in the practical exam yesterday?" He greeted them back but couldn't say anything. The questions from his classmates just kept pouring in. "Luin, you know my name, right? We've been in the same class for the past 6 years." He quickly escaped the crowd, thinking to himself, "Until yesterday, I was just a complete nobody in this school." Luin turned his back to everyone and hurriedly said to Jason, "Hey Jason, I'm heading back first." Even now, he still couldn't believe how drastically things had changed. Everything changed overnight, so I haven't been able to adjust yet. To be honest, it's more comfortable being alone. However, he knew one thing very well: there were still plenty of people who didn't like him. He slowly opened the door to his room. Some blonde-haired brat was standing in his room, and upon hearing the door open, he spoke up. "There you are." "Oh, wow, you barge into someone else's room and talk like that? What are you doing in someone else's dorm room?" Miko's face darkened as he asked, his glare sharp enough to kill. Miko turned and walked towards him, speaking in his usual scornful tone. "You scored a few points with that thing that isn't even magic, and you're already walking around with your nose in the air. Your arrogance makes me sick, so I came here to remind you not to get too cocky." He was spouting such ridiculous nonsense. But Luin didn't back down and retorted immediately. "Isn't it because you lost face when your score was lower than the person you've looked down on for the past 6 years? Oh, and here I thought he was something special, but he's just this pathetic." Just those words were enough to make him see red and fly into a rage, lunging forward to grab Luin's collar. "What did you say, you bastard?" But Luin's face remained stone cold, showing no emotion at his outburst. He calmly took Miko's hand that was gripping his shirt and gently pried it off without much effort. It was precisely this calm, effortless action that made Miko surprised and even a little shaky. Miko was a bit panicked, his eyebrows knitting together. What the hell is this? This failure is this strong? He couldn't believe his eyes. "Miko, we both need to graduate." Luin leaned in close to his face, his eyes filled with anger. "If you really want to put me in my place so badly, then wait for the one-on-one combat exam and let's have a fair fight." Luin's slightly deepened voice was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. He slapped Luin's hand away. Miko glared at him angrily. "You think you're good enough to fight me? A guy who fails every subject?" Luin immediately shot back. "Just wait, and you'll see whether I'm good enough or not. What is skill, and who gets to judge it?" His gaze was firm, staring straight into Miko's ugly mug. Miko turned to leave, not forgetting to shoot a sharp glare back at him. "Pass the next test first, then we'll talk." He walked away, but his mind was still fixated on his sworn enemy. Arrogant bastard, there's no way he'll pass today's practical exam, let alone the combat test. Oh my, look at Miko's angry face. Isn't it just adorable? Makes you just want to punch it, hehe. Then he suddenly pulled his hand out of his pocket, and would you look at that, it was still trembling. Is he really a mage? He wondered to himself. No matter how many times I see this statue, it never ceases to impress me. A massive elf statue stood majestically in the middle of the testing area. Practical exam number 2, Mana Performance Measurement, testing area, an academy treasure and a rare artifact. There are only a few of them on the entire continent. Kingram, the ancient elf. 500 years ago, the great mage Frey turned the elf Kingram into an artifact while he was still alive. Kingram is trapped within this artifact, absorbing mana and serving as a magical punching bag. The mana performance measurement test requires students to cast magic on Kingram to earn points, Luin asked Jason. So that means we just need to cast the magic we're most confident in at that statue? Jason replied to him. Yup, short and sweet. But that golem was notorious for being a devilishly hard grader. Anything over 20 points was considered great. In front of him was a student with an asymmetrical haircut and a deep purple power aura who seemed pretty confident. Storm meditation. He immediately cast his spell at the golem. The golem spoke. You should retake the class, you one-point mage. It's not too late to drop out. Hearing that, the student was truly stunned. Everyone started whispering, I thought he did a good job, but I guess it's no piece of cake. Everyone was in awe of the golem's strict grading. Next, step before me. The student dejectedly returned to his seat, in a terrible mood, completely in disbelief. A female student stepped up. Haha, now it's my turn. She raised her hand. Watch this closely, very confidently. Ice Sphere, she cast her spell. The golem spoke. I certainly won't forget you. Quite impressive, she asked happily. Really? Kingram replied to her. Yes, but before she could get too excited, he threw a bucket of cold water on her. This is the first time I've ever seen someone cast such garbage magic. It's just so... wow. He bluntly gave the female student 2 points. Hearing that, she burst into tears. unable to accept reality. No way, I did my absolute best. Others continued to step up, but they didn't fare much better. 5 points, get out of my sight. Who could take a score like that? It's normal to scream. What the hell? He continued to criticize relentlessly. What is this bland magic? Did you mix it with water or something? It's 100% mana. The student was so pissed at the damn golem he started cussing. The instructor in charge immediately spoke up. Jackson, no more screaming. Return to your seat. Just in time to prevent a terrorist attack on the other students' morale and eardrums. Ah, it's not like that. Being called out, Jackson scratched his head, feigning innocence, and quickly ran back to his seat. Next, Mikhail Gary Hill. The instructor in charge called out. His face looked like he'd just gone through 50 divorces, 49 court battles, and caught his spouse cheating 33 times, as black as a thundercloud. Ah, but it turned out that was just his expression before casting his spell. Magic. Waves of mana attacked the golem statue. Kingram spoke. Gary Hill, I'm a little disappointed. Are you the son of Jorge Gary Hill? Asked this, he proudly replied. That's right. I am the third son of George Gary Hill, the prideful Mikhail Gary Hill. Prideful? Ha ha, he sneered. Your father was a sniveling fool who begged me for extra points. Mikhail Gary Hill, you are even more pathetic than your foolish father by a long shot. 27 points. Hearing that, he angrily yelled in the golem's face, You're just a lowly golem. How dare you spout such nonsense? The instructor immediately intervened. Silence, student. The instructor then called the next person. Lewin Ale, he answered immediately. Here! Lewin stepped forward, expressionless on the outside, but his heart was racing. Phew, I'm suddenly so nervous. Let's just give it a try. I can do this. A flame appeared in his hand. He looked up and introduced himself. I am Lewin Adel. It's an honor to meet you, sir. His gaze was firm, his expression unchanging, so powerful. Ho, this is the first time I've seen your face. He was a little surprised, but no matter, take the test now. He didn't seem to care much, but Lewin and his magic were ready. The flame burned as brightly as his eyes, though it's unclear if that meant anything. A student recognized Lewin's magic. Is that Tyrant's flame? His face clearly showed he was shocked as hell. Some other students also recognized it immediately. That's a tier 4 spell. Another person was in disbelief. What? He can actually do that? Kingram was puzzled. What's with your stance? Are you changing your stance to cast the spell? Here I go. Lewin leaped off the ground. The mana that was in his hand was now at his feet. Maybe Lewin was trying to cosplay as Son Goku, since Goku has the flying Nimbus. At first, everyone thought he would use his hands, but he decided to pull a switcheroo, taking everyone from one surprise to another. Having moved the mana to his feet, he used his 3-meter-long legs to kick the Kingram statue directly. The instructor in charge was also extremely surprised by his performance. Of him. Impossible! How could that kid transfer mana from his hands to his feet and then detonate it in an instant like that? He was left wondering. The crowd of students was completely stunned and couldn't believe it. Someone spoke up and asked, Didn't you just say that was a tier 4 spell? The other person replied immediately, No, the energy from that attack was at least tier 5. So Lewin landed after his godly kick with his 3-meter legs. You mean Lewin is at least a tier 5 mage? He was panting heavily, breathing as if it were his last breath, but a storm of thoughts was brewing in his mind. What's wrong? I cast Tyrant's Flame correctly. Lewin was still a bit worried, but why was Kingram's reaction so strange? Did I mess up a step somewhere? The golem finally spoke. You. Who are you? He was confused. Pardon? I already introduced myself. I'm Lewin Adel. Before Lewin could finish, Kingram cut him off. Are you Draka? The question made his face change color. Instantly. Draka, I have always been waiting for you. Although only his blood-red eyes were visible, one could imagine his expression, desperate and longing. Kingram's voice echoed, I have always been waiting for you, Draka. The words that were whispered cut through the silence, sowing confusion. The surrounding crowd immediately buzzed with chatter, their probing gazes raising countless questions. Draka, who is that? Is he mistaking Lewin for someone else? Curiosity mixed with doubt spread through the space, etching frowns on many faces. In Lewin's mind, memories of 2 long months spent painstakingly searching through all related documents suddenly flooded back. He had flipped through every ancient page, delved deep into every ancient record, but found absolutely nothing. I've searched through all the related documents for the past 2 months, but I still couldn't find any trace of Draka. But unexpectedly, Kingram knew. Lewin's face immediately darkened, a gloom falling over him because he truly understood, truly perceived the deep meaning behind the golem's cryptic words. You know Draka? Lewin asked, his voice carrying astonishment and a faint glimmer of hope. In response to that probing question, Kingram uttered only a single word, brief but full of weight and certainty. Yes. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lewin decided to make the most of it. He hurriedly asked a few more things, hoping to dig up even a little more information about that mysterious person. So, could you tell me more about him? A mysterious smile flickered across Kingram's stern face as he murmured, "How interesting. I never expected to meet his incarnation at this academy." His deep voice spoke again, the words without clear beginning or end carrying a strange obscurity. Lewin blinked, trying to grasp the meaning of every word, every sentence. Incarnation, what does that mean? Suddenly, a question from Kingram cut through Lewin's thoughts. "What is your name?" Though taken aback, Lewin quickly replied, Lewin Ale." He answered the abrupt question. "All right, Lewin. I will remember that name." Kingram spoke. His words seemed to be etched in stone as he stood firm. His massive body was like a towering mountain, so tall it seemed to block out the sun from Lewin's view, casting a giant shadow that enveloped him. Just as Kingram was about to turn and leave, a sudden voice stopped him. "Excuse me, sir, but before you go, could you tell me my score?" The question echoed. "There are too many people here. I'll tell you later. This evaluation is over. That magic is not something I can judge." Kingram's cold, decisive verdict was like a clap of thunder, causing the man opposite him to shout in disbelief. What? What are you talking about?" He couldn't believe his ears, his face a mask of indignation. "According to the Academy's rules, you are required to provide an evaluation. This pact must be observed for 500 years after the great Archmage Frone Signet's death." The other man tried to cite the regulation, his voice filled with frustration. "Enough." Kingram cut him off with a terrifying shout that echoed all around, carrying an incredible sense of intimidation. "You dare speak of rules to me? For years, I've had to evaluate brats who don't look the least bit like mages." His face was contorted with fury, his bloodshot eyes blazing with anger, making the other man flinch and stammer. I apologize. To hell with that Signet fellow. I couldn't care less," Kingram snarled, his voice dripping with contempt. But the pact was still a pact. "I will give you the score." He fell silent, his gaze as sharp as a dagger, making the other man swallow nervously as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "It's either 0 or 100. What do you choose, little destroyer?" Kingram's deep voice was directed straight at Lewin, who responded instantly. A brilliant smile spread across Lewin's face. Without a shred of hesitation, he replied with a steadfast gaze. 100 points, of course. The news spread like wildfire, buzzing through the Academy's corridors. "Hey, did you hear? Kingram gave someone 100 points on their evaluation." Whispers immediately began to spread. "What, that Kingram? Who did he give it to?" another asked, their voice filled with curiosity and disbelief. "I heard it was for that legendary underdog, Lewin Ale." The surrounding students began to murmur, with looks of utter shock on their faces as they processed this shocking new information. In the midst of it all, a stern voice cut through the noise. It was Professor Hito. He walked up to Lewin, his eyes scrutinizing him. "You're at the center of a commotion again." Startled, Lewin immediately turned towards the voice. "Professor Hito, what are you doing here?" he asked, a little surprised. Professor Hito crossed his arms sternly, taking slow steps closer to Lewin. "The news that Kingram gave you 100 points has reached the headmaster. After hearing the news, he decided to give you a reward, as something like this has never happened before." Professor Hito's words carried a special gravity, highlighting the significance of the matter. "Here, take this for now." With that, he handed Lewin a scroll he was holding. Lewin read the words on the scroll aloud, his expression confused and skeptical. "The treasure vault? What is this?" Without further explanation, Professor Hito just beckoned with his hand and turned to walk away, signaling for him to follow. After a rather long walk through quiet corridors and past mysterious doors, Professor Hito stopped in front of a room with a tightly sealed door. The door looked ancient and majestic, as if it had stood for centuries. When he opened it, a blast of cold air rushed out. Professor Hito signaled for Lewin to enter with him, and the two ventured deeper inside. "Whoa, I didn't know this place existed," Lewin said as he followed the professor, his curious eyes exploring the strange place he was setting foot in for the first time. Everything here was completely different from what he had ever seen in the Academy. "Of course," Professor Hito explained, "this is the only forbidden area in the Academy." Hearing this, a vague question formed in Lewin's mind. The only forbidden area in the Academy? Then why did he bring me here? Curiosity mixed with a little anxiety began to creep into his mind. Finally, they both stopped at another door, one that was sealed more securely than any other. Professor Hito stopped and turned to Lewin, his expression stern. "This is the way to the treasure vault. I am only allowed to go this far." Lewin looked at him, a feeling of anxiety and unease rising within him. "So I have to go in alone?" "Yes, go on in. I'll be right here waiting for you," he reassured him. Finally, He approached the door in front of him, his mind still filled with countless unanswered questions. I don't know what's going on, but he said it's a reward, so I might as well check it out. With a bit of courage, mixed with curiosity, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Facing Lewin was a room that, despite being empty, was overwhelmingly vast and enveloped in a chillingly eerie atmosphere. Dim light from an unknown source trickled in, just enough for Lewin to realize the vastness of the place. So this is the treasure vault. He glanced around. Although there were no items on display, he could still feel the presence of countless precious things. There were many types of treasures here that he had only heard of. This must be the great Archmage Signet's treasury. As Lewin was busy observing his surroundings, lost in the overwhelming vastness and gloom of the treasure room, a deep voice suddenly spoke from right behind him, causing Lewin to jump in alarm, his whole body tensing as he spun around. You look so lost. Who's there? Lewin wondered, his wary eyes searching for the source of the voice. The voice continued, its tone carrying a profound quality, as if it could read the deepest thoughts in Lewin's mind. It's as if you don't realize your own true worth. Just then, Lewin recognized the voice. It was Kingram, sitting solidly on a chair placed right in the middle of the room. Kingram? Why is he here? But what caught Lewin's attention more, and also astonished him to the core, was his appearance. He was no longer an inanimate statue. Instead, Kingram appeared in a real, living, and powerful human form. He's not a stone statue anymore. As if reading Lewin's mind with ease, Kingram explained, his voice deep and warm yet still holding a sense of mystery. Surprised? Is it because I'm no longer a stone statue? This is the only place I'm allowed to use this body. Thanks to the ancient mana filling this room, I can exist in my original form instead of as a treasure. After hearing this, he answered softly, I see. Lewin looked up at him, his eyes full of doubt about what Kingram had just said. By the way, what did you mean when you said, I don't know my own true value? Kingram's sharp teeth seemed to become more prominent, giving off a terrifying aura as he spoke. It means exactly what I said. You have absolutely no idea what your true value is. Even the magic artifact you're using is the same as Draka's. Kingram's next words were like a dagger straight to Lewin's heart, causing him to realize a shocking truth in utter disbelief. He knows about the artifact? Lewin thought to himself, his heart filled with astonishment. He looked back down at the boy, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through his every thought. That is one of the rarest treasures in the world. How did you come to possess it? Furthermore, what is your relationship with Draka? Kingram paused, waiting for Lewin's answer. However, Lewin looked back at him seriously. His voice held a mix of curiosity and a hint of helplessness. I was wondering the same thing. Who is Draka? He looked at Lewin in silence for a moment before starting to explain, his tone filled with nostalgia and reverence. He was an entity who wished to become a god. One day, he visited the Zenith tribe, where I used to live. At that time, he was small and short, quite unsightly. However, his power was so extraordinary that no one in the Zenith tribe could stand against him. On top of that, he grew stronger with each passing day. So even if all of us elves attacked him at once, we couldn't possibly defeat him. We respected him, and he lived with us as if he were one of the tribe. He taught the magic language to me, the future chieftain, for nearly 100 years. What? 100 years? How could a human possibly live for 100 years? Lewin looked up at Kingram again, his eyes wide with utter shock, the rest of him frozen. Lewin's mind could barely believe it, what he had just heard. Kingram gave a cunning smile, his sharp fangs glinting in the room's dim light. Perhaps because he was not human. This statement hit like a thunderbolt, revealing an unbelievable truth about Draka and raising countless new questions in Lewin's mind. His true identity is the Black Dragon, Drakagonia. Kingram's words echoed, delivering a massive shock to Lewin. Unbelievable. Lewin exclaimed, his voice choked with surprise. So, dragons really exist? He was instantly stunned by this revelation, and he asked again softly, just to be absolutely sure of what he'd heard. Is that true? Yes. Didn't you know that dragons are the very source of magic? He answered quickly, without a hint of hesitation. Of course, Lewin thought back. I've heard that before, but it was just an unsubstantiated claim. I always thought it was just a legend. Lewin's mind was suddenly thrown into chaos. His old beliefs crumbled in the face of this terrifying truth. He then interrupted Lewin's train of thought with another piece of information. However, Draka couldn't use magic. That is also why he created a fighting style like yours, by channeling magic through his limbs. Do you understand what that means? Kingram paused, posing, a question full of meaning to him. Lewin slowly began to understand, a spark igniting in his mind, connecting the scattered pieces. So Draka must have been treated like me in the past. He answered immediately, imagining the figure of a mysterious person completely covered in cloaks. I think I understand a little now, Kingram continued, his tone growing darker. Draka created a power that only he could use, a way to turn magic into physical strength, just like you have. Wielding that power, Draka became the strongest being in the world. However, he was still not satisfied and continued to expand his power infinitely. In the end, he destroyed everything, including himself. Lewin was once again shocked by the new information. He destroyed everything, so that's why he was known as the World Destroyer. I can't even imagine how strong he must have been to destroy the entire world. A sense of awe mixed with fear crept into Lewin's heart as he pictured that terrifying power. Suddenly, a familiar system window appeared right in front of Lewin with new content. You have achieved an accomplishment, traced Draka's footsteps. Reward. Title Comrade of the Elves. Skill Elven Fury. Spirit Trang. The embodiment of power. Receive title Comrade of the Elves. Title effect. Increases friendship percentage with elves. Title effect. Allows communication with elves. Reading each line, he brought a hand to his chin and thought, why did I suddenly get a communication reward? Well, it's better than nothing. Though still confused, he accepted these unexpected gifts. The system window appeared again, displaying details about the new skill, Elven Fury, an active skill that borrows power from an elf's rage to instantly increase one's own power. Power reaches 300 for 30 seconds. The effect will gradually increase under the influence of the body skill, cooldown of 3 minutes. With a serious expression after reading the reward information, Lewin mumbled, "This seems to be a buff skill." As soon as he held out his hand, a shiny blue orb immediately appeared, resting neatly in his palm. But the orb had several cracks on it already, as if it had existed for a very long time and had endured much damage. What is this Trang, the embodiment of power? It just appeared in my hand, Lewin wondered, a mix of curiosity and worry in his voice. Kingram rose from his stone throne, his massive figure blocking part of the light in the room. It seems you've just received a quest reward. Draka also used to stare into empty space and talk just like that. Kingram's words served as confirmation, leaving Lewin with no more doubts about what he was experiencing. Then, while his hand was still holding the blue orb, he looked up at him, his eyes full of questions. "In that case, do you know what this is?" He immediately replied, his tone full of confidence. "Yes, bring it here and let me see." He bent down to look at the orb, glowing brightly in Lewin's hand. He examined it carefully before making his assessment. It is Trang. "Do you know anything about this item?" he asked, hoping for more information. To this question, Kingram replied, his voice full of profound meaning. "Item? It is not an item. It is an embodiment." Lewin looked back at the orb in his hand with skepticism, almost unable to believe his ears. "What? This thing is an embodiment?" Kingram began to explain, his voice, with an air of certainty, as if he had witnessed everything. He was always by Draka's side, so how could I not know? Looking at the current situation, I'm certain Draka sealed him in this spirit stone before he died. He continued to explain Strang's nature. He is an incarnation of power, and though called a spirit, he's not like ordinary spirits. He has a fiery temper and begged Draka for infinite power every day, but if you satisfy his desires, he will also grant you infinite power, Kingram concluded, revealing a powerful but risky pact. "You mean that incarnation will be reborn from this stone?" Lewin frowned, holding the orb higher. The orb now looked a bit more cracked than before. Tiny hairline fractures had begun to appear. "Yes, so you don't need to worry too much," he reassured him. As Kingram finished speaking, something unexpected happened. The orb suddenly developed more cracks, the fractures growing larger. As the orb was about to shatter, Lewin held it, watching it slowly crack apart. His heart pounded. "It's breaking," he silently exclaimed in shock. But contrary to what he had imagined, a creature small enough to fit in his palm appeared as the smoke and fragments of the orb vanished into the air. Lewin stared at it, surprise written all over his face. This is a bear." Then it rubbed its eyes and cursed at him, its voice high-pitched but full of annoyance. "You brat! How dare you call me a bear? This bear can even talk. How can a bear talk?" But his continuous, curious, and surprised questions about it being a talking bear made it grind its teeth in anger. "Stop calling me a bear, you little punk!" it yelled irritably while growling, its cranky voice echoing in the vast treasure room. Feeling that Lewin's words had crossed the line, the bear Strang angrily pointed right at his face. "Stop calling me a bear!" Lewin was helpless. "But you are a bear." His face now showed clear shock and confusion, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. How can a bear talk? It turned red with anger. "Hey, are you deaf?" It stood with its paws on its hips, steam practically coming out of its head, and ranted non-stop. "How dare you compare me to those things?" "I'm not a bear," Lewin asked. "Then what are you?" It crossed its arms, chuckling confidently. "I am an incarnation. I can become whatever I want." Wanting to show him, it put on a look full of spirit and determination. Watch this, I'll show you my power. Hearing that, Lewin on the other side waited expectantly. However, nothing impressive happened at all, and the color drained from its face. It was incredibly embarrassing. After a moment of silence, it panicked, as if it couldn't believe the ironic truth before it. Huh, what is this? Where's my power? Lewin's face clearly read what the heck is going on. What was it doing? It suddenly spoke up. It must be because I was reborn with an empty stomach. Give me food. Lewin had seen enough and judged. Why is this bear so rude? He delivered some bad news to it. There's no food here, and I don't even know what you eat. As if struck by lightning, it wailed in despair. What? Not even any food? Why is my master so weak this time? Lewin was confused. Master? Me? It couldn't be bothered to reply, ignoring everything, and curled up into a fluffy ball and fell asleep. Whatever. I'm sleepy now. Remember to wake me up when it's time to eat. Lewin was utterly baffled. Huh? What's going on? It called me master, and then said I was weak. He gently placed the soundly sleeping Strang on his shoulder, and the innocent scene made even Kingram unable to hold back a chuckle. Heh. It's true that old habits die hard. Seeing it again made him feel a bit nostalgic. Seeing you with Strang reminds me of the old days. He seemed lost in a stream of memories of the past, remembering the days he confronted Strang and Draka back when he was with the Celestial Peak clan. Ending his trip down memory lane, in the vast treasure room, he sat imposingly on his chair, his gaze fixed on the boy. Lewin Ale, the little destroyer who carries Draka's will. What do you intend to do? Lewin immediately asked back. About what? He quickly replied. The power you hold will make you stronger. It can lead you down the righteous path, or it can consume you. I'll ask again. Once you become strong, what will you do? Hearing this, Lewin also fell into deep thought for a long time. The reason he wanted this power was to protect his loved ones from monsters, to bring honor to his family name, and to prove himself to those who dared to look down on him. He smiled with satisfaction. Yes, that's enough. I have too many things to protect. I can't let this opportunity slip away. After thinking it through, he looked straight ahead with more determination than ever. I will live as I wish for my loved ones, my family, and for myself. Realizing the young man before him was quite something, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I'll look forward to that future of yours. Lewin learned more about Draka thanks to Kingram, and each day still began with quests. The only thing that changed was at the training ground. Right now, Lewin was training diligently, wiping away the sweat that poured down from exhaustion, while also reminding, Strang, wake up. Are you planning to skip a meal or what? At the mention of food, it woke up instantly, its eyes sparkling, and its mouth drooling uncontrollably. Food? As if a second's delay would mean the food would be gone, it quickly scrambled onto Lewin's body. While waiting for him to cast his magic, it had already opened its small mouth wide. Ah! Lewin glanced over and saw its voracious appetite. Feeling helpless, this little guy is crazy for food, and he eats a lot too. It intently swallowed the 3 flames burning on his hands, streams of blazing fire coiling into its mouth. After eating, it patted its chest in satisfaction, then let out a loud burp. I'm feeling much better now, Lewin thought to himself. The food I'm talking about is the power gained from quests. Strang eats my power. Strang, the incarnation of power, the only spirit star that reacts to the primordial essence of power. Its strength is proportional to its vessel. The larger the vessel, the greater the power. It once challenged the 7 kings and the black dragon Dracagonia before being destroyed. After it ate its fill, thanks to the special companion skill, his strength points increased. He praised it. You're actually useful. It puffed out its chest proudly. Of course, Lewin reconfirmed. Every time you get stronger, I'll receive a maximum of 100 strength points. Ah, it explained. If I reach 2 stars, it will be 200, and 3 stars will be 300. It keeps increasing like that. Before I was sealed, I had over 31 stars. Hearing that made Lewin's scalp tingle. 31 stars, 3,100 strength points. I'm not even at 1,000 points yet, and I'm already this strong. It seemed that what he had just heard made him feel envious, wanting to quickly become that powerful. How did Draka manage that? Besides quests, is there any other way to increase power? Realizing his thoughts, it gave a mischievous grin. Heh, now you understand the value. My worth, right? If you want to know, get me a drink. He threatened that it was fine not to talk, but then it shouldn't complain about being starved. Seeing this, even a worm will turn. It shyly answered, All right, I'll tell you. It explained thoroughly that there are many ways to increase power, such as doing high-difficulty quests to get better rewards, crafting items that increase power, finding treasures, or even boiling ogre tendons to make elixirs. Then, it threw a bucket of cold water on his hopes. But those methods aren't for you. He wondered why, since there were so many ways. It plopped down on his shoulder, arms crossed, and pouted mockingly. You have to reach at least 1,000 power points to use those methods. The rate of your power increase is too fast. Your body is only at a toddler's level. What's this about levels? Who's even the judge? His lips tightened as he fell into silent thought. And here I thought I'd gotten stronger. Turns out I'm just at the beginning stage. So the goal now is to reach 1,000 power points. And so, he had to continue training just like before. He trained every day to increase his power. And when his strength reached 930, the third test, practical combat, officially began. As soon as he arrived at the testing ground, Gang immediately asked, "You have the combat test today?" He was filled with confidence. "Yeah, I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Usually mages attack from the rear, so there's a chance their spells might hit allies in the chaos. This test is meant to assess a mage's risk management skills, which might be the most crucial part. Just then, Jason was taking his test. He used all his might to cast a fireball spell, but ironically, instead of hitting the monster, it flew straight towards the knights, scaring the daylights out of them. "Ack, what are you doing? Don't aim at us." The monster standing nearby was also baffled, not understanding what was happening. The proctor on the sidelines could only shake his head and sigh in dismay. "Humph, Jason Damon, you are disqualified." Dejected and lifeless, he walked away hunched over amidst the ridicule of his classmates. "Sir, the foreign knight squad has arrived to assist with the exam to ensure the student's safety and to evaluate the coordination between both parties. The test lasts for 10 days, and based on their scores, each person will fight different monsters. On the final day, there are a total of 13 students with the top scores. Since it was the final day, everyone was very curious about what kind of monster would appear. Suddenly, the entire stadium shook violently as if there was an earthquake, and everyone's face filled with extreme fear. A brown-haired boy spoke up. "What's that sound?" A giant creature appeared, its body towering and its face ferocious, with sharp fangs revealed in its roar. Its appearance made everyone scream in terror. "Is that a troll?" Trolls live in herds scattered across the continent. They are many times larger than humans, and their intelligence is not to be underestimated. Their nature is violent, so wars between trolls and humans often occur. The surrounding students' eyes widened, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Professor, are you sure this test is safe? What if someone dies because of the troll?" Professor Hido calmly explained, "You are all mages, so you must always be rational. Treat this as a real situation and do your best." Although fear still gripped their hearts, they answered loud and clear, "Yes, sir." A moment later, the test officially began. As soon as it was released, the monster roared madly and charged forward. It lunged towards the knights with its muscular arms, causing them to hurriedly raise their shields to block. While they held back the massive troll, Mikkel took the opportunity to cast his ice magic from behind. Ice arrows flew out one by one in the direction of his hand, a basic ice spell. Very unfortunately, those arrows just hit the ground. It executed a surprise attack from the air, and by the time everyone realized, it was already above them. Someone shouted, "Look up!" The professor watching from the side also yelled worriedly, "Michael, get out of the way." But his whole body was frozen stiff, his body trembling uncontrollably. Although he muttered about getting revenge for what happened before, fear paralyzed him. Sensing the situation was dire, the professor had to intervene. Prison of Thorns. Before the monster could attack Mikkel, thousands of vines erupted from the ground, binding it, much to his astonishment. Enraged by this foul play, it thrashed and screamed wildly. Even though it was bound, it was still spoiling for a fight, reaching for him and roaring loudly. Seeing this, he scrambled back in terror. His face was ashen, completely drained of color. And the result of his pathetic performance was Hido's cold voice, "Michael Gary Hill, you are disqualified." His uncle, Eric, slammed his hand on the table in frustration. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, he failed again. He decided to interfere with Lewin's test and turned to talk to Headmaster Tyrion Exnit. "Ah, Headmaster, do you plan to continue the test?" Hearing this, he turned in confusion. "What do you mean, Eric?" At that moment, Eric revealed his true intentions. "It's Lewin's turn next, isn't it?" The headmaster replied, "Yes." Eric's face was clearly sarcastic. Lewin was the only one Kingram gave a perfect score. It would be a bit unfair to judge the other students on the same scale as Lewin, wouldn't you say? The headmaster slowly stroked his beard. "I understand your point, but we don't have any other monsters." Eric then showed his true colors, flashing a wicked smile. "No, we do. When the foreign knight squad brought the troll, they also brought an ogre along." The headmaster pondered for a moment. Using an ogre for the test was extremely dangerous, but with Professor Hido present and the knights on the front line, he was truly curious about Lewin's abilities. The scene shifts to a long corridor in a magnificent castle, lit by torches everywhere. Hido leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the young man walking out from behind a large door. He called out softly, "Lewin." Hearing him, Lewin looked up in surprise and greeted him back. Professor Hido. The professor walked over, one hand tucked into his pocket, and spoke quietly. I have to tell you something before the test begins. For today's exam, your part will be more difficult than everyone else's. Lewin still didn't understand him. Huh. What do you mean? Professor Hido was very worried for him. The Academy has high expectations for you ever since King Graham gave you a perfect score. Many people said it would be unfair to have you fight the same monster as everyone else, so your test will be harder than the others. Lewin frowned. Harder means? The professor answered him, your target won't be the troll, you'll be fighting an ogre. His words made both the man and the bear widen their eyes in shock. An ogre? The bear blinked its round eyes and replied quickly. Aha, so your first real enemy is an ogre, huh? This is going to be fun to watch. The scene cuts to a large, muscular hand, tightly gripping and pulling a heavy iron chain. It was a sturdy, massive ogre with an orange-brown body, and it was roaring, a terrifying roar. The two guards on duty watched it fearfully. The blonde one curiously turned to the person next to him, Eric, and asked, Is this thing the leader of the water monsters? The black-haired one scolded, You idiot, that's an ogre. He grimaced, unable to believe it. An ogre? Impossible. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. It was true that I had made a somewhat confusing and dismissive suggestion, but there was no way they'd make a student fight an ogre in an exam like this. A student could only be so strong, right? Ogres look similar to monsters, but they are many times stronger. They can shatter a person's skull and break their spine in a single swing. Eric gritted his teeth and glanced at the person standing behind him. He was furious and asked, Are you sure, Professor? Even knights have a hard time capturing them. Hido, with a serious face, replied, I'm certain. It was the headmaster's order. Eric scoffed. Ah, his tone changed. You must be betting your own life on this exam, huh, Professor? From afar, the clacking of black leather shoes approached them, and a magnetic voice said, Yes, I am betting my life. Eric glanced over at the newcomer with a surprised expression. You are. The two faced each other. He stared at him and said, I'm Lewin, the exam candidate. The man asked again, You? Eric sized up the young man, unable to help but feel dismissive. This kid is going to fight an ogre? How on earth could he possibly stand against it? Eric was still focused on Lewin. The professor and I will protect him, but Lewin coldly walked right past him. Eric was startled. Where is he going? His face hardened. Hey, you're going the wrong way. What do you think you're doing? Lewin replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I'm preparing for the exam. You're in the wrong spot. You should be in the back, Eric reminded him irritably. Lewin stated firmly, I'm standing here. The man frowned in confusion. Huh? Lewin's cold turquoise eyes were icy, his expression incredibly serious as he explained, My spells are a little different. Eric raised his voice. If you stand in front, we won't be able to cover you. That thing isn't as easy to handle as the water monsters, Lewin once again asserted. His stance. Yes, I know. But the man maintained his attitude. Why are you toying with your own life? Lewin waved a hand, shrugging off his cloak, looking every bit the modern-day CEO. He lazily offered no further explanation. I have no other choice. He then walked forward, approaching the ogre. Seeing him act so recklessly, Eric couldn't help but worry. His brows had been knitted together so tightly they might as well have been one. I don't see any fear in him. He must be different. Professor Hido, who had been observing from behind, finally spoke up. Lewin, get ready. Then he shouted, Your test officially begins now. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. A clicking sound was heard. In the blink of an eye, the shackles on the massive ogre's arms sprang open and clattered to the ground. Its freedom had officially begun. The ogre erupted, roaring wildly as it charged straight towards the few soldiers holding swords and shields. And Lewin. He was already in a battle stance, a fuse of fire magic sparking from his hand as he shot forward, flying past the astonished soldiers. Eric yelled, trying to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? Is he really going to face that ogre head-on? Don't. What is he thinking? He was too late to stop him. The two of them, the ogre and Lewin, clashed with his blazing magic. The ogre let out a deep growl, raising its hand to gather magical energy. Crash! The sound of the ground shattering echoed. Lewin charged forward with a yell, launching a fireball straight at the ogre. The deafening crash and the fiery impact of two opposing streams of magical power fiercely collided, brilliantly illuminating the entire area. The bystanders couldn't even withstand the explosive force of the battle. Everyone was caught in the fiery clash between Lewin and the ogre. Eric's eyes were glued to the fight, his expression turning to one of utter disbelief. He dares to use a close combat spell in a situation like this. Really? Professor Hido nonchalantly waved away the dust cloud in front of him. He must have anticipated this moment, as Lewin certainly hadn't let his teacher down one bit. Of course, he was the only one feeling that way. The others standing by were already gaping, their eyes wide with panicked disbelief. Even the spectators in the stands were stunned. The arena was now completely shrouded in smoke and dust, and the soldiers stood frozen, unable to see the state of the fight. A student daring to fight an ogre up close. Let's hope he's still alive. Before anyone could recover, a familiar figure in a black shirt emerged from the cloud of dust, making even Eric flinch. He's still alive? The sight of the boy's face sent another shock through him. He was still, standing strong, ready to attack again. Professor Hido's expression was unchanged, but now it held a clear look of satisfaction, pride written all over his face. Suddenly, a hand slapped Lewin on the shoulder as someone shouted, "Hey, it was Eric." His expression was anything but pleased as he angrily reprimanded him. "You were almost a goner." Lewin calmly looked up at him, still composed but replying politely, "I apologize. But if I had told you in advance, would you have let me charge in?" Eric was left speechless and didn't know how to respond. Lewin shifted his gaze to the enraged ogre. "We don't have time to talk right now. Let's hurry and finish this test." The ogre was now visibly more enraged than ever. Eric moved past Lewin, waving a hand as he warned, "Get back. I know you're strong, but this thing is extremely dangerous." As if that wasn't enough, he opened his mouth to warn him again, his voice growing significantly louder. "Just stay put and let me handle this." Ignoring Eric's words, Lewin quickly darted forward, stopping right in front of the man. He turned around, his face completely serious. "This is my test." Eric, as if he hadn't heard a thing, kept asking, "What?" With the same resolute expression, Lewin said, "Please allow me to complete my test." The giant, ferocious monster appeared. Its body was massive, 5 times larger. Lewin observed the monster with steely determination. Behind him, Gutter also looked quite tense, wary of a surprise attack. Lewin focused intensely, completely unshaken. "There are 2 reasons I can be this courageous," he thought. Then, he recalled his ogre-related skill, the title he'd obtained from Kingram that would allow him to speak with the ogre. The ferocious monster shrieked, "Stay away from me, all of you, set me free." He wasn't frightened at all because he understood what it was screaming. To everyone else, it was a ferocious monster, but to him, this ogre was terrified of being surrounded by mages and knights. The second reason was the urgent quest he had received, which required him to strike first and defeat the enemy. The reward was an increase of 30 strength points and unlocking the player's eye skill. He flashed a confident smile and charged forward without hesitation. "Now that's a worthy reward for me." Every day was the same boring, repetitive task, but this one mission gave him the same points as 3 days combined. With a whoosh, he shot forward, leaving a cloud of dust behind him. He summoned a fireball in his hand and took off like a gust of wind, much to Mr. Gutter's astonishment. In a split second, his fist collided head-on with the giant monster as it lunged down. This created a massive shockwave, sending sparks flying everywhere. It took the full force of his blow and roared in anger. With a bang, the fiery vortex sent it flying far away. Just like that, the objective of attacking the enemy before him was completed. He smirked. "We're not done yet." It screamed, its crimson eyes wide with fury, its sharp teeth gnashed with killing intent. "I will kill you." The monster leaped high into the air, pouring all its power into this surprise attack. It yelled, "I'll smash your head in." Its strike made the ground tremble violently, but thankfully, with his long legs, he dodged it with ease. He meticulously observed the monster's every move, needing to find its weak spot. After landing safely, he used time refraction to advance. The captain was astounded by his godlike speed. How is he so fast? While on the move, he cast his fire magic. "I have to get closer." Instantly, he closed the distance between them. He aimed for its weak spot. Before the monster could even react, his fist landed squarely on its stomach. It let out a piercing shriek. As for the knights, one of them was gaping in shock. He's not even flinching against the ogre. What in the world is this guy? Another hid behind a shield to avoid the flying sparks. Among the students, the commotion was just as intense. "What's going on? Hey, look, the ogre is fighting back." It threw a powerful punch toward him, but he blocked it with his bare hand. Not giving up, it used its other hand, but he blocked that one too. He followed up with a kick to its arm. Suddenly, the monster caught his leg and without any hesitation, threw him like a sandbag. His body spun through the air, just like a lonely leaf in a storm. He clung to the wall like Spider-Man, but before he could even catch his breath, his eyes widened in shock again. It hurled a flaming fist right at him. Luckily, he dodged in time, and a large section of the wall behind him crumbled to pieces. He landed gently while the monster turned its head to look at him. It growled, showing clear hostility. "You lowly human!" He dashed as fast as a squirrel, spinning to prepare a kick that left it stunned. He unleashed a spinning kick, a move he had practiced for a long time, straight to its head. The ogre collapsed, shaking the very ground, sending dust and gravel flying everywhere. He jumped directly onto its chest. Wanting to end this quickly, he activated the ogre's fury skill, and a swirling torrent of red energy exploded from his hand. The monster broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as it questioned. "Are you really human?" he replied. "You probably don't need an answer, do you?" Its eyes widened in disbelief, as if it couldn't believe what it was hearing. It wondered, "You understand what I'm saying?" He didn't seem to care much, casually answering while preparing his move. "You understand me just fine too, don't you?" Before it could finish, Tyrant's Flame, a blow more scorching than a seared fillet, landed right on its face. The stacked effect of Ogre's Fury shifted him into a berserk state. This made controlling the energy source much more difficult. His pupils constricted and he gritted his teeth, seemingly in pain, as the towering flames engulfed the monster's colossal body. He stopped his attack. The monster was charred all over, completely defeated. He remained vigilant. "Is it over?" Trang, observing from a distance, was also full of admiration. "Not bad at all, huh? You even exceeded my expectations." He stepped off the monster's body. Perhaps exhausted from the fight, he was panting heavily. Everyone around was utterly amazed. Did he just take down the ogre? I think so. Whoosh! Everyone cheered enthusiastically, endlessly praising him. "Let's go, Lewin, you're so awesome!" Eric's annoyance was plain to see. "I can't believe he won." In contrast to that attitude, Headmaster Tyon Exnit smiled with deep satisfaction. The murmurs of amazement continued, with some still finding it hard to believe what had just happened. He really defeated the ogre all by himself. How is that possible? The guards quickly approached to examine the monster's corpse. Mr. Gutter walked up to him, asking, "Lewin Adele, who taught you those spells and combat skills?" He replied, "No one." The man's face still held a hint of skepticism. "I taught myself." He looked like a completely serious young man. "Yes." He turned to the professor, who was standing beside him, lost in thought. "Professor, what about my test results?" The man remained silent, thinking for a long moment. After a while, he spoke. "I thought there was no way you could handle it, but I didn't even get a chance to stop you." He looked directly at him. "You always managed to exceed my expectations." He wanted to confirm, "Does that mean, yes, I passed?" Just that one sentence made the entire hall erupt in cheers. Amidst the smoking rubble, the handsome and brilliant Lewin smiled with confidence. The status window appeared, confirming the mission was complete, while also issuing an emergency quest identical to the last one. The reward offered was the Gamer's Eye skill, along with a +10 bonus to his strength. He was quite surprised. Gamer's Eye. Upon further inspection, it was a skill that allowed him to see the essence of all things, enabling him to collect and digitize all information, as well as unlock the stealth skill and see others even when they are invisible. Trang, standing on Lewin's shoulder, looked quite excited. "Gamer's Eye, huh? Now you've become a genuine player." He turned to her. "You know about this skill?" It let out a mischievous giggle. "Of course, it's something only players possess." It stood with its hands on its hips, explaining enthusiastically, "You can see enemies who are using stealth abilities. When you do, there will be a faint outline around them," he exclaimed. "That's useful, isn't it?" Suddenly, the status window popped up, showing that the minimap had been unlocked. He wondered, "Mini?" Meanwhile, it smiled with delight. This function allowed him to observe everything within a radius of 500 meters around his position. Additionally, this skill allowed him to view the status of any chosen target, with the amount of accessible information depending on the target's level. It crossed its arms in front of its chest, revealing a toothy, arrogant grin. "There are plenty more surprises. When you get a new toy, you have to try it out right away." It suggested, "Look at that unconscious ogre over there and try activating Gamer's Eye." He glanced down at the massive body. "Look at that ogre." He focused intensely, channeling his energy to use the skill, and the status window gradually appeared. Sure enough, it displayed all the information about that monster, from its name and origin to its characteristics, and even an assessment of the target. He was so amazed he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is awesome!" He wanted to test it on other subjects, this time targeting the professor, but it only displayed information about his level. He suddenly understood, so there are things I can't read. "The information is limited," Trang immediately replied. "Of course. However, you can't read that much information about people who are a much higher level than you." It seriously raised one finger as if lecturing. "Once you become stronger, the amount of information you can access will increase." He listened intently. He smiled faintly, raising a hand to lightly touch his chin, his lips curling into a scheming smirk. "I get it." After the practical exam ended, rumors about Lewin defeating the goblin spread throughout the academy. On the school grounds, he and Jia-san were chatting on a stone bench when Jia-san teased, "Lewin, you see how everyone's talking about you, huh?" He was bewildered. "I don't know. This is a first for me." Suddenly, a brown-haired girl approached him. She spoke shyly, her sparkling eyes filled with affection. "Are you Senior Lewin?" It wasn't just that girl, as two others also came forward with lunch bags. You were so cool in the third test. Please eat this when you get hungry. As soon as he took the bags, they shyly left, leaving him quite flustered by the situation unfolding so quickly before him. He awkwardly offered a bag to Jia-sun. Do you want this? Jia-sun shouted in disbelief. What? He flew into a rage. You're being completely disrespectful to the ladies who struggled with their shyness to make you lunch. He was confused. Why are you getting so worked up? Looking at his friend sniffling with jealousy, he thought, this Jia-sun guy, when I used player's eye, his status window said he has great potential. He moved over and patted Jia-sun's shoulder. Over the past few days, I've checked everyone's status, and only yours showed high potential. He wore a serious expression, but his eyes were full of trust and determination. Jia-sun, just try a little harder. I'm sure you'll do well in the next test. Jia-sun was confused. What's this? Are you feeling sorry for me? He immediately denied it. What's there to feel sorry about? I'm saying you have a lot of potential. Your skills are all good. You just need to regain your confidence and work harder. Jia-sun was surprised. Really? Lewin advised. Yeah, stop slacking off. He chuckled lightly. Yeah, all right. In the next test, my goal is to make it into the top 10. Lewin sighed helplessly. That might be a bit tough. 1 second, Jia-sun was joking. The next, his face turned heavy. Are you being serious? Sometimes even I can't believe it. Lewin was confused. What do you mean? Jia-sun confided. I wonder if you're the same Lewin I've known for the past 6 years. A look of surprise flashed across Lewin's face. Oh, Lewin looked up at the vast blue sky. Yeah, sometimes even I find it hard to believe. So I understand how he feels. Jia-sun suddenly remembered. Oh right, there are some rumors going around about you lately. Lewin asked suspiciously. What rumors? He continued. People are saying you're going to surpass Mikhail Gary Hill, not just to become the valedictorian but also the Academy's representative. Lewin paid it no mind and stood up wearily. I don't care about that. Let's go inside. Afraid of being left behind, Jia-sun hurriedly scrambled after him. What do you mean you don't care? This is the year of the Grand Festival. Every year in May, representatives from famous academies gather for a magic festival to determine the best among them. And every 8 years, all mages gather for the Olympiad to choose the strongest. The Grand Festival takes place in a year when both of these events coincide. The Grand Festival is a nationwide competition where the brightest students from all academies showcase their abilities. The winner of the Grand Festival not only wins a huge sum of money for themselves and their academy, but also receives countless privileges. That's why the number of students participating is limited. 1 person for the individual competition and 30 for the team competition. 31 people from the top of each academy will participate in this major competition, and the participant in the individual competition becomes the student representative. In the academy cafeteria, everyone was excitedly discussing the upcoming festival, with lots of speculation in the air. I wonder who the student representative will be this year. It'll probably be Mike again, right? At their table, everyone was also discussing this. Jia-san spoke first. Of course Lewin will be the representative. The orange-haired guy next to him agreed. That's right, he's the only one who got 100 points from Kingram. The guy recalled while munching on his food. And from what I remember, every time Mike participated in the Magic Festival, do you guys remember how he performed? The student with brown hair at the table quickly replied, I remember. The team competition was nothing special, but in the individual round, he placed 4th out of 5. The orange-haired student from before sneered. That's why they call us a bottom-tier academy. A bottom-tier academy? The one that bombs the team competition and sucks at the individual one. After lunch, everyone cleared their plates, but the discussion on this topic wasn't over. Lewin is the only way we can get rid of that nickname. Don't you guys agree? Absolutely. Lewin, what do you think? His face was serious. The exams weren't over yet. He told himself it wasn't time to get arrogant or excited. After all, the person chosen for the Grand Festival would be the one who ranked first in the exams and received the professor's recommendation. And the 4th test, a one-on-one fight between him and Mike, was coming up. He stared straight ahead, his gaze firm. That's why I have to focus on the next test, he swore to himself. Right now, all I can think about is beating him to a pulp. 4 days later, on the training grounds, Lewin leaped up, unleashing a spinning wind kick, sweat pouring down his face, proof that he had been training for a while. The status window kept popping up. You have reached 1,000 strength points. You have received the title, Apprentice No More. It stretched its joints. I've finally waited for this day. Let's level up right now. It crouched down, focusing all its energy, and the surrounding air rushed towards it. Sensing it was enough, it leaped up and landed lightly on his shoulder as a powerful flame erupted around them. The mission difficulty increased twofold, and the reward value tripled. It focused intently, compressing the flames in its hands and gulping. Its small body stood straight with its head tilted back, trying to use its inner power to unleash its strength. A moment later, a blazing fire like the sun exploded in midair, expanding enough to incinerate anything it touched. It turned to look at Lewin, the intense heat making him instinctively shield his face. What is this? He seemed to realize something about the flame, his eyes widening as he stared at it. Elsewhere, Eric stood by a window with his arms crossed, lost in thought. He was remembering the scene of Lewin defeating the goblin, his face twisted in annoyance. Damn it, that. He had to give him points. He imagined the scene of the boy declaring war on Mikkel, wondering if Lewin Adel's current strength could defeat him. The thought of Mikkel falling at the boy's feet made him immediately dismiss the idea. That would be hard to imagine. Clenching his teeth, he pondered even more. If the boy won, Mikkel's position in the Grand Festival and his title as the top student would be shaken, and the Gary Hill family must remain at the top of this academy. Every muscle in his face tensed as if he were suppressing an explosive rage at all costs. Back at the training ground, Trang had reached level 2. It looked exhausted, and the surrounding firewall had weakened considerably, but in return, Lewin received 200 strength points. In his hand was a blazing orange flame. He stared at it intently, amazed. Trang remarked that he looked much stronger, showing its gratitude. Hey now, thanks to you, I reached 1,200 strength points this quickly. It placed its hands on its hips and puffed out its chest, looking very proud with a hint of narcissism. Ahem, it giggled, its mouth curling into a grin that showed its teeth, scratching lightly under its chin. This is just the beginning. The difficulty and rewards of the quest have increased. They both focused on the status window to check. Regular physical training quest 2, complete all of the following tasks. 5,000 punches, 5,000 roundhouse kicks, run 15 kilometers, and engage in combat practice to receive 30 strength points. Lewin looked at it thoughtfully. I've already increased my training intensity, so it shouldn't be too hard. He turned to ask it, so, what's that combat practice about? Suddenly, its face darkened, and it flashed a villainous smile. Remember the first time we met? I told you I could turn into anything, Lewin replied. Yeah, I remember, it said smugly. From now on, I can transform, but there are still limits, you know? So, can you turn into a person? Yes. Once I'm level 5, but transforming perfectly into a person is very difficult. Lewin wondered, then what can you turn into? Its face turned sinister. Wanna see? Suddenly, a small whirlwind appeared around its body. Gradually, the whirlwind grew larger. When the whirlwind vanished, a scarecrow tattered and mysterious appeared, making him unable to hold back his laughter. Is this a straw scarecrow? Not seeing the surprised reaction it expected, it got angry. What's with that expression? Lewin chuckled. Nothing. It's just not what I imagined. It boasted narcissistically, don't you dare look down on a straw scarecrow. When Draka first started sparring, I was the one who assisted him. Lewin wondered. Sparring? You mean you played the role of the target, right? It confirmed firmly. Exactly. I'm very useful for the quest. From now on, every day you have to do combat practice with it. It made a whirlwind spin around itself, looking mysterious. My power is still weak now, so I'm only on par with a level 3 mage. Deep inside the scarecrow, it cackled cunningly. Once I get my power back, I can take on anything. At that point, I can handle dragons or demons. Finding it interesting, Lewin wanted to try it out immediately. So, let's do it now. What do you want me to turn into? Lewin boldly suggested. A mage. As if he'd hit the right spot, it switched into challenge mode. Oh ho! Alright then. Trang gathered its power, creating a magic orb that transformed into a staff with a blazing red gem. The hand holding the staff instantly bulged with rippling muscles. Even if I hit you, it will only cause a shock, not any real damage. Lewin stood calmly. And what about you? Hearing its answer that there would be no harm, he raised an eyebrow and said, I see, you're the ideal sparring partner. It didn't waste a single moment, and immediately cast a fireball. Alright, take this. After speaking, it launched the massive stream of magic toward him. It was nothing to Lewin. He swiftly dodged to the side. He was incredibly excited, thinking to himself that right now Mikkel must be training. He couldn't wait to challenge him. Completely contrary to his thoughts, Mikkel was currently in Elk's room, staring at a leaf. That bastard is such an eyesore. What do I do now? The man fumed. You brat! How dare you say that in front of me? If you were a bit stronger back then, I wouldn't have had to listen to any of it. Mikkel waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Don't say anything. I heard that Lewin's score was raised because of you. Did that hit a nerve, uncle? He was being openly sarcastic without any restraint. Of course it did. You were the one who came up with that whole fairy incident. His expression looked like he wanted to eat the man alive as he slowly stepped forward. Thanks to you, he got a perfect score. If our family finds out, I don't think you'll get out of this alive. He couldn't believe his own nephew would be so insolent. The man was furious but couldn't do anything. You brat, you dare talk to me like that? Mikkel urged impatiently. Then stop nagging and figure out how to solve this. If he becomes the Academy's representative, a firm answer came from the man's mouth. No, that won't happen. I have an idea. A small, jade-green potion rested in his palm. Take it. Mikkel recognized it at a glance. This is a burning flower, a type of awakening herb. The burning flower? This flower grows in the northern illusionary region. It's a rare medicinal herb that some use to concoct special elixirs. The man instructed, drink it, and you'll achieve an awakening state. Your mana casting time will be significantly shortened. Mikkel was hesitant, but it removes the sensation of pain, and it also makes it difficult to distinguish between allies and enemies. The man stared intently at him. Correct. In other words, you won't see anything at all. You actually pay attention in class, I see. Mikkel didn't understand what his uncle was saying at all. But why do you want me to drink this? Yes. Mikkel got angry. Are you insane? In front of his uncle, it was as if he had no rights. You have no say in this. You already lost to that kid. Do you want to bring more shame to the family now? However, Mikkel knew very well about the sharp eyes of Professor Heido, but this is too risky. He knows the extent of my abilities. If he finds out, I'm done for. The man sneered, patting his chest. Have you forgotten who I am? Doping tests are my responsibility. A true professional at playing dirty, he had planned everything meticulously. Take this. It will help erase the traces. He placed the other purple potion into Mikkel's hand. After drinking the burning flower, take this one, he reassured his frightened nephew. Don't be afraid. For the sake of the Gary Hills lineage, this is the only way to move forward. So, will you take it or not? He never expected his uncle to suggest he use drugs like this. Mikkel hesitated endlessly, going through a deep internal struggle. Finally, the one-on-one combat exam arrived. At that moment, warm sunlight bathed the examination venue, the Mana Barrier Plaza. Everyone looked down excitedly, the sounds of chatter and laughter echoing continuously. It was always like this whenever a combat test took place. The exam area was always packed with people, and this was the final battle. Lewin and Mikkel stood facing each other, staring intently as the atmosphere grew tense. A few rustling sounds. The sound of, he strode forward quickly. Lewin's expression grew serious. The final test was finally here, a direct confrontation with Mikkel. He coldly recalled the warning that his opponent already knew he specialized in close-quarters combat. If he prepared for that, it's going to be a tough fight. Lewin smirked. But what if I manage to get close to him? He nodded and answered curtly. Then all it takes is one punch from Lewin, and he's down. The man standing between them spoke up. The prompt for this test is to be as close to a real battle as possible. A wide variety of terrain elements have been prepared and arranged in the arena. He asked, are you students ready? Both answered in unison. Huh. Lewin looked at Mikkel. Something felt off. He frowned, in thought. But that bastard Mikkel, he could only see a strange expression on his face, and his entire body was tensed up. Lewin made a preliminary observation. His condition looks too unusual. He watched Mikkel, who was gritting his teeth and staring at him, but made no move to attack. He wasn't acting arrogant like usual. Something wasn't right. I'd better check with Observer's Eye. Then, Lewin used the Observer's Eye skill, a circle. Emitting a blue light appeared before his eyes. An information panel popped up above Mikkel's head. Mikkel Garyhill, 3rd tier mage, high potential, magic casting ability 2, special status, hidden berserk. Lewin felt suspicious, wondering, berserk? I've never seen that status before, and the system window even says it's hidden. Did he do something to hide his use of an illegal potion? He remembered Elric. Before the test began, all students were checked for forbidden substances. But wait, the person responsible for that check was Professor Elric. Isn't he Mikkel's uncle? Did Professor Elric let Mikkel use something and then cover it up for him? The man announced, the rules of the match. Listen carefully, students. Only one thing is forbidden in this battle, and that is dark magic. You may use any type of magic from the 4 elements and points will be awarded based on the tier of the magic you use. He explained further, you don't need to worry about your opponent. Inside this mana barrier hall, the power of magic is reduced by 99%. Now, are there any more questions? Seeing Lewin raise his hand, he asked, what is it? Student Lewin Adeo? Mikkel's expression stiffened when he heard Lewin ask, what happens if one of us is discovered to have used a forbidden substance? Hearing this, the man said sternly, that student will be disqualified from the match and will fail this test. It could also lead to expulsion depending on the severity of the issue. But why do you ask? Lewin glanced at Mikkel and replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. The man spread his arms, signaling for them to move apart, and then called out, all right, take your positions. Lewin stood in place and clenched his fists. That's the only conclusion I can draw for now. And since I'm the only one who can see the status window, no one will believe me. Lewin's gaze became determined. I have to find proof. The two stood facing each other, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The man took a deep breath and shouted, ready. The moment he yelled, begin, Lewin and Mikkel charged forward to attack. He condensed an orb of blue light and shouted, "Lewin, go to hell." Immediately after, green vines sprouted from the ground, tightly wrapping around Lewin's legs. He shifted his foot, and the vines snapped in an instant. Everyone in the stands gasped in astonishment. What was that? How did he break free so quickly? Don't tell me Mikkel's spell has no effect on Lewin? Lewin thought to himself with satisfaction. Perfect. The mana barrier hall reduces the student's mana power, but my own strength is unaffected. Right after that, he rushed toward Mikkel. Mikkel used another spell, a pink light and a skull with its mouth open, spewing fire at Lewin. Mikkel growled, "You think that's all I have, huh?" As he unleashed his fire roar spell, a blazing red flame shot straight at Lewin. He used the flash skill, nimbly dodging the erupting fire. Then, Lewin quickly turned and ran, with the flame still chasing. Close behind him, the flame followed him as if it had a mind of its own. Lewin quickly jumped to evade it. He hid behind a boulder, feeling the scorching heat spread around him. Lewin peeked out from behind it, reduced casting time and increased mana output. Those are the effects of the potion Mikkel used. Mikkel laughed maniacally. "Don't hide. Come out and face me, you coward." Lewin focused his mind, recalling what he had learned. "I can see he's more hyped up than usual, for sure. That potion is." An image appeared in Lewin's mind, fever blaze flower. He listed Mikkel's symptoms: trembling hands, extreme excitement, reduced pain sensation, and difficulty distinguishing between friend and foe. It's too obvious. Meanwhile, Mikkel was still laughing loudly and taunting him. "Come out! Show your face! Come and face me!" Lewin narrowed his eyes. The only thing that hasn't shown up yet is the pain suppression effect. He stood up to face Mikkel, saying cryptically, "No wonder you're so confident. It's because of that thing, isn't it?" Mikkel flinched and exclaimed, "What?" Lewin calmly watched the flustered Mikkel and said a name. "Fever Blaze." Mikkel's face was stunned when he heard Lewin's words. "But it doesn't matter. To take you down, I don't need things like that." He raised his hand, his voice full of ridicule. "Here I come!" Lewin shot forward like an arrow while using the time refraction skill. Mikkel summoned ice and snow while cursing under his breath. Damn it, how is he? So fast? An ice barrier he created appeared in front of Lewin. He didn't flinch at all and shouted, "Useless!" Lewin's leg swept forward, and a flash of yellow light burst out, much to Mikkel's astonishment. The sound of chatter erupted from Tyon X Nit's group. What kind of magic is that? Is it that type of magic? Is that even magic at all? Inside the arena, Mikkel summoned a Tier 3 spell, Molten Blast, and shouted, "Take this!" Lewin counterattacked, clenching his fist and throwing a punch. Earthshaker! The moment the punch landed, Mikkel's Molten Blast was blown away. He stumbled backward repeatedly, his large body seemingly in immense pain. The crowd in the stands gasped. He used Earth to block fire. Mikkel was knocked back and fell to the ground with a thud, screaming in agony, "No!" Suddenly his pupils contracted in terror and his whole face went rigid. Mikkel looked up at Lewin, who was looking down on him, his voice dropping low. "Don't come near me." Lewin flicked his fingers with a cold smile. "Don't be such a wimp. Take this." Michael watched as Lewin's thumb and middle finger touched, his voice trembling. Lewin's hand got closer and closer, and the yellow light along with it flashed brightly. After a loud boom, the view inside and outside the mana barrier arena returned to normal. As Lewin's fingertips separated, the yellow beam of light grew larger and shot toward Mikkel. The crowd in the stands all at once shot to their feet, only to find the dueling grounds shrouded in thick dust, obscuring their vision. Mole's eyelids drooped slightly. The scene before him was rather surprising, because Miko was now hanging his head, chuckling maniacally. "Lewin, you dare look down on me?" He had barely finished speaking, scratching his forehead lightly, when Lewin charged in and headbutted the side of Miko's face. Without giving him a chance to counter, Lewin unleashed a barrage of punches. With a thud, Miko's entire body slammed into a boulder and lay sprawled on the ground. His body trembled uncontrollably, yet his laughter echoed. "So weak, and you think you can beat me? That didn't hurt at all." Lewin thought to himself, he's still conscious after taking so many consecutive hits. At this rate, Miko could die from the shock. Lewin grabbed Miko's shoulder to pull him up, realizing it was too dangerous to continue. Then, Miko's entire body was lifted into the air by winding green vines called prison trees. Lewin raised his hand and spoke out, "Professor, I believe Miko is using a forbidden substance." The professor walked over and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean? Why would Miko use a forbidden substance? Are you sure? If you're making a false accusation, you could be disqualified." Lewin's voice was firm. "Yes, I'm certain, because there's a chance that the use of the forbidden substance was concealed. Or," he continued, "someone discovered it and turned a blind eye." The professor hesitated. "You mean?" Lewin lowered his voice, glancing nearby. "The person with access to rare ingredients and who is responsible for the pre-match inspections." The professor's gaze followed Lewin's toward Eric. Lewin's voice rang out again. In this entire academy, only one person could have done that. Lewin seemed to hesitate. Now that I think about it, isn't Professor Eric also Miko's uncle? Wait a minute. Could Professor Eric have? Eric rushed over, panicked. Lewin, do you have any idea what you're saying? He snapped in frustration. Are you accusing Miko of using a forbidden substance and me of turning a blind eye? But Lewin wasn't frightened in the slightest and calmly replied, yes, and I have proof. Hearing this, Eric gasped. What? He then burst out laughing. Fine, let's test him again then. Lewin stepped away. That won't be necessary, Professor. After all, you already used a special elixir to hide his symptoms. Eric grew flustered. So what is it you want? Where is this so-called proof? Lewin touched the large tree trunk and said with a smile, allow me to show all the professors. Right after he spoke, there was a loud explosion, and a large yellow light flashed from the center of the trunk. Lewin's hand was still in the same position, fingers extended. He looked at the tree, which now had a huge chunk missing. That was from my forehead flick earlier, he argued. Let's just say his magic did increase through training, but there's no way someone could take that many consecutive blows and still be conscious and laughing. In his current condition, I estimate his skull is rattling violently, and he has at least 3 to 6 broken ribs. His eyes are bloodshot, yet he doesn't seem to care and just keeps laughing maniacally, Lewin continued. And still he laughs as if he feels absolutely no pain. Eric's face went rigid as Lewin asked, is there anything else you'd like to deny, Professor? Up in the stands, Professor Elia and Tyrion Zignet jumped to their feet. Tyrion Zignet shouted, Professor Eric! Seeing the guilty look on his face gave him all the answer he needed. Tyrion Zignet roared in anger. How dare you pull a stunt like this in such a sacred place as this? Professor Eric, you will accompany me to my office at once. Hearing the fury in his voice, Eric hesitated, glancing at his nephew, only to see him completely unaware of how serious the situation was, hearing only the mindless laughter of Miko. The final exam passed quickly after that. The corruption of the Gary Hill lineage was brought to light. Whispers filled the hallways. I heard Professor Eric got fired, and Miko was also expelled. I've got a new nickname for you. Someone slung an arm around Lewin's shoulder, chuckling, Hey, it's Lewin the Expeller. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of steady footsteps echoed through the silence. Lewin now stood before a giant door. The space around him brightened as Lewin had been summoned by the headmaster. He felt as if time stood still, a complete silence in his ears, until a faint sound made him look up, his eyes widening in astonishment, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He was now standing in a vast, grassy field. In front of him was a single red chair. Lewin looked around, confused. Is this the territory of House Ale? He muttered to himself. No, it doesn't look quite right. Then Lewin looked back at the object in front of him, and that is... He stared at the chair and recognized it. The throne of Tehran, the seat of the Supreme Mage. Why is it here? Tyrion Zignet's voice suddenly came from behind. What is it that you see? Lewin? He quickly turned to greet him. Oh, hello, Professor. The headmaster spoke as he walked. This place was created by the Eyes of Man Lirok. Have you ever heard of them? Lewin followed closely behind, replying, Yes, I have heard of them. As far as he knew, Man Lirok was the leader who started the invasion of the Frelia continent. Legend has it that he could make people see their deepest desires. After his death, his body was crafted into a sacred treasure. Tyrion Zignet glanced back and continued, The Eyes of Man Lirok are the artifact that allows you to see what you wish to see. What you saw just now is a reflection of your deepest desires. Lewin slightly bowed his head as a thought crossed his mind. My greatest desires are to restore the Ale family's domain and to become the most powerful mage. The headmaster suddenly asked, Are you curious to know what I see? Lewin asked, What is it that you see, Professor? Tyrion Zignet smiled gently, his eyes full of warmth. A world where everyone fulfills their proper role, where students are students and mages are mages. The two of them were now standing in front of a door. He continued, Of course, that is by no means easy. Lewin quietly replied, I understand. With a loud creak, the thick, heavy door swung open on its own. As Lewin was about to step inside, he glanced back. He saw an image of himself holding the championship trophy as the male students tossed him into the air, cheering, Lewin won, Lewin won. Then, the scene changed to him in a graduation cap as a voice announced, Congratulations to our valedictorian, Lewin Ale. The corners of Lewin's mouth curled into a faint, almost unnoticeable smile. The scene shifted. In a quiet room, a soft clink was heard. A cup of tea was placed on the table with an invitation. Please, have some tea, Lewin. Lewin nodded in reply. Yes, thank you, Professor. Tyrion Zignet watched silently as Lewin lifted the cup and took a sip. When Lewin had finished, the headmaster asked, "I called you here because there is something I must ask you. Will you give me a straight answer?" Among the vast number of forbidden substances, Tyrion Zignet clasped his hands, his voice growing serious. "How did you know the specific substance Myko used was the combustion flower?" Lewin remained silent for a moment, as if arranging his thoughts, before listing its characteristics. The attitude of Miko wasn't his usual self. He was ferocious yet restless. Not to mention, the amplification and flow of his mana were also abnormal, so I speculated that he used burning soul fire. Exnet asked again, "But from what I can see, you seem certain, not just speculating anymore. Why is that?" Lewin frowned and explained, "The mana barrier in the hall only dampens magical power, not physical strength, and what I used was physical strength, not magic." He told himself not to mention the adversary's eye. Lewin's voice lowered. I'm sure he suffered extreme shock, yet he could still laugh and showed no signs of pain. That can only prove that he used burning soul fire. He silently praised the boy, who was only 16 years old, for being sharp enough to immediately detect even the slightest changes in his opponent. Not to mention, he acted so calmly in that situation, coupled with his perfect magic abilities. Tyrion Exnet placed his hand on the table and spoke in a firm voice. "As the headmaster of this academy, I deeply regret this incident. My sincerest apologies, Lewin. I will ensure that the Gary Hill family cannot harm you." With that, he stroked his long white beard and said, "One more thing, I have a proposal." Lewin was stunned when he heard Tyrion Exnet's words. "Would you like to participate in the Grand Festival this July as the Academy's representative?" Even though he had prepared himself for this, he couldn't hide his surprise. The Academy's representative, a position everyone covets. I had a vague feeling about this when I came here. Lewin closed his eyes, trying to calm himself, as if pondering a very serious matter. Tyrion Exnet listened intently for his answer. "Thank you, sir. I feel very honored to receive this offer." But Lewin's voice became hesitant. "You know I still lack experience. I haven't fought in a single real battle for the past 11 years. He bowed his head slightly, his voice growing quieter. "During that time, I couldn't do anything, nor did I have any achievements because of my mana disorder. The Grand Festival is a gathering of only the most talented people. I don't know if I'm strong enough to compete with them." Tyrion Exnet's voice rang out, making Lewin look up. "That's not a problem. As a judge at the Grand Festival," he raised his index finger and said with assertion, "I believe you are worthy of the title Championship Contender." He hesitated and asked, "I'm sorry, sir? A championship contender?" Tyrion Exnet stroked his long beard and said, "I assure you, you are a very promising candidate, and what's even more frightening is..." A blush of embarrassment appeared on Lewin's face as he heard the headmaster speak. "You will be a secret weapon that no one expects." Tyrion Exnet let out a long, satisfied sigh. "To them, you are a mystery. They have no information about you. They don't know what techniques or fighting style you'll use. And of course, they won't be able to find a way to counter you." Hearing this, he rejoiced inwardly. "Is that so? Since I was always at the bottom, they won't be on guard. They also don't have as much information on me as Miko did. It looks like it'll be easy to pull off a surprise this time." Lewin's hands tightened on his pants as he heard the headmaster ask, "So what do you say? Will you participate or not?" After putting on an act of careful consideration, he immediately gave his answer, "I will do my best not to disappoint you, sir." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Tyrion Exnet spoke up, "Right on time. Please, come in." He looked at the visitor and then said to Lewin, "Lewin, I think a physical skills class would be more beneficial for you than a magic class. I've invited this professor to help you develop those skills." When he heard the greeting, "Are you doing well?" Lewin was momentarily stunned. This is..." The visitor was Gutter Perante. He laughed teasingly. "What's with that face? Not happy to see me?" Lewin recognized him. He was the captain of the Knight Order in the Foreign Territory, one of the only elk-rank knights in the Jadi Kingdom. He remembered that this was the man he had met during the third test. Looking at Gutter sitting in front of him, Lewin couldn't help but marvel. "I can't believe I'll be learning physical skills from him." The man finally spoke. "First of all, I need to confirm a few things," Gutter asked. "I heard from Professor Hido that you're a special mage who can only fight in close combat. Is that true?" He nodded slightly in response. "Yes, that's correct." He then gave his assessment of Lewin. "From what I've seen, your movements are quite good. They're fast and efficient, with no wasted motion." Lewin froze when he heard Gutter say, "But honestly, it's obvious you've never studied martial arts." His voice deepened. "Your moves might have worked on that goblin before, but against us, you'd be read like an open book. No matter how strong you are, opponents with good physical skills can predict your attacks by the way you move your shoulders and hips." His empty hands on his knees tensed slightly. Lewin thought to himself, "He's right. My moves are all just repetitive motions from quests, so they aren't very applicable in a real fight." Suddenly, Gutter shot up to his feet. "But don't worry. If you learn from me, your movements will change from the very basics. He looked straight into Lewin's eyes. So, shall we start right now? After that, the two of them moved to a different training location. The sound of swords rang out. For a knight, the most important thing is footwork. A solid stance makes for a powerful swing. Moreover, your feet will help you predict the enemy's next move, so your first lesson will be how to step correctly. He sat on a platform and spoke. Only when you learn how to step correctly can you truly use physical skills. Lewin held out his hand, his expression serious as he followed Gutter's instructions. Celestial martial arts is a discipline commonly used in the training of knights. He continuously threw punches, the sound of them cutting through the air. The man slowly stood up, watching Lewin shadowbox, and said, "This discipline consists of a total of 36 forms, not including swordsmanship techniques." He continued to train diligently, his hands clenched into fists. Lewin's whole body tensed to charge forward, throwing punch after punch into the air, each one making a whooshing sound. Nearby, Gutter stood with his arms crossed, silently observing Lewin's every move. His expression turned serious. He recalled Lewin's earlier words. "I have a question," Lewin had asked. "What do you gain from teaching me martial arts? You even have to come to the academy every day." "So why are you doing this, sir?" Gutter had replied. "Just think of it as an investment." Hearing that, Lewin asked doubtfully, "An investment?" The man stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I've met someone who has the potential to become a talented mage in the future. If I contribute to supporting that person..." Lewin remained silent as Gutter continued. "Then it can be considered a worthy investment, right?" After that, Lewin bowed deeply. "Then I'll be in your care, Professor Gutter." Suddenly, the man coughed awkwardly. "Suggestion. Oh, and calling me professor sounds too formal. Just call me Hyung. I'm only in my 30s. Hearing this age, Lewin was startled in amazement. "Huh? No way." Back in the present, he was still training hard. Lewin punched from one side to the other. Gutter watched calmly from nearby, somewhat pleased. "This kid's not bad. He's got guts." Gutter recalled when he was examining the goblin's wounds. He heard whispers around him. The goblin's jaw was really broken. Seeing Lewin swing a high kick, he sighed inwardly. A close combat mage stronger than a goblin. What an interesting kid. And just like that, 3 weeks passed. Lewin looked at the notification from the system. The body arts skill had leveled up. Body arts has reached level 10, obtained the title, My Body is a Weapon, reward, increased effect for the Mage Frenzy skill. With the Mage Frenzy skill, you can now channel magic throughout your entire body, he said to Chang. Mastering the celestial art is pretty useful, huh? It laughed gleefully. Of course, it's how I managed to reach level 3. Lewin looked at the notification. Strength, 2,130. His hand slowly clenched into a fist. This power is immense. I can feel it so clearly. Chang let out a sigh. The speed at which you're gaining this power is even more terrifying. It took Draka over 1.5 years after meeting me to reach 2,000 strength points. Is it because of the difference in time perception between humans and dragons? Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance. Lewin saw Jason running towards him frantically, and Lewin asked curiously, "Jason, what's wrong?" He bent over, hands on his knees, panting as he asked, "Did you see it?" He asked doubtfully. "See what?" Jason replied. "The list of participants for the Grand Festival has been posted at the Academy Gate." Lewin froze, wondering to himself. The Grand Festival. A memory surfaced in Lin's mind, a voice echoing. First place, Lin Adele. At the opening ceremony, I represented the new students on the podium. Because of that, I became the target of jealousy and suspicion. To respond to this envy, I committed pathetic acts for the past 5 years. All I could do was watch from afar as Mikkel received everyone's congratulations. And now, Lewin and Jason were rushing towards the Academy Gate. When the two arrived, they saw a crowd of people was already gathered in front. Upon seeing the contents of the announcement, he couldn't help but let out a gasp, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Lewin couldn't believe his eyes. "I'm really the representative?" The male students recognized him too. "Huh? It's Lewin." Then they ran towards Lewin, shouting, "Congratulations on becoming the representative. Lewin, I'll be cheering for you at the Grand Festival." "It took a long time, but I've finally become the Academy's representative again." Lewin beamed at everyone. Beside him, Jason was so happy he could cry. "I'm also on the list, at the 31st position in the group competition." The scene changes to another location, where Heido praised him. "I was very surprised when Lord Gutter told me you've mastered the celestial art." His voice faltered. "But an S-rank student at the age of 16. Sometimes your genius talent frightens me." Then Heido's tone became firm again. "I believe you can do it, Lin." And so, the preparations for the Grand Festival went smoothly. We arrived just in time at Antan, the venue for the Grand Festival, where everyone was waiting for the train. People were murmuring in conversation. "Are we going to board the Mana train here? This is my first time riding one. I heard it's incredibly fast." Lewin stood in the crowd. Conversations buzzed in his ears. There are only 2 transit points in the Jadi Kingdom, but they say the Ja Imperial Federation has over 100 transit points. Of course, they're an empire after all. We're the smallest of the small nations. Lewin and Jason both frowned when they heard someone click their tongue. A bunch of country bumpkins making a fuss over a single mana train ride. He scoffed disdainfully. "Stop being such hicks and shut up," Jason's voice snapped. "What?" Then he angrily yelled. "You bastard, are you done talking?" Lewin listened in silence without intervening. He recognized this guy. That bastard is Hanker, M's lackey, who participated in last year's magic festival with him. Hanker didn't care and continued, "If you think Lewin is going to pull off some miracle at the grand festival, just give up. He's so arrogant just because he got a high score in the first semester." The male student next to Hanker chimed in. "That's right, the representatives from other academies are like phantoms. We'd have a much better chance of winning if Mikkel, who has fought against them, was chosen as the representative." Jason trembled with anger, hearing that declaration. "Anyway, I won't accept Lewin as the Academy's representative, so you guys better watch your own backs," he roared. "What?" Lewin was silent. "There are so many scumbags who want to benefit even a little by clinging to the Gary Hill family, but I have to do well in this competition, even if it means being on the same team with those jerks." Chang stood on his shoulder, chuckling. "Lewin, you're in a tough spot, aren't you?" Hanker glanced towards the source of the sound. "M will surely be pleased." Lewin gave an ice-cold smile. "The dogs are still loyal to their master, even when their master is about to be kicked out." Hanker strode towards him, raising his voice. "Did you just call us dogs?" Lewin laughed. "Good. I tried to speak as clearly as possible so someone with your level of intelligence could understand. So you did get what I meant?" he continued. "Just because you're the Academy's representative." Before Hanker could finish, he was cut off. Lin's voice turned serious. "This grand festival will be on a completely different level than the magic festivals you've attended before. If you get good results, you'll have better opportunities than the Gary Hill family can ever give you." Hanker laughed out loud as if he'd heard a ridiculous joke. "Of course, if we get good results, then that would be the case. But is that even possible? The participants in this competition are all monsters. In the end, our fate is to be stuck in the Jadi Kingdom and work under the Gary Hill family. You shouldn't be dreaming." His voice remained calm. "We can do it." Lewin turned and walked away. "The Grand Festival is an event where unity is the most important thing. It's best if we eliminate any elements that hinder teamwork." Seeing this, Hanker called after him, "So does that mean you'll compete without us?" He gave him a cryptic response. "On the way there, you should think it over and see who your representative is now." Hanker was so angry he gritted his teeth at Lewin's words. "And there's no Gary Hill family here to recognize your loyalty." He flew into a rage and screamed, "You're ruining your first individual match. I'm not taking any orders from you." With a constant chugging, the train sped through the forest. Inside the car, people looked outside and gasped. "This is so fast." Trang, standing on his shoulder, laughed heartily. "What's going on here? The world has become a better place. In my day, the fastest mode of transport was," and his face looked incredibly embarrassed. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a nearby door, followed by a voice that reached Lewin and John's ears. "Ah, I thought I smelled the stench of losers somewhere around here." 3 male students were standing there, and the one in the middle spoke with a mocking tone. Well, what do we have here? The country bumpkins from the stupid academy?" Lewin looked at the emblem on the chest of the guy who had just spoken. That emblem, the Oyota National Magic Academy. From what he knew, the Oyota National Magic Academy, the only training school in Oyota, the Sand Kingdom built in the desert, was famous for its ancient history, and they were especially known for honing their swordsmanship and bodies to the absolute limit. Lewin looked at them suspiciously, wondering what people from the Oyota National Magic Academy were doing here. Seta raised his voice to ask, "Hey, you idiots from the stupid academy, where is Mikkel Gary Hill? Don't tell me he ran away because of a little adversity. I was planning on having him take care of us this year." He said this while laughing boisterously, implying a slave-like servitude. Seta waved his hand and said to those near him, "You're in charge of last place again this year, right? Let's all get along." Trang covered their mouth and giggled. "Oh my, look at your patience. I can't believe you can just sit there and listen to this, Lewin." Lewin looked at the mocking Seta and thought to himself, "I never knew because I've never been here before. But it seems our academy is treated very poorly." His gaze shifted to another direction nearby. He only saw the 2 professors with their eyes glued to a notebook, feigning disinterest. Lewin realized the professors had no intention of intervening. The Grand Festival is a competition between students, and right now, their role was simply that of a guide. He lowered his head slightly, his eyebrows furrowed. The authority and responsibility for the entire team now rested on his shoulders as the Academy's representative. Seta walked over to Hanker, rested an arm on the back of his chair, and called out, "Hey Hanker, where's your representative Mikkel Gary Hill?" At least he was an interesting guy, but Hanker remained silent. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Seta turn his head. He's probably bedridden, praying for his broken ribs to heal right about now. He saw Lewin standing up straight, looking directly into Seta's eyes with full confidence. Hanker said with a hesitant voice, "That's our academy's representative." Seta was skeptical. Representative? That kid? This is the first time I've ever seen him. With that, he turned and walked towards Lewin. His footsteps were like drum beats pounding in everyone's heart. No one dared to breathe too loudly. Seta stood face to face with Lewin and introduced himself. "I'm Oyota's representative, Seta Mankiri. What's your name?" Lewin was not afraid at all. "Calm," Lee replied. "Lewin Arpello." Lewin's voice deepened. "And I think that's enough of a greeting for our first meeting. If you're done causing trouble, then get out of our car." Hearing this, Seta's voice grew sharp. "What?" Lewin's lips curled into a smirk. "And of course, you will apologize for calling us the stupid academy before you leave, won't you? And with a polite attitude." "That's what I mean," Lewin repeated. "Shouldn't you apologize before you go for calling us the bunch from the stupid academy?" "Ah, I mean a sincere apology." A vein bulged on Seta's forehead, his voice as cold as ice. "What did you say?" He moved in close to Lewin. "Did you just tell me to apologize?" Then Seta turned around and furiously yelled, "Hey, Hanker, didn't you tell him who I am?" Hanker's whole body trembled. Hearing that only made Seta more furious. "You can't even handle something that simple. Let me teach you a lesson you'll never forget." Seeing his behavior, Lewin understood. So that's how it is. He saw the fearful expressions on everyone's faces. This was why the Grand Festival participants were afraid of the Oyota Academy students. It was because they were bullied by Seta Mankiri. Lewin looked at Seta with a determined gaze. He felt the atmosphere of fear enveloping the entire train car. They were doing this intentionally to demoralize everyone before the match. Lewin was so angry he clenched his fists, so the Grand Festival had already begun. Suddenly, he smirked provocatively. "So, you want to have a go?" Seta looked as if he'd heard a joke. "Huh? Has this bastard really lost his mind?" With that, he prepared to throw a punch, not forgetting to threaten. "You think I'm scared? When you get hit, don't you dare." Before the blow could even land, someone shouted loudly, "Seta, stop!" Seta retracted his punch, pulling his hand back, and his voice became hesitant. "Professor," the man spoke in a stern voice, "can't you just sit still? What kind of stunt are you pulling before the match? Trying to make enemies already?" He looked sincerely at the two professors and apologized. "My students were being disrespectful. On their behalf, I sincerely apologize." Professor Haidu also gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Then the man pushed Seta hard, yelling at Seta to go back to his seat. Immediately, he was still unwilling. "But, Professor," Seta turned back and shot him a hostile glare. Just you wait." Lewin watched them walk away and fell into deep thought. It's just as I thought. This wasn't going to be easy from the start. In another train car, a frustrated voice rang out, "Professor, why did you stop us?" Seta still couldn't understand. "You were the one who came up with this plan. So why?" The man lowered his head and sighed, asking in return, "You didn't see it?" He was stunned. "Huh? What do you mean?" Seta flinched when he heard the professor's question. "Didn't you see him smiling?" The professor recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier. That Professor Haidu from the Ignis Academy. He was smiling while watching you, as if he was waiting for you to make a move. Seta cautiously voiced his thoughts. "It's just confidence, that's all." His professor let out a breath. "I'm not so sure. I don't know for certain." He recalled the aura coming from Lewin. "I think there's more to that kid, Lewin, than we know. He's not like that Mikkel Gary Hill you fought last time." Hearing this tone, Seta knew that things were not as simple as he had thought. The train continued to move. After the Oyota group left, the atmosphere in the cabin had changed strangely. Everyone gathered around Lewin to discuss. "Hey, what's the first match?" "The first match is a group battle without the representative. So you're not in it, Lewin?" "I don't know if we can do it, though." Hanker raised his voice with determination. "Of course we can! We can't lose!" Someone agreed, shouting with spirit. "Right! We can't lose to those bastards!" Lewin looked at everyone with satisfaction. Just a moment ago, they were still full of ego and jealousy, but now they were united like this. Everyone asked him with concern, "Are you okay, Lewin? Why did you have to be so intense? Those guys have known how to fight since they were born." "Yeah, he's right. If a real fight broke out," what Lewin said, causing the whole group to stop in their tracks. "Aren't you guys annoyed?" He emphasized each word. "They're openly looking down on you, on our school's representatives. As a representative myself, what would happen if I just sat back and did nothing?" Inside the train car, Lewin's voice rang out again. "They would definitely be even more amused and look down on us even more. Besides, it's one thing for one person to hesitate, but," he cut the other person off, "if we do nothing, then our academy is just as stupid as they say." "Is that what you want?" The entire group lowered their heads at Lewin's question. To keep being looked down on like this. Suddenly, he raised his voice. It's precisely because you all back down that they've disrespected us for the past Eric years, Lewin continued. So, what do you want to do now? This isn't the time to be divided by our egos. Someone pushed Henker forward. Yeah, we were thinking of making Henker the goalie for the aeroball match. What do you think? He scratched his head in embarrassment. Me? The goalie? Lewin was somewhat satisfied. It seemed M's lackey was finally willing to participate, which was how it should be until the competition ended. Suddenly, an announcement for the next stop. And Tanucci echoed through the train, followed by an urging voice. We're here. Everyone grab your luggage and get off. And Tanucci was a state belonging to the Doi Nak Royal Federation. It was also the only state recognized as a neutral territory of the empire. Therefore, upon setting foot here, even sworn enemies had to temporarily set aside their grudges. If any bloodshed occurred within Anten's territory, the Doi Nak Empire, as the continent's hegemon, would preside over the case. For this reason, large-scale international competitions, such as the Mage Association's Grand Festival and the Swordsmanship Association's Grand Sword Tournament, were all held in Anten. The male students stared blankly at the crowd before them and began to murmur. So this place isn't the Doi Nak Empire? Someone dismissed the idea. Idiot. It's not the empire. It's just a royal federation under the empire's administration. One person pouted. It's pretty much the same thing. Jia-sun looked around. This place looks like a whole other world. Huh, Lewin? Our Daemon district was already amazing. But this place. Lewin's eyelids drooped slightly. So this was in 10. He watched two men chatting cheerfully, truly befitting the kingdom's capital. Then he looked over at two girls laughing with delight. Everything exuded an ancient charm, and everyone seemed to be at ease. Lewin thought to himself, coming here really makes you realize how small our home is. Suddenly a voice called out, we'll be heading to our accommodations now. Everyone please board the carriages. Following that, everyone boarded the carriages one by one. The carriages proceeded in a long line down the road. The teacher, sitting opposite Lewin and Jia-sun, spoke up as a precaution. I'm just saying this just in case. Even if it's by accident, do not go near the other academy's areas. His eyes flickered towards Lewin. Causing trouble right now won't do any good. The boy became flustered. Why are you looking at me when you say that? Suddenly, Trang looked in another direction and exclaimed, Whoa, look at that. Lewin looked at it quizzically and asked, Huh, what is it? Trang raised its eyebrows. It continued, I just caught a very interesting scent. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. What scent? Unexpectedly, it leaped down from above, landing on Lewin's feet and opening its mouth. It seemed Trang had sensed it, saying, A remnant of Draka is here. The scene changes to the next day. At the lodging house of Xenia Academy, Jia-sun watched Lewin swiftly putting on a jacket and asked sleepily, Hey Lewin, you going on a date? He didn't answer and dashed off like the wind. The system screen lit up in front of Lewin. As he ran, he asked Trang, Are you sure? It nodded in response. Of course. You'll see it appear on the minimap in a moment. Even I find this strange. When they arrived at a place with a sign that read, Vibrating Memories Workshop, Trang exclaimed, We're here. Lewin slowly opened the door and stepped inside. He looked at the scene inside and remarked, I thought an item of the Black Dragon would be in some special place, but this looks too normal. Lewin stroked his chin thoughtfully. It should have been in a place like the black market or a rich person's basement. Trang stood with its hands on its hips and laughed. Draka's remnants are useless to ordinary mages. They're just worthless junk to them. Upon using physical immunity boundary, his eyes shot wide open, followed by a brilliant flash of light. The burst of light shot towards the man, startling him. A ring floated within that light. System information. The player's innate treasure is a relic, and also Draka's first failure. The immunity ability will help resist physical effects on the player's body, increasing the chance to nullify physical damage. Seeing this, Lewin asked doubtfully, A failure? Trang laughed and explained, This one is a bit special. It elaborated specifically, it not only resists attacks but also normal physical contact. You can't even get a hug from a lover. Trang gave a forced smile. It's a nuisance when you don't need it and gets in the way when you do. That's why it's called a failure. But you still need this. Knowing he couldn't refuse, the boy could only nod. Looking at the system screen's text, sets the strength requirement to 0 when equipped. Lewin nodded in approval. Sets the strength requirement to 0, that alone makes me want to wear it. He then tried putting the ring on his middle finger. Lewin admired his hand with great satisfaction. Nice, it fits perfectly, as if it were made for me. He said to the shopkeeper, I'd like to buy this ring. How much is it? The man let out a laugh and gestured, Just take it. It's been here for so long, I don't even know how to maintain it anymore. Left with no choice, Lewin could only suggest, Then let me buy something else. The man smiled again and replied, Be my guest. The boy walked down the aisle. looking left and right. Having a appraiser's eye is really convenient. Seeing the rarity of the books appear before his eyes, Lewin mused, it can even determine the value of items. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he looked in one direction. A dazzling golden light emanated from a book with the information, high rarity, quantum mechanics of magic and swordsmanship. Lewin was startled. Just as he was about to reach out and touch the book, someone suddenly appeared and blocked his hand. He stared in shock at the white-haired girl before him. This information appeared above her head. Irene Prius, S-rank mage, very high potential. Lewin recognized her. Irene Prius from Psy Women's University. The Underworld King, the King of Mages, the ultimate mage Terran Armis. Irene Prius was one of the 11 successor mages he had personally chosen. Lewin's expression grew serious. I heard she was a genius on the verge of reaching S-rank. He looked at Irene and recalled the information from before. But she's actually already S-rank. It seems the rumors downplayed her abilities. She said in a low voice, let go. Lewin didn't back down. I was here first. Irene's hand remained firmly on his. Judging by your uniform, you must be from Xenia Academy. I am Irene Prius from Psy Women's University. You've already found what you needed and are just looking for something extra, right? But I came here solely to buy this book. She proposed, if it's not a big deal, would you mind letting me have it, right? Lewin frowned, realizing she had overheard him. Is she buying this book for the Grand Festival? He asked, so what do you need this for? Not many people are usually interested in this kind of book. Irene's voice became hesitant. She pulled her hand back, turning her slightly blushing face away. It's just for an assignment. I can't really explain. That's all you need to know. Lewin guessed it probably wasn't a school assignment. Or maybe it was related to the Contagion King? He suddenly spoke up. Then you should take it. It's important to you. Being offered the book so simply made Irene flustered as she replied, huh? Oh, thank you. Lewin then went back to his search. So, what should I buy now? Irene watched his retreating back, a hint of confusion on her face. When Lewin got back to his dorm and told them what happened, a barrage of questions erupted. You met Irene Prius. What did you two talk about? Is she as beautiful as they say? Jia-sun and Hanker's eyes lit up with excitement as they asked, where did you meet her? How did you meet her? Lewin was speechless. Can you guys ask one question at a time? John looked up sadly. I'm so jealous. My dream is to hold Irene's hand just once. Hanker took the chance to brag. How pathetic. I met Irene at the Grand Festival too. You know, I even sat next to her during. Jia-sun cut him off in annoyance. Shut up! That doesn't count as talking to her. Lewin had to endure their childish screaming. What? Look at yourself. You haven't even stood near her, let alone talked to her. As if remembering something, Hanker spoke up. Listen, she may be strong, but she's always ranked number 2. I heard she loses to the number 1, Doom Pram, every single year. It's a total blowout. Jia-san jumped to his feet and yelled, that's complete nonsense. How dare you talk about my Irene like that? Hanker sighed. Since when was she your Irene? It's not nonsense. He's the number 1 at the prestigious military training academy. In other words, on this entire continent, he's the most recognized person of his generation. He added, not to mention, he's the wielder of the light sword. Lewin was surprised to hear that. A light sword? He remembered the book, so that's why Irene needed it. She needs it to defeat Doom Pram. From what Lewin knew, being a swordsman wasn't all that great. Compared to other types of weapons, a magic sword doesn't grant that much power, and mastering swordsmanship is no easy feat. Hanker added, but this Doom Pram guy is different. His light sword is an S-rank artifact, and in terms of skill, he's at least on par with a regular knight. Jia-sun let out a long sigh. Master swordsmanship, proficient in magic, and an S-rank artifact on top of that, he's on a whole other level. Not to mention he was born with a silver spoon, and he's handsome to boot. So of course the girls are crazy about him, hearing him complain. Huh, do people like that really exist in this world? Lewin remained silent. He thought of Irene, a 5th circle mage at only 16 years old, and the other, a swordsman, who always took the top spot. Lewin frowned in silence, wondering if he could win against geniuses like them. He remembered his encounter with Zeta. Surely no one would pay attention to someone like him. But Lewin closed his eyes and recalled Tyrion Exnit's words. It's no exaggeration to say you're a contender for the championship, he told himself. I want to see how far I can go. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside and announced, the opening ceremony matchups are out! Hearing this, a determined glint appeared in Lewin's eyes. Good. He then stood up and walked towards the door. Lewin walked straight towards the light streaming in from outside. The grand festival, his robes fluttering in the wind like a declaration, had only just begun. Immediately after, he thought to himself, the opening matchups have finally been announced. With a serious expression, Lewin looked up in anticipation. Our opponent is, staring at the tournament bracket for a moment, he was quite surprised. Damn it, a match against the Academy of Idiots? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Well, This is going to be too easy. It was none other than Zeta. He arrogantly approached and taunted them. Fighting you guys just gives us more time to fool around. He immediately turned around and thought, the Oyota Academy students. Lewin looked at them without a trace of fear, but he thought to himself, fighting these guys is the biggest pain. He observed their whole group, sizing them up. They were notorious for playing dirty. Moreover, the students behind them whispered in fear upon seeing them. Damn it, why did it have to be them? Yeah, they looked terrifying. Hearing that, he thought, many students at the academy have been psychologically traumatized because of them. Zeta arrogantly mocked them. You guys are so weak you can't even get us excited. So boring, unbelievably boring. Hearing this, his lackeys burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Looking at the crowd whispering around them, he said arrogantly, his voice full of challenge, I can't believe we get to fight the Academy of Idiots. It's like hitting the lottery. Hey, aren't you afraid they'll hear you? Who cares? What can they do even if they hear us? They can't do a damn thing. A sinister smile spread across Lewin's face as he thought, all right then, I'll take this opportunity to show you. Immediately after, he clenched his fist, his face full of pride, and thought, we're not the same as we used to be. After that, he spoke out heroically, I've been waiting for you too. He immediately walked towards them and provoked them. There are a lot of people participating in the grand festival, aren't there? Hearing this, the other guy got angry and asked, what do you want? He stepped even closer and said softly, I just want to make a small introduction. Then, he shouted aggressively, a pleasure to meet you all. I am Lewin Ardell, and I'm the representative of that Academy of Idiots you're all talking about. Lewin continued his declaration, I don't have much to say, just one small request. His face twisted into a sinister and intimidating expression as he continued, don't ever call us the Academy of Idiots again. It's unpleasant to hear. Hearing this, Zeta was so furious he gritted his teeth and growled, humph. Lewin bared his teeth in a terrifying grin and threatened, I'm tired of being at the bottom. From now on, Lewin looked straight at them and declared, much to their surprise, I'm aiming for the top. The others finally reacted violently, cursing. If we don't call you the Academy of Idiots, what should we call you? Stop spouting nonsense and acting all high and mighty. Hearing this, Zeta said with annoyance, do you think this is some backwater village competition? Aiming for the top sounds so damn annoying. Who do you think you are? Hearing that, he thought of the old, white-haired man and mused, ah, I am. With a confident expression, Lewin uttered clearly, the trump card. He had made up his mind, he would never back down again. The scene shifts to a white building, where the other students were whispering animatedly. Who is that guy? Lewin Ardell. The group was buzzing, trying to figure it out. I did some research. I heard he used to be a dead last. How can the guy who was dead last be the student representative? One of them answered with some irritation. I'm not sure, but I heard at the beginning of this semester, he suddenly did a complete 180, and his scores skyrocketed. Hearing this, Zeta looked bewildered and asked, a complete 180? Hearing that, the other guy continued, yeah, that's probably why he's so confident. At that moment, he recalled the old man's words. That kid, there's still something we don't know about him. Right after that, he sighed and said, I'm probably just overthinking it. He immediately stood up, stretching his arms and cracking his knuckles, saying, that arrogant bunch, I'll teach them a lesson. His face was incredibly confident and full of pride as he said, using our school's traditional method. The scene shifts to the X-Knight Academy's dorms. Here, Lewin's group had gathered to discuss their plan. Tomorrow was the mana grenade throwing event, and the rules stipulated a team battle, where everyone except the student representatives, all team members could participate. Lewin was currently breaking down the strategy for his teammates. The challenge required participants to throw mana grenades at a Midran golem, and the team that defeated it faster would win. At this point, a team member turned to ask him, without you tomorrow, I don't know if we'll be okay. Lewin then stood up and announced to everyone, it's true that our individual abilities can't compare to the Oyota team, but with his unwavering belief, he motivated the whole group. But I believe you guys will win. Hearing this, his worried teammates looked bewildered and blurted out, how are we supposed to win? Seeing this, Lewin stood up and told, everyone, this is a team battle. If everyone coordinates, we will definitely win. After that, he laid out his plan. Let's start by dividing into smaller teams. Hearing this, Hanker exclaimed in surprise, smaller teams? In Lewin's mind, he had already devised a detailed plan for splitting into teams and told everyone, yes, Team 1 will heat the grenades, Team 2 will be responsible for transporting them, Team 3 will attack the golem, and Team 4 will hinder our opponents by healing their golem. After hearing the plan, the group began to murmur amongst themselves. If we do that, it'll take forever to defeat the golem. That's right, Oyota has 30 people attacking at once, while we'll have fewer, not to mention they. are no slouches either. At that moment, he looked at his teammates with a sincere gaze and then shouted loudly, "What's wrong with you guys?" Hearing this, Hanker blurted out in confusion, "Huh?" Lewin's face was extremely serious as he declared firmly, "Do you remember what I said in front of them? I said we would take first place. I was serious." Immediately after, he slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Whether I'm participating or not, I'm still going to give you my all." He stood before everyone and persuaded them. For every one attack Oyota makes, we'll make 2, or even 3. The members of Oyota all have outstanding abilities, which is why they can use the traditional method. But if we do that, it'll take us a very long time. Seeing this, Jason declared with a determined look on his face, "All right, I believe in you." Kenji, who was next to him, agreed, "Me too." Right after that, the rest of the group also declared, full of fighting spirit, "Us too, I believe in you too." Immediately, Lewin looked at them and assigned tasks. "All right then, Hanker will be the commander. Zola, Min, Mora, Ayake, Freya, you guys will heat the grenades." Then he turned to the others and continued giving orders. "After the grenades are primed, Simon will handle the transport." He stared at the plan and considered that he had divided the teams based on each person's abilities, something he could only do thanks to his innate skill. Immediately, Lewin used his ultimate eye technique, Player's Eye. He looked at his teammates to assess them, using his ability to see through a person's skills, which would allow him to minimize disadvantages and focus on everyone's strengths. Everyone was now full of confidence and chattering excitedly. "This time it'll be fine, right? Yeah, I think we actually have a chance to win." Seeing everyone so fired up, he thought to himself that when placed in the right teams, people would gradually gain more confidence. The whole group was happily discussing, "I'm not good at throwing, but I can heat one up in 5 seconds." "What do you mean not good? I'm an excellent thrower." Seeing this, Lewin was extremely satisfied and thought to himself, "What a relief." Watching everyone talk and laugh cheerfully, Lewin also felt more at ease and thought, everyone's starting to get more confident and their belief has been solidified. Suddenly, someone burst through the door in a panic. His face was covered in injuries as he collapsed to the floor. Seeing this, everyone in the room panicked and shouted, "Funlum!" The boy trembled as he tried to speak. Seeing him like that, Lewin became extremely worried, rushing over to ask, "What happened to your face? Are you okay?" The boy mustered all his strength and stammered, "The Oyota guys." "What about Oyota?" After a long moment, Funlum finally managed to say, much to Lewin's surprise, "Their representative called his cronies, and then they dragged me away." The scene shifts to the other team's room. As Seda saw him walk in, he exclaimed, "Oh, wow." Looking at him, he said with contempt, "See? I told you he'd show up. So, what are you going to do? Huh? What do you think you can do to us?" His face was extremely serious, as he directed a murderous glare at him and said, "Seda Mankir, get out here now." In that room, Lewin raised his voice and yelled for the other guy, "Seda Mankir, get out here now." Seeing this, Seda laughed scornfully and cursed, "Damn it, this guy must be crazy." Or something. He then stood up, walked in front of the guy, and said through gritted teeth, "What gives you the right to act so cocky all the time, huh?" At that moment, Lewin fixed his murderous gaze on him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said in a low, threatening tone, "What gives me the right, you ask?" Immediately after, he applied pressure with his hand. The guy was instantly forced down to his knees. Seda's face was filled with shock as he witnessed this, thinking to himself, "What is this power?" He immediately shot back up with an enraged expression, clenching his fist and yelling, "You bastard!" Seeing this, Lewin swiftly dodged his punch, and just as quickly, with a single motion, he broke his arm, causing Seda to scream out in agony. His expression was incredibly dangerous as he threatened the others, "I'm warning you, if you dare to touch any of my people ever again, it won't end this simply." Seda, who had been severely injured by him, collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. Gah! His underlings, seeing this, panicked and rushed over, asking, "What happened? Seda, are you okay?" His face was contorted in pain as he clutched his shoulder, crying out pitifully. Lewin stood before him and said in a threatening tone, "So, want to make a bet with me?" When he returned to his own group and told his comrades what happened, they were utterly shocked and surprised, shouting out loud, "A forehead flick!" The whole group was utterly stunned, still not believing their ears, and exclaimed, "If we beat the Oyota Academy student, Seda Mankiri will get a forehead flick from you. Don't tell me it's the same kind of flick as Mix." Just then, he announced some more good news to everyone. Not only that, he also has to apologize to us in front of everyone. Hearing this, everyone was ecstatic and surprised, exclaiming in unison, "Whoa, we absolutely have to win this time. What great motivation. Ha ha, ha. Our job now is to win." Just then, someone suddenly ran in and announced it was time to head to the stadium, telling everyone to get ready. Soon after, the group arrived at the Grand Festival, the Festival of Mages and the entire continent. And in history, the mages present here, everyone looked so confident. All became crucial figures in changing the fate of the entire continent. The audience at that moment was incredibly enthusiastic, cheering their hearts out, X-Nit Academy, let's go! Lewin looked confident and content, thinking to himself that he never expected to be a part of this place, a place that creates legends in history. Right after, the announcer shouted loudly to inform everyone, the opening ceremony has concluded, please return to your seats. The whole group immediately headed back to their seats. Suddenly, he ran into someone, and it turned out to be that guy, Seda. His face was filled with rage, and he ground his teeth and said, get ready, I won't be careless this time. Right after that, the guy stormed off in a huff. Looking at him, Lewin didn't even bother to care, thinking, the opponent I'm aiming for right now isn't you, Seda Menkiri. Suddenly, something caught his attention. It turned out he had noticed the guy on the other side, who was none other than Doompram. Looking at his face made Lewin think to himself, you're the winner of the Magic Festival and also the top student of the Danak Military Training School. He looked at him with great determination. If I advance to the later rounds, I'll definitely have to face him. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. You must be the one who specializes in causing trouble, huh? Immediately, Lewin turned around and realized it was Irene Prius. She then turned and asked him, you went around making a scene everywhere yesterday? She continued to question him, leaving Lewin completely bewildered. You even went to Oyota Academy to cause trouble, too? He was completely taken aback and asked, how did you know? She started walking away and replied, this place is small. Everyone here probably knows by now. Hearing that, he felt embarrassed and replied, ah, is that so? I didn't cause any trouble. It was just a little chat. Right after that, she turned back and told him, anyway, you let me have that book last time, so I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't make yourself stand out too much. Then, he replied, leaving her completely stunned. Just like you, right? You're hiding your own talents after all. Quick as the wind, Lewin ran off and said his goodbyes to her. Well then, I gotta go. We have to participate in the first event. Seeing this, she was astounded and surprised, just standing there frozen. Soon after, the competition began. In a few minutes, the Mana grenade throwing event will begin. The first two teams are X-Nit Academy and Oyota Academy. At that moment, he rallied the spirits of all his team members. Are you ready? Everyone encouraged and motivated each other. Let's show everyone our strength. Show them we're not the stupid academy anymore. Immediately, the team heroically marched in. The first event, the Mana grenade throwing portion, had officially begun. Everyone was confused, and even the audience turned to ask each other, huh? What are they doing? Seeing the formation his team had arranged made everyone wonder, because until now, winning a team competition always relied on individual abilities. Arranging a formation like Knights was a strange sight for everyone. Even the mage groups on the sidelines were very surprised to see it. Did they split into two groups? One for warming up and one for throwing? Ah, whatever. Oyota's going to win anyway. Meanwhile, he remained completely calm, ignoring the gossip from the crowd. They're just acting like they're the top dogs. The stupid academy. Truly stupid. That's why they're at the bottom of the rankings. They probably don't know there are many things beyond human limits. Even Irene's group held their breath and waited. As for her, she was no different, completely surprised, and exclaimed, how is that possible? Right after, his team had broken one of the stone golem's arms. To everyone's amazement, look at X-Nit's golem. It lost an arm. Seeing this, he immediately directed the whole group to charge in. Everyone, keep up the effort. He then shouted commands to everyone. Kenser, the warm-up speed is good. Mora Ayake, you two help with transport. Jia-san, aim for the right arm. Immediately, the members received their orders and followed them. Instantly, they destroyed the right arm. At this point, Seda was so furious he clenched his jaw tight. Seeing the situation, he was boiling with rage and cursed, what the hell are these idiots doing? How could they be losing to the stupid academy? Right after, that guy pulled out the control panel, shouting, these bastards are weird. They're healing the golem so it's not getting any weaker. Seeing this, he was furious, but could do nothing but curse. Damn it, Lewin. As for Irene, she was incredibly impressed and exclaimed, truly impressive. Watching the members of Lewin's group fighting so hard also made her reconsider. The reason X-Nit Academy was able to overcome Oyota's advantage in individual skill was because they used tactics. She was truly in awe of him. But this strategy is only effective if you have a precise understanding of each person's abilities. Then she recalled that moment when he had found the book she needed in just an instant. Watching his team members execute the plan so flawlessly made her admire him greatly. He could even group the members based on their individual abilities. Afterwards, her gaze shifted to him as she pondered, who is this person, really? Why have I never seen him at the magic festivals before? At that very moment, he was creating an enormous energy sphere in his hands. After that, Jia-sun threw the ball with all his might. "It's over, you monster!" Very quickly, that power shattered the stone golem to pieces. Witnessing this scene, Seta's face turned pale, and he stood there, completely frozen. He was so furious that he let out a cold snort. Right after, the giant stone golem collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the whole group cheered joyfully. "Woohoo! We did it! We won!" Right after, the whole group rushed over. At the Grand Festival, in the first event, in a competition everyone thought Oyota would win, the entire team was overjoyed and ran to hug Lewin in celebration. And yet, the victory belonged to the stupid academy. After securing the win, the whole group was very happy and telling each other, "So those idiots from that academy aren't at the bottom of the ranks anymore. Oyota is the new bottom feeder, so what should we call them? Oyo tapped out? That sounds lame as hell." Right after that, the referee announced the next event, Capture the Flag, between the student representatives was about to begin. For this event, Lewin would be competing. His friends cheered him on enthusiastically, boosting his confidence even more. "Go get him, Lewin! Wreck them!" The referee then announced the next match. The first match is between Representative Lewin Adel of Xnit Magic Academy and Seta Mankiri of Oyota Royal Magic Academy. As a reminder, he approached Seta, who was absolutely furious. Seeing his tense expression, Strong taunted him. "Why do you look so tense, Lewin?" But it seemed he didn't care and just muttered to himself, "We're currently in the top 20 out of 32 schools, right? That's just perfect." Hearing this, Strong was completely bewildered and confused and asked, "How is that perfect?" Lewin's attention was on the audience's surprise and shock as he analyzed the situation. After the last match, people are starting to pay attention to us, but it's still not enough to shake off the label we've had for so many years. Then he declared with great determination that they needed a spectacular victory. Lewin looked straight at Seta, his voice full of conviction. "Only a spectacular victory against Oyota will make everyone see us in a new light." Hearing that, Strong finally understood and exclaimed, "Oh, I see." Then his gaze shifted upwards towards the Archmage's chamber as he resolved, "We also need to prove ourselves to the Archmages." The scene changes to that dark room, where the high-ranking mages were gathered around, watching the match through an orb. The orb showed the image of the two competitors standing parallel to each other. Archmage Tehran watched them both with a very pensive expression. He then turned to the person next to him and asked, "Lewin Adel." This boy was once a candidate among the 11 commoner children. The man beside him was quite surprised and said, "You still remember him?" Hearing this, Tehran looked down and explained, "I have a habit of remembering talented individuals. That boy is a natural-born genius, which is why he was able to teach himself how to use mana at such a young age." Immediately after, his face scrunched up in disappointment. "That's why I was so disappointed when I found out he had a mana disorder." Hearing this, X-Knight replied in surprise, "Disappointed? Weren't you the one who treated the boy as if he were a talentless good-for-nothing?" Tehran remained silent for a moment, then voiced his thoughts to everyone present. "But I never expected you to choose such a student as your representative. I don't think you did this just to prepare something interesting like before. Or has the boy managed to break the curse after all these years?" Hearing this, Headmaster Xnit was silent for a long moment, then looked directly at Lewin and said with utmost confidence, "See for yourself, and you will have your answer." Back in the arena, Strong turned and asked him, "What's your plan now? You'd have to get close to bind or freeze him, or are you going to summon a guardian?" Lewin immediately shot that down. "No, guardians aren't very smart." Confused, Strong asked again, "Then how are you going to fight this match?" At that moment, Lewin stretched his limbs, his face full of spirit and brimming with confidence as he replied, "Head on." The referee was about to start the match, and as soon as the two words, "Begin," were shouted, Lewin instantly shot forward like a blur, charging straight at Seta. Seeing this, Seta refused to back down, immediately unleashing his power and yelling, "You'll pay for what you did to me the other day." Right after, he unleashed his power to summon a combat guardian towards him. Seeing the giant councilman closing in on Lewin, he showed no fear and instantly used the time refraction technique. Very quickly, he skillfully dodged the councilman's attack with ease, then swiftly dashed forward. In the next instant, he was already behind Seta in a flash. Seeing this, Seta furiously lashed out, grinding his teeth and cursing, "Damn it!" But Lewin wasn't scared at all, and effortlessly stopped his punch with a bare hand. He had a smug look on his face as he taunted him, "I knew it." The other guy, seeing his arm was stuck, furiously cursed, "Are you going to let go or what?" Then Lewin calmly spoke to him, causing a bewildered Seta to exclaim, "Huh? I don't think you should be saying that right now." It turned out the councilman he had created was charging at him, roaring, Seeing this, Seta's face turned pale as he screamed, "Stop, you stupid guardian!" The councilman got closer and closer, terrifying Seta. He was furious but helpless. thinking, I can't move. Lewin's expression was incredibly challenging as he goaded him. Go on, try to run. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. He remembered the image of Lewin taking him down with a single blow and realized, so that feeling back then was real. It wasn't because I let my guard down. The tip of the spear was about to stab straight into Seida's face, and he helplessly gave up. I've lost. He squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for death, but nothing happened. This made him open his eyes to check the situation, and to his surprise, Lewin had dashed out to block the attack from the councilman. Witnessing this scene, Seida couldn't believe his eyes. He just stood there, stunned, thinking to himself, impossible. Seeing Lewin repeatedly punching the councilman with his bare hands made him endlessly marvel. He's using his bare hands to attack a guardian made of steel. Ugh. The councilman was being pummeled to bits by him. Lewin had now defeated the councilman, leaving Seida completely shocked. Right after that, Lewin began to step towards him, which terrified Seida. Seida looked at him, deeply moved, and stammered, Did you just save me? Lewin played innocent, and then replied coldly, Save you? Why would I save the person who humiliated my friend? Then with a very dangerous expression, he closed in on him and said slowly, I wanted to finish you off with my own hands. He then reminded him, Remember our bet? At that moment, Lewin flexed his fingers and said gently, Just one forehead flick. That's all. His flick was so light that it sent him flying far away. He lay sprawled on the ground, dazed, thinking, the sky looks so blue. The audience was just as shocked, exclaiming, Oh, my God. Witnessing this scene, his academy mates cheered ecstatically, and so the stadium erupted, with everyone showering him with endless praise. So cool. What kind of magic was that? And then, Lewin attracted the attention of another person. Headmaster Exnit glanced over at him and thought to himself, Tsk, here we go again. Looking at Tehran's expression, his face was completely blank as if he'd seen a ghost. Many thoughts raced through his mind, a person at the level of a demigod. Even I, the only mage to reach the 8th circle, the one known as the Supreme Mage, have never seen magic like this. His face was a mask of disbelief. He stared at the boy, full of questions. Who in the world are you? Seeing him laugh and joke around infuriated the mage, the name Luino flashing in his mind. Tehran was enraged, baring his teeth and glaring as if he were about to devour him. Tyrion Ignat, tell me everything you know about Lewin Adel. Suddenly, he asked in a mysterious tone. Tyrion fell silent, lost in thought, a hint of helplessness on his face. That student is one who always does his duty. Someone everyone thought would quit. But in the end, he never gave up. He rested his arm on the chair and began to tell what he knew about the boy. A person who knows how to turn weakness into strength and is more of a true mage than anyone else. This is what I know about Lewin. After hearing this, the man's lips tightened, seemingly in anger. He abruptly pushed himself to his feet, speaking with a sarcastic laugh. Ho, are you trying to protect your student from my curiosity? Tyrion, what if I just summon Lewin here and ask him directly? He asked arrogantly, a triumphant look on his face. If you intend to force the boy to speak, he said cryptically, making the man even more curious, then I'll be forced to stop you. Tehran could hardly believe it. He shot an annoyed glance at Tyrion. He let out a breath and smirked contemptuously at Tyrion's words and actions. You're invoking the mage's right to secrecy, aren't you? The oath of Millie. They stared at each other, ignoring the people on the other side. Fine then. But a little exchange shouldn't be a problem, He looked back at the orb, the corner of his mouth curling up as if he'd caught his prey. The one to reach the limits of magic must be me. Tehran stared intently at the orb without blinking even once, determined to find out what kind of magic it was. Elsewhere, late at night, Lewin Adel sighed. We've only won one round. He put a hand on his head, complaining. We should be focusing on resting now. If we keep partying like this, the other schools will catch up, so why are you guys getting so worked up? A group of drunk students were laughing and joking loudly. Across from them, Lewin was completely helpless. This is awesome. I always thought that if I ever got to Anten, I had to visit this place. Come on, Lewin, let's celebrate the victory. It's a festival after all. Jason approached him from behind. At that, Lewin, feeling utterly helpless, could only sigh in resignation. They have Vanton coconut juice here, and also Dragon Kiss. 2 delicious-looking drinks were placed before him. Dragon Kiss? He was surprised to hear about this drink. Haha. You know, I've always got patriotic pride, Jason said, handing the bottle directly to him. So this is a specialty from your hometown? Of course, but that's not why I ordered it. Footsteps approached from nearby. Just one sip of this bottle and it feels like you're kissing a dragon. Is it that amazing? I hear Jason used all the best words to market this drink. Come on, Lewin, don't make that face. Just try it. 1 glass will send you to the moon. No, I mean 1 glass and you'll taste absolute perfection. He eagerly urged Lewin to try this strange drink. Lewin nervously eyed the bottle in Jason's hand, while behind them, a tall figure loomed. He looked up in surprise at the person behind him. The large young man was Seta, the one who had lost to Lewin in the previous match. Seta Mankiri? The whole group exclaimed his name in surprise. I know your pride was hurt because you lost to Lewin, but you should leave. Don't ruin our fun, Jason frowned, glaring at him with annoyance. Seta Mankiri. Lewin found it hard to believe. Why is he here? Is he looking for a fight? I came to apologize. Swallowing his pride, Seta squinted, forcing out the apology. Their faces turned into question marks, completely surprised to hear him say, I'm sorry for looking down on you all this time. He bowed his head slightly, trying to apologize as sincerely as possible. After being defeated by Lewin in the arena, I realized something. He furrowed his brow. His voice strained as he spoke. I shouldn't look down on others just because they're weaker than me. The seemingly impossible words had been spoken. There are still many people in the world stronger than me, so to someone else, I'm just a weakling too. The whole group was still stunned by the words he was saying. I truly feel that what I've done to you all this time was wrong. Wait, why the sudden change? Jason looked at him, confused, with beads of sweat on his face. I know that even with these words, you can't forgive me easily, but I'm saying this just so you know. I am truly sorry. He bowed deeply, showing the utmost sincerity. Lewin looked at him, his expression softening slightly, but he remained silent. The awkwardness was palpable. The other boys looked at each other sheepishly, just scratching their heads to get through it. Yeah, right. Sorry for ruining the mood. I'll be going now. After saying what was on his mind, he straightened up to leave. Seta! A voice called out, making him turn back in surprise. Are you apologizing because of the bet, or are you genuinely sorry? Lewin looked at him sternly. He was half believing and half doubting his sudden apology. It's for real. He looked at Lewin, his honest expression saying it all. After hearing that, Lewin let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Thanks for the manly apology. He stepped forward, extending his hand toward him as a gesture of encouragement, which made Seta's eyes widen in surprise. Emotions welled up inside him, his eyes speaking volumes. He reached out to shake Lewin's hand, a handshake that was truly hard to describe. Oh wow, this is really good. What is this? They resumed what they were doing. At first, my friends also accepted Seta's apology, and so we all gathered together. Then they slung their arms around each other's shoulders, chugging bottles of Dragon Kiss late into the night and getting drunk in the atmosphere. Suddenly, Lewin's eyes snapped open, his face showing alarm. He was lost in thought. Jason and the others stared at him and then broke into wide smiles. Lewin, you're awake? He pushed himself up with one hand, placing the other on his head and rubbing it a few times. Yeah. The whole group sat around the bed, watching him. Finally awake, huh? Remember anything from last night? Do you really like Dragon Kiss that much? Hanker's question made Jason and another friend burst out laughing until their stomachs hurt. Yesterday you were crying and saying, thank you guys for believing in me, at least for now. Wow, school life is so tough. Lewin was crying while holding a bottle, and Seta was clapping along, while the others were laughing until they cried. Remembering the scene made them all laugh even harder. I can't believe the perfect Lewin has this side to him. Ha 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 ha. From now on, Jason and the others had something to tease him about. Lewin walked down the hallway, annoyed, muttering, those little devils, I just woke up and they're already starting trouble. Right, that was insane. He cringed, remembering how Jia-san tempted him to try Dragon Kids. What kind of drink makes a person so sensitive? He had to stay away from it from now on. As he was strolling along, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Lewin, this time it's Seta. Did you sleep well last night? Seta ran up, smiling as he spoke. The previous night, they had apologized for beating each other up and promised to be brothers from then on. They had even hugged and bawled their eyes out. Lewin blushed and quickly ran off while Seta stood in the middle of the hallway shouting, my friend, see you later. Lewin hurried away. Wasn't that embarrassing at all? His face was as red as a tomato. He dragged his tired body onward. It was truly out of the frying pan and into the fire. He ran into the two-headed professor. Trouble follows you wherever you go. The professor's words made Lewin flinch. You know about that too? But the professor didn't mention that, and instead informed him that someone wanted to see him. He wondered, who is it, Professor? The two stood facing each other. The professor said the person was a dangerous man with a kind facade. This only made Lewin more curious. Who could it be? His face was full of surprise when he learned that the person who wanted to meet him was the false god known as the Underworld King, Tehran. The two-headed professor had to earnestly warn him, be careful, Lewin. Tehran is a mysterious man. He continued with a serious tone. People like him who hide their true nature are very dangerous. Lewin stood there listening intently. That's all I can tell you, he continued. Lewin's face was thoughtful for a moment. I'll keep that in mind, Professor. Lewin seemed to be soothing the professor's worries. All right, then after today's match ends, I'll let you know the time. After Lewin recounted the story, the students were incredibly excited, mixed with a bit of surprise. The Underworld King, Tehran, the Supreme Mage is watching us? they all shouted. Some were excited, others were afraid. Lewin stood with his arms crossed and said in a firm voice, "Well, that's all the more reason to win. I've already thought of a strategy. A strategy called, if you can, defend." Hearing this, everyone was bewildered. "What do you mean?" Lewin confidently pointed at himself like a pyramid scheme salesman. "I'll run to the goal." The next match was Arrowball. This was a game that used arrows capable of movement. They would continuously fly all over the place. Each team had 9 members divided into offensive, defensive, and goalie positions. The team that launched more arrows into the opponent's goal would win. The rules were simple, but the match demanded a high level of strategy. You had to know when to use defensive spells, when to use control spells, and how to catch the arrow ball and throw it into the enemy's goal. Normally, one would have to consider many things, but with Lewin, the rules were just mere words. A guy on the opposing team shouted in alarm, "Watch out!" He shot like a rocket toward the opponent's goal. The match began, and the guys on the other side yelled, "Ice Tree," "Ice Spear." Hands gathered ice-type magic to attack Lewin. Another gathered mana in his hand and unleashed a giant flame. A firewall shot towards Lewin. With one hand, he shattered the block of ice, and with the other, he threw a punch that dispersed the flames. They used all sorts of magic, but it was all useless. In the stands, Seda was even cheering for Lewin louder than the people from Exnit Academy. "Go Lewin! Go Exnit!" Everyone looked at him with disdain. What's wrong with him? Yesterday he lost and threw a huge fit. Lewin must have beaten him so badly he lost his mind. That must be it. Hearing those words, he angrily roared, "What did you say? Lost what? Don't you know that you become brothers after you fight?" A student spoke up. "What fight? Weren't you the only one getting beaten up?" Those words, sharp as a knife, reached his ears. "What did you say, you punk?" the guy replied fearfully. "Nothing." Then everyone stopped talking in front of Seda and started bad-mouthing him behind his back. "Humph, what's wrong with these representatives?" The tall, dark, and imposing guy stood with his hands in his pockets, thinking, "Lewin Adele, after fighting you, I became certain of one thing. You will be the next generation's greatest mage." The image of Lewin appeared so damn cool in his eyes. Irene Prius from the Women's University. Next was Dalian Manson from the Frelia Academy of Sacred Arts. And finally, Doom Pram from the Genk Military Training Academy. Seda had fought directly against the best at the Grand Festival, but Lewin was even stronger than them. Not only was he strong, but Lewin also had leadership skills and the ability to endure. The image of him replayed in his mind. Thinking about it, he couldn't believe that after everything, Lewin still accepted him as a friend. "Captain, it's almost our turn. Aren't we having a strategy meeting?" "Yeah, let's go." And so, Seda couldn't continue cheering for Lewin. One guy desperately shouted, "Stop Lewin Adele!" They were trying to stop Lewin with their lives on the line. Ice, fire, earth, wood. They threw whatever the hell they could at him. The whole team yelled in unison, trying their best to push Lewin back with their own bodies. He swiftly dodged all of the opponent's attacks. He grinned triumphantly. "Are you done? Now it's my turn." Terrified, they hastily erected a thick ice barrier. He let out a grunt and punched, shattering the ice into a spray of sharp shards. "Ugh, it's ice shrapnel!" The whole group scrambled to escape, tripping and falling flat on the ground. "Just because you're watching Lewin? You're going to forget about us?" While Lewin was disrupting the enemy's formation, Jia-san had caught the arrow ball. He caught the arrow ball. Stop him. Even if they wanted to stop him now, their defensive line was already in shambles, and they were up against Jia-san, an expert thrower. "Take this," he shouted, bringing the score to 2-0. The crowd roared, "Nice." That's another point. After that, all attention was focused on Lewin. Jia-san and his teammates took advantage of the weakened defense to attack through the gap. He charged forward at lightning speed. "We can't stop Lewin Adele." And just like that, their defensive line was broken. The entire stadium couldn't believe their eyes. Unbelievable. Down on the field, everyone was panting from exhaustion. "He's a real monster. It's no use. We've lost." In a normal Arrowball match, there are usually 3 to 4 goals, but Exnit Academy scored a record-breaking 11 goals, not letting their opponents score a single one. "Surrender! We have a signal for surrender!" The commentator's voice echoed through the stadium. "The winner is Exnit Magic Academy." Lewin and his teammates celebrated joyfully amidst the cheers filling the arena. "Our academy won by an overwhelming margin of 11 goals. Looks like that kid wasn't bluffing. Yeah, he might even be the top contender." The crowd began to buzz about the magic school Exnit. Back in the waiting room, the team was celebrating their victory. "Wow, we won again. At this rate, we might actually take first place," someone wondered aloud. While enjoying the victory, Lewin suddenly heard someone call his name. "Lewin Adel?" It was the professor with 2 heads. He opened the door as if to say, "I've been waiting here for you all afternoon." He walked in to see Lewin. "The appointment is set, tonight at 7 o'clock. He placed a hand on Lewin's shoulder, reminiscent of a scene from a romance series. The scene shifts to a crimson sky. It was the underworld. The king was enjoying a glass of red wine, his hand holding the glass, his gaze distant. Remember not to eat anything before you come. An imposing tower shrouded in black and red appeared. On that very day, as scheduled, Lewin walked leisurely down the hallway. So you've arrived? Tyrion Exnit suddenly stepped out, startling Lewin slightly. He quickly realized the silver-haired man who had suddenly appeared was his master. Greetings, master. Lewin cleared his throat and greeted him promptly. Tyrion Exnit stood there, quietly observing him for a long moment before giving him a faint smile. Let's go inside. The door opened, and Lewin and Tyrion Exnit stepped in together. Welcome. A deep, steady voice rang out. Lewin stopped, his eyes widening in astonishment as he followed the sound of the voice. Looking ahead, a person appeared before them. Lewin reacted instantly. This guy's magic. Could he be a dragon too? Lewin's eyebrows furrowed. He tried to remember, and then a thought flashed in his mind, leading to a swift realization. He's the supreme mage, on the verge of becoming a half-dragon. That was Tehran, the Nether King. A lavish meal was prepared on the table. You probably don't know this, but we've met before, Tehran said calmly. I saw you back then, from a distance. Meanwhile, Lewin grew a little curious hearing this. Tehran spoke as he ate. It was about 5 years ago. At the time, I was searching for the true one. You were also on that list. Hearing this, Tyrion Exnit immediately turned around. He looked at Lewin and nodded in confirmation. Lewin was surprised, but before he could even think, Tehran cut him off. It seems things are quite different now. I'll get straight to the point. Lewin looked up at him, focusing on what he was about to hear. Can you tell me, what has happened all this time? He thought to himself. So, in his eyes, I was an oversight. The fleeting thought made his expression more pensive, proof that even the supreme mage could make a mistake. He wants me to say it myself to prove that he wasn't wrong. Lewin looked down, vaguely guessing his intention. Pardon me, sir, but right now there is only one thing I can say. Lewin's hoarse voice made him pause. For a moment, he frowned warily. Lewin continued, no matter how talented I am, my efforts will not be recognized. Effort? Tehran rested his chin on his hand, his eyes mocking, as if he'd just heard a tired old joke. Are you two related or something? Why do you always go on about effort? Tyrion Exnit seemed to smile gently as he looked at Lewin. That's also the reason I'm fond of this kid. Hearing that, Lewin also smiled faintly back at him. In that case, what kind of effort have you put in? A voice replied. Lately, I've been focusing on martial arts. You mean to tell me you overcame your mana disorder by practicing martial arts and gained exceptional power as a result? His tone grew higher, cold and taunting. You can even perform magic without an incantation time. Do you expect me to believe that, or did you simply use some kind of artifact? He said it so casually, implying that Lewin was actually as ordinary as everyone else. Nothing special. Even I have never heard of such an artifact. Tyrion Exnit hesitated. It's possible, Tehran said. Very well. There will be more opportunities later. He stated firmly. I will continue to observe you. We'll see if your so-called effort amounts to anything against my protégés. Lewin was unfazed. By all means, sir. Please continue to watch me. He shot up from his seat, to Tehran's astonishment. Now I'm getting a little curious myself. Lewin cracked a smile. I wonder how the person chosen by the Supreme Mage is any different from me. He was a little surprised by his words. At the grand arena, the sound of wild, uncontrollable cheers from the common folk echoed. The reception here is quite thorough. A maid approached. Oh, are you afraid I'm going to eat your student alive? Of course not. It's nothing like that. The two veteran mages sat facing each other. Talented mages are always welcome. Tehran smiled faintly and shrugged. I was just a bit curious. The maids silently poured their tea. Tyrion Exnit's eyes glanced across at his counterpart. Well then, has your curiosity been satisfied? Tehran was profoundly grave. I wonder if you're hiding something from me, but I'm sure you have no secrets, right? He closed his eyes, a cryptic smile on his lips as he took a sip of tea. Now I'm starting to get curious about something else. He repeated. Curious about something else. You heard him, didn't you? That little brat was implicitly threatening me. Tehran shrugged. Tyrion could only offer a wry smile. Look at him, he's just a snot-nosed kid. That brat doesn't have a shred of fear when so many other mages tremble before me. How amusing. He chuckled softly, a hint of anticipation in his voice. In the silent room, Tehran's expression remained calm and composed. I hope the brat I've taken an interest in can actually accomplish something. Outside, amidst the roaring cheers, a door burst open. The sound of other mages' footsteps echoed in the hall as Doom Pram led the way like the pack leader. He frowned, furious. What's the use of all this cheering? To me, it's just... Bam! The door burst open, and a man rushed in, nearly falling over. He whispered into Doom Pram's ear. It's about... Doom Pram shot back. Are you sure? Absolutely. I saw it with my own two eyes. The representative, Luin Adel has come to the tower. Doom Pram shuddered as a fire of rage ignited within him. The Nether King is testing someone else and not me? He trembled with fury, starting to recall the match he had seen before. I've watched his matches a few times. He caused quite a commotion at the Grand Festival this time. There are rumors that he's a formidable opponent, because his magic is special, but I couldn't care less. No matter how high he climbs or how much he squirms, he doesn't qualify as my opponent. Doom Pram sank into his thoughts. To me, he's just a freak, plain and simple. Reaching his breaking point, he seemed to lose control. Lost in his own thoughts and jealousy, the others noticed his strange behavior and watched him warily. What's wrong, Doom? Is something the matter? Their concerned and slightly cautious questions echoed around him. I will never forgive you, Luin Adel. I'm the only one who should be acknowledged by him. On the other side, a mysterious gate creaked open. Behind it stood Luin, the young man at the center of all the talk. He walked through the gateway and stopped, his eyes falling on the black cloak in front of him. It was him, Doom Pram. He was staring directly at Luin with an annoyed expression. What did you say to the Nether King? He demanded, glaring and baring his teeth fiercely. Did you wait for me just to ask that? I can't believe someone could have that much free time. In the middle of the great hall, the man's furious shout echoed, his eyes blazing with rage. Answer me. In contrast to his anger, Luin replied nonchalantly. A word? The question, though spoken softly, was like 10 buckets of cold water to his face. Doom Prim frowned, and without a moment's hesitation, drew his sword as a threat, for no reason at all. The air in the hall grew heavy, his sword gleaming with a cold light. But I want to hear it, his voice rang out, yet facing his anger, the boy remained calm and unshaken. This guy was looking for a fight. The boy's face hardened, shooting a death glare in his direction. Are you challenging me? This isn't the arena. He raised his fist in a provocative gesture, the two facing off with two completely different kinds of power. If you insist, he said, his eyes wide with fury, taunting the boy. The moment the last word was spoken, the ground beneath them trembled violently. A blinding flash of light erupted from the front, and the boy charged forward like a whirlwind. His reflexes hadn't even kicked in, but the danger was already right before his eyes. Their energy flooded the entire hall. He's really strong, I can't see any weaknesses. The boy's initial arrogance was extinguished by his opponent's power. Is he really going to start a fight here? This is outside the arena. He began to question his sanity, seeing him still trying to fight. The man silently drew his sword, preparing for his next move. The two stopped at a distance. A sudden shout made them both jump in surprise. Irene Prius, a girl with long white hair, approached them. Is this a reunion today? Everyone's here, she said as she walked closer. It's no reunion. I just don't know if I should properly greet you two or not. Irene stood next to the boy, crossing her arms helplessly and said, Give me a break. The man remained silent, not saying a word. He fumed with anger, turned his back, and walked away, ignoring the two of them standing there watching him. Is he always like that? The boy asked her curiously. Not really, except on days like today. It's rare for him to even open his mouth usually. What does that mean? Luin still didn't understand what she was saying. Doom Prim gets agitated by matters related to the Underworld King. The image of him kneeling in submission to the arrogant Underworld King appeared in her story. More than anyone, he desperately wants to be acknowledged by him. It's rare for the Underworld King to summon someone like he did today. The girl continued to explain. He probably thinks the Underworld King is paying attention to me. The boy stood there, pondering her words. Suddenly, she turned to look at Lin and smiled, leaving him utterly speechless. Were you really going to fight him just now? The girl asked him curiously. No way. Doing that would be the same as forfeiting my right to compete, he replied. I'm sure he wasn't really going to attack either. He waved his hand, dismissing her previous thought. He was probably just trying to scare me. So were you scared? Irene asked mischievously. A question that caught him completely off guard. Doom Prim was like an impenetrable fortress. Normal attacks wouldn't even scratch him. She continued to speak, but he raised his hand and looked at it. I don't think I would lose, either. He clenched his fist, showing his clear will and determination. No matter how strong a fortress is, if you keep attacking, it'll fall eventually. I'm strong too, right? He posed a question that made the girl unable to hold back a chuckle. You really are a strange one, she replied to him. Anyway, be careful. Doom Prim shows no mercy. Somewhere, footsteps walked away silently. After what happened today, he's definitely going to keep an eye on you. Elsewhere, his gaze was fixed straight ahead with determination. In another place, at the Xenix Academy dormitory, the early morning sunlight gently shone through each window pane. Disappointed. I'm so disappointed. Jia-sun was lying down, sighing dramatically. Come on, everyone tried their best anyway. Despite his friend's exhaustion, Luin stood there, patting his shoulder comfortingly. Yeah, getting 4th place in the team battle without Luin is pretty good. What do you mean good? It's extraordinary. Another friend chimed in. Losing our streak is a shame, but at least we proved the Academy's strength. His face showed regret as he shrugged helplessly. So, do you have any plans? The individual test is coming up. As everyone was talking, a friend suddenly burst in cheerfully, carrying 2 full bags of groceries. Anyone want a Coke? Of course, I have to win. He answered the previous question while taking a can of soda. Thanks. I have to maintain my top rank from now until the very end. He popped open the can, his expression full of determination as he looked at the delicious-looking drink. Right now, I'm still tied for first place in the individual rankings with Irene Prius, Chucky, Dalian Manson, and Doom Prim. The names of talented individuals appeared. Me and these heavy hitters are all competing for the championship. If nothing changes, the next match will be crucial. It's a survival battle, a fight for existence among 32 representatives on an artificial island. The first place winner gets 32 points, while the last place gets 1 point. Players will receive points based on their performance, so there will be a major shift in the rankings. I know you'll do well, but aren't you going to prepare like everyone else? His friend asked him curiously. Prepare what? Lewin replied, confused. Well, the others are busy trying to find allies, Jia-san said, looking at him. Is that so? He answered hesitantly. In the survival battle, contestants are allowed to form alliances to survive together. Distinguishing friend from foe and knowing how to form a strong alliance is considered an effective strategy. Everyone else will have an alliance. How can you take them all down alone? They continued their lively conversation. How about trying to team up with Doom? After all, in the last selection match, his friend continued while Lewin was lost in thought, planning his strategy. The first person who came to his mind was her. The image of the long, white-haired girl appeared in his mind, but he didn't know if she would agree to join. He was conflicted, unsure of what to do. Even if he succeeded, he'd still be short one person. Hey Lewin, let's form a team! Out of nowhere, Zeta pushed the door open and entered excitedly. Zeta? He looked at him in surprise. Oh, right, there's still this guy. Lewin's face lit up like he'd hit the jackpot. He looked at him smugly. Don't you dare betray us halfway through. I should be the one saying that. The two of them rushed out the door and ran off. Zeta was very sincere. He was a trustworthy person. He glanced at Zeta, his eyes holding a glimmer of hope and filled with trust. Hurry up, we still need one more person. With that, he ran ahead, leaving Zeta shouting behind him. Hey, who else is there besides me? He asked while chasing after him. Who? Should I try again? Whatever. She's probably out of my league anyway. Is it possible she hasn't accepted anyone's offer? Or maybe she doesn't want to team up with anyone? Amidst the bustling crowd, the two boys stood there, staring straight ahead. Hey, don't tell me you're... Zeta was startled as he spoke about what was in front of them. A bright red banner with a 5-petaled flower in the center fluttered in the wind. He wanted to team up with Irene Prius, but she's a top contender for the championship. Are you too close? He still couldn't believe it. A little, he replied to the blunt question. Oh wow, how close. Sweet. So I'm going to be on a team with Irene Prius? He excitedly continued to probe. Calm down. I haven't even asked yet. He turned his head helplessly and told him, I heard everyone who comes here gets rejected. What if we get rejected too? His face flushed with a mix of worry and embarrassment, feeling drained. You're acting like you're about to confess your love. Stop talking nonsense, he replied awkwardly. He noticed something to the side and glanced over. It was Irene, the girl with the signature white hair, standing right there smiling at him. I was waiting for you, Lewin. She suddenly beamed and spoke to him as if they were best friends from a past life. Inside a small room, they stood hunched over a large wooden table where maps of the competition were spread out. After examining them for a long time, they began to discuss their winning strategy. Lewin spoke first. So the largest team has 14 people? Irene immediately replied, Yeah, that team is led by Dank from the Freyla Holy Magic Academy. He's a genius, always ranked among the top 5 contenders for the championship. His magic is mainly light and holy magic. Identifying him as a tough opponent, everyone's face grew wary. Zeta's eyes were shut, his brow slightly furrowed, one hand on his chin and the other arm crossed, making him look even more anxious and worried as he muttered nonstop. Numbers aren't the issue, and of course, his team is the most formidable. Feeling that what he said wasn't entirely accurate, he cut in, breaking their train of thought, causing the two of them to whip their heads around in surprise. There's someone even more formidable, Doom Braim. Just those 2 words were enough to make the entire room fall silent. It seemed this was a dangerous opponent that everyone had to be wary of. But for some reason, the two of them had forgotten about him. He remained unfazed, maintaining his serious expression. The content of the test would change depending on each person's abilities. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. It was a clear and sunny day. The sunbeams shining on the ship's deck made it sparkle brilliantly. It was unclear whether this was an omen for a good start or just a faint glimmer of hope before the storm hit. The instructor in charge confirmed, Is everyone suited up in their armor? Then, In front of the contestants who were listening intently, he went over the rules one more time. Please note, when your armor's durability reaches its limit, you will be eliminated and automatically teleported from the test site. Soon, the luxurious ship brought everyone to an artificial island. They all disembarked one by one through the opened gangway. Some wore tense and worried expressions, evident in their heavy footsteps. Others had eyes full of confidence, ready to face any challenge awaiting them on the mysterious island ahead. As soon as he stepped off, Zeta couldn't help but hug his trembling body. We haven't even started, and I'm already shaking. Meanwhile, Lewin stared straight ahead without blinking. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, observing the island over there, which flickered in and out of view, enveloped in a barrier. He spoke up, "We just have to stay there for 72 hours, right?" With a calm demeanor and cold, sharp eyes, he nodded in confirmation. Yeah, everyone around was focused on Doom Brain, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Wary of his terrifyingly overwhelming power, the atmosphere on the island was more suffocating than ever. As expected, Doom Brain was really participating alone. Although Lewin had anticipated this, their eyes still showed caution. Seeing this, Irene tilted her head slightly, her voice soft but firm. That's true, but don't underestimate him. It wasn't just the two of them. Everyone understood that being alone didn't mean he was weak. Sometimes, it was the sign of a beast waiting for the right moment to pounce for the kill. We can't delay any longer, he suggested. Let's go. We have to take a boat from here to the main island. The other two agreed. Yeah, let's go. Their group's boat moved slowly across the green water. Gradually, it passed through a barrier. She touched it with her hand. This is our safe zone, he replied. That's right, and it will shrink over time. As soon as they arrived, the three of them took off running like their lives depended on it. Hurry, we need to secure a good spot quickly. The island was lush with trees, sunlight filtering through the leaves and shining down on the dense canopy, creating a faint halo of light in the quiet nature. Suddenly, a rumbling sound from someone's stomach echoed, shattering the peace. It turned out to be Zeta. After the three of them had settled on a tree branch like monkeys, his stomach started protesting loudly. He asked, Lewin, I'm not trying to be difficult, but why didn't we grab some food at the entrance earlier? Lewin just gave him a helpless smile, not bothering to say anything. Seeing this, she couldn't resist teasing him a little. Weren't you the one who insisted on setting up an ambush first? Huh? Hey, Zeta Mankiri? He grew embarrassed, sweat beading on his temples. All right. We're on the same team after all. How long are you going to treat me like an outsider? Suddenly, a loud noise from behind cut off their conversation, and everyone turned their heads to look. Far in the distance, a massive explosion erupted in the middle of the forest. A blinding flash of light burst out, making everyone instinctively shield their eyes, and the aftershock was strong enough to shake the entire area. He was confused. Already? A fight's already started? He stood with his arms crossed, looking down below like a wild beast that had found its prey, a clear look of amusement on his face. Zeta, it's our turn. He didn't understand the meaning behind his words and quickly asked, Huh? He calmly reassured him. I told you not to worry about food. Now you'll get to eat your fill. Our prey has arrived. Down below was a group of 5 people tiptoeing around. They were cautiously scouting the area like weak prey that could be attacked at any moment. Someone in the group couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Why don't we wait a bit and get food later? I'm so tired. The leader looked exhausted but didn't give up and encouraged everyone. Hang in there. It's easier to find food and water in those spots. Suddenly, an ice arrow shot out from nowhere, flying straight ahead. It hit an unlucky member directly, who stumbled backward, crying out in pain. Ugh. Meanwhile, the others were still dazed, not understanding what had happened. They finally realized the gravity of the situation, scrambling into a defensive stance and shouting, It's an ambush! It's an ambush! Hey there! I've been waiting for you. He stood there with a cold smile, conjuring a magic orb in his hand. You little punks. It took you long enough to show up. Iron spears! He unleashed a wave of power, and a storm of ice arrows flew toward them. Meanwhile, Iron clasped her hands together, her expression unchanging. Above her head, a massive surge of blue power began to glow brilliantly. It was several times larger than Seta's earlier Iron Spear attack, radiating streams of energy. Dazzling and swirling violently, the sight left him utterly astonished. It was the 5th-tier ice spell, Blizzard, a massive amount of energy unleashed with fierce power and overwhelming scale, erupting outward like a vortex of light. Beams of energy shot out in long, sharp bands, creating the sensation that space itself was being ripped apart. Moreover, the thunderous roar it generated revealed its terrifying destructive power. The sheer aura it projected left him completely dumbfounded. That's Iron Prius for you, casting high-level magic without even flinching. As he continued to cast his own spell, his eyes widened in shock because he sensed a massive amount of energy behind him. The opposing group didn't yield to a stronger foe and actively launched a counterattack. Their leader yelled, There are 3 of them in total, and that includes Iron Prius. attack and defend at the same time, with as much firepower as possible. The barrage of attacks made the entire area become enveloped in a brilliant blue hue. The resulting shockwaves continuously spread out, forcing those nearby to raise their arms to shield themselves. The scene unfolding before him didn't particularly surprise Lewin, as he felt it wasn't all that impressive, because he never underestimated his enemies. He considered that they were formidable mages in their own right, student representatives after all. Realizing it was time for him to make his move, he leaped down from the tree. With his keen hearing, a young man with brown hair sensed something was off and immediately went on alert. He mumbled, "I just heard a noise." Staring at the bushes ahead, he was sure the last enemy was hiding there. Acting on his survival instincts, he immediately unleashed an attack straight towards Lewin's position. "Over there!" The attack shot through the leaves, landing right beside Lewin, yet he faced it without flinching. He swiftly activated time refraction, zipping past each person one by one, without any issue, reaching the final opponent in an instant. His speed left everyone wide-eyed in amazement. Lewin's body leaned forward decisively, preparing to deliver a devastating kick, a direct blow to the guy's body, and it appeared he was immediately rendered unable to fight. The remaining students were so shocked that their jaws dropped. To avenge their comrade, one of them used the tree prison skill. Countless vines shot up from the ground, lunging toward him. Having dealt with this move before, he simply needed to jump to avoid it. Simultaneously, he conjured a fireball in his hand. Recognizing the danger it posed, they knew that out of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best course of action. They immediately scattered in every direction like a broken beehive. "It's an explosive fireball. Everyone, get clear." But as luck would have it, they didn't get more than a few feet before Seta's ice darts cut off their escape. He was like a crazed fan, cheering enthusiastically for Lewin from the back. "Lewin, take them down." Not one to disappoint his teammate, Lewin, like a basketball player about to make a shot, threw everything he had into the attack. As for the unlucky guy, despite running for his dear life, he couldn't escape the fireball. His face turned pale, his eyes widened in terror, and he could only scream helplessly. "Ah!" A massive explosion erupted, expanding in a hemispherical shockwave that swept away everything in its path, sending trees flying. A blinding light enveloped the entire space. The result was the guy lying unconscious on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Ugh. Simultaneously, the durability of his armor reached its limit, causing him to be eliminated and automatically teleported out of the exam area. Lewin glanced over at the remaining students, and the hair on their necks stood on end as they cried out, "Ah!" With the air of a victor, he calmly stated, "Now it's 3 against 4, right?" Behind him, Irin and Seda walked up to his side. Realizing that they had come up against opponents who were leagues stronger, the other group's leader humiliatingly announced, "We surrender." Lewin couldn't hide his excitement. Now we have food. After defeating their opponents and taking their supplies, they had collected a good amount of food. "Hey, there's even meat in here. This should be enough to last us for 3 days, don't you think?" "Those guys really kept it well," Seda said, grinning with delight as he inspected a bag. Irin and Lewin each carried a black sack. "Yeah, thanks for this. We will eat well." Suddenly, a shocking explosion in the distance startled Seda. The three of them immediately focused their attention on it. "Isn't Dan's team in that direction? I'm not sure what's going on, but it looks like something major. Who would dare to confront a team of over 10 people? This is what you'd call a choke point." Irin folded her arms. Very few mages are capable of reaching that threshold of power. "Wow, it's only been a year, and he's improved that much? He's already at that level?" Seda exclaimed in astonishment. Lewin grew thoughtful upon hearing that. He's truly powerful. Lewin's expression became serious and somewhat frightening as he thought about the master swordsman, Doom Pram. A door creaked open, letting the orange glow of the sunset into the dark house. Everything was proceeding just as he had anticipated. Lewin remained silent, his expression contemplative. This is the central village. It's the only place on the island that can hold a large number of people. On the map was a large island with numerous massive trees and hills. The Dalian team will probably head here. Right, that makes sense. And Doom Pram will likely go there as well. When this name was mentioned, Lewin's expression became even more grave. He knows it'll be crowded, but he's still going to go there by himself? Isn't that too reckless? Irin voiced her question. No, he'll definitely go. That's the best way for him to win. When she heard Lewin say this, she was confused. Kill points. Irin's jaw dropped in complete shock. Each time someone gets eliminated, the kill points go up. If I were Doom Pram, it would be a brilliant move, a masterstroke. Ah, I'm just trying to think like he would, he chuckled sheepishly. Besides, he's trying to get the attention of the underworld king, so his only choice is to do something reckless. You're really a weird one, Irin said, looking at Lewin suspiciously, which made him feel awkward. That night, a shadowy figure lurked outside the house. You checked. How many there are? Lewin asked Iron as he peeked through a crack in the curtains. There's only one. Knowing someone was lurking nearby, they didn't lower their guard and quickly investigated. I turned off the lights to avoid being discovered. I don't think they know we're in here. Is he heading this way? Lewin asked, watching the stranger with extreme caution. Iron, go wake up Seda. While danger was potentially lurking right outside, Seda was fast asleep. Let me stand guard. The mysterious figure slowly approached the door, the sound of their footsteps rustling through the grass in the dead of night. They stood before the entrance, seemingly trying to determine if anyone was inside. Lewin was already in ambush, ready to pounce the second, opened the door and stepped inside. If he was alone, it was possible, but his expression was extremely tense. The guy entered and closed the door. He walked in without noticing Lewin hiding beside him. Lewin immediately grabbed his cloak from behind, startling him. Then he threw him forward, making him tumble to the ground. Before the guy could react, Lewin covered his mouth. With a flash of light, Irin appeared and used illuminating magic to shine directly on him. As his face was slowly revealed in the light, Seda was a bit stunned. You? Are you Canalis? Lewin let go, and the guy lay on the ground in pain. Sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to break in. I just needed a place to rest. If I'd known you were here, I wouldn't have come. Lewin was still restraining him. Are you alone? He was extremely cautious, his brow furrowed. Yes. What about the people on your team? I remember there were 6 others. Seda carefully pulled back the curtain to check the situation outside. Doom Prim. When this name was uttered, the atmosphere inside grew even more tense. We fell into his trap. He pictured Doom Prim's ferocious face as he slaughtered everyone. From the very beginning, we made bold moves. Relying on our numerical advantage, we planned to ambush Monkiri's team to score some kill points. Our group, all dressed in black cloaks, was quite large, but then he showed up. Doom Prim jumped down from above and ambushed our group. He targeted the moment when everyone was scattered looking for food. You mean all 6 of you fell into Doom Prim's trap? Irin couldn't help but be surprised. No, just one person. We had already prepared for situations that required a swift defense, but what happened next was the problem. After hearing an explosion, Dalian brought his entire team to attack us. We had to fight off Doom Prim while also being wary of another opponent. Even though we fought back fiercely, I couldn't hold on, including me. Only a mere 2 of us managed to escape, but it didn't end there. While Canalis and another teammate, both seriously injured, were struggling to flee, Doom Prim appeared once again. He was radiating killing intent as he stood before his prey. At first, he hid and quietly watched us. He waited for the battle to end, then silently followed us while we were injured. He recounted this with an extremely angry expression. He took advantage of the situation to reap the benefits. A truly clever move. Lewin couldn't help but praise Doom Prim's cunning. He definitely benefited this time. So, I know this is a bit shameless, but can you let me join your team? He pleaded, looking very pathetic. Huh? Seda was surprised by his request. He really did seem exhausted, but the guy also had good tactics. He rubbed his chin, thinking, no. When Lewin said that, both Seda and Irin were surprised. Why not? How did you escape, Canalis? He asked with a cold gaze, causing the guy to break out in a cold sweat. If it was Doom Prim, how could he possibly let you escape while you were injured? His face became as serious as an interrogator's questioning a criminal. It was then that the other 2 realized something was off. Seda pointed. Oh, you mean there are only 3 possibilities. 1, you're lying. 2, Doom Prim intentionally let you live. Or 3, someone is watching everything here from a distance. Lewin began deducing brilliantly like Conan. Failing that, he used the system to check the guy's identity. The result was 5 huge question marks. Identity unconfirmed. The imposter, feeling that he'd been exposed, gritted his teeth in anger. You're not Canalis? Lewin raised his fist with a terrifying expression. A loud noise echoed through the quiet night, startling even an owl into flight. A large, flaming hole was now in the floor, and at this moment, only his cloak was left. The person himself had vanished without a trace. A clone? Witnessing this, Irin and Seda were stunned. Hurry up! At dawn, the sun had just peaked over the high mountains. Canalis might have been attacked by the one who created that clone. There's a high probability that all 7 members of Canalis's team have been eliminated. Lewin, Irin, and Seda packed their things and left the place early. Maybe that clone wasn't entirely lying. I want to talk about something related to the person who confronted Canalis. The other 2 focused their attention on Irin. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. In the Mazeros Sea, there's the saying, to fight a pirate, you have to use a pirate. Lewin calmly shouldered his backpack. Let's go hunt the enemy. He smiled, determination in his eyes. In a rather large house deep in the forest. Have you found their location yet? They're scurrying around and hiding on the west bank. Ha. The man covered his face and laughed sarcastically, while Dalian looked at him with a weary expression. I faked almost everything, but unfortunately, they still found me out in the end. Your puppet was discovered? How? Dalian raised an eyebrow in confusion. I don't know. Even you're surprised. The puppet was destroyed because some guy crushed it. He grinned widely, his face as wicked as a psychopathic killer's. What's your move now, Dalian? He mused thoughtfully, his brow furrowed. Iron Brown, Seda Menkiri, and Lewin Adel. All troublesome opponents. It seems he has a good grasp of their information and will likely come up with a countermeasure soon. Behind you, it's an ambush! A blinding light suddenly appeared from behind, causing the three of them to panic. A holy spearman suddenly charged out with his weapon raised. It wasn't Lewin Adel. He thought he was the one springing the surprise, but it turned out he was the one being surprised. A blast of light shook the entire forest. That's holy magic from Dion. Everything is going according to plan. The three of them were actually hiding in the trees, observing. Seda was eating, sitting comfortably as if watching a movie. They swarm over as soon as they hear the signal, but we're not actually there. He laughed gleefully with an apple in his hand, while Iron intently watched the play they had set up. So, what do we do now? Come on, let's go get some kill points. Lewin stood up, smiling because the trick had worked. The other two also got serious, ready to fight. The scene changes, and blood splatters everywhere. Dalian looked in that direction, astonished. The three people who were mistaken for their group were cowering, their faces pale as ghosts. Lewin, Iron, and Seda had arrived just in time to rescue them. Is this what you call a temporary alliance? It might be worth a shot. Seda seemed quite interested in the idea. There are only 6 of them. Charge! Don't be afraid. One of the guys quickly regained his morale, clearly overestimating himself, and charged straight at them to attack. Suddenly, from behind Seda, a massive wave of power surged forward, surprising even Lewin. The guy who was about to attack was hit by that power and sent flying 100 meters away. It all happened so fast that no one could react immediately. Dalian's group was stunned to see their teammates sent flying with a single blow. This power. Our 3 main characters were just as surprised. Everyone turned to look. It was Doom Prim. Lewin's pupils constricted. He shot past them at lightning speed, a blue aura surrounding him. With a single sword strike, Doom Prim took down 3 people right before their eyes. Wow, you want to join us, Doom Prim? Seda was wary, and Irin frowned. Looks like we've got another temporary ally. Agreed. Lewin, though still cautious, knew this was to their advantage. Take out Dalian's team first. He began to calculate everything with a sharp gaze, observing it all. The survivors are all gathered here. The match is probably nearing its end. Why are we the only ones being attacked? It's Doom Prim. Everyone, get back to base. The members of Dalian's team immediately fled. Chucky and Dalian tried their best to fight back. Don't retreat. Everyone, group up and fight. Earthquake! Lewin punched the ground, creating an earthquake to attack those rushing at him. Miserable screams echoed through the sky. Oh! A voice caught Lewin's attention, and he looked up to see Doom. Leaping over an unconscious person to land in front of him, he stared grimly at Lewin. As he brushed past his shoulder, his deep, menacing voice made Lewin's eyes widen. I will finish you with my own hands. He looked at him with eyes full of hatred. A clear declaration. After speaking, Doom Prim dashed off, his sword flashing as he moved forward, leaving Lewin standing there in silence. He sighed, watching his figure disappear into the distance. A while later in the observation room, at a small, isolated house in the forest, a young man was training relentlessly. We've stopped at Base B, near the center of the island. Lewin punched furiously forward, drenched in sweat. After that day's battle, the largest alliance was reduced to just Dalian Manson and Chucky. The temporary allies also vanished along with Doom Prim. Routine quest. 5,000 out of 5,000 punches, 5,000 out of 5,000 kicks, 1 out of 1 15-kilometer run, 1 session of combat practice. He stopped, looked up at the notification panel, and panted heavily. Good, finally done. It's been a while since I did a quest. The door opened softly, and he turned to look. You're up? Irin stepped out with a smile. Yeah, training? She walked down the hallway towards him. Yeah, I was feeling a bit restless. We had a pretty intense fight at dawn, after all. Hearing her question, he didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. Seda left breakfast for you. Make sure you eat. I'll come in later. Lewin quickly changed the subject. Oh, thanks. On the table was a neatly arranged plate of steak and eggs. Irin took a bite of the steak. The thick, juicy piece of meat was cooked beautifully. Oh, with just one bite, her eyes lit up. It's delicious, right? He's pretty talented. Lewin walked in from outside, hands in his pockets looking cool. Yeah, I went to bed last night without saying anything. I'm sorry, Irin said shyly. He smiled, walked closer, and comforted her. It's okay. You finished your watch, so you must have been tired. Lewin sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Hey, Lewin, what? He was about to drink his tea but turned his attention to her. There's something I've been wanting to ask you for a while. What is it? Lewin replied casually. What do you plan to do after graduation? Iron looked at him seriously. He was silent for a moment. Why do you want to know? I'm just curious. Your abilities are so extraordinary. I'm sure you won't choose an ordinary path. The mages who compete with each other in this competition will eventually enter the outside world, and at that moment, they will begin their lives as part of society. Some join the ranks of knights in a certain territory, taking on the responsibility of protecting the country under the royal army. Some become members of the magic tower, and others join special teams to earn money. Those are the ordinary paths. Lewin looked down at his teacup thoughtfully. So what about me? To be honest, I don't know either. I've never thought about it. He put his cup down, clasped his hands together, and spoke seriously. Just last year, I was still at the bottom of the class. I didn't have time to think about the future. His eyes were glued to the tabletop while Iron kept her focus on him. Back then, I had to figure out how to even become a mage. After this competition ends, I'll probably have some idea of what I'll do. I'll probably go back to the academy, I guess. Lewin smiled and let out a breath. She remained silent. What about you, Aaron? I'm like you. I don't know either. I've never been sure what kind of mage I want to be. I just did what people around me told me to. Now it was Iron's turn to look down at the table. Like, Aaron, you must become a great mage. She lifted the cup with both hands and took a sip of tea. Seeing this, he said nothing. So I've made my own decision. Aaron placed her teacup on the table. I want to defeat Doom Prim first. She placed her hands on the table and said seriously, I think by doing that, I'll find my own path. Determination shone in her golden eyes. It was a firm declaration of Iron's future path. I'll know what kind of mage I want to become. The atmosphere suddenly grew more tense, no longer like a normal conversation. The battle with Doom Prim. Every year, Iron was always ranked second. Doom Prim is the mountain she must overcome, the lesson she absolutely must complete. All right, let's do it together. Lewin understood how she felt, and he smiled, respecting her ambition, because everyone has their own problems to solve. Hearing him say that, Irin smiled brightly. Thank you. That night, a full moon hung brightly in the starry sky. The safe zone is shrinking faster and faster now. We should probably leave in about an hour. The three of them looked outside through the window. So tonight, the only safe places left are the central village and the base. Seda was using magic to illuminate the map in Lewin's hands. Assuming both Dalian and Chucky are in the central village, taking it over is a good idea. But we can't rule out the possibility that Doom Prim is ambushing us. When he said that, the other two were immediately stunned. But if we just sit here and wait for them to attack first? Seda looked out the window tensely. Irin became worried. If that happens, we'll have trouble with the safe zone. Does anyone have a plan? He clasped his hands behind his head. Can't we just attack them? Iron was speechless with this musclehead. We shouldn't draw attention right now. We have to be very careful. That's true. Lewin crossed his arms, his eyebrows knitted tightly, having been silent until now. Wait, I have an idea. Huh? Iron and Seda stopped their discussion and simultaneously looked towards him. There are only a few people left now. Just moving up one rank will earn a lot of points. As Irin said, everyone will be acting very cautiously. Lewin began to lay out his strategy. Not to mention, we just caused a commotion with that brawl at dawn, so it's highly likely no one will react to our actions. Yeah, so what? He'd definitely choose to hide, but if it's Doom Prim, he'll reveal himself because he's confident in his skills. Besides, we can't just ignore him, or we'll be in danger too. Lewin furrowed his brow, his expression incredibly serious. But where do we find Doom Prim now? Irin's question was very practical. How could they catch an opponent they couldn't locate? Before Lewin could answer, an explosion from outside shattered the house's door. From within the smoke and dust, a tall figure stepped inside. Doom Prim appeared with an enraged face, his bloodshot eyes glaring. He stared at Lewin with murderous intent. Did you sleep well? Lewin's expression didn't change, calmly facing Doom Prim. We need to go somewhere. Outside, the night was silent, and the atmosphere was incredibly tense and oppressive. Lewin, did Doom Prim capture you? Seda cautiously stepped forward, worried about him. Lewin raised a hand to reassure him. What do you mean captured? I brought him here. Why bring him here? We should have acted discreetly and set up an ambush, Seda yelled impatiently. But I never planned to ambush him in the first place, Lewin said, flustered. Doom Prim had been silent the whole time. Doom Prim, he turned to look at him. Your opponent isn't me, it's Iron Prius. He smiled, looking over at Iron, who was nervously clutching her dress. Seda was surprised by Lewin's decision. Doom Prim let out a sigh. Lewin crossed his arms helplessly, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, letting his head hang in frustration. Iron, she's actually very strong but always comes in second. She said she was extremely worried because she always loses to Doom Prim. He thought of the pitiful image of the girl always turning away, flustered and avoiding him. Well, it's about her family, so it's hard to get into the details. She doesn't like answering a lot of questions, he pondered, thinking about Iren's serious and determined face. I think this is how she deals with things, by believing in the kind of mage she wants to become. Lost in his subconscious thoughts, Lewin felt inadequate as he watched the small girl trying to fight against a massive power, a blue light seeming to burst before his eyes. Contrary to the image of the person watching calmly from the other side, Iren was struggling, drenched in sweat as she fought. She cast a spell, conjuring a blue orb of swirling power, then used all her might to push the mass of magic forward, shouting, "Ice storm!" The cold block of ice flashed and shot forward. It sped towards the man holding a sword defensively in front of him. Suddenly, the power erupted with a deafening boom, louder than a bombing run, echoing throughout the forest, shaking the ground, the plants, and the animals. Iren frowned, startled by the surprise. The blue light completely vanished, leaving only a blazing red power that erupted, blowing everything away. It was a shield spell, a red orb appearing and surrounding the area where Doom Prim was standing. A moment later, the orb cracked, and light from within seeped out into the dark sky. Then it exploded, revealing him standing in the middle looking cool like a main character, a sword in his hand. The ground around the circle where he stood was now a large crater, with dust and fragments of the orb flying everywhere. As the dust settled, his sharp, cold face was revealed, veins popping on his face, teeth clenched, and his glare shooting daggers, like a dark lord. Iren was exhausted, her body drenched in sweat, gritting her teeth and groaning helplessly. As for the two men on the other side, one watched blankly with his arms crossed, while Seta could see she was at her limit. "Lewin, is it okay to just leave her like that?" He looked calm, but his face was scrunched up in deep thought. Seta couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to step in to help the girl. The battle dragged on, one side fierce, the other exhausted. The cold-faced Doom Prim, looking like a demon, prepared to attack. He swung his sword, sending a blazing red magical flame attacking towards Iren. Having long been exhausted, she watched in helpless panic as the stream of power got closer and closer, unable to dodge it. A man's body moved in front of the girl, blocking the fatal blow. The person surfing through the wave of magic was Lewin. She looked up in surprise at him standing in front of her, protecting her. "Lewin?" He stepped forward to fight Doom Prim, completely unafraid, and calmly turned his head to answer the girl's question. "I said I'd let you attack first, not that I'd let him finish you." Hearing that, she was completely relieved and collapsed onto the ground. He glanced at her, a smirk playing on his lips, looking like a total boss. The ultimate boss. "I can't afford to lose a useful teammate like you, even if it's just for the sake of victory." Iren was speechless, probably moved to tears. Lewin turned back to face the guy, powerfully stomping through fire and wind, shouting a direct provocation. "Doom Prim, let's mess things up." He let out a huff, scornfully sizing them up. "Humph, you plan to face me alone? Isn't your whole team gonna jump in? Or are you just leaving that musclehead standing over there?" The musclehead over there's ears weren't deaf, you know. His face, possibly even more boss-like than the main characters, twisted in annoyance as he shot back. "You mutt." Lewin walked closer to him. "Of course I'll do it alone. Wouldn't two people be too much for you? Man, when it comes to trash talk, neither of these guys holds back." He was a bit smug. "I learned how to face swordsmen from Sir Jair," he recalled, observing. "For knights, their feet are the most important thing. It not only helps channel power into their sword, but it also allows them to predict the enemy's moves. So if I pay attention to Doom Prim's feet." He put his thoughts into action. At the same time, the guy leaped up, raising his sword and charging forward, ready for a fierce clash. Before he makes his move, he's predictable. This was the moment. Lewin's eyes widened in triumph. Victory was within his grasp. So when Doom Prim swung his sword, he quickly flipped up, dodging the sharp slash. Lewin let out a half smile, that signature smirk. Perfect. But what you see isn't always what you get. His eyes went wide in shock at the lightning-fast shadow that zipped past him, a wolf in sheep's clothing. He didn't know when, but the guy had already shot forward, a stream of magic following the sword in his hand, slashing through Lewin. While his brain hadn't even caught up, drops of blood trickled down into the pitch-black night. "I'm not a knight, I'm a mage," Doom Prim growled, forcefully reminding the unsteady Lewin. His hand clutched the wound on his arm, his head drenched in sweat from the pain, but he still forced himself to look up towards the provocative voice. He continued, raising his sword slightly. "That's because they've never seen with their own eyes a true magic swordsman." Immediately, a clang rang out. Doom Prim advanced step by step, swinging his sword with each one, while Lewin continuously retreated. The guy yelled angrily, "Defend yourself, Lewin." He clicked his tongue, looking like he was struggling, finding it hard to accept that he'd never fought someone like this. He racked his brain. "Up until now, when facing mages, my method has always been to use time refraction to get close, then create an opportunity to exploit their weakness." Opponent's weakness. Thinking back on the man he was facing, he noted, but Doom Priam compensated for that by using a sword. Lewin stopped, with nowhere left to retreat. He halted, but his eyes widened as he stared down. At the gash cutting through the fabric on his thigh, not only was blood seeping out, but the area around the wound was bruised and the blood had darkened. Before he could even wonder, the man quickly added, "This is called a radiation effect." As he advanced, he explained that the wound will continue to absorb your movements and you'll be completely trapped, just like Irin. Doom Priam's expression changed in an instant, his voice a menacing growl. "All right, time to end this." He slammed the tip of his sword into the ground, and it unleashed a swirling light, no longer a fiery red. The power had now transformed into a brilliant jet-black purple. That energy enveloped Doom Priam. Boom! A pair of midnight purple wings flashed open, their span, feathers fluttering around him, melting into the night. The two watching from the sidelines saw the situation change and, sensing trouble, became worried for him. Lewin's eyes went wide. The situation was hanging by a thread. He was casting a fifth circle. Magic spell. Doom Priam shouted his incantation. Wings of the Archdemon. A powerful surge of magic erupted, radiating a beautiful emerald green light. But looking at the dark, gloomy wings, each and every feather looked anything but beautiful and bright. At all. Whoosh! A violent wind erupted from him, blowing away everything in the vicinity. It was terrifying, strong enough to send a person flying, which is exactly what happened to the two spectators. One of them fell over, while the other clung to a nearby rock to keep from being swept away. Both of them screamed in terror. Oh my God! Doom Priam stood in the middle of the battlefield, where the ground, rocks, and the entire path had been obliterated by the power in his hands. And where was Lewin? He was taking cover behind a boulder to escape this demonic power. Unbelievable. He really lives up to his reputation as the reigning champion. He's just too powerful. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to tear a strip of cloth from his sleeve, then managed to wrap it around the wound on his thigh. Dazed, he noticed a flash of light and looked at his other hand, where the ring on his middle finger was glowing. Over where Doom Priam stood, there was nothing but dust and rubble in all directions. Nothing remained intact. Even the plants had been blasted. Away, he let out a long sigh, feigning sadness. Lewin, I had such high hopes for you, but it seems I'm bound to be disappointed. Lewin peeked out from behind the large boulder like a timid mouse and looked at him. Yeah, I admit it. With that, he stepped out completely, facing the imposing figure standing there. Doom Priam, you really are strong. For a moment I thought you were an impenetrable fortress. The man glanced over, his words laced with venom. Are you giving up already? Ha, it's not that easy. Lewin's expression immediately shifted, and his eyes grew sharp, as if his gaze could pierce right through the man. His eyes were like a blade brimming with power. That's right, a power built on the faith of those who had put their trust in him. He thought of them and spoke loudly and clearly, as if to declare to Doom. Priam, there are many people who believe in me, aren't there? That's what's pushing me to break through this wall. As he spoke, he held out the hand wearing the ring with the fiery red gem, pointing it right at him. The man didn't understand this gesture, and even raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Humph, you're insane. Then he lifted his sword from the ground. Let me teach you a lesson and see if you're still so talkative. Without a moment's hesitation, Lewin yelled, Fairy's Wrath, summoning a surging well of power. His hair seemed to flare with his anger, mirroring his explosive rage. Doom Priam, you'd better watch your mouth. The battle officially resumed, their auras clashing with equal intensity. Doom Priam leaped high into the air and swung down. If you can't dodge this, you're dead meat. Lewin was also ready, thrusting out the hand wearing the red ring. The two powers collided, sword against ring. The situation was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Neither could afford to slip up for even a second. The sword was pressing down on the ring, looking like it would slice it in half. At times, the ring's damage immunity would activate, nullifying physical attacks. And then the ring blazed with light, and the sword shattered in two. Countless shards from the blade peppered Doom Priam, sending blood flying. Lewin ducked and shot past the stunned man. Doom Priam looked down at the wounds on his body, his voice trembling. Humph, how could it be? Lewin seized the opportunity to kick the back of his knee, causing Doom Priam to buckle and fall. His body lost all balance as he crashed to the ground. Immediately after, a foot planted itself on Doom Priam's chest. Lewin slowly began to speak. Doom Priam, listen up. Looking down at him, he said, You're not in my league. The only thing you have is your arrogance, this delusion that you're superior to everyone else. It's time for a reality check. Lewin's arm slowly rose, his fist clenching tightly. Doom Priam's pupils shrank in fear, his entire body frozen stiff. Lewin's fists rained down like thunderbolts, his robes fluttering with each movement. The three spectators saw a flash of light emanate from Doom Priam's body. Zeta clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Oh my God, you scared me to death. If you had lost, I would have been next on the chopping. Block. Lewin just chuckled. It was just luck. I almost lost back there. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Erin, who was standing nearby looking dejected. Her eyes were downcast, and she seemed to be in low spirits. Lewin walked over to her and said, I'm sorry for interfering with your fight. Erin pushed aside her sadness and replied with a smile, Why are you apologizing? I'm the one who should be sorry. She lowered her head, her voice filled with self-reproach. I put our entire team in danger because of my own selfishness. I'm truly sorry, everyone. He hesitated. But because of me, you couldn't accomplish your goal in this competition. Erin turned to walk away, feigning indifference. Don't worry about it. That's not my goal anymore. Lewin was still confused. Huh? He uttered. Erin let out a small laugh. My goal isn't to defeat Doom Priam anymore. Then she pointed a finger at him. My new goal is you, Lewin. Lewin raised an eyebrow and grinned in response. This new goal of yours won't be an easy one. Erin flashed a playful smile. I'm well aware of that. You'd better be ready, because one day, I'll definitely surpass you. The situation grew increasingly tense. Now there were a total of 5 people left, including us. Dalian, Manson, and Chai were all putting up a fierce fight. Zeta and Erin were no pushovers either. They fought back, but they were no match for our team. Suddenly, from deep within the forest, there was a loud explosion and a flash of light, with thick smoke mingling with a blue glow. Dalian and Manson Vasherki lay motionless on the ground, enveloped in that blue light. The bodies of Dalian and Manson were completely still. As they watched the two of them gradually disappear, Zeta let out a gasp. Lewin spoke up. So it's just the 3 of us left. Erin's eyes crinkled in a smile. That's right. While Zeta couldn't hide his delight, I never thought I'd make it. Here, he suddenly suggested. Do you want to have the final match? Erin's voice cut in. Wait, Lewin, Erin said. I'd like to withdraw. I'm not in good condition right now. I'm sorry. I'll do better next time. Lewin cheerfully agreed. All right then, let's have a rematch another time. He thought to himself that Erin must be exhausted. Zeta winked and smiled. Well, I guess it's my turn, huh, Lewin? Even if you're the team leader, I won't go easy on you. You haven't seen my real skills yet. Have you? Lewin got into a fighting stance. Then bring it on. Zeta cried out in alarm. Whoa, wait a minute. His entire body was sent flying into the air. Zeta's voice still echoed. I said, wait a minute. Elsewhere, an excited voice shouted, Congratulations to our Academy's representative for taking first place. Everyone at the table raised their glasses to celebrate. Congratulations, Lewin. Lewin is number 1. Suddenly, a voice called out, making him look over. When everyone said you weren't at the dorms, I knew you'd be here. The 2 people standing at the door were Zeta and Erin. Erin spoke first. We fought side by side for so long, how could I miss the chance to congratulate you? And this Sir Zeta here insisted on coming along. Lewin rested his chin on his hand as he listened to Zeta's complaint. What's with that? I thought we were done with all that after the competition. Why are you still calling me Sir? She smirked. Can't help it. That's just how I am. Lewin gave a small smile. Everyone was still the same. After that life or death battle, I became the sole leader. Although Doom Pram had a lot of kill points, his low survival score caused his rank to drop. Dalian and Erin, despite being top contenders, were still ranked below me. If I can just keep this up. Lewin imagined himself holding the championship trophy, being cheered on by everyone. Victory would no longer be a distant dream. Jason's eyes were filled with hearts. He exclaimed joyfully, I can't believe the day has come when I get to sit at the same table as Erin Prius. I can die happy now. Erin waved her hands dismissively, replying, Oh, stop it. Everyone cheerfully raised their glasses and shouted, Come on, this time let's toast to the goddess Erin. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, she could only cover her mouth and laugh sheepishly. Seeing this, Lewin unconsciously smiled along. In the bar, the sound of everyone's cheerful laughter filled the air. Elsewhere, 2 people were whispering to each other. There's no way that Lewin guy can win the festival this time, right? Hey, keep it down. Doom might hear you. Oh, sorry. Even though they were whispering, their words still reached Doom Pram's ears. He was frustrated, unable to believe he had lost. Doom Pram looked at the shattered pieces of his sword in the locker. I let my guard down. I never thought his target wasn't me, but this sword. He recalled what happened then. I realized it for a split second, but I still swung my sword thinking victory was assured. Doom Pram was now filled with regret, and then I lost in the match that he was watching. Suddenly he asked, Hasn't he come to see me today? The other person stammered, Huh? Ah, no, I haven't seen him. Then, the person suggested, Don't worry too much, you're tired too. Why don't we find a place to rest first? Doom Pram's steady voice replied, Sorry, I want to be alone right now. Hearing this, the other person quickly stood up. Huh? Oh, my apologies. I'll be outside then. Just call if you need anything. Now, only Doom Pram was left inside. He stood silently in front of his personal locker. Doom Pram stood like that for a long time, seemingly lost in thought about something. Below the building, a joyous voice rang out. Luin Adel has defeated Doom Pram! A new generation of talented mages has been born! Tyon Exnit stood by the railing. Looking down, the cheers had not yet died down, his eyes shining with pride. I only thought the kid would do well. I never expected he'd come this far. I never thought he could defeat Doom Pram. Tehran approached from behind. Since Luin won, you're looking pretty pleased, huh? My pride's a little hurt. It's hard to face that guy at the arena, Tyon Exnit hesitantly asked. So the arena must have. He smiled and nodded slightly, replying, yes. The two of them looked down at the scene below together. The grand festival is almost over. The sound of steady footsteps echoed. Now only the individual trials remained. Specifically, it was an obstacle course-style test. This round was held within the city limits. The contestants will compete based on 3 criteria: athletics, combat, and swimming. Since it's a competition between mages, contestants are allowed to summon mounts or use teleportation magic to travel through time and space. Seda turned to the person next to him and asked, how does it feel, Luin? His gaze was fixed on the excited crowd in the stands. Everyone was chanting your name. What's it like to be a star? Luin also turned to look. I wouldn't know about that. In reality, his eyebrows raised slightly, and his gaze grew somber. I really want to enjoy this breathtaking moment, but now is not the time. Nearby, Doom Pram's eyes were still fixed on Luin, because it's not too late to celebrate once the winner has been confirmed. Today was a beautiful sunny day. The warm sunlight and clear blue sky were incredibly pleasant. Seda crossed his arms and cleared his throat. Today is the individual trial. No one is backing out, so don't put yourself in danger. He laughed out loud and replied, yeah, I know. I'll do my best. The man fired a gun into the air, shouting the signal to get ready. The 4 of them, Irin, Dalian, Manson, and Chucky, all assumed combat stances. With a loud bang, the sound of the gun echoed resoundingly, followed by a cloud of dust. The sound of frantic footsteps rang out. Each person used a different method of movement, but they all had the same destination. Suddenly, the group stopped short, because in front of them was a horde of goblins raising their weapons. Irin spoke up. I thought you'd be a little slower. Dalian Manson's entire body was pulled through the air. Dalian Manson suggested, how about the 3 of us form a temporary alliance? Irin politely refused. Sir Manson, I'm not really a fan of teamwork. Nearby, the frantic clatter of horse hooves echoed. Doom Pram rode on horseback, his expression extremely serious. A beam of yellow light shot out from his sword straight towards the goblins. Irin said, it seems they prefer to attack individually. Dalian Manson nodded. Even after observing Doom Pram for 6 years, I still find him very difficult to approach. So, let's go our separate ways. No one bothers anyone. Doom Pram's reflection appeared in the goblin's blue eyes. Before it could even counterattack, it took the full force of his downward slash. Doom Pram glanced behind him, wondering, why? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Then, he sliced another goblin's body in half. Could he have left us far behind? No, that's impossible. Doom Pram looked back again. If that's the case, he must still be behind us. He frowned and asked Irin, why hasn't he appeared yet? Happening? She answered hesitantly, yeah, I don't know either. It felt strange now that she thought about it. Irin remembered the goblins they had just defeated. We've been in the lead this whole time, but why haven't Luin and the others shown up yet? Dalian's voice. Manson grew anxious. That's right, they still have time to catch up to us and the others. But no one has. Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind shot past them. Luin was standing there and greeted them. Caught up, Doom Priam's eyebrows furrowed, and his gaze turned grim. Earlier in the stands, the crowd was buzzing. What's wrong? Why hasn't Luin Ale made a move yet? Did he give up? What's going on? Just shut up and watch. He's the one who defeated Doom Priam. Luin ruffled his hair, thinking he'd been waiting for this day since he decided to join the Grand Festival. After 6 months of physical training, I'm confident in this round. He also had his own worries. But as a close combat mage, turning my back on pursuers would be a huge disadvantage. After a moment of thought, Luin's eyes became determined. He quickly started running. I'll attack everyone from the rear and move forward. At that moment, those moving ahead heard a rustling sound from behind and turned to look. They only saw Luin run up and send 3 people flying. He counted down 29, 28, 27, 25, 24. After that, I lost count of what number I was on. Just then, a voice spoke up. Whoa, what's that? Zeta glanced back doubtfully. Seeing Luin, he asked in surprise, Luin, since when were you? Luin cut Zeta off. Luin gave a harmless smile. You know me, right? Then, when he opened his eyes, his voice turned ice cold. Sorry about this. Luin launched a kick, sending Zeta flying into the air. His figure faded into the distance. Zeta, on the verge of tears from anger, shouted his name, Luin. After hearing the whole story, Iron asked timidly, so you eliminated all of them? Lewin casually replied, just a few. The rest surrendered on their own. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes, and now, no one can stop us. Doompriam gritted his teeth and called his name, Lewin Ale. He stared intently at Lewin. Things will be different this time. Strong gusts of wind blew towards the group, making the atmosphere tense. Doompriam's voice was serious. I'm ready to face you right now, but it's true that there are still a few people chasing us. His hand clenched into a fist, and a blue light flashed around Doompriam. He leaped up and mounted his beast. Doompriam growled, see you at the finish line. With that, he spurred his mount and dashed off. Dalian Manson called out after him, Doom, do you really have to go that way? The group watched Doompriam race towards the castle. Everyone knew it was a trapped area. Lewin remained silent, looking into the distance with a thoughtful expression. A trapped area. This castle was set up with numerous traps to protect the treasure inside. The treasure has already been excavated, so the traps inside now serve as obstacles for the competition, a place full of deadly dangers for those who dare to barge in. So normally, the safe method everyone uses is to disarm the traps. This is also the perfect method to assess a mage's knowledge and risk management skills. Iron and Dalian Manson quickly focused on creating a barrier. Lewin's hand tapped against the castle wall, but disarming traps takes a lot of time. Chang looked up at the high wall with Lewin and asked, so you want to knock this wall down? If it were Draka, he probably would too. He hesitated a bit. Right, but breaking through this thick castle wall is still impossible. Lewin said, I know. Chang was even more confused and asked, then how will you do it? He turned back and answered, this place is the ruins of an abandoned castle. Chang seemed to understand a little. Oh ho, you mean you're going to target the spots that aren't solid anymore, right? Lewin nodded gently and replied, exactly. The entire vast wall, with complete information about its hardness, appeared in his eyes. Lewin continued, that's why I'm using Gamer's Eye to observe the wall. His gaze scanned downwards and suddenly stopped. When he saw a red square with the information, old, corroded, Lewin exclaimed softly, found it. His whole body shot forward, with Chang clinging tightly to his shoulder. Punch after punch, he repeatedly struck the spot on the wall. Dalian Manson watched Lewin's strange actions and wondered doubtfully, what the hell is that guy doing? Is he trying to break the wall? He must be joking, right? Irin sighed to herself. That's Lewin for you. He gave her an annoyed look and asked, Irin, I know you're close with Lewin, but don't you think this is a bit much? Who punches a wall with their bare hands? Suddenly, Irin pointed forward and exclaimed, look! They saw cracks gradually spreading across the wall. The two of them saw Lewin standing in front of a large hole at the base of the castle. Dalian Manson scratched his head and gave an awkward smile to him. Hey man, can I use this way too? Lewin turned around and coolly replied, no. Dalian Manson hurriedly shouted, wait, Lewin! A large boulder fell from above, blocking the hole. He was furious and yelled, that dirty bastard! Lewin hurriedly ran on. Chang couldn't help but praise him. Impressive, you broke that whole wall using only 2,400 strength points. You're actually using your brain, huh? He panted as he ran. So now it's just me and Doompriam in the lead. As Lewin rounded a bend, he saw Doompriam. Chang sounded a bit annoyed. That guy got out too. Noticing an arrow sticking out of his shoulder, he added, but he must be in a hurry since he's injured his shoulder. Lewin closed in behind him, thinking, you want to beat me that badly, Doompriam? Doompriam drew his sword with a growl. As the sword came slashing down, Lewin quickly leaned to dodge. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Doompriam's collar. He held him tight as they fell from above, telling Doompriam, let's get through the final round together. After that, they both free-falled through the air. With a huge splash, they both fell into the water, sending white foam splashing everywhere. Lewin surfaced from the water, gasping for air. He thought as he swam, great, if I let that guy use magic to get past the cliff, I'll be at a disadvantage. I have to swim out of here as fast as possible. Suddenly, the water temperature began to drop, and Lewin turned to look, only to see the water behind him freezing and spreading closer. Seeing his opponent focusing on using magic, he yelled, Doompriam! The more Lewin thought about it, the angrier he got, shouting, hey, you bastard! Can't you see someone swimming here before you freeze the water? By now, the water around him had frozen, trapping Lewin in place. Doompriam sat on his mount, standing on the ice, and looked down at Lewin, replying, is that really something to worry about right now? With that, he smirked. Well then, I'll be going ahead, Lewin Ale. Watching Doompriam's figure grow distant, Lewin couldn't help but curse. Damn it! He struggled, waving its body. Pulsating yellow heat waves were spreading out below. He had to get out of there fast. The ice surface disintegrated from the heat, and cracks slowly spread outwards. A series of cracking sounds echoed, and finally, the ice surface was destroyed. As Doombram was riding his horse, he heard a familiar sound from behind him. Seeing Lewin hot on his heels, he was startled in astonishment. How is that possible? How did he catch up so quickly? He ran with determination. From now on, there would be no more obstacles in his way, so the only thing to do was run. Lewin planted his feet for momentum and leaped high into the air. He shot down from above, shouting, "Doom Bram, shall we have a rematch?" Doom Bram was so worried he was sweating bullets. No, in my current condition, before he could finish the thought, a loud boom echoed, followed by a cloud of dust. Everyone stared intently at the screen, discussing loudly. Who won? I don't know either. Suddenly, a man pointed forward and shouted, "Look, someone's coming!" Just as the gate opened, a horse slowly emerged from the thick cloud of dust. The horse raised its head and let out a long neigh. Everyone's faces turned skeptical. A horse? What's going on? Where are the mages? A man pointed in another direction and exclaimed, "Look, I think someone appeared on the screen." On the screen, Lewin was standing over Doom Bram, who was sprawled out on the ground. Someone shouted in shock, "That's Lewin Adel standing there." Lewin looked at him and remarked, "Looks like you overexerted yourself getting through the trap zone. Your movements are a bit sluggish." Doom Bram's eyes were shut tight as he let out a series of groans. He turned and walked away. "I'll be going first, Doom Bram." In the arena, 3 flags corresponding to the 3 ranks were raised. Lewin stood on the first-place podium, having won 2 survival battles and the triathlon, while also taking first place in the individual competition. With the highest overall score, the grand festival had finally come to an end. He remembered the past. Those voices seemed to be speaking to someone like me, who had endured everything for the past 6 years. Someone locked in a dungeon of solitude. Lewin's back gave off an aura of profound loneliness. He clenched his fist over his chest as the sound of people's cheerful shouts rang in his ears, saying, "You've worked so hard." The face of Lewin lit up with joy. Those cheers felt like a reward for all my efforts over the years. He raised both hands high in response. "Thank you, everyone. I don't want to lose this praise." Outside the gate, carriages moved in a long line, and a voice was heard, "Wow, that's a lot of carriages." Jia-sun rested his chin on his hand and looked out the window. "But they're all selected nobles, right?" Lewin nodded in reply. "That's right. I heard not every noble family was invited." He hesitated. "So those people?" Lewin's response to Jia-sun was a simple, "Yes." Lewin sat alone at the banquet table. They had all come to see Lewin. He let out a long sigh. "This is so boring. I just want to go back to the academy." Suddenly, a sound startled Lewin. "That's a bit strange, isn't it?" Seeing the newcomer smiling brightly, he called her name questioningly, "Irin." Irin pulled up a chair and asked, "What do you mean, strange? Of all the people here, why do I see no one coming to talk to you?" Lewin replied calmly, "They probably think I'm too arrogant. Plus, I even showed up to a party dressed this casually." Irin looked him up and down, then nodded. "Yeah, that could be it." Then she continued, "But from what I know, there's another reason." Irin noticed the subtle glances being cast in their direction. Clearly, most of the nobles here came to get on your good side, so no matter how arrogant you seem, it wouldn't be to the point where not a single person would approach you. Her eyes lit up as if she'd discovered something. "It seems someone has spread a rumor about you." The words of Irin took Lewin by surprise. That person must be powerful enough to make any noble afraid to even think about talking to you. He asked her skeptically, "Who is it?" While the two were talking, a man stepped up to the head of the table. The man cleared his throat and announced to everyone, "Tonight's grand banquet officially begins. The 32 student representatives, please follow me." On the banquet table, exquisite delicacies were beautifully presented alongside fragrant drinks. Looking at a table of food like this, one couldn't help but be impressed. At dinner with the Nether King, the dishes were laid out like a king's feast. But the atmosphere here was incredibly strange. Someone clicked his tongue. I should have faked being sick to get out of this. Hey, that's my line. On the surface, today's party is a dinner, but in reality, it's an overall evaluation of the competition. And for the students who performed poorly in the competition, it's like a death row inmate's last meal. Lewin looked towards the 2 empty chairs nearby. He was confused. "I thought only the Nether King was attending. Why are there 2 head seats?" The man gestured towards the entrance. "They have arrived." Everyone stood up in unison and looked in that direction. Tehran was seen entering slowly, and everyone bowed their heads respectfully as he passed. A chorus of voices rang out, "Greetings, Your Majesty, the Nether King." Lewin bowed but cursed internally. "Greetings, Your Majesty, the Nether King." Freaking hell, that sounds creepy. When he heard Tehran say, "Please, come in," he was somewhat astonished. "What? The Nether King is inviting someone else?" A strange voice suddenly rang out. "I wonder if I'm interrupting your dinner? My God, this person has eyebrows as sharp as swords and brown pupils." The newcomer exuded an aura of nobility. Lewin looked on, bewildered, wondering, who is this guy? He remembered when before, everyone had cheered excitedly. "Amazing, the new mage Lewin." People called my name, calling me the new mage instead of the failure. Now, everyone in the room knelt down respectfully and shouted, "Long live the Crown Prince!" Hearing that title, Lewin was startled. Huh? The Crown Prince? After the greetings, everyone quickly sat down at the table. A look of fear flashed across everyone's face. Everyone sat with their heads down and backs hunched, wishing a hole would open up and swallow them down. Just an accidental touch of a hand was enough to make them panic. The atmosphere fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Tehran was the first to speak. Well, not a single one of the 11 disciples managed to beat Lewin Adel even one time. Is the skill gap really that large? Doombram lowered his head, his whole body trembling as he heard the comment. How disappointing. I'm ashamed to even call you my disciples. He didn't dare to look up and could only promise, I swear I will not never perform so poorly again. Tehran's voice turned cold. Second place is a rank for the incompetent. This grand festival has proven the old saying right. Even a small stream can hold a dragon. Lewin's mood wasn't any better, was not comfortable at all. It felt like this party was set up to humiliate the 11th Order, and I was just a tool for the King of Hell to convey his message. He then shifted his gaze to the person next to Tehran, but he was not the only one making me uncomfortable. This guy had been shooting daggers at me from the moment the party started. His name was Somerton Zencap. He was staring at Lewin without any attempt to hide it. He recalled what he knew about him. Despite starting from the disadvantaged position of the third prince, he used his brilliant strategic mind as a weapon, successfully ousting his brothers from the dynasty to become the sole crown prince. Lewin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, a man skilled in both scholarship and combat. Like him, could be said to be nearly perfect in every aspect. He suddenly remembered what Iron had said. It seemed someone had spread rumors about him. That person had to be powerful enough to make any noble afraid to even think of striking up a conversation with him. Tehran suddenly spoke up. Lewin Adel, how do you feel after winning the grand festival? This question sent him into a thoughtful silence. Then Lewin gave his answer. I feel uncomfortable. Tehran, finding this hard to understand, asked again. Uncomfortable. His voice became firm. Yes, I am satisfied with the result of the competition, but I am not at all comfortable with my achievement being used to mock and belittle the honor and effort of the students here. Irin, sitting beside him, quickly grabbed his arm and called out, Lewin! Everyone else here also looked horrified upon hearing such a response. Lewin remained silent. Despite the situation, his eyes showed no fear. Tehran's tone was flat. You mean you don't want your results to be used to put others down? But isn't inferiority one of the factors that helps people grow? You understand that well, don't you? Lewin frankly stated his view. In my opinion, it seems more like you are inciting others to be hostile towards me. There's a difference between pointing out their weaknesses to encourage them to try harder and inciting hostility by harping on their inferiority. Having said that, he looked Tehran straight in the eye. Aren't those two completely different things? Lewin's voice turned as cold as ice. And my XN Academy is not some place for others to look down on and call a small stream. The corner of Tehran's mouth twitched up, and he let out a loud "oh." The two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere once again fell silent. Suddenly, a small laugh escaped from Somerton's lips. Then he clutched his stomach and burst out laughing, and everyone turned to look at Somerton. A look of annoyance flashed across Lewin's face. Somerton wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Oh my, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Ha, damn, I'm even crying. Where did this guy pop out from? Iron clutched her chest and let out a breath of relief. Thank heavens, she said angrily to him. Lewin, you're not planning to pull another stunt, are you? Lewin gave a forced smile and replied, Ah, of course not. But in his heart, he added, maybe. Tehran clasped his hands together and spoke up. But it will surely be a bit different. A bit fresher than Tyrion. I'm looking forward to what's to come. Somerton suddenly looked at Lewin and called out, Wait. He stood up and made a proposal. Lewin Adel, would you care to have some tea with me? Then Somerton smirked coldly. I don't want to hear the answer. No. After that, the two of them moved to another location. Now Lewin and Somerton were sitting opposite each other. He slowly called out, Adel Lewin. Somerton put on a provocative expression. From now on, work for me. And this time too, I will not accept no for an answer. He said it as if it were a matter of course. You have 1 month to get your affairs in order. I will transfer you to the cavalry training grounds and arrange for your lodging. Somerton then seemed to remember something and continued, Ah, and the matter of your citizenship. The crown prince's right-hand man can't be a foreigner, right? Lewin grew more and more bewildered. What? What citizenship? He asked him in confusion. But why? The Empire already has countless talented mages like Doom Prim, for example. Somerton slowly spoke. Ah, that guy? He lowered his head and sighed. In the end, he's still lost to you. Somerton's tone turned cold. Are you suggesting I should keep a failure by my side? Lewin remained silent, head bowed, without answering. He continued, One more thing. From now on, when you speak to me, remember one thing. A glint appeared in Somerton's brown eyes as he said in a low voice, I prefer to hear yes rather than questions. Hearing Somerton's tone, Lewin looked up, his eyes tinged with anger. Somerton urged him. Well, answer me, he began. The first reason is because the old man recommended you. For several years I have been telling him to consider a talented mage for me, but he never mentioned anyone's name. Somerton added another point. The next reason is because I like your guts. He pointed at Lewin, the kind of guts to show up in ragged clothes in front of a bunch of power-hungry leaders. In Somerton's voice, there was a hint of praise, and the kind of guts to express your disagreement with the old man. Finally, he said with a half-smile, the kind of guts to keep questioning me despite my warning. Somerton spread his arms nonchalantly. Sometimes in politics, you need a guy who knows how to stir things up. After Somerton's long speech, Lewin summarized and asked, so my job is just to offer advice? He looked displeased. Another question. I want you to protect me from my damned older brothers who do not want their little brother to be the crown prince. He fell silent, lowering his head without a word, a very conflicted look on his face. Somerton asked again, You do not like it? Lewin nodded and replied, Yes, that is right, he growled. I knew you would say that, which is why I warned you beforehand. I do not want to hear the answer, no. He once again sank into deep thought. Lewin thought about the man named Somerton sitting in front of him. This opportunity might only come once in a lifetime, the chance to become the right-hand man of the most powerful crown prince in the empire. His thoughts were in turmoil. After all, most mages choose to align themselves with power. Even the Magic Tower, which is supposedly dedicated to the pursuit of magical research, is no different. If he missed this chance today, he might regret it for a long time. But after a moment of hesitation, Lewin gave his answer. There are still many things I want to do, he told himself, and I do not want to be anyone's mage. Somerton's voice grew cold. I thought I was being too rational, but the truth is you are just too sentimental. He asked again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You will not regret it, will you? Lewin answered decisively, I will not. Then he stood up on his own. Somerton did not try to stop him, just chuckled. All right then, let's just pretend today's conversation never happened. Watching Lewin leave, he suddenly spoke up. Lewin Adel, they say you were the brightest gem at this year's grand festival. Somerton made no effort to hide his intentions. My hobby is collecting gems, and so far, there has never been a gem I could not have. Do you know why? He issued a warning, because those I cannot have, I will destroy. Before leaving the room, Lewin glanced back one more time, then he resolutely opened the door and walked out. Now Lewin was standing alone in the hallway, telling himself, that last sentence was clearly a threat. My decision was the right one, wasn't it? Suddenly, a voice called out nearby. Huh, it's Lewin, Jason asked curiously. Where are you going? Are you sneaking off to hit on some girls? Lewin immediately retorted. No, of course not, he thought to himself. In the end, all I want to be is a mage with my own unique style. Inside the room, Somerton's voice rang out. I'm curious about the one the Godfather recommended. He seems very special. Tehran continued. It seems things won't be resolved the easy way, will they? He nodded in response. Indeed. I threatened him a little, but it seems to have had no effect. He then asked, So, are you planning to give up? Somerton burst out laughing. Not at all. He raised his wine glass, and the light from the ring on his hand flashed. You know how it is, especially when it comes to my collecting hobby. He gave a cunning smile. In the end, Louis Nail will have to be mine, because I have decided it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lewin was forcing a smile while fending off the other two's questioning. On a beautiful sunset evening, Lewin was relentlessly practicing his punches and kicks. Yes, an aura enveloped him, giving off the vibe of a tragic heroine. Ah, no. More like the unforgettable first love type. The system appeared and said, punches, 5,000 out of 5,000. Kicks, 5,000 out of 5,000. Roundhouse kicks, 5,000 out of 5,000. Long distance run, 15 kilometers, 1 out of 1 time. Combat training, 1 out of 1 session. After reading the system panel, Lewin was panting heavily. All right, that's everything for today. Lewin flopped onto the ground, letting out a long sigh. Where did Trang come from? Appearing next to him. Whoa, I feel like your body is getting stronger and stronger, huh? Hearing that, he turned to look at the tiny, palm-sized bear. I don't want to hear that from a guy. When it heard him say that, it immediately retorted, What are you talking about? I'm a girl. Upon hearing this, Lewin shot up as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? How can you be a girl? It answered right away. Why? Because I was born this way. Still in disbelief, he asked loudly, A demigoo has a gender? Trang, furious, put her hands on her hips and yelled right in Lewin's face. Who said we don't? You just never asked me. But we've bathed together. He recalled the times he and it had bathed together. Trang snorted coldly. There was nothing to see anyway. Ahem, a statement that basically admitted everything. Lewin's face darkened, and he growled at her, word by word. So you're saying you've seen it all then? Faced with that question, she trembled like a leaf, quickly turning away to hide her embarrassment, knowing it was futile. But in contrast to Trang's flustered state, he just let out a small laugh. He slowly stood up, no longer teasing her. That's enough. I'm heading out, all right? Hearing that, she turned back, looking at him with a dazed expression. She ran after him, shouting, "Hey, let's go together." But he was already several strides ahead, letting her chase him while still calling out, "Then stop joking around." She stammered, trying to explain that she was telling the truth. "No, I'm not joking, it's true." But in return, he still didn't believe her, even laughing to tease her. "Pfft, you think I'd believe that?" Hearing that, she could only stay silent. What else could she say? The scene changes to a train station. Blue skies, white clouds, golden sun, the weather was absolutely perfect, but a terrifying voice shattered that peaceful atmosphere. Jason was hugging Lewin, with 2 streams of tears flowing like a waterfall. "I'm leaving now, Lewin. Please take care of your health. You hear me?" He was lecturing him like a mother sending her child off on a long trip. Lewin, blushing and helpless, patted his friend's back. "I'm not dying." Their friends watching this scene laughed their heads off. The sound of the train whistle blared. Jason and the others had boarded the train. Lewin stood watching the train gradually pull away. The voice of that wildcat guy rang out. "All right, we should get going too." He turned back to look at him. "After my friends left first, I headed to Leverdie to complete my schedule as the Grand Tournament champion. He and that wildcat guy sat next to each other on another train, but both were silent, not a word exchanged between them. He recalled the first time he met him. "Just call me Wildcat." The wizard named Wildcat is the guide from the wizard's tower. The system appeared once again to identify the wizard. Name, question mark, question mark, question mark. Age, question mark, question mark, question mark. Special notes, question mark, question mark, question mark. Meanwhile, the man sat pensively, reading a paper he was holding. The system couldn't retrieve a single piece of information. All it showed were 3 big, fat question marks. He was also a bit shocked. The player's eye couldn't even identify their name, which showed they were a high-skilled individual. Lewin thought to himself, that means they're on par with or even stronger than the professors at the Magic Academy. The only thing I can tell about them is that they look like they're in their late 20s. He turned to look at the wildcat guy with a cautious gaze. His eyebrows were practically knitted together. It was then that the man finally spoke. "I will now briefly go over your schedule. First, you will go to the Royal Palace to receive congratulations." And after that, he guided him step by step, while he sat silently listening, his face showing a hint of anxiety. He interrupted the man. "Excuse me, but could you speak more casually?" The suggestion seemed to surprise the man a little. He continued. "I'm only 16, the man replied. "This is more comfortable for me." His expression didn't change in the slightest, remaining completely stoic. He went back to reviewing the schedule again, and he could only manage a forced smile, thinking to himself, "They're so thorough and businesslike, I've learned something new again." The man announced his next schedule item. "After that, you must go to the magic tower to be chosen by an item." Hearing this, he looked completely bewildered. "Chosen?" Wildcat explained, "Yes, you could also end up with nothing. It is the items themselves that do the choosing." Hearing that, a flicker of worry crossed his face. He understood Wildcat's implication, meaning that just like King Grammar, the items possessed consciousness. Wildcat announced the final schedule item as he tucked the paper into his bag. "Finally, you will be assigned a mission," he explained. "Normally, as a student, you wouldn't be given an official mission. But the champion of a grand tournament is an exception. It's an event to announce the arrival of a new generation of mages to the world." He unfolded the list to look at it and added, "So it's like a debut?" The man replied instantly. "Exactly." He continued, "So, choose a mission from the provided list." He looked thoughtfully at the list before him. The missions including search, subjugation, assassination, and excavation of ancient knowledge. Just as he was reading that, Chang appeared out of nowhere and whispered in his ear, startling him a bit. He and Chang both stared at the list in his hand, the look on their faces. The two of them looked so alike at that moment, you'd think they were father and son. Then he made his final decision. "I choose this one." His voice rang out decisively over the rumbling of the train outside. The scene shifts to Moran Palace. The two of them stood in the hall. "This is Moran Palace, the prince's secondary palace. Please go in, everyone is waiting for you," he urged him. Then he bowed respectfully. "Well then, I will take my leave." Hearing this, the boy turned back in a panic and yelled, "Wait, hold on, aren't you coming in with me?" While he was still confused as to why Stray Cat wasn't joining him, the door in front of him swung open. Sumpton stood imposingly behind the wide-open door, while the boy was still looking for the figure of Stray Cat. He stood with his hands on his hips, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Welcome to my empire, Lewin Ardell." Lewin looked up at him, remaining silent. Stepping inside, he knelt before him. "First, I received 10,000 gold pieces from the Crown Prince. an amount that exceeded the annual budget of Mission A. Sumton sat on the throne and said to Lewin with a smile, "If you ever find yourself short on funds, feel free to come here any time. If you change your mind, Moran Palace will always welcome you." Hearing this, he could only offer a wry smile. "It seems I could never earn this much money in my entire life." He walked away, clutching the gold. He thought to himself, "It seems the prince hasn't given up on me, but I have to hurry to my next appointment." Now, Stray Cat strode alongside him through the vast palace. "Everyone here must have good stamina. It's a feat just to walk around this huge place all day," he joked, trying to break the silence. But Stray Cat didn't seem to appreciate the humor. He turned back with a cold expression. "Cut the chatter! Sir Terran is waiting for you." The boy froze in his tracks. "Ah, yes," he gave an awkward smile. "Does nobody here know how to take a joke? I think the people here should go live by the sea to get some of its saltiness." The man asked again. "So, you're certain about that mission?" The boy was a bit surprised, then answered resolutely, "Yes." Upon receiving his firm answer, he didn't ask anything more. "I understand. You've chosen the hardest one," the boy replied cheerfully. "Haha, it sounds like it will be very interesting." Hearing that, the man added, "I wonder what Sir Terran will say." Their conversation came to an end. The door to the room opened, revealing a bleak and chilling atmosphere that gave one goosebumps. Lewin stepped inside. Tehran was already waiting in the room. He called out to the boy, "Come in quickly." A conversation unfolded over steaming cups of tea. Tehran was the first to speak. "You wish to choose that excellent mission?" The boy replied immediately, "Yes." Hearing this, the man picked up his teacup and spoke slowly. "The safest mission is the subjugation one. You could be escorted by the royal family to eliminate a few bandits near Siciliano, and you'd be welcomed back as a hero," he explained, while the boy sat and listened in silence. Then he asked, a bit puzzled, "But why would you go there? It's just a barren wasteland." The boy remained silent, but his eyes had changed slightly. He already had an answer to the man's question in his mind. "No, it's quite similar to Heavenly Mountain." Flashing back to when he was choosing the mission, and Trang appeared. It pointed to a mission on the list. "What was it?" He asked it curiously. "Your first mission, choose that one." But he still didn't understand what it was exactly. It explained, "That is the homeland of Kingrum." He was stunned to hear that. It continued, "And that is where Draka stayed for about 100 years. An image of a massive dragon appeared on a vast green field, breathing in the fresh air. Heavenly Mountain is located at the northern end of the Redan Kingdom. A towering mountain emerged from behind a thick fog. It was said to be the home of the ancient elves, but there are no elves there anymore. The large, muscular elves are now a thing of the past. Except for the Kingrum artifact at the Academy, all of them perished in the Great War. All of them lay defeated at the feet of the enemy leader. The place where the elves vanished is now just a desolate wasteland. An elven skull was carried by the bone-chilling wind. There's a reason why the exploration mission in this place is considered extremely difficult. It's because of the barrier there. An invisible barrier surrounding the mountain. A barrier that cannot be broken by any magic. To this day, countless scholars and mages have yet to find a way to break it. Everyone has thrown their hands up in defeat. That exploration mission is to uncover the true nature of that barrier. Determination shone in his eyes as he remembered what Trang had told him. Tehran was still quite curious. "I'm curious as to why you want to take on the exploration mission in that desolate place," he continued. "Don't you find the prevailing theory to be like a child's bedtime story, suggesting that the elven gods were enraged and made that place into a holy sanctuary?" The boy just turned to look at him, silent and not saying a word. He thought deeply. Other people would have no reason to care about that place. However, that place, destroyed by the world, was where Dracogonia resided for 100 years. That reason alone is more than enough for me. No further explanation needed. He simply explained, "It's the most challenging mission." Hearing his explanation, the man tilted his head and looked at him. "Is that the only reason?" "Well, if you just want to show off, it's best to choose a different one." Tehran advised him, as he couldn't believe a kid who was only 16 years old would choose such a mission. He continued to dissuade him. "You don't have to go through such hardship just for an achievement. It's only difficult because it's a mystery that no one has ever been able to solve." Lewin gave a defiant smile. If a 16-year-old mage finds the answer to such a mystery, wouldn't that be a remarkable achievement? The man kept prodding, "You'll only end up as another failed mission in the history of the Grand Tournament." The boy shot back sarcastically. "That's one way to achieve something noteworthy." His words made the man a little uncomfortable. His eyebrows knitted and his smile became strained. Tehran changed the subject. "Do you know why I introduced you to Prince Guangte?" The question left the boy a bit stunned. Seeing his reaction, the man explained, "To keep you at Black Lieber, I wanted to observe you more. Everything was calculated from the start." The boy was silent, tension clearly visible on his youthful face. Tehran added, "Because of your unique abilities, I wondered if it had something to do with you choosing this mission. The atmosphere grew a little tense. In any case, I will always be watching you. The statement made the boy a little anxious. Returning to his room to rest, he flopped onto the bed but couldn't stop thinking about the commitment he had just made. But can I really pull this off? He wondered. His tone was still laced with a bit of worry. Trang, who was standing nearby, heard him and asked, "Why are you worried? Are you afraid you won't be able to find anything?" He answered it briefly. After all, that world has been cut off for centuries. I wonder, could it detect anything? It immediately retorted that humans hadn't discovered anything yet, but he could. Hearing that, he shot back. "I'm human too," it replied. "You are beyond human capabilities." Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "Me? Yeah. Becoming someone who surpasses human capabilities like you is quite a process." "What process? And who's judging?" As they were talking, there was a knock at the door, followed by a voice asking for permission. "Lord Lewin, may we come in?" He sat up and called out, "Ah, please come in." The two people from outside entered. He greeted them. "Hello, Wild Boar, Wildcat." Trang, sitting on his shoulder, was confused by the nicknames. "Wild Boar, Cat, what are you talking about?" He sighed and explained to it. "It's a hobby of His Highness. The mages of Matop all like to be called that." It listened but was still bewildered, unable to, for the life of it, figure out what kind of farm this was. Wild Boar cheerfully approached him. "Well then, Lewin, let's go. To the artifact room to receive your reward." The three of them walked down the hallway, explaining the artifact room to Lewin as they went. Matop's artifact room is divided into 4 sections: Section C, Section B, Section A, and Section X. The items in Section C are the most common, and those in Section X are the rarest. Wild Boar walked in front. Lewin and Wildcat followed behind. As they walked, Wildcat explained and listed the sections for him. Wildcat added that Lewin would get to explore Section A. He asked curiously, "You didn't mention going to Section X?" Hearing his question, the man turned away, his face suddenly stern. "That area isn't open to anyone. Unless something special happens, it's an issue even for His Highness." His eyes were probing, wondering to himself, "Something special?" Following my guides, I began my exploration in Section C. The three of them entered the Section C room. He picked up a sword bigger than a boar spear. He asked the other two, "Is this a dark sword?" Wild Boar answered him, "Yes, that's right. We only collect items that were well preserved after battles with monsters and demons." He looked at the sword, thinking for a moment, "It's impressive. I think this is the radiant sword that Doompram used, right?" The shiny sword was polished enough to reflect his own plain face. "This truly is Matop's artifact vault. Even Section C is worth more than the fortunes of many nobles," he marveled. Suddenly, he noticed a book on the floor. "The Special Transformation of Tin Brown. I heard it was discontinued, so why is the book still here?" Seeing his curiosity, Wild Boar was pleased. "You seem to know about it? It's a book that's over 100 years old." He laughed in response. "Haha, there was a time when all I could do was read books. Behind the 7 mom cruisers, exploring uncharted lands, in search of ancient creatures, he read the titles of the books lined up on the shelf. Can people freely read these books in the Mage Tower?" He picked up a book, opened it, and turned to ask. Wildcat explained, "Occasionally, the Tower Master allows members the opportunity to read, but owning them is impossible. Section B is a treasure trove of knowledge, from forgotten magic books to rare ancient texts and even legendary manuscripts." Skipping the allure of Section B, I proceeded to Section A, but none of the artifacts in Section A responded to me, which made him a little anxious. He turned back and asked the other two, "Has anyone else not been chosen by the artifacts before?" Wild Boar scratched his head and replied with a forced smile, "It has happened, but very rarely. For a mage capable of reaching Section A, even being acknowledged by 1 or 2 artifacts shows considerable skill," he explained. His mood immediately sank. Being ignored by all the sections was truly disappointing. He was very sad, but could only force a smile. Seeing this, Trang crossed its arms and smirked like a big shot. It tried to lift his spirits. "There's nothing to be disappointed about. This is all just trash." He was completely shocked to hear that. "What did you say?" It explained to him. "Of course, to humans, these are all rare items, but the real treasures are over there." It pointed towards the door, which was radiating a murderous aura like it was from the underworld. He asked it, "In Section X?" The door to Section X is scary enough just to look at, and it even has a dragon head in the center, its mouth open as if it wants to eat anyone who comes near alive. Trang stared intently at that room. "I think there's something in there created by a dragon. It even smells of unclean dragon scales." Hearing this, he just sighed. He didn't really care. Even if the item inside was incredibly valuable, "I can't get it from in there." Not having much faith in his own abilities, he bent down again to look for things. "Let's just focus on finding an artifact." But before he could find anything, a blue light appeared. attracting his attention. Trang smirked, because it knew what was about to happen. The blue light also startled the other two, and Wild Boar even started to stutter. That light is coming from the Section X door. If we can't hold our ground, the three of us might get blown away and end up framed on the wall like a painting. Wild Boar yelled, It's happening! Something special is happening! It's been 56 years. Aha! That door is slowly opening. The scene changes to Tehran's room. He frowned. He asked, Is Kun Khan's fang reacting? Wildcat replied respectfully, Yes. He pondered deeply. Is this a sign for him to be the next successor? 3 exceptional artifacts are kept in Section X: Angon's staff, Mosey's scale, and Khan's fang. These artifacts share one thing in common. They allow their owners to stand at the pinnacle of power. Angon's staff was used by the first human mage. Angon, an infinite artifact that amplifies the power of destruction and symbolizes the king of mages. 56 years ago, Tehran was chosen by Angon's staff. Anyone chosen by it is brought to the highest position of the mage tower. The invulnerable armor that resists all magical attacks, Mosey's scale. This armor chooses its master only once in a whole century. Those who are chosen become legendary knights. However, Kun Khan's fang, belonging to the first leader of the Onyo and a mysterious artifact. For 100 years, it has never chosen a master, Tehran mused. Kun Khan's fang has chosen Adil. Does that mean he is truly destined for the throne? He wondered to himself. He asked Wildcat again to make sure he was reporting the information correctly. Did Luin Adil manage to lift Kun Khan's fang? The man confirmed it with Tehran. Yes, he lifted it with great ease. Tehran was once again lost in a mess of thoughts. Kun Khan's fang was an artifact that even most generals couldn't bring into the tower. He recalled the image of 6 men carrying that single fang. The heavy strain was clearly visible on each of their faces as they carried it. That wasn't something just anyone could lift like that. It possesses a strength similar to an OGRE. At that thought, he seemed to realize something, a power reminiscent of an OGRE. The specially chosen mission was a search in the Heavenly Mountains. The Fang of Kun Khan, the first leader of the OGRs. He organized all the information he had, then suddenly spoke. Immediately summoning a wizard from Screams, he gave an order to Wildcat. I've decided to head west to Sky Mountain. Wildcat instructed Luin that the mission would last 1 month, and to make sure he was on time. After giving the instructions, he handed him his supplies. And here is your fee, your ID card, and a train ticket. Luin took the items and said to him, Thank you. Wildcat stood silently watching him put the items in his bag, as if he wanted to say something. After putting his things away, Luin looked up and saw him staring, so he asked, Is there anything else you want to say? Seeing him ask, Wildcat finally answered, Yes and no. What a frustrating answer. Hearing him say that, Luin was a bit puzzled. What do you mean? He replied, As a wizard of the tower, I'm not allowed to express personal opinions, but as a senior, I have something I want to tell you. Luin's expression was momentarily surprised, not understanding why he was saying this. The wizard's tower is very kind to the wizards under its command, but very cold to outsiders. You know where you truly belong. Luin, he was implying something that he was sure the boy would understand. Be careful and question everything. As he said this, his face grew stern, making the atmosphere more tense. Seeing this, Luin's face naturally became more serious. The ancient city of Tessiran, the city near Sky Mountain built to protect the continent from monster attacks. It was also known as the Shield of the Continent. Therefore, Tessiran was always equipped with high walls, a strong military, and soldiers with a fighting spirit comparable to the capital's. At least, that's what I read in the books. He stood in a nearly deserted place, talking with Chang. His face showed a hint of worry. It was unexpectedly desolate. Chang replied to him, It's because this is a city whose purpose has vanished, now that the threat of the OGRs is gone, it explained. It then pointed towards a beer hall. Look, the guards are getting drunk in the middle of the day. Each of the soldiers held a massive mug of beer, big enough to fill them up without needing any food. They were shouting all day, which Luin found a little annoying. Tsk, and they say this is the city where people fought bravely back in the day. Suddenly, a big guy with a sword-shaped scar on his face appeared from nowhere. Hey, you pretty boy in the nice clothes, give me everything you've got. Was he really trying to use his large frame to scare him? Did Luin's face look scared at all? He just gently placed his hand on the big guy's shoulder. A moment later, he walked away, the world truly different from how it was portrayed in books. As for the other guy, he was sprawled out on the ground. A thunderous snore echoed through the quiet space. Some guy was sleeping and drooling, a snot bubble inflating from his nose. Luin and Chang stood there helplessly, watching him sleep like a log, not knowing what to say. He decided to speak up and break the guy's deep sleep. Excuse me. Hearing his voice, the man groggily woke up. He shot up as soon as he saw Luin standing in front of him. I'm sorry. I was sleeping so soundly I didn't notice you, young wizard. Luin didn't mind too much. It's all right. Can I get a horse? He asked him. The stable owner's face looked a bit awkward. Well, Actually, we don't have any horses right now. The stable was completely empty, not a single horse in sight, only piles of dry hay in the stalls. Lewin asked again, "No horses?" The stable owner replied, "That's right." Lewin asked further, "Aren't there any other stables around here?" The owner could only scratch his head with a guilty look. "This is the only one in Tessiran." Seeing this, Chang burst out laughing so hard he cried, "What kind of stable has no horses? Haha, this place is really—" Before it could finish, Lewin cut it off, a bit frustrated that things weren't going according to plan. To get a horse, the owner explained a bit. There were originally 3 horses in the stable, but they were all rented out this morning. It's been a long time since we had any customers, but today someone suddenly rented all the horses. Hearing him explain, Lewin was somewhat surprised, and the owner awkwardly made an offer. "If you can wait a day, I'll somehow—" Lewin cut him off. "Wait a minute," startling the man slightly. "Yes?" Lewin asked the owner. "You haven't had anyone needing a horse for a long time. But today someone rented all of them?" The owner was also a bit puzzled. "That's right, but why?" Lewin started to feel suspicious. It was rare for people to come to Tessiran, but was it just a coincidence that someone other than him rented all the horses here? He wondered. But then he remembered Wildcat's words to him before he left. Question everything. He turned to ask his friend sitting on his shoulder. "Chang, have you realized it yet?" Hearing his question, it sighed and crossed its arms. "Hey, human, you're only realizing it now? I told you back on the train." It answered his question. "That's right." They both turned in the same direction simultaneously. "We're being followed." Behind the house opposite where he and Chang were standing, a cloaked figure was watching them. After realizing we were being followed, we immediately took action. I instructed the innkeeper to report to me if anyone asked about me. He gave a gold coin to the innkeeper, whose eyes immediately lit up and agreed right away. "You can count on me. It's true that money makes the world go round." I decided to act as bait and walk around Tessiran. He strode through the streets, thinking they must have seen me leave the inn. "They'll definitely come and ask about us, right? They're clearly people from the Omach Empire." He gave a smile, seeming to know everything. "Whether it's the prince angry because I refused his offer of citizenship, or the king of the wizard's tower snooping on me, I don't know, but none of them are particularly welcome. I have to resolve this problem at all costs before heading up the mountain." His eyes showed clear determination. He couldn't let them keep tailing him now that he knew they were there. "No one came here," the innkeeper answered Lewin with an awkward expression. Lewin asked again in disbelief. "What?" The innkeeper answered honestly. "It's true. I was on edge waiting for someone to come after you left, but no one came at all." Chang spoke up. "He doesn't look like he's lying." Suddenly, the innkeeper remembered something. "But there was something very strange." Lewin quickly asked, "What was it?" The man revealed something shocking. For about 3 minutes, my memory was almost completely blank. Hearing this, Lewin was stunned into silence. The innkeeper added, "No matter how hard I try to remember." Lewin's face grew more tense as he listened to the man recount what he could recall. Mind control. A high-level 6th circle magic that allows to control and dominate the opponent's mind. The victim will lose all memories from that period, and the other person can steal that part of their memory. He quickly headed upstairs. "They're much more ruthless and powerful than I thought. Besides, if they stole my memories, they'd realize I already know I'm being followed." He deduced everything step by step. Lewin opened the door to his room, finding it empty except for a note pinned to the headboard. On it, the note read, "I have no intention of harming you, so don't waste time looking for me and just proceed with your search." Lewin angrily ripped the note down. "So you sneak into my room, leave a note, and tell me not to worry? This is basically a threat." Then his expression hardened. "All right, let's play." Lewin leaped out of his room. He kicked off nearby buildings and landed safely. But that jump by Lewin looked insanely dangerous. Lewin took off like a bullet, fast enough to get a speeding ticket. Then Trang asked him, "What are you thinking?" He replied with a triumphant smile. "We need to find them." Lewin commanded, "Open the map for me." The map displayed 4 red dots, one for him and Trang. The other 3 were for the 3 guys tailing him. He sped off but didn't forget to look back with a provocative expression. "All right then, follow me." Red circles appeared as Lewin accelerated, and he shouted loud enough for the 3 to hear, like he was sprinting for first place in a triathlon. "Should we chase after them?" one of the 3 men asked. "Haha, our junior who won the grand tournament is asking us to play a game with him. It wouldn't be fun if we refused." The one with a skull on his neck, who seemed to be the leader, said. He ordered the other 2 to follow them, just don't kill them. The 2 men heard the order and vanished in a flash. "Yes, sir." The sky turned red, and the 2 pursuers flew like birds, catching up to Lewin and Trang in no time. Meanwhile, he was running with a smile on his face, without a hint of fear. Of course, he was the one who started the game. Why the hell would he be scared? In a place as deserted as a graveyard, A purple light appeared, and three suspicious-looking figures in black cloaks descended. The three of them began to walk forward, observing their surroundings as they went. The one in the middle said, "The magician's tracks from Scream's Lin Adel have disappeared." The leader turned his head and said, "He hasn't disappeared, he's waiting for us." What? They were busy talking, completely unaware of their surroundings among the wooden crates. Lewin suddenly burst out from inside one of them, charging straight out, catching the three black-cloaked figures completely off guard. They screamed in panic. Before Lewin Adel could even say a word, one of them had his face caved in by Lewin's punch. He quickly turned to face the second one, making him gape in absolute terror. Lewin charged with his fist raised, but the man quickly used magic to create a barrier in front of him. But hey, how could something like that stop our main character? The magic barrier was shattered by Lewin's punch in an instant, and the guy took a full-force hit, coughing up blood. Damn. Just like that, two of the three were down, sprawling on the ground. Lewin stared straight at the last one, who suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I was curious what kind of person he was. Turns out he's a real monster, huh? Lewin glared at him, his face radiating killing intent, and cleared his throat. Who are you people? The bearded man in the black cloak remained calm and smiling despite Lewin's vigilance. You know, the head of the Sorcerer's Tower sent us here. We were instructed to protect our younger generation, Lewin retorted. Protecting? It looks more like spying. The bearded man's expression grew more mysterious. He tore the paper he was holding and said, "It's all the same. Anyway, watching you is quite entertaining." With that, the old man vanished, leaving behind only his two unconscious subordinates on the ground, a puff of gray smoke, and the words, "See you later." Lewin looked at the skull tattoo on the subordinate's neck and said, "This skull tattoo, dark mages, dark mages." Lewin crossed his arms, looking at the two unconscious men before him, and answered Trang, "Yes, they're a secret group, a group of mages from the tower who handle the dirty work. With that mystical blue flame-engulfed skull and those mysterious black-cloaked figures, you could tell at a glance this group was up to no good." Lewin said, "The secret group of dark mages. All that's known about them is their group's name and that tattoo. It's unclear what exactly they do or what the level of each individual is. Even the identity of their leader is a mystery." Hearing this, Trang looked at Lewin excitedly and said, "So what's your impression of them after meeting them?" Lewin looked at Trang as if he had an idea and smiled. "It's manageable. They don't seem to be on the same level as the representatives from the last grand tournament." Trang, a little confused, said, "But we still haven't verified the other guy's power." Lewin replied casually, "It's fine." He raised a hand to his mouth, recalling the scene of those damn mages attacking innocent people, and said, "They used sixth circle magic, so they're clearly not your average opponent, plus they can track us from a distance." Trang looked at his thoughtful expression and asked, "What are you going to do?" Lewin was still lost in thought. Lewin looked up as if he'd figured something out, and he said, "First, I'll make them reveal themselves." A moment later, the sound of galloping horses filled the air. The next day, we immediately set off for the Heavenly Mountain. Lewin rode his horse swiftly toward the mountain range ahead. The journey to the Heavenly Mountain was exhausting. We had to trek through arid deserts, but I could feel that we had definitely reached our destination. Lewin placed a hand on his chest. He dismounted his horse, his hand still on his chest, a look of anxious anticipation on his face. His chest was vibrating. Light shone on the young man's sweaty face as he gave a faint smile and looked straight ahead. So this is the Heavenly Mountain. That's right, there's no mistaking it. The mountain shrouded in this gloomy black membrane is the Heavenly Mountain. Lewin stood stunned for a long moment and said, "This is a truly satisfying feeling." The black barrier fluctuated slightly as if something had just touched it. Lewin asked, "You once said this is where you lived with Draca, right?" Trang replied, "Yes, that's correct." Lewin wearily sat down, leaning his back against the barrier. It won't budge at all. How am I supposed to get in?" Lewin's expression changed, a hint of worry showing as he looked up at Trang and said, "What kind of inhuman idea is this? Are you telling me I have to destroy this barrier just like that?" Trang crawled onto his forehead and replied, "Correct." Lewin let out a sigh. "All right." Trang climbed to the top of his head, and Lewin looked down, then said confidently, "If they were human, they would definitely try to break the barrier, right?" Lewin looked up at Trang and replied, "Yes, that would be the first thought." Trang continued, "But they can't break it with ordinary human methods." Trang spoke again. "What would happen if there was an OG here?" These words from Trang seemed to startle Lewin, as if he hadn't even considered it. Lewin sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand, thinking seriously, wouldn't it be better to call them the OGs from the inside? Ask them to open the door, like a friend. As Lewin, while he was still thinking, Trang quickly flew down to the ground. He crossed his arms, looked at Lewin, and said, "Yes, my thoughts are very clear now." Hearing this, Lewin was even more shocked. His pupils constricted as he looked down at Trang. But didn't you say all the ogres here were dead? With an incredibly confident expression, Trang looked directly at Lewin and replied that was merely a human assumption. Lewin began to feel tense, turning his head to look back at the barrier. Strangely, Trang's expression darkened. He said, "Remember, Lewin, your power isn't meant to follow conventions, but to break them." Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from within the dark and gloomy barrier, "I am breaking it now," which slightly surprised Lewin. Lewin placed a hand on the barrier and said, "Hey!" Then he placed both hands on it, his expression a bit hesitant as he spoke. "Can you hear me? I know you'll pretend you can't, but I have your leader's fang right here." In a hoarse voice, Lewin kept both hands on the barrier and continued, "If you can hear me, open the gate." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, making both Lewin and Trang feel a little anxious. A moment later, an incredibly powerful bluish-purple light erupted from Lewin's hands. A massive explosion sent a shockwave between Lewin and the barrier, putting him in a tough spot. But with his unyielding will, Lewin held his ground, enduring it. Lewin's pupils suddenly constricted as if he were seeing something horrifying approaching. The black barrier then began to fade away. Lewin exclaimed, "It opened?" The mysterious old man in the black cloak at that moment appeared out of nowhere. He ran forward and panicked. How could a rookie like him do what no one has ever done before? But unfortunately for him, just as he arrived, the barrier reappeared, blocking his entry. Helpless, he could only stand outside, repeatedly pounding on the barrier and screaming, "What is this? It closed again. What's going on?" Before he could even figure out what was happening, a very familiar fist came flying towards him. Lewin lunged forward and punched him square in the face, sending the old man flying backward. With a face full of fury, Lewin shouted, "Got you! You're not getting away like last time!" Without giving him a chance to retaliate, Lewin unleashed his next attack, an earthquake skill. He slammed his fist into the ground, creating a tremor that shattered the earth below. The old man, having already taken 2 consecutive blows, cried out in pain, "Gah!" But it wasn't over yet. Lewin shouted, "Vines!" summoning long tendrils that shot forward to capture their target, the mage. The old man was instantly bound tightly by Lewin's vines, left sprawling on the ground before him, unable to say a word. He couldn't even move his limbs, so the old man could only let out helpless grunts. Lewin said. "Did you really think you could get close to me this time?" Lewin calmly looked at the bound man before him and said, "What level are you anyway? Let's end this little game." But oh my god, before he could do anything else, a massive figure holding a wooden club charged out. The giant green ogre swung its club, bringing it crashing down right where Lewin stood, leaving him completely stunned. A horrifying scene unfolded. In an instant, streams of bright red liquid dripped from the green ogre's wooden club. It was obvious what that fluid was. Lewin was completely aghast at the terrible sight. His eyes were wide, and his body was frozen stiff. The ogre turned to look at Lewin with a savage glare, sending a chill down his spine. Its jet-black eyes stared intently at him as it spoke. "Answer me, human. Who are you?" Outwardly, Lewin tried to appear calm, but inside, he was terrified. Trang, perched on his shoulder, leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Lewin, remember this. They were created with the minds of beasts. Fortunately, I was able to enter the barrier on Thien Son, and as soon as I stepped inside, it felt like I'd entered another world," Lewin thought to himself. He followed the green ogre deeper inside. There, he was surrounded by countless other terrifying green ogres. They stared at him with looks of confusion and curiosity. One of them spoke, "A human? What's a human doing here?" Sniff, sniff. "But he doesn't smell much like a human. He smells just like one of us." Sniff, sniff. Lewin walked onward, his expression as taut as a bowstring. Trang said from his side, "Master, be careful. They don't share the same morals as humans." Lewin replied tensely, "I know." He recalled his first encounter with the green ogre and thought, "My guess is, he's not hurting me because of Kun Khan's fang, but I have no idea when they might decide to kill me." He cautiously followed behind the green ogre, observing it. When they reached a towering mountain, the green ogre said, "We're here. This is the summit of Thien Son." They stopped next to another green ogre. Lewin looked at the club-wielding ogre and asked, "The summit? But there's still another peak above this, isn't there?" Thud! A loud tremor startled Lewin. Before him stood another ogre, far larger than the others, with white hair and a white beard. Lewin thought, "So this isn't the summit, but this must be him." The white-haired ogre looked down at Lewin and began his introduction. "I am the leader, Hakan. Human, I hear you possess the relic of Kun Khan." Despite everything, Lewin was still shocked by a frame that was 10 times larger than the other ogres. His jaw dropped as he stared up, thinking, "He's really that much bigger than the others?" Leader Hak Khan continued, "Human, we welcome you as a guest. I have decided not to rip you to shreds and feed you to the eagles. Who are you?" Lewin tried to remain calm and answered, "I thought, I already explained this at the gate. I am the one chosen by Kun Khan's fang. Leader Hak Khan sat down and said, lies. That is not an item a human can handle. Lewin replied, but it's the truth. Lewin took out an object wrapped in a white cloth. He said, I can show you, can't I? The other ogre exclaimed in shock. Oh my god, it's real. Leader Hak Khan looked at Lewin with great satisfaction and said, an interesting human. I smell our kind on you, and I also smell the scent of power, Lewin replied cheerfully. That's right, I'm pretty strong, Leader Hak Khan said. Then answer me, human. Who are you? Lewin hesitated for a moment, saying, I am. Suddenly, Lewin and Trang exchanged a look, as if sharing the same thought. Lewin said, do you know of Dracagonia? That's the name of a dragon that lives here on Tin Sun. Leader Hak Khan's jaw dropped in shock at what he had just heard. Leader Hak Khan quickly looked down at Lewin and asked, how do you know that name? Lewin put his hands on his hips and replied with a smile, I heard it from Kingrum. Upon hearing the name Kingrum, Leader Hak Khan was even more shocked. He boomed, Kingrum, is he still alive? Lai recalled the first time he faced Kingrum and said, he's living as an artifact in my academy. Should I say he's considered one of the professors? Lai looked at Leader Han. Han then said confidently, you're curious who I am, aren't you? The green orc who had led the way stood still, listening as Lewin said, I am a friend of Kingrum, who was once the leader of Heavenly Mountain Peak. Lewin continued, I am also the one chosen by the Fang of Kun Khan and the inheritor of Draka's world-destroying power. Leader Han grew more surprised with every word he spoke. Facing the two large orcs, Lewin declared clearly, I am Lewin Ao. Lewin faced Leader Han and said, with all that, do you still plan to crush me and throw my corpse to the eagles? Leader Han pondered for a long time, then said, no, we will welcome you with open arms. A human? Lewin's expression suddenly froze solid, seemingly at a loss for words. He was now brought to the middle of a square, where a crude stone table stood in the center, surrounded by cheering orcs. Chang sat on Lewin's shoulder, crossed his arms, and said, the orcs have a ritual that they perform even when welcoming a newcomer. If you want to be welcomed, you must prove your worth. Draka also participated when he first came here. Chang looked at Lewin seriously and said, and the format is an arm wrestling match. In front of him, a large green orc strode forward. He cheerfully flexed his muscles and said, I am the son of Merukan Khan, Omerat. Are you the human we are welcoming? Before anything even happened, Lewin's face scrunched up. He thought to himself, you're telling me this giant is my opponent? I think something is very wrong here. In a moment, Lewin and Omerat were in position to arm wrestle. The entire square was now shouting, Kra, come on! Omerat, crush that human! Lewin leaned on the stone table, looked at Chang, and said, if I lose this arm wrestling match, they won't actually throw me to the eagles, right? Chang replied helplessly, I'm not so sure. Facing the giant Omerat, the atmosphere was tense, and you could see Lewin was tiny compared to him. The two clasped hands tightly. Lewin thought this giant orc was indeed here to intimidate him, but that didn't mean he would let himself be blinded by it. Lewin's expression was incredibly tense now. He thought a match between an orc and a human sounded ridiculous, but he also had special power granted by an artifact. The white fang was floating amidst a stream of magic. Lewin said, ever since I got Kun Khan's fang, my strength has increased by 1,000. Lewin frowned, his seriousness showing as he thought, now my strength has reached 3,520. This is possible. Omerat, on the other hand, looked incredibly confident. He said, I don't think you're an ordinary human, but your hand feels different. I am Omerat, son of Omeru Khan. Even if my opponent is a human, I will not go easy on you. Lewin didn't back down either, smirking and shouting, that's right, try to beat me once and for all. In the middle, the referee began to get ready. Ready! You could see the expressions on both contestants were extremely serious. Begin, the orc referee shouted. Instantly, Lewin tensed his arm muscles so hard that a part of his spiky shirt tore. Seeing this, Omerat was also a bit surprised by his opponent. The match was still ongoing, with no clear winner. Omerat roared. As for Lewin, you could see his expression worsening. He was sweating profusely, as if he could only hold on for a little longer. He thought, damn it, is this the end? But Lewin mustered all the remaining strength in his body and yelled, this is my last chance, you hairy orc. However, contrary to his expectations, Omerat slammed Lewin's hand down with incredible ease. Not only that, it made a loud thud. Lewin had flexed so hard his shirt ripped, but after losing so miserably, he was completely frozen, his face probably looking utterly bewildered. The orc referee then stood up, raised both hands, and shouted, Omerat is the winner! Lewin lay exhausted on the stone table, sighing, ah, I lost, even though I tried my best. Lewin's hand was trembling, covered in wounds and bruises. He said, So, am I going to be thrown to the eagles now? Lewin looked despondent, gazing at the sky as if his time had come. As he was thinking, a voice said, "Get up, human." A green orc knelt down, facing Lewin with a satisfied look. "You managed to hold your ground, even against Omerat, the most elite warrior of Heavenly Mountain. That is truly commendable." Just then, the system's quest window appeared. The orcs of Heavenly Mountain greatly revere strength. It took Draka 17 years to earn the orcs' respect with his power. Just as he did, subdue the orcs you desire with your strength and make them respect you. Win against Omerat in arm wrestling, 0 out of 1. Reward, orcs of Heavenly Mountain. Lewin looked up in disbelief, stammering, "Thank you." Chang looked at Lewin cheerfully and said, "Well done, Lewin. You've won the support of the orcs." Lewin pushed himself up, looked at Chang, and said awkwardly, "Chang, you didn't tell me this was going to happen, did you?" Chang chuckled mischievously. "It was fun." Lewin snorted and glanced at Chang. "You just said it took Draka 17 years to beat Omerat, right? I'll do it in 1 month." Looking up, the atmosphere was now very cheerful, with orcs sitting together at tables, eating, drinking, and chatting. As soon as the arm wrestling match ended, a feast was prepared on the small mountaintop. At one of the tables, Lewin said happily, "This is better than we thought, isn't it? It's hard to believe orcs are such good cooks." Chang replied helplessly, "I know the food is very pungent. The smell is really..." Lewin replied, "No, it's not like that." Lewin sat down, looked around, and said, "But why do the orcs here live so secluded in this monastery?" Lewin's expression darkened. He thought he had a feeling about this anyway. Looking at the laughing and joking orcs, Lewin thought that he would overcome something more important than this quest. Omerat approached from behind, looked at Lewin, and said, "Strong human." Lewin turned to look at him and replied, "Yes, Omerat." Omerat looked down at Lewin and said, "So, what are you thinking of doing with the fang of our first leader?" Lewin replied, "Huh? Doing what? Is there something I can do with it?" Omerat smiled brightly and said, "If you want, I can help you forge a weapon suitable for a human." Lewin was a bit surprised to suddenly get such a good deal. He thought, "What?" In a dark cellar, Lewin held the massive fang in his hands and wondered, "What is this?" As he walked while holding the fang, Chang said, "This is a major source of power, a great symbol of strength. Whoever in the Agris clan inherits it will be the strongest." Lewin said, "No, what I mean is, what is it used for? Things like armor or a magic staff." Chang said, "Angale's scepter and Mosi's scales have very clear uses. One is a sorcerer's scepter and the other is a knight's magic armor." An image of Lewin wearing armor, holding a scepter, and laughing maniacally appeared. Chang said, "Or maybe this. Used as a mace, take this magic spell." The two of them chatted excitedly as they walked down the dark corridor. Chang said, "Just hold on to it and figure it out later. It'll only increase your power." Lewin replied, "All right." The scene changes to Omerat, who smiled brightly and said, "If you want, I can craft it for you, a weapon fit for a human." Lewin was a bit surprised to get such a good deal out of the blue. He had the material but had no idea how to use it. This was an unexpected opportunity. Omerat pointed a thumb at himself and said confidently, "Kun Khan's fang is so heavy and hard that it seems no one can work with it, but if it's the ironsmith Omiosira, it's entirely possible." Lewin was a little confused. An ironsmith was just like a human blacksmith. Omerat looked at Lewin and said, "Do you have any ideas for a special weapon, human?" Lewin hummed. A moment later, a smile crept across his face as if he'd just thought of something. "So you can help me make exactly what I need?" "It's been half a month since I arrived at Sky Mountain," Lewin narrated as Anuo was in the bushes, seemingly stalking something. Ahead, a green goblin shouted in that direction. "Human!" Lewin shot out from the bushes, saying, "Let me handle it." During that time, I helped the people of the Agres tribe hunt, or assisted them. Next, he started running, spending a lot of time training in things I couldn't do. Covered in sweat, Lewin looked up at the system window and then said cheerfully, "All right." After that, he arm wrestled with Omer again, and just like last time, Lewin lost. However, the main task that took up most of my time was something else. Chang clearly announced 15 losses in 15 matches. After losing 15 consecutive arm wrestling matches to Omio-san, Lewin sulkily rubbed his arm and said, "Lost again. This is really happening to me." Behind him, Omerat could only laugh. "Ha ha." As Lewin stood there rubbing his arm for a moment, Chang came over to encourage him. "Keep it up, master. You've gotten better." Omerat laughed and said, "That's right, human. You're gradually learning to use your strength more effectively." But Lewin still refused to give up. He looked at Omerat confidently and said, "Thanks. I feel like I'm improving little by little. I've learned how to use my strength properly thanks to Omejan's advice, and I can last a little longer each day." Lewin put both hands in his pockets and turned his head. He said, Before I leave this place, I have to defeat Omeju-san. Omeju-san, who was behind them, was utterly bewildered when his name was suddenly called. Even though they were in a cave, their conversation could be heard echoing. Omeju-san, are you hesitating? Omeju replied, no, not at all. Human, you don't stand a chance against me in arm wrestling. A few days later, Omeju-san had a stiff expression on his face. Oh, it turns out Luin's small hand had defeated Omeju-san in arm wrestling. The referee said, 17 matches, 16 losses. Chang couldn't believe his eyes either, saying, 1 win. Luin happily stood up, raised both hands, and shouted amidst Omeyu-san's astonishment, I won. The system window appeared. Quest. Side quest in Sky Mountain. Win the arm wrestling match against Omerit. 1. Complete. You will receive the Sky Mountain Ogre Tribe's prize as a reward. You have earned the respect of all ogres. Omeju-san wasn't angry about losing. On the contrary, he constantly praised Luin. He said, you keep surprising me one after another. I lost, Master A. Luin rubbed his wrist, looked happily at Omeju-san, and said, this is the first time Omeran has called me that, isn't it? Omeju-san turned his back and walked away, saying, it seems you're ready. Luin watched Omeran's retreating figure and asked, ready for what? Luin said, is it that? Is it finished? Omeju-san turned his face back and said, come here. Omeju-san said, actually, it's been done for a while. I was waiting for this moment to give it to you. Luin quickly walked over to Omeju-san and said, why didn't you give it to me even though the weapon was finished? While rummaging for the item, Omeju-san said, I was waiting for the moment you could defeat me. If you hadn't won, I might not have given it to you. Kim Khan's fang is very important to us. After hearing that, Luin's expression stiffened slightly, and feeling a bit awkward, he thought, why does this feel like he's about to take it back right in front of me? A moment later, Omeju-san held out the hand holding the object in front of Luin. He said, here, this is yours. Luin looked at the object before him, a little surprised, and said, that's a pair of black metal gauntlets. A bear paw made from Kun Khan's fang, created by Omerat. A bear paw gauntlet decorated with the fangs of the first ogre tribe leader in Sky Mountain. Kun Khan's fang fragments will not break from any impact and will destroy everything. Immediately increases strength by 2,000. Unlocks the unique skill. Leadership. Potential. Growing. Luin put on the gauntlets, clenched his fist, and thought with determination, a bear paw gauntlet with Kun Khan's fangs set inside. It's definitely the most comfortable for me, a close combat mage. Seeing him silent for a while, Chang asked, how is it, Luin? Omejan also asked, what do you think of my creation? I made it using the most perfect mold for you. Luin looked tense, but in reality, he was deep in thought. This is amazing. It's not just 2,000 strength, it might be even more powerful, Luin said. Omeran, can you gather all the warriors of Sky Mountain? Very quickly, all the ogres had gathered. They were murmuring, a strong human wants to challenge all of us to an arm wrestling match? That's right, he said he'll defeat all of us. The other ogres were already gathered and buzzing. Even though he defeated Omeran, he's still hurting our pride. But going up against a challenger like that, an event like this, the more they talked, the more excited and thrilled they became. Welcome. Luin was now in the middle of the square, facing a huge ogre. From the perspective of the Agrest tribe, this might seem like an arrogant challenge, but the atmosphere here was very cheerful. For the Agrest tribe, who worship strength and love competitions, they seem to appreciate my competitive spirit. Not just the large ogres, but even the small ones came to watch and cheer. A child shouted loudly, go, Dad! Chang crossed his arms, smiled, and said, ah, this brings back memories. Draka did this once too. Luin leaned against the stone table, looked down at Chang, and said, although he fought against 17 consecutive opponents for 30 years, but your case is completely different. Humans can't live as long as dragons, so you have to be quick. Chang's smug expression vanished, replaced by a look of helplessness. Luin placed one hand on the stone table, looked seriously at his opponent, and thought, just yesterday, I was saying this was impossible. But looking at his sparkling black gauntlets, Luin was confident that with the Kun Khan Fang bear paw on his hands, it felt like he couldn't lose. The ogre referee standing by started to shout, ready, begin. The two immediately tried to slam down the other's hand, but from the looks of it, Luin was at a slight disadvantage. Oh, but with his trained strength, combined with the power of the gauntlet, Luin, he could easily slam his opponent's arm down. On a plain, the goblins gathered in a crowd to see Luin off. One of them asked, will we come back, sir? Luin replied, yes, but for now, we need to head to Leverden, the goblin said with a hint of regret. You've given us a memorable experience. Thank you, sir. Luin looked at them cheerfully, but said nothing. Luin extended his hand, and Omeyu-san, seeing this, asked, you want another round of arm wrestling? Even after you've beaten all of us? Luin said, it's not for arm wrestling. causing Omejuzan to freeze for a moment. He reached out, took Omejuzan's hand, and said, "This is called a handshake." Omejuzan repeated, confused, "A handshake?" A hint of regret appeared on Luin's face as he explained it was a human greeting. Omejuzan looked as if he'd been enlightened. He listened silently as Luin explained it was used when meeting someone and saying goodbye to a friend. Afterward, he set off on his way, bid farewell by the other goblins. Luin waved and shouted, "See you later," another form of goodbye. Later that afternoon at the academy, there was news. In his office, Tehran sat at his desk listening to a report. "It's nothing particularly important, sir." He listened, chin in hand, lost in thought. The report on the Wailing Witch was still incomplete. It had been quite a while since the other two returned with severe injuries. There had been no news since the Wailing Witch began tailing Luin Adel alone. He thought about the Western mage who Luin had beaten to a pulp the other day. After sending another team to scout the area again, they found no trace of humans near the Heavenly Mountain. Then he spoke, "They've been taken care of." But before he could finish, someone interrupted him. "Master, I have a new report." Another man in a black cloak stepped in. He announced, "Luin Adel has arrived in Leverden." Tehran was taken aback by the news, his face darkening as he fell into deep thought. For a long moment, as if plotting something nefarious, he gave the order, "Tell him to return immediately." By now, Luin had arrived in the city. The castle was bathed in the fiery red of the sunset as a deep, disappointed voice said, "I've failed my mission." Tehran rested his chin on his hand with a conflicted expression as he listened to the report. Just as King Flame said, "There's a reason no one has ever managed to conquer that place." When I arrived at the Heavenly Mountain, I realized the mission was truly beyond my abilities, Luin explained, sitting in a chair with his head hanging in frustration. The barrier there was too powerful. There was no way to get inside. Tehran listened in silence before cutting him off. "You're a terrible liar, you know that?" Tehran enunciated each word slowly. "Be honest with me. Tell me everything. You're the one chosen by Kun Khan's Fang, are you not?" His voice grew stern. "And the mission you chose was to find the OGRE's fortress. Quite a coincidence, wouldn't you say?" Hearing this, Luin looked startled, sweat beading on his face. He tried to remain calm as he asked, "So, you've been spying on me?" Tehran replied nonchalantly, "Spying? I was simply concerned that you might become one of the tower's opponents." Luin quickly interjected, "Any mage who dares to defy King Flame's word becomes a mortal enemy of everyone in the tower, isn't that right?" Tehran sized him up before replying, "Besides, that's enough idle chatter. Let's get to the point. Tell me the truth. What did you see inside the Heavenly Mountain?" His expression suddenly turned fierce as he pressed in a low voice, "Are the first OGRES still alive?" Hearing Tehran's question, Luin's face tensed up, unsure how to respond. He slowly left the castle. Luin breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. He remembered Tehran's threat. "Don't you lie to me. I know everything. I can delve into your past right now if I wanted to." Luin cut in. "But you wouldn't do that, would you?" Which seemed to surprise Tehran. "What was that?" Luin smirked provocatively. "A great border mage such as yourself wouldn't resort to such measures, would you? Especially against a mere student like me." At this, Tehran's brows knitted together, and he roared in anger. "Are you daring to gamble with me? Calling yourself a student is quite the understatement, isn't it?" Tehran, feeling powerless, said, "Fine, have it your way." He then softened his tone. "Your first official mission was a failure. Return to the academy." Luin's face grew grim as he sank into thought. "I just bet on King Flame's pride, and thankfully, it paid off. Even though he wouldn't resort to such extreme measures, he has plenty of other methods." He frowned, thinking nervously. "But if King Flame decides to be even more unreasonable, he'll definitely have me by the throat. The very thought is terrifying." Luin reassured himself, thinking it must be over now. He thought of Tehran, sensing that the item from Area X had chosen him, and everyone knew that meant being the master of the throne. Even though it wasn't stated outright, King Flame would surely be watching me very closely. Luin kneaded his sore shoulder as he hurried away, sighing, "Who knows anymore? I just want to get out of here quickly." A steam train chugged forward at high speed. Colorful banners, with Luin's face on them, were accompanied by loud cheers. "Whoa, Luin, congrats on winning the festival." A crowd tossed him into the air, shouting excitedly, "Come on, Luin, welcome back." This made Luin cry out in embarrassment. "Stop it, that was 2 months ago." Jia-sun casually dropped a cardboard box on the table with a thud. Sitting on his bed, Luin asked, "What's all this?" With his hands on his hips, Jia-sun grinned and replied, "It's your mail." As expected, the festival champion is incredibly popular. Looking at the pile of letters in the box, he exclaimed, "Whoa, there are so many." Jia-sun cut in, "Those are just the most recent ones." Seeing Luin's confusion, Jia-sun turned to a white cabinet and added, "These are the ones that came a while ago. We saved them for you." Lewin's eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he stared at the small mountain of letters in front of him, utterly speechless. He was in a state of complete shock. Jia-sun leaned on his arm, watching the amazed Lewin sit cross-legged on the bed, as he mumbled over a letter in his hand. "What's this?" "A letter from the prince. From the genius mage and true patriot of the kingdom to Lewin A." Letters kept tumbling out of the cabinet as he continued to read in a monotone. "I was overjoyed. To hear you had refused the imperial prince's offer. You are a true patriot. Wow, dear. But I've never even met these people." Jia-sun sighed and replied, "The dear salutation isn't just for people you're close with. It's also for people you want to become close with. Did you know that?" He sprawled out on his bed, watching Lewin read the letters intently. He couldn't help but ask, "So, Lewin, what are your plans for this semester?" A small smile played on Lewin's lips. He gave a mysterious and somewhat cunning smile. He then replied with a bright smile, "I have a feeling this year is going to be very different." Lewin rode his horse slowly under the canopy, through the sun-drenched forest. As he rode, he thought excitedly, It's been a long time since I last visited my hometown. Since last year, I've just been cooped up in my dorm, not going anywhere." Thinking back, Lewin felt he couldn't bear to face the people from back home. "I wasn't confident enough to smile and answer their question, 'How's your life at the academy?'" Lewin's eyes filled with confidence as he said, "But now I can proudly face them." He sat on his horse, looking down from above to see European-style villages on a vast stretch of land. The people were shocked, unable to believe their eyes, and called out in unison, "Young master." Lewin scratched his head, replying shyly, "Is everyone doing well?" The villagers cheered wildly. "Oh, is it really you? Young master?" Another person exclaimed in surprise. "What, the young master?" Everyone surrounded him, causing him to scratch his head repeatedly as he sheepishly explained, "Sorry, everyone. I've been away for too long, haven't I?" A villager laughed loudly and asked, "Ha ha ha! How is that academy? Is it like the rumors say?" Someone else chimed in, "Hey, but our young master is the best, right?" Luina suddenly ran up and hugged him tightly, shouting, "Big brother." The little girl put her hands on her hips and pouted loudly, "Humph, not a single letter was sent home that whole time, and now you finally show up." His father watched from behind, smiling gently with a hint of helplessness. Lewin called out, "Father." Lewin put his hand on her head and teased, "Luina, you've grown up so much, haven't you? I almost didn't recognize you," making the girl shout angrily, "What?" He flashed a bright smile, silently adding in his mind, "And you're still as cute as ever." Lewin gently told his father, "Father, please call all the family members. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to talk with everyone." The bright moon shone in a night sky veiled by clouds. In the living room, everyone gathered to listen to Lewin's story. I told my family and close friends about what had happened over the past 6 years, of course, leaving out the details about players. Luina wiped away her tears, sobbing, "Big brother, you've really been through so much," the maid exclaimed. "But you managed to overcome all those hardships. We are so proud of you, young Master Lewin." She then spoke up, "But does this mean you won a grand tournament and you even had a private conversation with the Prince of the Empire?" He replied gently, "Yes." He thought to himself, "That was 2 months ago, but it's still fresh news for the people in my rural hometown." His father held a letter in his hand, his voice filled with pride. "Is that why the royal family sent a letter?" He laughed loudly, boasting. "And countless letters from noble families have also been sent here too," which made him laugh helplessly. He thought, "Ha, I wanted to be the first one to tell you, father." Bin said in a serious tone, "There are some issues related to that which you need to be aware of, young master." His father also replied, "Let's begin. We've finished the other discussion." Bin advised, "You need to be more aware. It will be to your benefit," which made Lewin feel confused, wondering what on earth was happening. He turned and asked his father, "Father, please tell me. If I hear this from someone else, I'll be very disappointed." His father rested his face in his hand, replying helplessly, "Ha, it would be useless." Recalling the wooden crate full of letters he had received, he lamented, "As I was saying, our family has received countless letters from nobles, all of them about you. Many letters offer a great deal of help to our family as an excuse to use you, or to get a meeting with you." Luina and the maid both looked worried as they heard his father speak. "Of course I've refused them all, but there's a problem." Lewin placed his hands on his thighs, looked at his father, and asked seriously, "What problem?" He replied, "Monzo." He thought of that man, worrying that he would use his son as leverage to threaten the Ale family. Monzo, the only merchant city near the Ale territory. Most of the goods produced in the Ale territory are traded through the city of Monzo. In other words, the Ale territory is sustained by the money earned in Monzo. Lewin looked at his father questioningly. "Are they really offering such an absurdly low price for our goods?" He turned his head away, answering gloomily, Yes, because they want to hold the Ale territory hostage and force you to become the guardian mage for Monzo. Lewin's father put a hand to his forehead wearily, adding, "At this rate, the Ale family's finances will collapse." He bowed his head and sighed, but right now, there's no clear solution. Lewin recalled the joyful faces of the farmers as they enthusiastically said, "Oh, come on, I'll definitely be the first to host the young master." Someone else even boasted, "Young master, the quality of our goat's milk is especially good this year." His father and Bin were surprised when he said, "I was suddenly reminded of the phrase, 'A bad guy needs to be beaten down.'" He looked at his iron hand and said casually, "If they're that eager to meet me, I'll just have to go there and grant them an audience." After loading the luggage onto the horse, Bin didn't forget to advise, "Here are some provisions and water for you on your journey. Young master, please be careful on the road." Lewin replied, "Thank you, Uncle Bin." He looked at him, saying apologetically, "I'm very sorry for placing the burden of this problem on you the moment you got home." Lewin patted the horse, reassuring him, "It's all right. You're just doing your job as the manager, and I'm just trying to fulfill my responsibilities as the young master." Bin watched worriedly as Lewin slowly climbed onto the horse, not knowing what to say. He called out as Lewin prepared to ride away, "Young master, please don't be angry with him," he asked in surprise. "What do you mean?" Bin's eyes were filled with worry as he tried to explain, "The Lord has done everything he possibly could. He even used his own money to cover the damages caused by Monzo. Most people in the Ale territory don't know anything about this." Lewin bowed his head, listening as he said, "The peace we have now is thanks to the Lord's sacrifice." Lewin said in a low voice, "How shameful. It's because I think I was too arrogant." Hearing that, he asked, stunned, "What do you mean?" Remembering his father, he couldn't help but lament, to be honest. "I was very disappointed and wondered if father was just enduring it all. Thinking about last night's conversation, he couldn't help but feel ashamed to admit, and I thought that I alone could solve everything my father couldn't." Lewin's eyes were sad and conflicted as he spoke. "Even though I knew, ever since I was a child, that my father loved and cared for this land more than anyone else." Hearing him say that, Bin didn't know what else to say to comfort him. Lewin, from atop his horse, held out a wooden box and said, "Instead, could you help me deliver this to my father?" He respectfully took it with both hands, wondering what it was, "Young master," his jaw dropping as he looked at the box in his hands when Lewin calmly told him it was 10 gold bars. The gold bars were neatly arranged in the box, and he gently explained it was the prize from that grand tournament. "I hope it will be used for necessary matters in the territory," Bin asked. Again, "Need it for what?" Lewin, seeing him carefully cradling the box, replied, "In my personal opinion, it would be most effective to use it to buy more land. I believe the Ale family has the potential to become self-sufficient and supply others without needing Monzo in the future." Bin frowned thoughtfully and replied, "That could be true, but our territory is struggling right now, and no one wants to sell us land." He was startled when Lewin said, "What if we just take it?" Lewin said confidently, "And then we'll clean it up." He explained that they would reclaim the long-troubled Wolf Hill within their territory and the Tri-Nahong Plains, which were occupied by mudmen. That wasn't a bad idea either. Lewin, sitting on his horse, carefully laid out his plan. With this money, if they hired mercenaries to reclaim the territory and cultivate it for outsiders to rent, they could make even more money. Bin realized that if they could hire mercenaries at a reasonable price, it was definitely worth a try. Lewin turned his head and told Bin that he would leave the details with the manager and his father, and that he was heading out. Lewin galloped off on his horse, leaving Bin behind shouting, "Let's go!" The trading city of Monzo, the largest territory in the southern part of the kingdom. All supplies from the surrounding areas were concentrated here. The Lord was Binos Monzo, and there were many nasty rumors about him, such as him buying his position through loan sharks, or being the former leader of the Wana gang. As Lewin rode, he thought to himself, in other words, "I have to have a heart of steel." He stopped before the gates of a magnificent castle, heavily guarded by soldiers. From his horse, Lewin bowed politely and said to a guard, "I am the second son of the Ale family, Lewin Ale. Is the Lord inside?" Hearing this, a tall, thin guard sighed, while a fat one picked his nose contemptuously. Lewin's face darkened as he heard the mocking tones from the guards. "It's Ale again," one guard wondered. "Why do they keep making such a fuss when they know it'll never work?" The tall, thin guard replied, "Yeah, exactly." The fat guard chimed in sarcastically, "He's still just a kid, only learning how to beg." The tall, thin guard clutched his stomach, laughing loudly and mocking Lewin, who was sitting on his horse. "Ha ha ha, can you even speak properly this time, young master?" The fat guard beside him scratched his head and chuckled. "Heh heh." Lewin shut his eyes tightly, thinking, is this how he was always treated? How many times has father come here? A guard sneered as he watched Lewin dismount. "Hey, young master, go on in and ask the Lord yourself. If it's an ale, they'll just throw him out. The thin guard, seeing his companion's bored yawn, deliberately asked loudly, "But this time is different, right? Hurry up." Lewin thought to himself that he wasn't here as a student, but as the second son of the Ale family. If he accepted this rudeness as if it were normal, it would make the Ale territory look foolish. The fat guard, surprised to see Lewin take a stance, yelled, "What do you think you're doing now?" The thin guard narrowed his eyes as he heard Lewin's warning. "You guys should go home and practice more." To the guard's surprise, he forcefully threw the thin guard backward. Binos Monzo, returning with another soldier, smiled and called out cheerfully, "Oh my goodness, look who it is." Lewin glanced at the man's obsequious smile. "The hero who won this year's grand tournament, the mage of the new generation. Isn't it, Sir Lewin Ale?" He frowned and asked, "Are you Lord Binos Monzo?" The man bowed deeply, feigning reverence. "Yes, I am Binos Monzo. To be visited in this humble place by someone of your stature, I'm too ashamed to even lift my head." He was stunned when Lewin arrogantly replied, "Then don't lift it." Lewin glared fiercely at him, gritting his teeth and said, "If you're so ashamed that I'm here, you'd better keep your head down." Hearing this, Binos Monzo's brow furrowed, and he was left speechless. He then smirked. Binos Monzo stood up straight, adjusted his smile, and replied, "Just as the rumors say, you're quite a straightforward person, aren't you? Well then, despite my shame, I shall raise my head." Lewin said nonchalantly, "Fine, but you need to train your guards." The man asked, sucking up to him, "Did my boys commit some offense?" Binos Monzo's eyes widened as he followed Lewin's contemptuous glance. "They treated my family like a tribe of goblins, so I gave them a light warning." The Lord looked behind Lewin to see the guards he had beaten to a pulp lying in a pile, unable to speak. Binos Monzo was provoked into a fury, gritting his teeth, his eyes bulging. Lewin saw his expression and said sarcastically, "Are you all right, my lord?" The man turned and forced a smirk. "Feel free to treat them as your subordinates." But inwardly, he fumed. "How dare that brat lay a hand on my men?" Lewin rubbed his hands together and smiled. "Ah, in that case we shall." To Binos Monzo's astonishment, he kicked the remaining guard, sending him flying backward with great force. The guard fell and rolled on the ground. Lewin clapped his hands and smiled, saying casually, "There we go. This one also needs some training in etiquette," leaving the Lord utterly speechless. Lewin added with another smile, "You weren't thinking of leaving me standing out here any longer, were you?" The Lord was driven mad with rage, his teeth clenched and his eyes fierce as he heard another mind-numbingly sarcastic remark. "Invite me in, my lord." As he stepped inside, he saw something that looked like a wolf's head with its mouth agape, showing sharp teeth, mounted on the wall. The man let out a completely not fake laugh and shared with Lewin, "I have a hobby of collecting such works of art." Heh. He looked at it seriously, thinking, "Well, that doesn't look pleasant at all." The old man continued his story, "I understand. Everyone has different tastes." Heh. Lewin's face grew somber as he silently assessed, collecting these kinds of things, and even calling them beautiful. This guy's taste is so twisted. Everything he displays in his house are bizarre objects with frightening shapes. A normal person would never buy these things. The more he thought about it, the more concerned he became about this old man. It's obvious these things are here to create a sense of fear and anxiety, right? Is he trying to intimidate me? Next, the man poured Lewin a drink, introducing the tea he had prepared. "This is a rather rare tea from the south, called Param. Have a taste." Lewin crossed his arms and refused the offer. "No need." "Oh, you don't like tea? Shall I get you a sweet drink instead?" Cutting straight to the chase, he asked in return, "Are you pretending not to know anything? Do you really not understand why I refused this cup of tea?" As he spoke, he poured the tea out onto the table, his expression as tense as a bowstring as he stared directly at the man. The two of them locked eyes, and though not a word was spoken, it seemed they understood what the other meant. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and the spilled tea blended with the dreadful silence. The corner of his mouth curved into a mysterious smile. Then he calmly picked up the hot teacup. "It seems you think I would poison your tea, but I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Of course, there's no poison in it. I just want to be good friends with you." He emphasized the words, "good friends," making it unclear if there was actually poison in the tea, but with his two-faced friendly attitude, it was a bit suspicious. He asked the man, "Friends threaten each other? Threaten? How absurd. That was merely a suggestion, with good intentions." Heh. Lewin was furious, gritting his teeth as he immediately retorted, "You call that a suggestion? It's a despicable scheme to weaken the Adel territory, isn't it?" After speaking, he bluntly and decisively rejected the man's offer. The two stared at each other again, and the man lowered his face with a mysterious tone. "Unfortunately, since you've rejected our friendship, the prices of goods from the AEL territory will remain as they are, cheap as dirt," he said with a sarcastic tone, accompanied by a look like a big bully picking on a child. Seeing this, the main character's face filled with killing intent as he threatened back, "You'd better return the prices of the goods to what they were." A moment of silence passed between them. The tension was incredibly high. Right after he spoke, he was called an ignorant country bumpkin. The old man angrily clenched his fist. "You think you're the only one who can refuse a deal? You should be the one begging. You're in the weaker position now, not me." He was about to go crazy. "They say students of the Magic Academy can't use magic during the holidays, right? I'll teach you some humility, you little brat." As soon as he finished, his soldiers appeared and surrounded Lu In. He wasn't scared at all, and calmly faced them. "So you never intended to let me go?" Upon hearing the order, the soldiers immediately charged to attack him. "Kill him! I'll turn that bastard's corpse into a specimen in my gallery. He could still fight and talk in such a precarious situation. You want to turn me into a trophy? You're even crazier than I thought." The bear on his shoulder also thought the man was truly nuts, and even though he had anticipated this outcome, so he didn't expect much from the conversation, he still couldn't predict the old man would act so crudely. He saw the man as an old pig trapped in his own well in the south. People like him, he thought as he charged into battle with a soldier. When they were at close range, he suddenly stopped, raising his finger and making the soldier freeze for 5 seconds. Flick! As he said the word, the force from his flick sent the soldier flying away. What followed was an incredible spectacle of a fight, as the golden light erupting from his power swept away the soldiers who were swarming him like bees to honey. With a confident expression, he turned to the man and said, "Let me tell you something." A special skill appeared, Will of the Chieftain. Until completely exhausted, the user gains the backing of the first chiefs of Mount Hakan and Kun Kan. The fang of Kun Kan appeared and moved above the user's head. The old man immediately panicked. "Ugh, why is there suddenly smoke? What are you doing?" Then, a large flame appeared out of nowhere, forming the face of something that was neither human nor beast. Lewin proudly let him know. "Even during the holidays, as long as your life is in danger, you can still use magic." The old man was scared now. The fire being that had just formed violently charged and attacked his soldiers. Witnessing the scene, before them, the soldiers couldn't help but tremble in fear. "If we stay here, we're dead for sure." Immediately after, they all scattered and ran, none of them wanting to die right here. He raised a clenched fist, and the fire being did the same, with a face full of confidence and pride. Lewin smiled. "Running won't do you any good." He and the spirit from his skill charged forward, erupting with energy, and a massive explosion went off, destroying the entire castle. The onlookers were bewildered. Seeing the flames grow larger and more dangerous, they all ran to escape. Meanwhile, the fat, silver-haired man was still lamenting his weird collectibles. "My 2,000 gold portrait!" Lewin walked up behind him. "You still have time to worry about your artwork?" The next second, he glared threateningly. "Well, now it's time for you to worry about your own life." The fire blazed fiercely, leaving the space devastated and scorched. The main character didn't stop there, feeling smug. "You will return the prices of House Adel's goods to normal and compensate my family 10 times the amount you took. That is my demand. What do you think? Can you do it?" The old man trembled and knelt. "Compensation? How large is that amount?" He grabbed the man by the collar. "Hand it over now." "Now we see. You should never underestimate others." He tried to use his numbers to bully the weak, and the price he paid was getting completely wrecked by our MC, which he totally deserved. The scene changes to Lewin riding his warhorse home. "It's almost over. I wonder how surprised Dad will be when he finds out I've handled everything." Traveling on the road alone, he felt a sense of relief. "And so, I solved the problem in Monzo and returned to Adel." But one surprise followed another. Before he could even celebrate, things weren't over yet. A voice greeted Lu In. He was so surprised he broke out in a sweat, looking at the girl in front of him, with long white hair. An unexpected guest was waiting in Adel. She gave him a gentle smile, Lady Irene. Continuing from the previous chapter, Lady Irene had suddenly appeared for a visit. The scene flashes back to about 2 months ago, at a banquet table. That was lavish and splendid. Lewin stood to the side with his hands on his head, a bored expression on his face. "I'm so sick of this. It was fun at first, but now I just want to go home." As he was standing there, the beautiful white-haired girl walked up and asked, "Are you talking about that small, lovely Adel estate?" The beautiful Irene put her hands on her hips in a mock pout. "I'm glad the party ended without any problems. I really thought something terrible was going to happen because of someone." He gave a forced laugh. "Haha, I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it. Seriously, they weren't just looking down on the students' efforts, but our estate as well," she wondered. "Is Adele really that beautiful?" He happily described his home to her. "Of course, it's a beautiful place that brings peace to the soul. You should visit sometime." "Really? Then when I do, you're not allowed to ask why I came." "Haha, I won't." And so the story began from there. But what he really didn't expect was for her to actually show up. Returning to the present, he was sitting with a flustered and shy expression as she entered his home. The whole family was laughing and talking happily. His father saw Irene and misunderstood that she was his girlfriend. So happy he could cry tears of joy. The boy Lewin had really grown up, while the little girl next to him was openly furious. He didn't know the relationship between Lewin and this girl, but it seemed she was jealous. "Brother, can you explain this situation?" He was a little scared, not knowing what was wrong with her. She furiously interrogated him. "What is your relationship? Is she your girlfriend? Where did you meet her? Tell me." A barrage of questions was thrown at him. The scene changes to Lewin and his father talking about what just happened. He was surprised that the sassy little girl wanted to be a guide for Lady Irene. Did Luina really volunteer to be Lady Irene's guide? The moment I suggested you do it, she immediately said she would handle it herself. Lewin seemed to understand, and his father continued, "Isn't that cute? She doesn't want to lose the big brother she hasn't seen in 6 years." He was still unconvinced and suspicious about the relationship between Lewin and Irene, so he asked again if she was his girlfriend. He told Lewin he could speak freely. He immediately denied it. Hearing that, his father's face fell. What a shame, Lewin wondered. Why was his father so disappointed to hear that? His father immediately changed the subject. "Let's put personal matters aside and talk about something else. Bin, come in." An old man with a brown beard and hair opened the door and entered. He was carrying something and brought it to Lewin and his father. Lord Adel politely thanked him. His father turned and offered the item to him. "Lewin, I cannot accept this money." Lewin was surprised. His father explained that this was Lewin's money, not the Adel family's. Lewin wondered why not. "But am I not also a member of the Adel family?" His father gently replied, "That's right. No one denies that you are the heart of Adel, but you still have much to do outside of Adel, don't you?" Lewin fell silent in thought as he looked at his father, lowering his head sadly. "I know very well you're saying this out of concern for me. I also know that you are a very upright and moral person. I respect you for that, but I feel hurt that you always discuss the estate's matters without me." As he thought this, he felt sad and gathered the courage to tell the Lord everything on his mind. He spoke seriously. "No, I want to use my money for Adele, just as you have, father." Hearing this, his father had a sudden realization. Bin chimed in, "Haha, I think the young master should know that his lordship has been supporting Adele with his personal funds all this time." Lewin's father subtly reminded Bin of his action. "In the future, I would appreciate it if you discussed any hasty decisions with me first." Hearing this, Bin gave a forced laugh and scratched his head. "Yes, my lord, I will keep that in mind." Then, the lord turned back to his son. "Whatever your intentions, I cannot accept it. You are not yet ready to bear the responsibilities of the estate on your shoulders." He took the money bag. "We still have 3,600 gold, right? That is the amount we deserved. But finding it now is like discovering a forgotten emergency fund." Lewin turned and whispered to Bin, 3,600 gold? How can that be? I'm sure I gave you 10 times that amount," Bin explained. "His lordship didn't ask for the rest of the money. He was so adamant that I couldn't even bring up the punitive funds. You two are just as stubborn as each other. Why is father so stubborn? Indeed, I've given up trying to persuade him." With his blue eyes and handsome face, he looked at Bin, who seemed worried but still forced a smile. "Our lord has always been like this, hasn't he?" The old man gave a gentle smile. At this, Lewin's mood also softened, and on his lips a faint smile appeared. Looking at his father, he could only say, "He has." Lewin stepped outside and saw the beautiful girl walking in the courtyard. Next to her was little Luina. "Lewin, Lady Irene." He walked over to greet Lady Irene. "Are you enjoying your tour of Adel?" Just then, Luina excused herself, leaving the two of them alone and making Irene feel awkward. The little girl smiled brightly, said goodbye, and added a reminder. "Remember to get along with her big brother. She seems like a good person." Lewin was furious. "Luina, what are you talking about?" It was surprising how the little girl's attitude had done a 180-degree turn. The angry, stubborn look she had when she first met Irene was gone. Thinking back on the girl's words made her feel bewildered. Why did she say such strange things? Lewin blushed shyly and invited her for a walk. "Would you like to take a little walk?" While they were walking, Irene talked about Luina. "Luina is really adorable. I wish I had a little sister like her." Lewin was very happy to see that the two of them were getting along so well. She asked him with concern, "By the way, Lewin, is something bothering you? You seem to be deep in thought." "Ah, do I look that way?" He didn't hesitate to tell her. "As the heir to the family, I want to do something for the estate, but I can't think of any ideas." After saying that, his mind raced with thoughts. "Combining the prize money from the tournament and the money I got from Mono, I have a total of over 40,000 gold. Father said I can use it as I please, but..." As he was lost in his jumbled thoughts, she spoke up. "You can't help but think about the estate. Even though I came all the way to Adel." Hearing this, his face drained of all color. He just realized that she had made a great effort to come here, yet he was still ignoring her. She was probably upset, so he immediately changed his attitude. "Haha, Lady Irene, how did you get to Adel? Our estate is quite far, so it must have been inconvenient." she replied smugly, opening one eye. It's not that far. I reached Laverde in 2 days. He quickly apologized to her. A small question escaped his lips in regret. She began to point towards the path she had taken. It's quite close if you cross that mountain range over there. Hearing this, the gears in his head immediately started turning. However, her answer held the very solution he had been searching for: the South Mountain. Although it occupies a large part of the Adel estate, its rugged terrain makes farming impossible, and the land was abandoned due to the appearance of monsters. However, there is a large lake nearby, so its geographical value is very high. He had an idea. What if they used that to create a trade route through the South Mountain? Lewin thought seriously. By relying on places like Mono, they could build themselves into an independent estate, becoming a powerful estate with the only southern route leading to the Genic Empire. Why have I only thought of this now? This will definitely be a huge help to our estate. The beautiful, white-haired girl standing beside him watched him intently. As soon as the thought finished, he was so happy he could jump for joy, turning to grab her hands and thank her profusely for the idea. She blushed bright red, and just as quickly he ran off, leaving her there and saying he'd see her later. He ran off with his determination and excitement, while the young lady stood frozen for 50 seconds. She smiled warmly, thinking, he really is an interesting person. She wondered if it was love at first sight that made her think like the female lead in a romance novel, able to be so infatuated even after he just left her behind. Lord Ale declared helplessly. It's impossible. Lewin asked confusedly. What is? In the large room, his gruff voice echoed. I've already tried, but all 8 merchant guilds at Lake Number 8 refused. He continued to wonder. They refused? Why? Before Lewin's bewildered eyes, the Lord slowly explained. From their perspective, House AL isn't profitable. Begin, standing beside them, also gestured to add to the Lord's point. Young master, even the Lord knows that this is a great opportunity. But Lewin immediately cut him off. No, a lot has changed. It's small, but we're making progress. In his mind, a thought was also running very clearly. Just because the merchant guilds refused once, we can't give up on something that brings so much hope to the people. Lewin confidently smirked. Who knows? Maybe a proposal from a champion could make a difference. Lord Ale and Began were silent, not saying a word. Then the Lord let out a sigh of relief. Yes, you also handled the Mondo incident, so what reason do I have to stop you? All right, go ahead and try, he replied. Thank you, Father. Just as Lewin stepped out the door, someone spoke up. Are you heading to Lake Number 8? Erin approached from a distance and calmly started a conversation. Then you'll be in the same boat as me now, an illegal immigrant. He seemed to be unable to get on her wavelength. What? What do you mean? Suddenly, Lewin jumped. Wait, don't tell me you crossed the AEL border without permission. Erin gave a knowing smile. That's right. Hearing that, he shouted, that makes me an accomplice to illegal entry. Crossing a deserted border all by yourself? Are you always this reckless? Don't you think that could be very dangerous? She crossed her arms smugly. I don't think that compares to what you've done. Lewin, not understanding what she meant, could only question her. She closed her eyes and slowly listed off a pile of his seemingly hidden transgressions. You barged into someone else's dormitory. You didn't even consider the risks and used an extraordinary method during the competition. And you won it all. To keep up with someone like you, isn't this just a little bit of mischief? Didn't I say I would catch up to you? At this, Lewin's facial muscles could finally relax a little. A gentle breeze swept past their shoulders and hair. Lewin announced ambitiously, but I plan to go even further. And Erin quickly decided, then I'll follow you. I'm already an illegal immigrant. So what's one more time? The two of them set off to climb the mountain together, so we headed straight for Lake Number 8, deciding to cross Namsun Mountain to scout the path ahead, exploring together. The terrain was so rugged that even with a compass, it was difficult to find our way. We decided to use detection magic to locate the hidden village of Insan. Suddenly, Lewin was startled by the sight of something. Of course, there's a rule about not using magic during the break. It's unclear who said it first, but the two of them just kept running and telling each other, aren't students forbidden from using magic during the break? Then I guess you can just follow the compass. Erin had been using this magic since she arrived in Ale. However, the detection spell targeted humanoid monsters, leading her to accidentally trespass into a den of werewolves and putting her in a dangerous situation. A pack of werewolves snarled before them. He used his magic to leap high into the air, then unleashed a strike down on the werewolf. The burst of yellow energy created a massive explosion, shaking the very ground. The werewolf perished in the magical flames, but by exploiting the pack's dependence on their leader, we quickly took down the leader and escaped. We also received an unknown quest. Lewin was a bit speechless. A quest. Using the lingering traces of the detection magic, we continued toward our destination. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any more monsters, and a smile finally appeared on both of their faces. Erin said softly, looks like we found it this time. Lake number 8. A massive confederation where 8 large lakes meet and connect to the sea. Like Antine, it is also a neutral nation under the Empire's control. Here, instead of a king, representatives from the 8 merchant guilds govern the country with the title of co-representatives. As a trading nation, it dominates trade on the continent, and it's rumored they even deal with pirates. If it turns a profit, this place values money above all else. She tilted her head and asked Lewin, "So where are you heading now?" He quickly replied, "We're going to the Golden Hall." Additionally, the Golden Hall is a grand mansion located in the middle of Lake number 8, where the representatives hold their daily meetings at noon. Therefore, it's the ideal place to persuade them. A guard dutifully blocked the entrance and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Lewin calmly requested, "No, I'll wait here. Could you please pass on a message?" The guard hesitated, as if about to refuse their request. Submitting official documents will require a review period, he confidently announced to the man. "Just tell them that Lewin Adel has arrived. And this is Irin Brost." As soon as he recognized them, the guard was immediately stunned. "Wait, are you the one who won the grand tournament, Lewin Adel? My apologies for not recognizing you. I'll report this immediately." Lewin crossed his arms and grinned. See? Irin wasn't very surprised, just as Lewin had expected. Luckily, we were allowed in right away. Stepping inside, the first thing that caught their eye was a statue of an angel with a trumpet and robes made of gold, looking utterly brilliant. Irin immediately exclaimed, "This place really lives up to its name, the Golden Hall." Lewin agreed. "That's right, it can't even be compared to House Ale, can it?" Arriving before a large white door, the guard bowed respectfully to them and invited them in. He reassured himself, "Don't be pressured. I'm here to make a deal. A fair one, not to ask for favors." Then he quickly threw open the large doors. "It's a pleasure. I am Lewin Adel." The people inside immediately turned to look, and before them was a round table full of people, with only exactly 2 empty chairs remaining. The group continued to observe them as they took their seats, and someone spoke up. "I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. I saw you in Antin. You're the champion." The man with the bushy beard raised an eyebrow and asked, "What brings a prestigious new generation mage like you to this remote place?" Lewin thought to himself for a moment. So the title of Grand Tournament Champion holds some weight here, and to think I was so worried about coming. This is unexpected, but it seems we can talk. The men beside them laughed amongst themselves. "Well, it would be great if this benefits our guild. Ha ha ha, hold on, I'm interested too." In stark contrast, he presented with a very serious expression. "I've come to negotiate trade between AEL and the 8 Lakes." The people across from him grew thoughtful. And in another corner, no one knew what to say. Trang, on Lewin's shoulder, leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Lewin, it looks like you've killed the mood." At that moment, some quiet discussions began. A man turned to the person next to him and asked, "Ah, Ale, I think I've heard of it. Do you know where it is?" The other person, having some knowledge, replied, "It's located south of the small country of Jadi." The woman behind them rested her chin on her hand and joined the conversation. "Oh yes, that rural area once tried to sell keystone fish and sweet potatoes. I think the Lord visited that place once. How did that turn out?" The man who started the conversation spread his hands and recounted, "We refused. 8 votes against, 0 in favor, a unanimous decision." The woman was somewhat curious. "Why?" The other person explained, "Because it wasn't profitable. They only wanted a one-sided deal." Lewin fell silent. The man in the chairman's seat on the opposite side sneered and declared, "In that case, I think there's not much left to discuss." Now, he began to feel tense inside. They were merchants. After all, as soon as they heard something against their interests, their attitude immediately changed. "I am both a new generation mage and the young lord of Ale, but they only see me as the young lord of Ale. A poor kid from the countryside, trying to get their money." Their cold and blunt perspective was frighteningly clear. Lewin and Trang both showed their discomfort, and he wondered aloud, will it be the same this time? However, Lewin pushed himself up with his hands. "It's a shame to see everyone react this way, when we haven't even begun to present our proposal. Here, a total of 30,000 gold." The crowd was immediately shocked, and he smiled as if he had already secured victory. "How about now? Are you gentlemen more interested in a deal? A vast city-state where 8 large lakes converge and connect to the sea. Instead of a king, 8 representatives govern the country together under the title of co-representative. I came here to establish a trade route between the 8 lakes and Ale. I crossed the northern mountains to get here. I faced many hardships along the way, but if I can succeed in these negotiations, it will all be worth it." Lewin's eyes suddenly lit up. "So, what do you think? Are you interested in making a deal now? I will purchase 30,000 gold worth of weapons from the 8 lakes for Ale. In return, allow open trade for Ale's products." The person sitting next to him asked in confusion, 30,000 gold? Are you preparing for war? If not, why would you need 30,000 gold worth of weapons? He remained silent. As expected, they were very surprised. 30,000 gold is the 3-year budget for a rural territory like Ale. It's equivalent to the 1-year budget of a mid-sized city. Spending such a large sum on weapons is truly shocking. But I realized something through the Mono incident. Power naturally attracts wealth, and that power creates peace. If I have to buy weapons from somewhere to gain power, I will build my foundation here. I know that each of the 8 representatives specializes in different types of goods. Who is in charge of weapons? They unexpectedly introduced a quiet child who had been sitting there all along. That is representative number 1 right here. Weapons, iron ore, various flora and fauna, and even ships. They manage the widest range of goods. Unexpectedly, Lewin's face showed his astonishment clearly, looking even younger than Lewin. But the kid's eyes were not those of a child. An extraordinary presence. What kind of life has that child lived? Cecilia calmly inquired. By the way, what do you intend to do with so many weapons? I know this curiosity is improper, but as a supplier, I'm a little concerned. Lewin also showed a certain respect for the girl. First, we plan to conduct a large-scale hunt for monsters near Ale. The arms deal is the first step. Cecilia hesitated and repeated, "You said the first step?" Without letting the girl finish, Lewin immediately explained, "We plan to establish a route connecting the 8 lakes and Ale, crossing the path through the northern mountains." The man in the chairman's seat frantically reminded Lewin, "Young Ale, please don't mention that mountain range by name here." Hearing that, he didn't understand at all. "Excuse me?" Irin glanced at the people around the table and asked, "Why is the atmosphere like this? What's going on?" Lewin did the same and replied, "I'm not sure either." He cautiously observed the group. "I don't know what's happening, but I know who caused it." They had turned completely pale. "Why is it like this?" Cecilia frowned and warned, "You intend to cross the northern mountains? No, that's impossible, because there is a demon residing there." Lewin's mind immediately raced. A demon, so could it be? Then he told them, "Last night, I crossed that mountain range myself." The girl's face darkened, clearly not believing him. "You're lying." While affirming his words, Lewin reached into his shirt and took out something. "This is not a lie. I encountered something in that mountain range. Is this the demon you were referring to?" "It's silver wolf fur." Cecilia shot up in alarm. Asterisk, asterisk. "You have completed the mission, earning the respect of the Vancha's family." Lewin confirmed to himself that it was indeed true. The corners of the girl's eyes welled up with clear tears. Finally, it's dead. 3 days later, Lewin and Cecilia were walking side by side. The girl politely started the conversation first. "I apologize for making you wait." Of course, he didn't blame her at all. "It's quite all right. It's completely understandable." With flushed cheeks, Cecilia confided, "I never thought I would face this mountain again. Of course, my heart still feels heavy, but it's different now than before. The calamity that took my father is no longer here. It's all thanks to you, Mage Lewin." Lewin replied modestly, "It was nothing. I just happened to run into it on my way here." The two of them looked up at a canopy of trees. Cecilia outlined a very specific route. "If we can create a path through the southern mountains, we can establish a direct trade route from Ael to the Sand Kingdom of Oyota to the west. We won't need to waste time and money detouring through the central region as we do now. And as for building the road here, our Vanchas family will provide support." He raised his voice in astonishment. "Excuse me?" Everything was completely the opposite of what Lewin had speculated. "I thought we would start by establishing a relationship through the arms deal, and the trade route would come later. I even assumed I would have to cover the cost of opening the trade route. I will be responsible for the trade. However, having the Van Chase family's help is a massive advantage." He asked incredulously, "Are you saying you'll accept my proposal?" She calmly acknowledged, "Of course. Any goods produced in ADL will be purchased at a price higher than the market rate at Lake 8. Lewin thought to himself, "Buying above market price, this is an incredibly generous condition." Cecilia, sitting opposite him, gently explained, "Merchants will do anything for money, but we also have hearts. I, Cecilia Van Chase, promise to show gratitude and trust worthy of a benefactor." Lewin closed his eyes, finally accepting the offer. He reached out his hand to shake hers. "I look forward to working with you." And with that, the deal with Lake 8 was successfully completed. Lewin and Irina walked through the forest. He emotionally shared with her, "I'm so glad everything went smoothly. I can finally now send good news to everyone and my father. By the way, that Representative Cecilia is incredible, being so mature at such a young age despite not having a father." Irene quickly noticed a change in Lewin. "You're not acting like your usual self." "Lewin, are you feeling emotional?" He gave an unexpected answer. "I think I felt a moment of empathy because I'm in a similar situation." She showed a surprised expression. "Ah." Lewin turned his head back and gave a friendly smile. "Anyway, just you wait, Lady Irene. If you ever visit Adel again, you'll be surprised at how bustling it is." Irene let out a sigh. "You really love your homeland." "Lewin, I wish I could feel the same way." He put his hands behind his head and asked curiously, "Isn't a homeland a place everyone misses and cherishes?" She immediately denied it. "Not for me." Lewin followed up, now I'm very curious. Do you plan on inviting me to your homeland someday, Lady Irene?" Irene replied non-committally. Who knows? Irin didn't seem to want to talk about it, but I'm sure that one day I will definitely visit Fru. The golden sunbeams gently enveloped the village with all their warmth. Mixed in with it was the utter astonishment of the Lord of Adel. What? For a price higher than the market rate? Bin was amazed. They even promised to be responsible for opening the trade route. And Luina's rather unrelated concern. "Did you two get a private room at the inn?" Luine quickly covered her mouth. Ignoring his sister's eagerness, he replied to his father, "Yes, father. Cecilia Van Chase promised all of that." Bin exclaimed loudly. Still, for the notoriously cold Representative Van Chase to say she would repay a debt of gratitude, that's incredible, Lewin calmly explained. "Yes, but we will need time to prepare that quantity, and they said it would take 3 months for the weapons. The construction of the road through the South Mountains will begin this month." The Lord of Adel couldn't help but feel proud of his son's abilities. A direct trade route to the Empire, Adel will finally prosper. "You've grown up, Lewin, to achieve something so difficult. Thank you for growing up so well." Taking this opportunity, Lewin made one final request. "So, father, will you trust me and allow me to do one more thing?" he asked softly. "What is it?" Lewin clenched his fist on the table and resolutely stated what he wanted. "The lifeblood of Ale, the dream of the people of Ale, and vengeance for my mother. It's the Red Plains hunt." Everything faded into a memory. Standing before a horrific scene, with fire everywhere, Lewin recalled, "On my 6th birthday, it was supposed to be a wonderful memory, but that birthday turned into the worst nightmare. The mudmen overran the grasslands, attacked the village, and countless people lost their lives. The most painful part is that my mother was among them. My mother, I can't even clearly remember her face now without looking at her portrait. So many people, including my mother, lost their lives, and many were gravely injured. That day, I made a vow for the first time that I must become stronger. As the Lord of Adel, I will not let Ale remain weak." Returning to the present, on a beautiful morning, Lewin was strolling with Irin, watching the villagers diligently training in front of them. Shouts echoed as everyone performed decisive actions with great spirit. After the subjugation order was issued, the villagers began practicing with spears every day. The synchronized movements were repeated tirelessly. Irin looked at them with excitement. The villagers looked completely different. Lewin also opened his mouth to praise them. "It's something to be grateful for. They're working very hard." She seemed to notice something special, looking a bit surprised and slightly impressed. "By the way, their spear technique seems very unique." Irin wondered, "Who is the one teaching them that technique?" Hearing this, he looked towards an old man standing sternly with his hands behind his back and replied, "Ah, our knight commander taught them." The man had a kind face, with wrinkles that seemed to be colored by time. He was once known as the Flash, and fought on the kingdom's front lines. Sir Bovapon, the greatest knight of Ale. Lewin recalled the image of him bravely facing the monsters, filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Sir Bova, when the mudmen attacked, the damage would have been much greater. I still remember vividly how he cut down 5 mudmen in a single strike. He was still lost in his thoughts. Even now, he uses a fishing rod more often than a spear. Suddenly, someone from behind called out a name, Sir Bovapon. The voice pulled Lewin back to reality. He quickly turned his head and replied, "Yes. Is there a problem?" Bova walked over, calling out as if to confirm, "Ah, young Master Lewin, is that you?" Seeing him approach from a distance, Lewin quickly greeted him. "Ah, it's been a while, Sir Bova. I was planning to greet you after the training session." He replied gracefully, "The session just ended. It's no problem." Suddenly, Bova grabbed Lewin's hand, laughing excitedly. "I heard you made a huge mark this time, winning the grand prize and now leading a subjugation campaign." Lewin replied shyly with a forced smile, "Yes, that's right." After the enthusiastic greeting, Bova looked at the girl beside him, wondering, "By the way, who is this beside you?" She placed a hand on her chest and politely introduced herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Irene Brius." She closed her eyes and exclaimed, "It is an honor to meet the Flash Knight, Bova, here." A name was uttered that made his eyes widen in disbelief. Beside him, Lewin was also surprised and glanced over. "What do you mean?" After a few seconds of shock, Bova regained his composure. He asked, "Miss Irin, what are you talking about exactly?" "I heard about you in a nightly lecture called The 11 Children." Irin clenched her fists and explained respectfully, "I was certain after seeing the villager's spear technique." Her hair blew gently in the wind as she faced the man. Middle-aged man, her voice remained gentle and patient. "The only spear knight of the Rid Kingdom. I heard you suddenly retired and disappeared at only 30 years old, a legend among legends." His voice was low, soft yet full of nostalgia, as if revisiting a bygone era of glory. Ha ha. I didn't expect anyone to remember those trivial old stories. She gently tucked her hair aside, her gaze calm, her voice gentle as if recounting a simple fact. Of course, I was so impressed that I read about it in great detail. As Iron faced Bova, it was as if she could see the imposing, spear-wielding man in armor standing proudly behind him. She continued the story. The tale of you cutting down over 10 high-ranking mages from the rival nation of PNA is legendary. He closed his eyes, calm as if the past no longer concerned him. I'm honored that you find it memorable, miss. Though I'm just an old man now. Lewin approached Bova, his voice tinged with sadness. Sir Bova? Why did you hide that? He turned to face the boy, replying casually. I never hid it. You just never asked. Lewin lowered his gaze, feeling a bit hurt. He explained, but still felt a bit left out. I had to hear from someone else that you were the Lightning Knight, even though I was right by your side and I never knew. Suddenly, something Bova said was like a wake-up call for Lewin, making his eyes widen. If anything, don't you know more about me? The young master disagreed and started listing the things he knew about Bova. That's only a part of what I know. Memories flashed through his mind. You like to fish, you live in the house. At the bottom of this hill, images of warm sunsets when Sir Bova would warmly take him for a walk surfaced in his memory. And you often took me for walks when I was little, the old man continued. But seeing you all grown up like this brings me great joy. Bova clasped his hands behind his back, his voice firm. Bova pun. Isn't that enough? Just those few words were enough to snap Lewin out of it. He stepped forward to face him, his eyes resolute. I wasn't thinking clearly. I understand you better than anyone else. Bova bowed his head in pleasure. Thank you for understanding, young master. Not letting him dwell on it, Bova made a suggestion. Oh, by the way, I promised to help the young lady with her swordsmanship training today. Would you like to join us? Lewin was intrigued and immediately agreed. Just watch? I'd be glad to. Suddenly, the old man's face was still gentle, but his voice, filled with seriousness, cut in. No, Bova clarified his intentions. Not to watch, I meant a sparring session. Hearing those words, he was so surprised he was speechless, his face frozen, asking again as if he'd misheard. What? In a dense forest somewhere, down below Bova was sparring with Luina. The two swords clashed, creating loud, piercing sounds. Irin watched intently, exclaiming, She's truly brilliant. To have such skill at 12 years old is incredible. Lewin didn't reply, his face serious, but he agreed internally. I agree. To be honest, even I'm surprised. He watched the little girl gripping her sword with both hands, her spirit blazing, and marveled inwardly. Her blade is perfectly balanced, and her footwork is very consistent, proof that her fundamentals are rock solid. Then he glanced at her opponent. He was holding back most of his combat power to reduce the damage to Luina. He felt a surge of admiration, and Sir Bova was only using his left hand to fight someone like Luina, and his weapon wasn't even his specialty, the spear, but just a wooden sword. Bova's voice rang out, ending the session. That's enough for today's practice, young lady. He slung the sword over his shoulder, looking at the girl who stood with her hands on her hips, and praised her to Lewin. See? The young lady's skills have improved this much. At this rate, even you won't be able to match her swordsmanship, Lewin smiled. Proudly, it seems so. My sister is truly outstanding. He continued to praise her in his heart. You've worked so hard, Luina. Not letting him linger on the feeling for long, Bova suggested. Now it's your turn, isn't it? Lewin took the wooden sword, feeling a bit nostalgic. Right, around the age of 9, I used to spar with Sir Bova with a wooden sword, because even a mage needs to understand swordsmanship to face knights. He made his decision, since I've also been training in martial arts until now. Now it's my turn to show what I've got. His expression turned serious, his eyes sharp, as he said, Please instruct me, Sir Bova. And the match ended with Lewin sprawled on the ground, his face covered in bruises, his eyes dazed, as if he couldn't believe what just happened. To the sound of the two girls' laughter, Bova encouraged him. Your movements have improved compared to 7 years ago. This old man is very pleased, while he lay there helplessly. That's not comforting at all. Lewin sat up and asked curiously, By the way, how does your skill level as a knight compare to today's standards? Hearing the question, he wasn't sure of the answer himself. I'm not sure. It's been a long time, since I retired, so I don't know what the younger generation is like these days. Lewin lowered his eyes, deep in thought. Is there a good point of comparison? As if he'd found a solution, he exclaimed, Ah! An image of someone appeared in Lewin's mind. He suggested, I know a knight, Sir Gunther Pirante, the only 6-star knight in the Eastern Ridian region. He recalled gratefully. He helped me train in martial arts before the grand tournament. I remember he was very strong. When Bova heard that, his expression became a bit pensive. He recalled as he spoke, 6-star, 20 years ago when I left the Knight Order, I was already a 7-star knight. Hearing his introduction, He was astonished, his eyes wide. What? He marveled inwardly. You were a knight, a 7-star knight 20 years ago. That's almost the strongest in the entire kingdom. Lewin looked at the system window that appeared before him, wondering, why would someone like that appear in Ale? The command was given, fight the knight with a sword. Wooden sword. A surprise quest? Fight Serbova? He looked at the countdown timer. There were 3 days remaining. Sweat beaded on his face, a bit worried. Can I really do this? With my current swordsmanship, I'm nowhere near ready. Suddenly, Iron's voice pulled Lewin from his thoughts about being trained by a 7-star knight. Young Master Lewin, do you realize you're having an incredibly rare experience? He asked blankly. What? She excitedly explained what she had just said. Serbova is the only one in the Redon Kingdom to have reached the level of a legendary knight. This is an experience that money can't buy. Lewin smiled as it all clicked into place. That's right. This is an amazing opportunity. I can't believe I hesitated, just because I was afraid of failing. Bova still had one hand behind his back. He caught that moment and remarked with admiration, "Oh, young master, I quite like the look on your face right now." Meanwhile, Lewin regained his spirit, stood up, and raised his sword. Yes, now I'm very determined now. There are 3 days left to complete the mission, once again. He gripped his sword tightly and held it out, his face stern yet confident. I'll have to rely on you again, Serbova, Lewin said. He was full of fighting spirit. With that much time, I'll definitely succeed. It's no problem. Lewin was surprised to receive a notification from the system. While sparring with Serbova, a new quest had appeared. The quest specified that he had to perform the skills of parrying, dodging, counterattacking, and using a critical hit against Serbova. Lewin told himself, to complete this quest, I sparred with Serbova every single night. As the clock ticked down, Lewin trained tirelessly, his face covered in scratches and grime. He moved his limbs while lost in his thoughts. At first, I wondered if these matches even had any meaning. While thinking, he let his guard down and Bova found an opening. There's an opening here, but thinking there must be a reason the system gave me this quest, I continued to spar. The deadline was just over 42 hours away, meaning less than 2 days. Just then, Bova leisurely announced, you have an opening here too. And finally, when the deadline was down to just 23 hours and 51 minutes, Lewin had to focus even harder. He lunged at Bova as fast as the wind. After a moment, he smiled lightly, his eyes showing excitement and satisfaction. It's done. Bova looked at him with a gentle smile and didn't hesitate to praise him. You did very well. He also thought to himself, Serbova said the results of your efforts are starting to show. Time passed, and the final day of training arrived. Bova, worried about Lewin's overexertion, asked, Young master, are you tired? He firmly stated, No, I can still keep going. Bova shouldered his wooden sword and gently told him not to push himself too hard, pointing out that the sky was already brightening. But Lewin was on a mission, so his determination soared. Yes, I've sparred enough with Serbova, but he stared at the only remaining quest objective, critical hit. I still haven't met that condition. The remaining time was just a little over half an hour. Lewin was bewildered, lost in his thoughts. I can't believe this is all I've achieved after a sleepless night. Was landing a critical hit on a 7th level knight an impossible task from the start? His hand tightened with each passing second, and now very little time was left. What is this? You've been up all night? His sister, Luina, had woken up. She tried to persuade her brother. Brother, please stop. You've practiced enough. Bin heaved a long sigh. Honestly, I followed the young miss, just in case. But why is the young master pushing himself this hard? Luina tried again, her voice filled with worry. Even you have limits. Brother, stop and get some rest. Lewin didn't even look at them. He looked at Bova and stressed. Just 30 more minutes. He repeated it as if to say no one should hope to stop him. Just 30 minutes. But inside, Lewin was also filled with uneasy thoughts. I know all too well. I know it's hard to achieve a miraculous result in just 30 minutes. But he continued anyway. He slammed the wooden sword in his hand into the ground. He said loudly, Serbova! The sword stood planted in the earth. Lewin quickly rolled up his sleeves. I'll consider this the last attempt and try something different, he said while thinking. So from now on, I'm changing my approach. His strange actions left Luina and Iron bewildered. Both Bin and his father couldn't hide their surprise. Both of them furrowed their brows. And as for Bin, he mumbled something. Serbova was also a bit surprised. He replied calmly, Young master? Seeing his face and body poised for attack, he asked again, Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. Lewin's eyes narrowed, his mind filled with nothing but resolve. Through these past few days of sparring with wooden swords, I've learned how to predict a knight's movements. Now that goal has been achieved, I need to win using my specialty. Bova, with his sharp senses, realized, I found it strange that you were practicing swordsmanship all night for the past few days. It turns out you wanted something from me. Lewin didn't hide it either. He smiled lightly at his speculation. You've noticed. Because of this, Bova was even more expectant of this final match. Very well, then I'll add another rule for you, young master. He generously gave him a great opportunity. For the remaining 30 minutes, you may use magic against me. Lewin was stunned and mumbled the word magic. Bova replied while raising his sword, but I will also be a little more serious. I want to see your true abilities. Lewin was also ready. He rose onto the balls of his feet, facing Bova. Here I come. The next second, they both shot forward. Lewin gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, thinking, without a wooden sword, I have to get closer than sword range. In return, my body feels lighter, and my balance has improved while moving. When he got close to this range, the sword's blind spot makes it useless. Bova suddenly stopped his attack for a moment and laughed with amusement. So that's how it is. At the same time, Lewin hesitated and felt flustered, but he gritted his teeth in a moment of panic. He isn't revealing any openings outside the wooden sword's reach. The method I used against Doombram at the Grand Tournament. Breaking an opponent's sword isn't a strategy that can be used against everyone. Knights at the level of Sir Bova don't directly confront a difference in strength, but instead redirect it. Bova clearly analyzed Lewin's fighting style as if he had seen right through it. The plan to get within a range outside my wooden sword's reach. That was a good choice. But once it's discovered, you won't have many options left. Your opponent will always try to increase the distance from you. This only made Lewin more fired up. He leaned forward and clenched his fists. Sir Bova is right. My entire strategy has been seen through. As his fist was about to strike, Lewin suddenly grinned mischievously. However, you didn't anticipate this. In an instant, that clenched fist flew open. Lewin shouted, "Light!" Immediately, a blinding blue light engulfed them both, making it impossible to see Lewin or Bova. After the light faded, leaving behind only wisps of ethereal smoke, everyone saw that Lewin had grabbed Bova's collar, causing him to be on the ground. Luina screamed in shock, "Brother!" Although Bova had lost, he still gave him a gentle smile. "I was worried you would use some kind of fearsome magic, but you only blinded me with light? You've completely defeated me, young master." Looking at him, he replied humbly, "This was all I could think of at the moment. I sincerely apologize for making you let your guard down, Sir Bova." His words were concise, but in his mind, he held many more thoughts. Honestly, if Sir Bova were in his normal condition, I probably would have failed. He hasn't had a break all day because of me, and finally, I succeeded. The system announcing Lewin's reward was the steel destruction skill. While he was happily reading about his gift, Lewin was smacked hard on the shoulder. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Luina grumbled, her hands on her hips, annoyed with him. "Even if it was just a sparring match, how could you throw Sir Bava to the ground like that?" Lewin gave an awkward laugh, not knowing how to explain, and just mumbled, "Sorry." Bava then spoke up on his behalf. "I'm quite all right, so please don't be too hard on the young master, my lady." Lewin then bowed respectfully and offered his hand to Bava. "Now that the sparring is over, I'd just like to soak in a hot bath for a bit." "Oh my, I've taken up too much of your time." He helped the man up, his heart filled with positive feelings. "I've learned so much during this time." The two of them slowly walked back. This was a very interesting experience for an old man like me. "Young master, your vacation must be coming to an end soon," Lewin replied to him. "Yes, I'll be leaving soon since it's a 10-day horse ride to the academy." This long yet short vacation was drawing to a close. He felt a pang of sadness at the thought of packing up and leaving, and the day of his departure arrived. Standing on a bridge, he and his father looked down at the young men working enthusiastically. "All right, just a little more effort. Let's finish this up and grab some beers." "You bet. I'm drinking my fill tonight," he politely explained to his father. "These are the workers sent by the Van Chase family. Since we're building a base in ADE, we need a lot of manpower." He spread his arms wide, showing his excitement. "Through this route, we will transport weapons from Lake 8 and also carry out subjugation missions. Additionally, many workers will use Adel's restaurants and inns, bringing great benefits to this entire region. This is the beginning of a change." As he mentioned this, he suddenly lowered his voice, "And there's one more thing I want to tell you. Father." He handed him a box. "This is 12,000 gold. Please use it for Adel." Lewin's father seemed about to refuse. He frowned and said, "Son," but understanding what his father was thinking, Lewin quickly cut in, "I've kept 400 gold for myself, so please don't worry. Surely you won't refuse again, will you?" His father looked at Lewin with a loving and proud gaze. "I'm so ashamed. I'm just indebted to you, my son." To bid farewell to his dutiful son, he didn't hesitate to give him a hug. "Thank you, son. All right, I'll be on my way then." Lewin let his thoughts wander again. "I have to say, this was a very productive vacation." I said goodbye to everyone and walked a ways with Irin. When the road forked and I was about to say farewell, Lewin heard Irin say something that made him quickly ask again, "Huh? What did you just say?" I must have misheard. Irin deliberately emphasized her words. "No, you heard me right." She grinned at Lewin, her eyes crinkling. "After graduation, I'll help out with the monster subjugation missions. I told you, I'm going to follow you until I can defeat you, Master Lewin. Watching Erin's retreating back, Lewin thought, ah, so she hasn't forgotten. What a strange person. And so we parted ways, promising to see each other again someday. After about a week of travel from Adel, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern region, this place was much more crowded. Just as he arrived, Lewin was drawn in by a street brawl and stopped to watch. Someone was yelling, "Say that again!" A thug in black was yelling in the face of a young man in a white shirt. "What did you just say? You weak little punk?" The shrill shouts grew louder. "Say it again, you bastard!" Seeing this bullying, Lewin started to get restless. "What's going on here?" The man in black maintained his high-pitched, condescending tone. "Say it again. What did you just say? Punk." The young man, his face covered in cuts, pleaded softly, "Please, let my sister go." But a second later, his eyes widened at his opponent, and he raised his voice. "I'm a knight too. If you don't release my sister right now, I won't let this slide." The man in black cackled, his voice filled with mockery. "Did you guys hear that? What are you gonna do if you won't let it slide?" Then he suddenly stood up, continuing to lecture the poor young man. "This all happened because your family couldn't pay up. We've got to make a living too, you know." His fists clenched, and his mouth spat out taunts and insults. "So now I'm gonna collect the debt your father left, even if I have to sell your sister. Ha ha." The young man's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with rage. "What?" Upon hearing him mention his family, the young man immediately charged forward without a second thought. "You think I'm going to let that happen?" For the first time in the conversation, he dared to sneer at him. How ridiculous. But he couldn't even attack before he was met with a punch from the thug, accompanied by a vicious curse. "Do I look like I'm joking?" He kicked the young man while spewing insults. "And you think a weakling like you can become a knight? Ha! Is this the standard for knight apprentices in foreign?" Not finished yet, he grabbed the young man's hair and pulled his head up, ordering him around as if he were his slave. "Say it again. What did you just say?" The brave young man emphasized every single word. "Just try to sell my sister." He stared at his opponent with burning eyes, his voice cold and emotionless. "I will actually kill you." Lewin watched, his own brows furrowing in frustration. Am I really witnessing this? Something like this is happening in broad daylight? That boy looked like a knight apprentice from a nearby territory, but even for an apprentice, he was terrifyingly weak. However, those weren't the eyes I usually see. Those were the eyes of someone who has something they must protect. As Lewin started walking towards the brawl, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder. A frightened man warned him, "Young man, don't get involved in other people's business and just leave. If you mess with the Ongi gang, it'll be a disaster." That's right, they're extremely brutal. Lewin didn't even bother to thank them. In fact, he wanted to provoke them. "I understand, but in that case, what are you all doing here?" The men were confused. "Huh? What do you mean?" Lewin continued. "You're not trying to stop them, nor are you saving that young man." His eyes glared, and he bared his teeth in disgust. "You should all be ashamed of yourselves. You're no different from them." After saying that, he continued walking towards the young man. "Those eyes are good, the kind of eyes that can become much stronger. I'm suddenly curious about that boy's true worth." The man who had just warned Lewin with good intentions was now furious at being lectured. "What? Fine, do whatever you want, wasting all my concern on you." The vicious thug tormenting the young man saw Lewin approaching, and immediately, he stopped in his tracks. He shot him a sharp glare, then in a gruff, condescending tone, he asked, "Who the hell are you? Here to get beat up too?" It seemed he was running his mouth without knowing who he was up against. "Get lost before I." And so, before he could even finish his sentence, Lewin used magic, sending him flying backward. His eyes widened with confusion and fear. He stared at Lewin's cold expression. "Why am I seeing stars?" The onlookers also stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in horror. His underlings froze and asked, "What the hell was that?" As for him, he could only stand there helplessly as Lewin ravaged his body with magic. What just happened? After toying with him for a bit, Lewin finally unleashed his anger by striking him straight in the face with magic. He cried out in agony, "Oh, don't come any closer! Stay away from me! Retreat! Retreat!" The young man from before was still sitting there, stunned. He stammered, "You! Who on earth are you?" Lewin stood proudly with his back to him. He replied, Lewin Adele." Then he turned back to the young man with a relaxed and gentle smile. He continued, "That's my name." That night, Lewin went to the young man's house. The young man, who introduced himself as Han, had invited me to his home, and his story was quite typical. Two siblings shouldering the debt of their alcoholic father, and a young man who had to take up the sword to stop his sister from being sold into a brothel. Lewin had a few questions and quickly asked, "But what kind of place is that Ongi lumber gang? The name sounds cute, but their actions are horrifying." "It might sound that way, but they're extremely brutal," Han said, getting goosebumps as he spoke. They'll tie people to the base of an ongi tree and kill them. Their leader has killed 4 people, so no one dares to mess with them. Lewin still had some lingering concerns, so he quickly asked again, does the foreign territory just let people like that run rampant? Han explained to him that their area of operation wasn't in Florin. They operate in our village and a few other small villages, all of which are too small to have a guard patrol for help. Lewin lowered his head slightly, hiding his thoughtful gaze. They're worse than I thought. I want to deal with them myself. But I don't have time to deal with them one by one. Han also bowed his head and spoke to Lewin with a grateful voice. Thank you for your help, and I've heard your name before. He gently inquired. They said you were the champion of that tournament, right? Lewin's immediate reply slightly surprised Han. Yeah, that's right. Did you hear that from Sir Gunter Perante? He sat up straight and looked at Lewin. How did you know? Lewin smiled and explained. I heard that thug say you were a knight apprentice from the Fen territory, and if it's Sir Gunter, I figured he would mention me. Han shot up to his feet, his words filled with excitement. That's right, our captain talked a lot about you. He said there's a mage at the academy who's very strong, but not as strong as the captain. Oh, really? Lewin thought to himself, exasperated. But I already beat him in an arm wrestling match. Han continued to beat his chest, passionately expressing his feelings. I want to become strong, fast, and become an outstanding knight like our captain. Lewin fell silent for a moment, pursing his lips in thought. It's great to have the captain as a goal to strive for, but Han is too weak to achieve that, let alone becoming a knight. Even graduating from the academy is uncertain for him. Suddenly, he lowered his voice as if a bit ashamed, and confessed, Actually, I'm at the bottom of my class at the academy, so I get mocked every day. They say, how can you even stay at the academy with skills like that? Although his confession was sad, there was still a glimmer of faith in his words. Everyone criticizes me, but our captain is different. He said, I have a talent that others don't. As he said this, he once again became radiant and full of positivity, and that if I keep trying, one day, I'll shine. Lewin suddenly realized it was exactly the same, just like how Professor Hayden and the headmaster believed in me until the very end. Sir Gunter Pirante also believes in Han because he's been through something similar. Lewin didn't hesitate to boost Han's morale. That's right, effort never betrays you. He put a piece of food in his mouth and continued to encourage his new friend. Even if you're slower than others, if you persevere, a miracle will happen one day, just like it did for me. After seeing Lewin's grimacing face, Han said awkwardly, sorry, I forgot to warn you. My sister's cooking is quite unique. He complained silently in his head. Why are you only telling me now? The two were having a pleasant and warm conversation when they were interrupted by a brazen shout. Come out here, you filthy brats. The members of the Ongi lumber gang were gathered outside. That damn noble. I should have torn him to shreds, but instead, I came here to kill these 2 brats, the leader growled. Kill them? No, we're going to sell them. He stormed towards the house and kicked the flimsy wooden door wide open. Come on out! Stop hiding! But his face suddenly stiffened as he squinted inside. What? Where are those 2 brats? Inside the house, there was no sign of Han and his sister. Only Lewin standing there waiting. The leader yelled, Who are you? Lewin equipped some protection on his arm and replied with a smile. I was wondering what to do, but thanks for coming right to me. Less than 3 seconds later, this guy was attacked by Lewin's magic, his body sent flying in a straight line from inside the house to the open ground outside. The terrified underlings asked each other, What was that? They all fell into a panic, staring without blinking. Then whispers broke out, Isn't that the noble from before? Why are you here? Only then were Han and his sister seen, huddled together in fear. Lewin instructed, Han, it's dangerous here. Protect your sister. He anxiously asked, Lewin, what are you going to do? Lewin's lips curled into a slight smile. His hand then clenched into a fist, his words full of spirit. I have to earn my meal. Don't be scared, everyone. No matter how good he is, there are still more than 20 of us. That's right, let's all charge. The men in black, holding their weapons, rushed forward together. All right then, all of you come at once. A blue aura of power emanated from Lewin's hand. Through my match with Baron Bova, I learned a new skill, Steel Destruction. When using this skill, the moment a sword touches my fist, the soul of the sword will vanish without a trace, he thought as he fought. What is this? My knife, someone exclaimed in panic. Normally I'd only punish them lightly, but they are clearly bad people. They are clearly villains, so there will be no mercy. Lewin's immense power rained down on the demonic crowd. Please spare us, we have committed a grave sin. The men on the ground begged for their lives. By now they must have realized that attacking any further was futile. As Lewin was thinking, a scream echoed from a distance. Just as I expected, not everyone could sense it. Someone had been taken hostage. You bastard, if you move even a little, I'll slit this woman's throat. What are you all doing? Get up right now. Get up and tie that damn noble up, the man in black ordered, and he grew worried. You bastard. Are you the leader of this group? Yes. I am the leader of the Ongyi No gang, he introduced himself. If you know what's good for you. Kneel down now, you bastard. He anxiously looked for Han. Han? What happened? Han's sister spoke up. Injured. You got hurt protecting your sister, didn't you? Then there's no other way. I have to handle this. He advanced towards the man. The man screamed, Don't come any closer. You think I won't kill her? Stay right there. If you so much as lift a finger, I'll slice her open right here. Lewin was enraged. Damn it, they don't teach you how to handle. A situation like this, I don't have enough time to cast a spell. Damn it, what do I do now? A sword swing flew past. The leader was stunned. You bastard! Han angrily approached with his sword. If you don't want to end up like your leader, then get the hell out of here now, you bastard. Run for it. The men scrambled to escape. Han, are you okay? Han's sister ran to him, but Han was in disbelief. I killed a man. How could I have done that? It's okay, Han, it was necessary. And congratulations, Lewin consoled him. Han turned his head confused. Congratulations, he explained. That's a sword Perito, isn't it? Mastery of aura. I saw a blue aura coming from you earlier. Didn't you just reach the 4-star level? The appearance of that invisible blue aura means? Han was astonished. Huh? I reached the 4-star level? Yes. Reaching the 4-star level is considered top tier among knights. Of course, you still can't completely control your aura completely, but what's certain is that you've shown clear progress. Yes, you did it, just as I predicted. I wasn't wrong. My assessment was correct. He was moved. Thank you, Lewin. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had enough courage. Seriously. Cut the cheesy talk, Lewin replied. At least now no one will bother Han's sister anymore. And just like that, Han's problem was smoothly resolved. As soon as morning came, I headed straight for the academy, and now I'm back. Before leaving Adele, I had hoped the vacation would never end. But now, back at the academy, I realize one thing. I actually really missed this place. Lewin, what did you do over the break? Me? He and Jason chatted as they walked. What should I say? A lot happened, but nothing really worth talking about. Well, he hesitated. I trained. He was surprised. You? Someone as strong as you needs to train? Swordsmanship? Good grief, Lewin. Breaks are for relaxing. Besides, isn't swordsmanship part of the night classes in the second semester? Why would you practice ahead of time? Practicing during the break is called preparation. As the two were chatting, a professor called out to him, Lewin, Professor Haydn, so this is where you were. Is there something you need, Professor? Look outside. You have a visitor. There were many knights, and their flags bore the symbol of a golden sunbird. It must be him. It seems Lewin had already realized who the visitor was. I'll be right there. We had exchanged letters, but I didn't expect to meet him so soon. The champion of the martial arts tournament has arrived. The carriage door opened. The princes were here. The two princes stepped out of the carriage one after the other. Don't even think about getting between me and Lewin, Prince Croster Ridan. The first prince spoke. Don't get ahead of yourself, older brother. No matter how you try, young Master Lewin will choose me. While the two were arguing, Lewin had already stepped forward and introduced himself. It is an honor to meet you, your highnesses. I am Lewin Adele. Ah, young master, please forgive our sudden visit. I've prepared a gift and was hoping we could speak in private. No, the gift I've prepared is much more valuable. Forget about my older brother and speak with me first. Their intentions were painfully obvious. If I, the winner of the martial arts tournament, were to support one side, it would be a massive step toward the throne for them. I have a solution. He spoke up. A solution? Very well. We will follow your lead, young Master Lewin. Let's have the two of you discuss this together. The Ladian Kingdom, to which both the Academy and I belong, is currently known as the weakest nation on the continent. Even so, the kingdom is unable to unite internally. The first prince's monarchist faction is in conflict with the second prince's reformist faction, which is the cause of this prolonged strife. Most mages are the same, merely tools in their power struggle, of theirs. In hindsight, the reason they came to me was clearly because of that. This punk, I'll sit here. No, the seat across from Sir Lewin belongs to me. The two princes argued over who would sit across from Lewin. He was also getting helpless with these two. Geez, what a pain. Don't cause a scene. Aren't you the one making a scene, brother? It's precisely because of childish people like them that the country is in this state. These thoughts were swirling inside him. Ridiculous. What did you just say? Stop arguing. I was a little surprised by your sudden visit, but it's good that you both came. I have something to say as well. I have no intention of choosing a side between you two. I expected as much, but hearing it firsthand is still heartbreaking. Indeed, but even the legendary strategist, Jiggis, refused the offer 3 times. You surely know that story. Jiggis, the man who rejected the great emperor's offer 3 times, eventually joined the emperor's faction. Are you seriously comparing yourself to the first emperor? The first emperor was a 9-star knight. No matter how many times you make the offer, the outcome will be the same. As Luin Adel, there are things I must do. I intend to return to my homeland, the Adel territory, so you won't be leaving the kingdom even after graduating. Of course, at that time I could become a force for the kingdom. Oh, that is wonderful to hear, but the situation in Adel is far from easy. I believe your highnesses will understand why I cannot abandon my homeland. Both princes were surprised upon hearing this. The future strength of the kingdom should not be burdened by needless worries. Ah, Prince Kroster-Ladian will give you his full support, whatever the problem may be. No, come to me first, not my brother. Money? Food? I'll give you all of it. Hey, can't you see I'm talking to this young master? Don't you butt in. The two started arguing again. No matter what, I won't choose either of you. Definitely not. Why, you ask? Because if I let the two of them continue to struggle, it will be more beneficial for me. Luin was still making his own calculations. I will send a fantastic gift for your graduation ceremony. No, I'll send an even more fantastic gift than my brother. Gifts are fine. However, I expect your highnesses to handle the matter I brought up. Ha ha, don't you worry about a thing. Just focus on your graduation. Luckily, the princes were satisfied that I wasn't taking sides and departed. In addition, I also clearly demonstrated my loyalty by confirming that I would not leave the kingdom. However, I made a few requests. First, I requested approval for the plans AEL is currently pursuing, and I asked for support. Military assistance at the same time as the punitive expedition. Everything is progressing smoothly. Is this the power of authority? Ah, and my train of thought was cut short. Everyone, listen carefully. Duke Luin Ale is a hero and a treasure of the kingdom. Therefore, I appoint Duke Luin as the royal protector. Everyone, show him the respect he deserves. This wasn't in the plan, but this is how things turned out. The protector, as the one closest to, protecting the royal family in the kingdom, no one would dare look down on him. Although it's not official yet, since the princes have acknowledged it, it's practically official. I feel relieved that everything was resolved smoothly. Well then, we'll be leaving now. The two princes said their goodbyes and left. Truly admirable, being appointed as the kingdom's protector. How impressive. Exclamations rang out. Make way, you're blocking our way to class. John shouted for everyone to clear a path as he walked. Now that the princes were gone, it was finally time for the classmates to gather. Looks like things are about to get noisy again, huh? The position of protector was previously always monopolized by the Gary Hill family. Hey, quiet down. Michelle is coming over there. All the chatter immediately fell silent. What are they talking about? Are they talking about me? He just arrived and is already acting high and mighty. How ridiculous, seriously. Who's talking about who? It seems that comment really got to him. Have you all forgotten? I'm a Gary Hill. No matter how much of a fuss you make, after graduation, you'll all be under me. Gary Hill. Michelle Gary Hill, who was once considered for expulsion after using a banned substance during the first semester's midterm exam, avoided being expelled thanks to a strict punishment of a 30-day suspension. It was all thanks to the Gary Hill family's reputation. The magical world of the academy, no, even the magical world of this royal palace is now almost under the control of the Gary Hill family. Really? But it seems that's not what the princes want. Long time no see. You, damn mouth. He snarled every word. You think you've won, don't you? What? Just you wait. We'll see who has the last laugh. He turned away but still showed his displeasure on his face. John comforted him. He's just jealous. Don't pay too much attention to it. When you won the grand tournament, Michelle's expression was truly something to see. This situation with the princes probably affected him even more. Right? Jealousy? That's not even worth considering. Michelle's tarnished reputation in this matter is directly linked to his family's honor. He might be planning something. This class is a special lecture for alumni, right? Yes, let's go attend. After all, my opponent is the ruthless Gary Hill. Alumni are coming to the academy to give a lecture. I wonder who it will be. I hope it's someone decent, John hoped to himself. And somehow, this uneasy feeling is never wrong. It seems the person behind the door has failed to meet his expectations. The whole class was staring at the two of them in surprise. He was astonished. What's going on? The person who had been standing at the podium spoke up. Is something wrong? Why is the atmosphere so strange? Could that be Luin Ale? A pleasure to meet you, Luin Ale. That person was Jack and Gary Hill. The second semester for the graduating class focuses more on practical application than theory. As mentioned before, there will be classes related to knighthood and alumni. We'll come to the academy to share stories about current mages. A type of lecture. This was a well-intentioned lecture, but somehow that uneasy feeling was never wrong. Luin and John warily took their seats. The two of them silently looked ahead, especially since the alumnus invited to lecture was Michelle's older brother, Jake and Gary Hill, who held a book and chalk to introduce the lesson. Today, the story I will tell you is about the relationship between the mages of the Gary Hill house and the court mages. He smirked arrogantly. Everyone knows this, right? Out of the 14 court mages selected last year, 11 of them came from the house of Gary Hill. He smiled, but his eyes were unnervingly cold. As a senior from the academy, I will share a truth with you that you need to know to succeed. In this world, there is nothing I can possess on my own. Up here, Lewin listened carefully to every word. Therefore, the weaker ones need to band together even more. From now on, you will focus more on reality than ideals. Just because you praise the student representative Lewin Ale, it doesn't mean your lives will turn out like his. He suddenly singled out Lewin by name, causing the entire hall to fall silent for a moment. He emphasized each word. Lewin Ale, what do you think? John slammed his hand on the desk and stood up in anger. But not wanting his friend to do something rash, Lewin quickly stood up to cut in. Well, I can say this. In front of everyone, he fearlessly spoke his mind. Even if 10 pieces of trash combine with determination, a masterpiece will never be born. At most, it will just be a giant pile of trash. Feeling like he'd just been mocked, he paused for a moment. Are you talking about me? Lewin immediately denied it. Not at all. Do you feel like that was about you? The tense atmosphere between the two made the students around them buzz with whispers. Seemingly at a loss for words, he quickly changed the subject. Well, I've heard a lot about you from my younger brother. Michelle, you're quite an unlucky person, aren't you? Lewin just replied calmly. I guess you haven't heard the other stories about how that unlucky person beat him miserably. He could no longer maintain his confident smirk, and his face darkened. What an arrogant brat. At this moment, they both knew that the feud between Lewin Ale and Gary Hill was a confrontation that would not end easily. Ever since Jakin appeared, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly. With the statement that anyone could join Gary Hill if they wanted, Jakin had dazzled the lower-performing students. Jakin's practical and straightforward style proved to be quite effective. At the same time, an argument broke out. One student spoke up. Did you hear what Senior Jakin said? If we work for Gary Hill, we can succeed too. The other person immediately retorted. Ha, you really think Gary Hill cares about you? Have some self-respect. I'd rather not work under Michel, that guy who uses dirty tricks to manipulate others. In the end, the students at the academy were divided into two factions, Gary Hill and Ale. With Gary Hill's petty attempts to humiliate Lewin and his growing anger at their provocations, with such childishness, the atmosphere at the academy grew more and more heated over time. However, it wasn't long before an opportunity arose to put Gary Hill in his place. Principal Tyrion placed a steaming cup of tea on the table and spoke softly. Oh, come in, have a seat. Lewin sat down across from him and quickly replied, Yes, how have you been, Principal? The principal slowly lifted his teacup. Ha, I'm doing just fine. He spoke in a deep, steady voice, filled with understanding and trust. Since you're the student representative, we can discuss official matters, can't we? So, how is life at the academy? He closed his eyes slightly, his brows furrowing a bit. It was the same as always, except for one thing. There was a troublemaker messing everything up. As a man of knowledge and experience, he quickly grasped the situation. He set down his teacup. I see. I have a feeling I know exactly who you're talking about. He leaned back in his chair. Gary Hill. I don't like them one bit, but what can I do? Every mage in the kingdom has ties to them, so the academy is no exception. He continued to explain the current situation. However, unlike last year, this year we've only assigned them courses that don't directly affect grades. Even so, they're still quite noisy both inside and outside the academy. It's because of you. It seems they hold quite a grudge against you. Curious, Lewin asked. The alumnus, Jane Gary Hill, what kind of person is he? The principal recounted. He was extremely popular for his good looks and eloquence. His social life seemed smooth, and his academic results were outstanding. At the age of 23, he became the youngest head mage in the kingdom. But then, the principal's face suddenly turned serious. However, behind that facade is a giant snake living inside him. He has deep desires, a lust for power, and ambition. His personality compels him to achieve whatever he wants at any cost. After understanding the true nature of the Snake King, Lewin became wary. He seems fine on the outside, but inside he's completely rotten and will use any means necessary to get what he wants. That's Gary Hill. He clenched his fists. At this point, there were enough reasons to make a move. The question was, which reason should he use to do it? Suddenly, the principal spoke up. By the way, I wanted to discuss the upcoming special lessons with you. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Special lessons? The principal replied, Yes, the upcoming classes. Suddenly, a crazy idea popped into his head. I have a good idea, but will he agree to it? It was something he had asked many people about, but the reactions were mostly negative. As he thought about it, he walked to the classroom. Just then, remembering Principal Tyrion's words gave him more motivation. So what if you ask him directly yourself? And so, he opened the door. Hearing the door open, all the students turned their heads to look. Even Jane, who was at the podium, paused, his voice tinged with surprise. Huh? Luin? The dear junior made a direct proposal to him. I've come with a request for you, senior. Mikkel, who was nearby and heard everything, burst out laughing. Whoosh! He shot up from his seat, pointing a finger straight at Luin, a wide grin stretching from ear to ear. A request? Fine. It was only a matter of time before you said something like that. His face grew serious. Don't misunderstand. It's not the kind of request you're thinking of. Then, he continued, revealing his true intention. I heard you received a proposal from the principal about a joint night class next week and you rejected it. As he said this, the corners of Luin's mouth curled up slightly. Therefore, I've come here to make the request directly. Please allow the alumni and us to have a joint class. In that instant, his entire body seemed to freeze, his usually arrogant face now stunned. A joint class, this is a session where alumni, as special instructors, participate in the class alongside the students. In other words, this is also an official opportunity for Jane and me to face off on the same field. Just one sentence was enough to electrify the atmosphere. A joint class, so we'll finally get to see Jane Gary Hill's skills. Right? The surrounding students couldn't hide their excitement, and all eyes turned towards him. He and Luin will be on the same stage, facing off directly. Wow! After a moment of silent thought, he spoke. Why? He said in a slow voice. Our alumni are seasoned experts who have worked in the field for many years. There's no need for such a class, and honestly, it's just a waste of time. Do you really think so little of us? It sounded convincing, but it was all within Luin's calculations. He delivered the fatal blow. That sounds a bit unreasonable. Isn't the purpose of alumni visits to the academy to teach us? Jane was surprised. What? Luin put on a sad expression. And yet you're dismissing the joint class, the best opportunity to pass on knowledge to your juniors. It's for classes like this that you constantly emphasize Gary Hill as a collective. His expression turned very ugly. Luin's voice was clearly provocative as he gave a mocking smile. So, why the sudden change? Or perhaps there's another reason. For instance, are you scared? Jane flashed the wicked smile of a villain. Even though you won the grand tournament, you're still just a student with limited experience. Then he quickly regained his composure as if nothing had happened. Faced with a real blade, you wouldn't be able to do anything but cling to your useless, stubborn ego. Why do we need such a troublesome class? Before he could finish, the students started chiming in. We want to see your skills too. He froze for a moment, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Just then, one student spoke up, and then others followed suit. That's right, skills honed through real combat. We really want to see them. At the same time, Mikkel excitedly slammed his hand on the table. Come on, big brother, what are you waiting for? This is the perfect chance to crush that guy in front of everyone. Accept it. Luin Adele, you'll regret this proposal for a long time. My brother is a powerful mage. His reaction was exactly what Luin had been waiting for. He smiled with satisfaction. That's right, Mikkel. You're absolutely right. This is exactly how it should be, so our esteemed senior won't refuse anymore. Jane sighed in resignation. All right, if it's a joint class, the knight apprentices from foreign will be participating, right? However, he tried to justify himself. I rejected this proposal because I didn't want to steal your chance to shine as the student representative in the class. But if you want to overlook that now, Luin didn't hesitate, walking straight towards him one step at a time. No, please, let's do it. I'm asking you. He extended his hand. As a junior at this academy, I also want to see your skills. He reluctantly had to shake hands with him. Well, if that's the case, I have no other choice. Let's do our best. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain, so intense he gritted his teeth. He seethed. This little brat. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, Then I'll leave it to you, senior. His eyes lit up, full of excitement and challenge, a sign to prepare for a shock. 3 days ago, right when the knight apprentices from Foren arrived at the academy. Before the official meeting, Luin had a short talk with Headmaster Tyrion. He spoke up. A special class. Really? The headmaster calmly propped up his chin, recounting, That day, I thought about pairing alumni with current students to form teams for the class, but most of them refused. He smiled. However, if you ask him directly as a senior, he won't be able to refuse. As the student representative, what do you think? Recalling that proposal, the headmaster could only give a wry smile. It was a smile mixed with helplessness and surprise. The headmaster is pretty cunning. To think he'd come up with a plan the senior couldn't refuse. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted. Someone, unable to hold back their excitement, pointed straight ahead. Their voice filled with excitement. Look, they're here! It was the knight apprentices from Foreign. A wave of cheers swept across the courtyard. The moment he spotted Luin in the crowd, Mr. Gutter's face lit up with a brilliant smile, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Well, if it isn't the stubborn brat. How've you been? Lewin promptly replied. I'm doing great, of course. And you, Gutter? The man shrugged, his lazy demeanor as constant as ever. Same old, same old. I've heard things about you. You won the Grand Festival a while back, didn't you? Lewin tilted his head slightly, a humble expression on his face. Yes, thanks to your guidance. Hearing that, Gutter let out a hearty laugh. He turned to leave as he spoke, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Haha, I'm going to see the headmaster now, so could you please guide these kids for me? Lewin immediately accepted the task. Understood. He placed a hand over his chest and introduced himself formally. A pleasure to meet you all. I am Lewin Adel, the Academy's representative. Could you tell me who the Knight Apprentice's representative is? One of the apprentices avoided his gaze. Our representative is a bit busy right now. Following his line of sight, Lewin's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him was a classic bullying scene. One guy was laughing with delight. Haha, come on, Manip, you're scaring the little guy. The other retorted. Nobody would even care if this kid dropped dead. So what? Lewin froze for a second, his gaze fixed on a familiar, slightly bruised face. Han, the boy being bullied, looked up. Lewin, what are you doing here? At that moment, a brown-haired guy in the crowd started laughing. Ah, so you're the famous Lewin Adel. I've heard a lot about you. The guy then introduced himself. He held his head high, a hint of arrogance in his gaze. I'm Manip Gagan, Foreign's representative. He went on, his voice dripping with conceit. Vengras Gagan, commander of the Golden Knights, the only 7-star knight. Ever heard of him? That's my father, Lewin's expression screamed. Who asked? Why would he bring up his father during an introduction? Was he trying to show off that his dad was also an exceptional person? Whatever. Lewin brushed his words aside. I see, but I'd appreciate it if you answered my question first. The guy's face fell, annoyed at being ignored. Question? What question? Lewin's eyes grew sharp. I'll say it again. I asked. What are you doing? The guy answered casually, as if it was no big deal. Oh, this brat hasn't been behaving, so I'm personally training him. Is there a problem with me training a commoner myself? He scowled, grinding his teeth, visibly annoyed. And you're the rude one, worrying about a commoner in the middle of our introductions. Do you even know him? Lewin's fists tightened. He's my friend. Is that a problem? The guy's laughter rang out across the courtyard, as if he just heard the joke of the century. Wait, seriously? Friends? I guess commoners understand each other, Manip sneered. The Adel family isn't much better than commoners anyway. To think the Academy's representative comes from such a lowly background, it's frankly disgusting just talking to you. Lewin couldn't understand why his attitude had shifted so suddenly. What was he up to? Then, the guy spotted someone in the distance, and his eyes lit up. Huh? Brother! Lewin glanced over his shoulder, reflexively wondering, brother? The moment he saw who it was, Lewin finally understood why this guy had been so hostile. Jane strolled over, laughing nonchalantly, exchanging greetings. Are we? Manip, you're here too? Why would a knight apprentice like you be here? Looks like birds of a feather flocked together. It seems they were destined to clash, even if Lewin didn't know Han. Mr. Gutter shouted, All right, everyone, gather up. As you know, today, we will be holding a joint training session. He stood confidently with his hands on his hips, next to the perpetually stern Mr. Hido. He ordered, Before we start training, let's divide into groups. He continued to explain. Each group will have 2 academy students and 1 knight apprentice, making a total of 54 groups. As soon as the words were out, Manip scratched his head, looking fed up. I really didn't want to be here. Why do I have to train with a bunch of brats? Jane quickly chimed in. I graduated ages ago. I still have no idea why I'm here. The two were clearly on the same page. The guy suggested with a smug look, So, what do you say? Let's just breeze through this and get it over with. It's clear that we'll win no matter what. Jane nodded in agreement. Yeah, sounds about right. If we add Miko, that makes a team. The guy laughed gleefully. Heh, sounds like a plan. We can take down these weaklings together without breaking a sweat. Nearby, the air buzzed with energy as the students quickly began to form their groups. Yet, amid all the excitement, Han just stood there with his head down, a silent, forgotten shadow. Suddenly, Lewin approached him. Han, be on my team. He could hardly believe his ears and quickly asked, Huh? Lewin, are you sure? You're really okay with teaming up with me? Having experienced it himself, Lewin knew exactly what it felt like to be ostracized. His voice was gentle but firm as he spoke. Why wouldn't I be? You're my friend. Han looked at Lewin with immense gratitude, whispering his name. Lewin. John slowly approached them. Wow, that's a little unexpected. If we're choosing friends, then I should be in too. He moved closer, his face beaming. Since you're Lewin's friend, you're my friend too, right? Lewin explained. Thanks, John. Han looked like he was in an awkward situation, so I figured I'd jump in. John reached out and gently patted Han's shoulder. You're Han, right? From now on, just talk to us comfortably, okay? Han was a bit taken aback at first, but quickly warmed up. Huh? Oh, yeah, okay. Then, Luin announced loud and clear. All right, everyone, listen up. Our goal here isn't just to get a high score. He stood with his hands on his hips, tilting his head with a questioning brow. Huh? What else is there? His eyes flickered over to the Viper gang, Mikko, Jakin, and Mantip, gathering on the other side. He frowned slightly, filled with caution. We still have to deal with that troublesome bunch. When the team assignments were finished, it was time for a short break. Luin and Han were walking together in the hall. He asked gently, Hey Han, are you okay? After getting beaten up like that, I can take you to the infirmary if you want. The other boy immediately waved his hand in refusal. It's fine, I'm okay, I don't need to go anywhere. He kept his head down, one hand clutching his other arm. Luin, it's nice to meet you, but it's probably not a good idea for you to act like you know me. Luin stopped in his tracks. What are you talking about? Insecurity enveloped him, his eyes glued to the floor. A lot of people don't like me, so when no one else is around. Luin looked him straight in the eye, his gaze unwavering as he dismissed such a childish thought. No, like I said before, I'm your friend, so you don't need to be on guard. Anyway, that guy from before, the one who was harassing you at the training center, that was him, right? The boy replied, Yeah. With that, both of them turned their eyes toward Mantip, up ahead. When he saw the guy's information on the status window, he understood why Han was so scared. A 4-star knight with high potential like Mantip was bound to be very strong. At the same time, he glanced to the side, remembering the scene where a blue aura enveloped Han's body as he killed the gang leader with a single slash. Even though he seemed weak and insecure now, his information gave Luin pause. Although his current status was 3-star, he had already met the requirements for 4-star, and with such high potential, he had a lot of room to grow. Thinking this, he suddenly spoke up. I'm thinking of dealing with that Mantip guy soon. What about you? Hearing this, the boy's eyes widened in shock. Huh? Luin continued to encourage him, as if trying to transfer his strength. Are you just going to let yourself be beaten forever? That determined look you had when you protected your sister, where did it go? He hesitated. Can I really win? Without a moment's hesitation, Luin affirmed with certainty. You can. It was as if Han had never considered it before, repeatedly asking, I can? Overhearing them, Mantip turned around in annoyance. I can't listen to that nonsense anymore. For someone with an ego the size of Mount Everest, losing to a person he'd always looked down on was unacceptable. Defeat me? You useless commoner, just taking up space. Han, get over here. Though terrified, Han still dared to stand up. No, I don't want to. It seemed this was the first time he had ever resisted, which made Mantip furious. What? This bastard must be crazy. Just standing next to him doesn't make you special. It's really just a bunch of idiots sticking together. He drew his sword, intending to teach Han a lesson. Did you go crazy after getting beaten up all this time? Come here, I'll kill you with my own hands today. Han immediately drew his sword in defense, but Luin quickly stopped him. Don't fight him. Han was bewildered. Huh? Luin explained. You're not like him, right? You shouldn't act the way that bastard does. Then Luin stepped forward. Today is not the day for you to face him. Wait for the right opportunity to wipe the floor with him. So today, I'll handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, the two rushed at each other like moths to a flame. Mantip's face was flushed red with anger, yelling, Who the hell are you? Get lost! Piss off, you bastard! Suddenly, someone kicked him straight in the face, sending him flying 5 meters with a single kick, his sword launching into the air. Luin's eyes widened in astonishment. Sir Gutter, the man frowned in anger. Luin's eyes went wide at Gutter's appearance. His action was completely outside of his calculations. Mantip was hit so hard that his entire body was thrown backward, crashing into the stone wall behind him. He questioned sternly, Mantip Gagan, what is the meaning of this? The boy stammered in a panic. That is, he immediately made an excuse. They started it. I did nothing wrong. I swear. The instructor stood tall, his stern eyes seeming to pierce right through his flimsy excuse. So you drew your sword to strike someone? His voice dropped, as cold as ice. Mantip Gagan, as of today, you are dismissed from your position as Knight Captain of the Training Academy. The Vice Captain will take over temporarily, and your punishment will be carried out as soon as you return to the academy. Unable to accept this, the boy threatened, If you dismiss me, my father won't let this go. But a single sentence from the instructor was enough to shut him up. Yes, I imagine so. But when he finds out his only son drew his sword within the academy and intended to strike someone, Sir Vengerus Gagan might just faint from shock. Hearing that, the boy had no choice but to concede, I'm sorry. Standing nearby, Luin's eyes were cold and sharp. As he silently passed by, judging him with a disdainful look, he acts all tough, but is scared to death of his own father. He frowned, and when he caught the guy's hateful glare that looked like it wanted to tear him apart, he realized Looks like I've made myself a target. The first training session of the intensive course began, with the first lesson on combat and defense. Sir Gutter Pirante taught us how to exploit a mage's weakness, the casting time, to neutralize them. Professor Haido then demonstrated how to predict a knight's movements and effectively escape their attack range. Each group practiced these techniques as instructed. While the students were diligently training up front, behind a tree, Milu Guy's group was comfortably enjoying the shade and watching. Mantip scratched his head, his scowling face clearly showing his irritation. I was already so annoyed because of that Lewin guy, and now I have to train in a place full of people like him. Jin just replied calmly. Just forget it. We already know this stuff. Right? Mantip sighed. Let's just do that. Despite his nonchalant exterior, his mind was in turmoil. He says that. But how am I supposed to train in the end? He made a guess, but quickly dismissed it. In front of all these students, do they really expect me to reveal my full strength? No way. In another corner, Lewin's group was also training hard. Han was bent over with his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Ha! Ha! Lewin, let's take a break. Lewin stood perfectly straight, without a single drop of sweat on his body. All right, Jia Son, who was nearby, marveled. Is this guy for real? Doesn't he get tired? I haven't even fought him yet and I'm already terrified. Feeling like the last exercise wasn't enough of a challenge, he casually rested the wooden sword on his shoulder and nonchalantly replied, I don't know, but this just feels like a warm-up. The other two, wondering if he was a man or a beast, shouted in unison, What? Suddenly, someone approached and interrupted their conversation. If you're not too tired, could you spare me a moment? Lewin exclaimed in surprise. Sir Gunter, the instructor was already holding a wooden sword. I want to confirm something. Wondered, confirm? What do you mean by that? He then explained, swordsmanship at this level can't possibly be self-taught in such a short time, unless you have an incredibly skilled master. Hearing that, the boy paused for a moment and immediately thought of his master. Wow, Sir Gutter is more perceptive than he looks? Then, the man continued, that's why I have a favor to ask you. He pointed his sword at the boy, issuing a challenge to everyone's nervous anticipation. Lewin Adele, I want to have a duel with you. The boy froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. What in the world is happening? A buzz of whispers erupted like a disturbed beehive. A duel with the Academy's representative? Why would the commander act like this? After regaining his composure for a moment, he spoke up. Are you joking, Sir Gutter? I'm not even a knight yet. How could I possibly defeat you? Besides, I've only been learning for 1 week. The man looked straight at him. I'm not asking you to win. This confused the boy even more. Then what is it? Then the man revealed his true purpose. I want you to teach the cadets here. No one here has swordsmanship skills superior to yours. The knight apprentices who heard this were all dumbfounded, completely floored. What did you say, Commander? The boy took a quiet breath, thinking to himself that suddenly becoming the center of attention like this was overwhelming. But his brows furrowed slightly, his lips pressing into a thin line resolutely. He didn't say it out loud, but he was certain this was a good opportunity. If he performed well here, he could use this chance to establish his position, which wasn't a bad idea. With that thought, he became interested and quickly got into his stance. I look forward to learning from you, Sir Gutter. The man smiled in satisfaction, the corners of his lips turning up naturally. Your stance is impressive. In that case, here I come. As soon as he finished speaking, Gutter launched forward with incredible speed. The onlookers watching from the sidelines all widened their eyes in unison. Someone exclaimed, Wait, what is that speed? Aren't you being a little too serious? If that attack lands, I wouldn't even be able to find his bones. And yet, the boy managed to block the attack with ease. Someone cried out in shock, He blocked that? Even so, the boy let out a heavy breath. The force of the man's sword swing sent him skidding across the training ground as he braced himself. The man spoke slowly, taking another look. I find your skills very hard to believe. I'll ask again. Where did you learn this sword style? He narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of suspicion directed at the boy. Could it be a name that cannot be revealed? The boy fell into deep thought, wondering whether he should say it or not. It's not like that person was intentionally hiding or anything, so it should be fine. After a long moment of hesitation, he uttered a name, Sir Batten. This was a name no one expected, so everyone standing there was left gaping in astonishment, including Sir Gutter. Going from one surprise to another left everyone stunned. Bova Pan, the legendary god of war? No way, I heard he was dead. Very quickly, Gutter regained his composure. Oh, is that so? He inquired. Could you be more specific? How did you come to know him? The boy explained. Sir Bova retired and has been living in AEL ever since. He's the one I've been with since I was a child. Before he could finish, that guy Mantip hastily cut him off. Don't lie. The jerk stepped forward angrily, his eyes blazing as if he wanted to burn the boy to a crisp. Don't you lie to me. The boy was confused. Lying? The guy pointed a finger right in his face as if he'd just caught a fraud. That's right, it's a lie. My own father said so. Bovapan is dead and you can't prove otherwise, right? The boy was visibly annoyed. Why would I need to prove that? And don't call someone who's still alive dead. He gritted his teeth, a mocking smile still on his face, but his eyes revealed his bitterness. Even if what you say is true, it doesn't matter. The strongest in the kingdom is still my father. Hearing this, the boy understood that this was what the guy was worried about. The officially recognized strongest knight in the kingdom was none other than Mantip's father, Sir Vengras Gagon, commander of the Golden Knights. But if the legendary knight Bovapan were still alive, the official rankings might be overturned. The boy replied lazily. Fine, think whatever you want. He was stunned. What? The boy's gaze was ice cold, his tone unwavering as he stated his opinion. Go ahead and believe in those strongest in the kingdom, titles or whatever. It's up to you. Sir Bova doesn't care about such trivial rankings. Hearing that, he became so enraged he ground his teeth. Trivial? Did you just say trivial? The guy immediately drew his sharp sword. How dare you insult my father? Now he looked like a madman who could kill anyone he saw. Lewin Ale, I challenge you to a real sword duel, right now. While he was screaming like a maniac, come on, fight me right now. He took a solid bonk on the head from Gutter, his eyes going crossed. He hit him because he didn't want the guy to do anything stupid while out of control. What the hell is this? A challenge? So you really want to fight Lewin? The guy cowered like a puppy, holding his head. Yes. Finally, the commander announced. All right, then the first match in tomorrow's group sparring session will be Lewin's team against Mantip's team. Any objections? Both of them shouted in unison. No. Time flew by, and the next day arrived in a flash. The commander's powerful voice echoed across the field. All right, is everyone ready? As I said yesterday, the first sparring match will be Lewin's team versus Mantip's team. The two teams stood facing each other under everyone's curious gazes. Suddenly, Jane stepped forward and called out his name, Lewin. His face showed no signs of worry. On the contrary, he looked very relaxed. Are you guys well prepared? Lewin immediately went on high alert. What's this? Why are you suddenly asking that? He flashed a wicked smile. Ah, never mind. Just try to do well in this match. Hearing that, Gutter gave the signal. All right, then prepare to begin. As if waiting for that cue, he immediately rushed forward with astonishing speed, catching the boy off guard. Luckily, he reacted in time. If he had been even a split second slower, he would have been caught. He wondered, what is this speed? What's going on? No one should be this fast. Suddenly, he noticed the status window above the guy's head, and a look of contempt appeared in his eyes. Ha, how ridiculous. How desperate is he to win? Is he really wearing 6 artifacts? The night before, at the mansion, the sound of polite greetings could be heard. Well, who do we have here? Sir Vengras. Ha ha ha, it's been a while. Commissioner Jose George, commander of the Golden Knights Vengras Gagon, continued. I heard about Jane. He was invited to give a special lecture at the academy as a representative of the alumni, correct? George Gary Hill, a high-ranking commissioner of the kingdom's Tower Council, Lady Dian, replied humbly. It was quite a surprise when Headmaster Tyrion Exsignet personally invited the boy. Is Mantip doing well? He looked helpless, his face etched with frustration. I do, but he's so much trouble, a real nuisance. That's why I sent him to Professor Gutter to be properly disciplined. He should be at the academy now, the old man sighed, closing his eyes as if he'd been wrestling with this issue for a long time. Actually, I came here because of that academy's representative, he mused. The representative? You mean Lewin Adel? Then he thought about the information he'd heard before. The rumors spread so widely that even I remember his name. They say he won the tournament and even caught the Empire's attention. But right after that, his tone immediately changed. A country bumpkin from Ale shouldn't have a path that's so smooth. As if on cue, the old man agreed. Haha, exactly. We must stop someone like that from influencing the princes, right? As loyal subjects who truly care for the kingdom. Of course. He wondered. Do you have a plan? As if waiting for the question, the man replied, this time, my son and Manip are on the same team, and they'll be fighting Lewin Adel. So I was thinking, why not give Manip an artifact? He never expected the old man to be so reckless. His eyes widened in shock, his breath catching. What? The old man assured him. If you leave that necklace, I'll make sure Manip gets it, he stammered. Are you suggesting we cheat? The man placed a hand on his shoulder. That's not what's important right now. If we want to crush that kid before he becomes a bigger nuisance, we have to do whatever it takes. I've already given an artifact to my own son already. However, the other man was still hesitant. But even so, Seeing this, the man played his final card. Bovapan. Does that name ring a bell? His expression changed instantly, and he stammered. Why are you suddenly bringing up that name? The man's face darkened. I heard he's still alive, and it seems he taught Lewin swordsmanship in Ale. He continued, Luin Adele, the one favored by the princes, learned swordsmanship from Bova Pan, the illustrious knight. If he defeats our sons in the upcoming match, our positions will be finished. After hearing the man's words, he hurriedly removed the artifact from his clothes. He handed the necklace to the man. All right, I hope this brings good results. The man gave a calculating smirk. Of course it will. Finally, the two shook hands firmly. All of this is for our kingdom. Back in the present, Jikin laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, how's it going, Luin Adel? He cast a spell, creating vines that wrapped tightly around Luin's group. Are you that confident with just those mediocre skills? How disappointing. The magic vines tightened like shackles, causing them to writhe in agony. Luin's face darkened with a mix of anger and contempt. He had expected them to pull some tricks, but he never thought they'd stoop this low. The guy stood there, constantly provoking him. What are you just standing there for? Luin, show me that incredible power of yours, or else Manip will beat you to a pulp. As soon as he finished speaking, Manip charged from the side, a wooden sword in hand. Jason shouted anxiously, Luin, get out of the way! Luin quickly severed the vines on his feet, and a brilliant golden light tore through the ground, erupting with a fierce explosion. Luckily, he managed to dodge it. He was astonished. What? How can a wooden sword be that durable? Just then, a strange light began to radiate from the wooden sword. The artifact Manip received from Mr. Vengaris was an amulet of fortification. This artifact was designed as a necklace for easy carrying, enhancing weapons to make them sharper and more durable. The guy let out a sarcastic laugh, his lips curling into a mocking sneer as he spoke with false regret. Ah, I missed. I could have killed you. Then he charged forward again, swinging his sword. This time I'll definitely kill you, Luin Adel. Luin observed intently. As hard as steel, huh? In that case. With that thought, he clenched his fist, activating his steel-shattering art. With just a single swing of his hand, the wooden sword that was rushing at him at breakneck speed instantly exploded. The guy was horrified. How the hell did you do that? Before his opponent could recover, Luin lunged forward like a flash of lightning. A thunderous punch landed, the impact so powerful it sent the guy flying backward. Seeing him sitting on the ground in pain, his eyes trembling in disbelief at what had just happened, Jakin's voice was hoarse as he called out in shock, Manip. His face contorted from the pain shooting through his body. How is this possible? Even though we're all using artifacts, he wasn't pushed back at all. Luin slowly tightened his gauntlets. I was planning on going easy on you if possible, but it's clear that won't work. Since it has come to this, I'll fight seriously. After speaking, the leader of will in his hand was immediately unleashed. Everyone present was stunned into silence, their jaws dropping at the unbelievable sight before them. Even someone as composed as Professor Hide Gutter couldn't help but show his confusion. If onlookers were reacting like that, imagine the one facing it directly, he muttered. No way, a spirit. Behind Luin, a giant lion spirit appeared. The crowd panicked, and chaotic screams erupted. Run, everyone, run! It's a spirit! A spirit! The immense pressure made his legs go weak, and his trembling body collapsed to the ground as he hastily scrambled backward. Luin spoke calmly. Let's end this. I mean, it seems 6 artifacts still weren't enough for you. Hearing this, his mind went blank. What? Luin didn't bother to explain, gently extending his hand forward, and the giant spirit behind him majestically mirrored the gesture. Its massive finger slowly slipped inside his necklace. The artifact necklace snapped into several pieces and fell, and the atmosphere immediately boiled over with murmurs from all around. What? Is he serious? Did Senior Jekin really use an artifact? Using an artifact against a junior? Unable to bear the whispers directed at him, his face twisted in anger. You bastard! How long do you think you can last? Garahil won't just sit back and do nothing. Luin cut him off, annoyed. You say Garahil won't leave me alone? First Manip, then the eldest son Jekin Garahil. Who's next? Could it be Mr. Joss Garahil himself? The moment he heard his father's name, he charged forward like a moth to a flame. What did you just say? You son of a gun! How dare you mention that name? Luin raised his hand, and a sharp spark of fire shot out, striking him right between the eyes. Annoyed, Luin said, You're too loud. Just take a nap for a bit. Suddenly, the white bear appeared on his shoulder. Are you sure about this? Luin wondered. Huh? About what? Is it really okay to reveal the spirit like this in front of everyone? Only then did Luin realize that thousands of strange gazes were fixed on him. It continued, Look at the headmaster's face. He's completely in shock. Luin just spoke calmly. Jane Gary Hill had collapsed, and it seemed Mikkel had fainted and was foaming at the mouth from the shock of seeing the goblin. That meant the winner had been decided. Thinking this, he glanced over at Gutter. Catching his gaze, the man coughed a few times, then loudly declared, And so, the winner is. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted him. Wait! Everyone was startled by the sound and turned in unison toward its source. They saw Han approaching with 2 wooden swords. The match isn't over yet. He stopped in front of Manip and tossed a sword toward him. Your sword just broke, right? Then use this. Pick it up. Manip. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. All eyes were fixed on him, as if no one expected him to make such a move. And of course, the guy immediately went insane. Veins bulged on his temples. Are you really crazy? You filthy commoner. How dare you? His voice was a low growl, but he suddenly froze when his gaze fell. Noticing the sword resting in the boy's hand, it was Perito's sword. The weapon was now enveloped in a fierce blue lightning aura. Perito, the sword saint, a knight of 4-star rank or higher, meaning someone who had mastered aura manipulation. Traditionally, 4-star knights have a blue aura and 5-star knights have a red one. From the 6-star rank onward, the aura gradually turns purple. Beyond that level, the aura is no longer bound by a specific color, but manifests according to each knight's unique characteristics. The average level of knight apprentices is around 3-star. The male student still couldn't believe the situation. Manip was rendered speechless. Behind him, someone muttered in a low voice, "No way." Many eyes turned to Han, and whispers broke out. How could someone as weak as Han do that? I haven't even mastered aura yet. In other words, even among the official knights, many hadn't reached the 4-star rank. Chang, sitting on Luin's shoulder, whispered, "Luin, aren't you going to stop this? The match is already over." His eyes were firm as he replied, "No, let's watch a little longer." He thought to himself, it's finally back, that look in Han's eyes. Luin stared intently at Han's stern face and furrowed brows. Manip reached down and picked up the wooden sword from the ground and spoke, "I don't accept this." He charged at Han, screaming, "I will never accept this." The sword in Manip's hand swung up and came crashing down on Han's head. He growled, "You're just a commoner, a lowly commoner, and now you dare to say you can use an aura?" Han also gripped his sword tightly to block the fatal blow. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on, as Manip's voice rang in his ears. "Impossible!" The guy put more force into his hands, his face close to Han's, full of contempt. "There's no way a weakling like you can be on my level." Manip swung his sword sideways, shouting, "Get on the ground where you belong!" Han countered with a sweep of his own sword. Han gave a cold smirk. Still clinging to that commoner logic, Manip, not expecting a counterattack, asked blankly, "What?" Han yelled at the top of his lungs. "You're just some lucky guy born into a good family. A selfish, narcissistic piece of trash." Veins popped all over Manip's face. He gave a bizarre smile. Are you insane?" Manip stomped his foot hard, making a loud noise on the ground. He said in a low voice, "Fine then, Han." Manip channeled power into the weapon in his hand, and a blue light enveloped the entire sword. He said condescendingly, "If you want to die, I'll help you achieve it." Manip stomped to launch himself high into the air, then brought his sword down on Han, screaming, "Die, you bastard!" Seeing the dangerous situation, Luin sprinted forward, yelling, "Han, watch out!" Gutter also ran towards the arena. He cursed under his breath as he ran. That bastard Manip! Behind him, his 2 disciples were also rushing over. Boom! A loud sound erupted from the center of the field, a blue light spreading outwards like a drop of ink in water. Luin's pupils contracted in shock, and he froze, staring at the scene before him. In front of everyone, Han was still holding his counterattack stance, while the sword in Manip's hand had been sent flying, and his entire body was thrown back. Manip, unwilling to accept defeat, screamed in fury, "You bastard!" Han was unaffected by the curse. His entire demeanor exuded seriousness. Seeing Manip lying motionless on the field, the other male students ran to his side, calling out, "Manip, calm down. Damn it, is he unconscious?" Then whispers started, "What just happened? It was so fast. Did Han defeat Manip?" And Han is still just standing there like a statue. Luin, before he could even reach him, hurriedly asked, "Han, are you okay?" Han turned his head to look at him and called out, "Luin." Luin froze, staring at him in astonishment, then let out a sound of surprise. He pointed at Han's hand and said, "Han, look at your wooden sword." He looked down at his hand and asked doubtfully, "My sword?" At that moment, a brilliant yellow light emanated from the sword, and Han mumbled, "An aura. It's red." The scene changes to another location. A voice sounds from within the castle as expected. "You are truly amazing." Tyrion, Ignat, and Luin were walking and talking. He exclaimed, "I had a feeling, but I didn't think you would defeat a senior graduate." He clenched his fist and asked back, "You only had a feeling?" Luin turned and said with a firm tone, "You were the one who called Jane Gary Hill here in the first place. Headmaster, didn't you anticipate this outcome from the very beginning?" Tyrion Ignat laughed. "Oh my, it seems I've been found out." He directed his gaze toward the paintings on the wall and said, "I wanted to take this opportunity to teach Gary Hill a lesson in humility, but instead, it seems I've only deepened his resentment." Luin asked doubtfully, "Resentment?" Tyrion Ignat explained, "The rumors about this match have already spread to the capital. Because you defeated the eldest son of the Gary Hill family, the nobility is gossiping that this could be the downfall of their house. He reminded Lewin, Jose Gary Hill will surely do everything to reclaim his family's honor. That means you could soon be in danger. Tyrion Ignat's voice lowered. As the headmaster, I cannot allow my students to be endangered. That's why we're here. The two of them were standing at the top of a staircase, looking down. He introduced, this staircase leads down to the academy's basement. Then Tyrion Ignat continued. A few days ago, Kingram awoke from his hibernation. The first thing he said after waking up was, Lewin's fist clenched tighter and tighter as he listened to the headmaster's account. Kingram, I smell one of my own kind, Tyrion Ignat said mysteriously. Now we just need to go down. Kingram is waiting with a gift. Seeing Lewin's lack of reaction, he asked, why don't you ask about it? Lewin asked back doubtfully. Ask about what? Lewin said half-jokingly. I suddenly appeared with a troll on my back. There's no such magic in this world. Aren't you the least bit curious? Tyrion Ignat looked at him with a trusting gaze. Whether you show up with a troll on your back or carrying the head of a goblin, the Lewin Adel I know is always someone I can trust, and that's all I need. Lewin replied with a sincere tone. Thank you. Tyrion Ignat gestured. Now, go on down. Kingram has been waiting for you for a long time. At that moment, he was standing before a large door. Lewin slowly pushed open the heavy door, which let out a loud creak. After stepping inside, he walked deeper into the chamber. A moment later, a deep voice rumbled, Long time no see, little destroyer. Lewin chuckled in response. Yes, it has been a while. Before him, Kingram was sitting majestically on a large throne. Lewin greeted him. Kingram. Kingram's voice boomed. Little destroyer, I still can't believe it. I can smell the scent of my tribe from the heavenly mountain on you. I can even sense my father, Muncan. After a moment of contemplation, he then suggested, if you would, could you tell me what happened? Lewin didn't hesitate, nodding in reply. Of course, I'll tell you everything. Then, the two of them stood facing each other and talked. I told Kingram about what happened at the Heavenly Mountain and how I crafted a treasure from Muncan's molar. After hearing the whole story, Kingram burst out laughing with delight. You arm wrestled 100 trolls. You're truly reckless. Lewin added on. Not only that, I won every single match. He nodded. That's just like you. My tribe must have had a very enjoyable time. Kingram covered his face, his voice somewhat choked with emotion. I thought I would be trapped in this treasure forever and then disappear, but I never expected to hear news of my homeland again. Then he looked at Lewin gratefully. Little destroyer, thank you, my benefactor. Lewin comfortably accepted his thanks, replying, It was my honor. A system screen suddenly lit up in front of Lewin with a notification about unlocking a treasure. He wondered to himself, what's this? The sparkling screen displayed the text. The title, Friend of Trolls, has been upgraded to Lord of Trolls. Due to the passive effect of Lord of Trolls, strength has increased by 1,000. The incarnation of strength, Chang, has reached 5 stars. Human form is now usable thanks to the special skill, Companion. Strength has permanently increased by 500. Kingram spoke, You are the incarnation of Draka, my benefactor, and the only human trusted by the troll tribe of the Heavenly Mountain. This is my gift to you. Lewin was utterly astonished and couldn't believe his eyes, thinking, my strength jumped to 7,000 instantly, and Chang reached 5 stars. Chang stood with her hands on her hips and let out a long burp. That was a fantastic meal. I reached 5 stars much faster than expected. Then, she leaped from Lewin's shoulder to the ground, exclaiming, I've been stuck in this useless childlike form for way too long. Chang's body grew larger and began to glow. She frowned, clenching her fist and asking, Do you have any idea how boring it was? A blinding yellow light erupted, forcing Lewin to shield his eyes with his hand. He stammered, What the heck is this? Long brown hair fluttered gently, and a soft laugh was heard. How is it? A girl appeared, but her voice was incredibly familiar as she asked, Amazing, isn't it, Lewin? The person flipped her hair and said with a smug look, This is what I've been longing for, Chang's human form. A while later, Lewin was back at the top of the stairs. From my reunion with Kingram, I received 2 more gifts, the authority of a leader, allowing me to command trolls as a troll summoning lord. Next was the second gift, a special privilege to summon Kingram, who is bound to the academy for life, to my location just one single time. Lewin recalled that before they parted, Kingram had told him, Only summon him if your life is in mortal danger. A laugh echoed in his ear, and he thought with some annoyance, Let's just forget about that. Chang jumped up and down with joy. That's right, being in human form is the best. Meanwhile, a confused Tyrion Ignat asked, Lewin, who is that young lady? He thought. The moment Chang transformed, other people could see her. At that time, Lewin himself had to ask for confirmation. Are you really a girl? Chang put her hands on her hips and replied angrily, How many times have I told you? His voice lowered as he mumbled, I just thought you were lying. Tyrion Ignat's voice rang out again. Only one person went underground, yet two came out. Can you explain this? Lewin closed his eyes and sighed. Ah, I'm screwed. In the silent space, the headmaster cleared his throat and spoke. Tyrion Ignat stroked his long beard and inquired, With my limited understanding, I can only guess that you are a spirit. Is that correct? Chang replied with her hands on her hips. That's close. To be precise, I'm an incarnation. Lewin was a bit flustered, thinking, is this explanation really going to work? Chang looked around and continued, He and I have a symbiotic relationship, so we can't be separated. He felt somewhat embarrassed and called out, Hey, are you going to speak so informally to the headmaster? Chang snorted. I've lived dozens of times longer than he has. Lewin felt he was losing the argument. That might be true. But Tyrion Ignat's voice cut him off. Since you came here through Kingram, Lewin's noble incarnation, I will make arrangements for you to stay at the academy. Chang seemed quite interested and asked, Oh, you have a plan? He nodded slightly in confirmation, replying, Of course. The scene changes to another location. An astonished voice rang out from inside the academy. Wait, what is this? Everyone stared at Chang in shock, and a male student shouted in surprise, Lewin, you have a cousin like this? And she just enrolled today. Chang stood with her hands on her hips, laughing as she introduced herself. I'm Chang Adele. A mortified Lewin added, Ah, yeah, she's in the same year as us. Jason clutched his chest, where his heart was pounding, and asked, The graduating class? Didn't you just say she was younger than us? Lewin explained. She skipped grades. She's a genius. He raised his voice again, shouting, A genius? Jason politely extended his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. Jason knelt on one knee and introduced himself. I am Jason Damon, Lewin's best friend. Would you like a tour of the academy? If you haven't seen it yet, I can show you around. Chang casually asked, And who are you? Who? Meanwhile, Lewin didn't understand what was happening, wondering what he was doing. Jason asked her if she wanted to go to the cafeteria. The baguettes there are delicious. Trang flatly refused. I don't like bread. Get lost. He tried to find another reason. Do you like the sea? It's amazing. Lewin closed his eyes and sighed. Well, as long as things go smoothly, it's fine. Suddenly, someone approached and called out to him. Lewin. Seeing who it was, Lewin greeted him. Han, that's right. Today's the day you leave, isn't it? Han smiled and replied, Yes, I came to say goodbye. Lewin lamented. It's a shame we have to part ways again. I'll come visit you in Firenze someday, he replied. I'd look forward to that. You're always welcome. After a moment of hesitation, Han asked, And Lewin, after I graduate from the training center, can I go to Adel? Lewin replied generously. Adel? Of course. Come whenever you want, he said with determination. No, I don't just want to visit. I want to become a knight of Adel. Hearing these words, he was incredibly surprised and asked, Are you serious? Han nodded firmly. Yeah, I want to do something meaningful like protecting Adele, the place you will lead. So please give me a chance. Lewin replied with a smile. Of course, thank you. Suddenly, someone's voice cut in. Are you two planning to keep this to yourselves again? Jason jumped on Lewin's back and yelled, I want to go to Adel too. I'll help with the dishes and cleaning, but I'll stay with Lady Trang. He poured cold water on the idea, replying, I never said you were allowed. He flared up, grabbing Lewin by the neck and shouting angrily, Hey, that's too much, and I know you're kidding. He was overjoyed, thinking to himself, My friend's moving to Adel after graduation. Isn't this really a great idea? The scene changes to the capital of the Duchy of Ladedian. A man shouted angrily, It's over. It's all ruined. Do you know how much money I invested in this? Lord Vengerus. And yet a knight apprentice defeated the Manticore. He grew angrier as he spoke. A similar thing also happened to the Gary Hill family. Even Jack and Gary Hill, their eldest son, was defeated by Lewin Adel. The era of Gary Hill is over. For a long time, the Gary Hill family has maintained its reputation as a family of mages, and Vengerus was revered as the strongest knight in the kingdom because they had the backing of the nobility. That has continued. But what if that backing disappears? He strained his voice and yelled, Right now, you might still be the strongest, but when our children become the pillars of the nation, your descendants won't stand a chance. Another person added, The solution is obvious. We should switch sides. The voices grew louder and more resolute. We must switch sides to Adel immediately. Then, someone spoke up hesitantly. But the head of Adele, Ain, doesn't take bribes. Another person laughed mockingly. Oh please, who in this world doesn't like money? Just look at Gary Hill. Suddenly, someone walked towards the crowd and spoke. Are you talking about me? Everyone gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Commissioner Jose Gary Hill, he growled. Having a nice chat, are we? Whose side are you planning to take, exactly? The man forced a laugh and made an excuse. Ah, it was a slip of the tongue. I didn't know you were listening. Joss gave him no face and questioned, A slip of the tongue? If I weren't here, you'd be spouting this nonsense all night. His voice deepened. Listen up, all of you. Since the Duchy of Ledidian was founded, Gary Hill has always held power. History never lies, so your worries will never come true. A man replied with a forced smile. Yes, we'll keep that in mind. Joe gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Lewin Adel, I was going to use him as a stepping stone to boost Jackin's and Mikkel's reputations, but he completely shattered our honor. Veins popped on Joss's face from rage, a murderous glint in his eyes. I will kill him at all costs. Another important class in the second semester was a visit to the capital. In the train cabin, chatter echoed nonstop. We're going to the Mage Tower, the Royal Mages. That sounds amazing. Lewin observed everyone while thinking to himself, a great class where we get to visit the Mage Tower and the Royal Palace directly, where we can observe and learn from current mages. He was a bit concerned. But then again, the problem is that the purpose of the class is great. But Trang suddenly asked, Joe's Gary Hill, does that mean we'll finally get to see his face? Lewin didn't deny it, probably. He knew very well that the head of the Gary Hill family must be filled with resentment towards me lately. Going to the capital means stepping into enemy territory, a place where he can easily manipulate the royal mages, in which case there are countless opportunities for him to target me. Trang voiced her question. Is Joss Gary Hill strong? Lai quickly replied. According to rumors, he's a 7th Circle mage, just like the headmaster. It heard this and exclaimed in shock. 7th Circle? If I were still in my old state, I could easily take him down with a single finger. He also wondered curiously. I'm not sure how strong Trang was back then, but a 7th Circle mage is not something to be taken lightly. Lewin looked towards Tyrion Zenith up ahead. His system panel only displayed, cannot view information at this time. From that, he understood one thing. The headmaster, someone at that level, I can't confirm any information through my player's eyes. Lewin told himself, I can't let my guard down for even a second while in the capital. A moment later, an announcement was made. Next stop is Jeriden, the capital of the Redan Kingdom. Everyone cheered with excitement. We're here! Finally, they excitedly told each other, just as expected. The capital is so different. It's magnificent, right? It's really the best. Lewin was also a bit impressed. Indeed, the capital is still the capital. But he remained extremely vigilant. It's just a glamorous shell, unworthy of such a small kingdom. Just then, someone approached to greet Tyrion Zenith. Headmaster, long time no see. He asked doubtfully, is there a reason you've come all the way here yourself? Someone called out the old man's name, Chairman Jose. Jose approached as he spoke. Why am I here? That seems a bit harsh, doesn't it? When the future buds of the kingdom visit the capital as the protectors of this country, shouldn't I at least come out to greet them? Then he added menacingly, but there's another reason. Joss looked straight at Lewin and said, I want to see how far those buds have grown and confirm how he crushed our sons. He glared threateningly. So you're Lewin Adel? He felt a bit uncomfortable under that gaze, feeling like a snake was coiling around my body. But something's not right. The Joss Gary Hill I know is a 7th Circle mage, but the system panel displays Joss Gary Hill, 6th Circle mage. Lewin was utterly astonished after reading it. It's confusing. The player's eyes said he was only a 6th Circle mage, so how could he fool everyone? He suddenly had a startling realization. Could it be that Lewin was guessing based on Jose's hand, which was covered in gold bracelets and rings? All of those were artifacts, he smirked sarcastically, thinking like father, like son. Seeing this, the old man asked irritably, is something funny? Lewin turned around and then replied, no, it's nothing at all. I'll be going now. Joss immediately grabbed his hand tightly. Where do you think you're going? I'm not done with you yet, the old man glared and demanded. I asked what you were laughing at. Tyrion Ignat quickly stepped in to mediate. Chairman Yos, he's still just a student. Please stop. Trang was visibly angry, thinking, this lunatic. Jose immediately snapped, be quiet. He was threatening the headmaster. You may be the headmaster at the academy, but once the students set foot in the capital, managing them is my responsibility. Tyrion Ignat immediately retorted, if that authority is abused as a tool to threaten innocent students, I will never stand for it. I will take the students back to the academy at once. Hearing this, Jose just felt, it was ridiculous. You intend to go back? That's right, our noble headmaster Tyrion is always like this, isn't he? He said with heavy sarcasm. You think I don't know? Your purpose was to humiliate my son in front of the whole school by luring him out. Are you still upset that I was appointed as the guardian instead of you? Such petty jealousy, headmaster. Tyrion Ignat shouted angrily. Jose, Gary, Hill. A fierce gale instantly swirled around everything. The people there cried out in fear. What is this wind? Joss just gave a cold, provocative smile. Do you want to see this through to the end? Fine, have it your way. Lewin suddenly spoke up. How interesting, the old man asked, stunned. What? He then revealed. The reason I laughed because it's interesting. I've never seen anyone wear so many rings before. Lewin's next words astonished. Joss, Mikkel, and Jael, my seniors, also love accessories. It seems all rich people are the same. The old man guiltily wondered, what is this bastard trying to say? Joss quickly found an excuse. There's no special reason. We just happen to have a lot of accessories. Lewin acted as if he understood. Oh, I see. Of course. He glanced at Tyrion Ignat and then ordered sharply, anyway, Headmaster Tyrion, step aside so I can lead the tour. From today on, I will directly supervise all the classes under my authority. Hearing this, the headmaster remained silent, his thoughts unreadable. Joes turned and exclaimed, I'm leaving now. The capital tour turned out to be nothing like a tour at all. Lewin recounted that Jos Gary Hill, the one who declared he would join the entire schedule, vanished without a trace as soon as we arrived at the royal palace. Instead, a substitute mage guided us. He nodded and remarked, although the tour itself wasn't anything special, the atmosphere wasn't too bad. Everyone was quite enjoying the trip, with praises heard non-stop. Is that really the magic tower? It's incredible. Except for one thing, Trang asked Lewin. You feel it too, don't you? He honestly confirmed. Yeah, I noticed it right away. Lewin knew full well they were being too obvious about watching me. As night began to fall, Lewin sat by the window and carefully pointed out to Trang. Look over there, Trang. When they looked down, they saw a few suspicious individuals lingering around. The two of them began to discuss, isn't that the guy we saw earlier? Yeah, he's been there ever since we entered the lodging. What? I've felt that something was off for a while now. What is he planning to do? Lewin pointed out that it was an illusion. Trang asked, somewhat surprised, illusion magic? He revealed a few things to her. I can sense the magical energy around here. He's creating an illusion with illusion magic. Lewin quickly added, the scenery and the pedestrians down there are all fake. Up above, he's using a magic barrier to separate this place from the real world. Trang exclaimed in frustration, damn it, I can't believe I didn't notice this spell. Even though I've successfully become human, I'm still a long way from my original power. He was deep in thought. I expected this, but I didn't think he would act so quickly. Lewin suddenly noticed something, and the black-cloaked figure suddenly ran off. Trang exclaimed in surprise, he's running away. He calmly denied it. No, he's trying to lure me out. If we fight in a confined space like the lodging, I'll have the advantage. But he knows I can't let the other students get hurt, so I have no choice but to fight outside. Lewin recalled what the system panel displayed. High-end Gary Hill, 6th Circle Mage. He then speculated that a 6th Circle Mage was a level 1 person could handle, but the scale of this illusion magic couldn't be the work of just one 6th Circle Mage. Lewin analyzed meticulously. There are 2, maybe 3 enemies, perhaps even more. If all of them are 6th Circle Mages, my chances of winning are slim. Joss's face suddenly appeared in his mind, and if Joss Gary Hill himself joined the fight, Lewin thought, maybe I can use that thing. When Trang saw him turn around, she asked curiously, are you going right now? Lewin nodded once. Yeah, I have to go down. As he took a step forward, he remarked, tonight is probably going to be a very long night. A few hours earlier, Joe slammed his hand on the table and yelled, is this it? He shouted, extremely displeased. I personally convened this meeting, and this is everyone who showed up? Someone timidly reported. Ah, yes. It seems everyone is deliberately avoiding this meeting. Joss growled in annoyance. Lewin Ale is finished as of today, yet they're still so afraid of the ales that they don't dare to come. He yelled in outrage. Normally, this place would be packed, with people even having to stand because there's not enough room. But today, only 4 people showed up. Jos gritted his teeth, silently cursing Lewin in his mind. Damn it. That bastard ruined everything. Finally, he let out a sigh. Fine. Sooner or later, they'll regret it. I assume the matter, entrusted to you has been handled properly? The man quickly replied. Yes. The Night Watch forces in the capital are all our men now, so no matter what happens, there won't be any problems. Joss then turned to ask Vengras, and what about the task I gave to the captain? He replied nonchalantly. Last night, we received confirmation that the assassins have arrived at A. Vengras continued explaining the plan. After midnight, they will sneak into the mansion and take the head of Delan Alio. Joss heard this and exclaimed with delight. At least the father and son won't be alone in death, because they will die on the same night. He also added, not just the father and son, Delan Alio also has a young daughter. Vengras emphasized further, and the 3 of them. Peyton must also disappear. He believes there should only be one sun in the sky. Right now, Bova was taking a stroll, thinking to himself that everything was strangely quiet. He pondered the situation. The young master's recent victory against the eldest son of the Gary Hill family had drawn the attention of many nobles to Adele. But the Gary Hill I know isn't the type to give up so easily. Bova recalled Lord Isle's words. If you notice anything suspicious, report it immediately. He nodded in agreement. It seems the Lord shares my thoughts. We must be cautious. Bova suddenly saw a man carrying a wooden crate. He asked with concern, "Finished with your work for the day?" The worker smiled cheerfully and replied, "Sir Bova?" "Yes. I just finished cleaning up and was about to head home." Bova continued to probe. "I wanted to ask something. Did anyone suspicious visit today?" The man thought for a moment. Suspicious people? The worker quickly remembered, "There were 5 merchants, but in my area I've never seen them sell anything, and I didn't see them leave either." Bova finally came to a conclusion. Assassins often disguise themselves as merchants, and now they had completely vanished after entering the territory. The worker suddenly exclaimed, "And they were carrying swords too. You should be careful, just in case, Sir Bova." He suddenly dashed off in the opposite direction. Seeing that, the man felt a bit more at ease. Maybe there was no need to worry so much. Inside the mansion, it was strangely quiet. A group of assassins was searching inside, whispering to each other as they moved. That Lord Ale, could he have realized something? He still hasn't returned to the mansion? You saw the atmosphere in town, didn't you? No one noticed a thing. He'll be back soon. We just need to wait for the right moment. The other nodded. Yeah, we still have time. Suddenly, one of the assassins collapsed to the ground. When they saw the person in front of them, they were terrified and exclaimed, "What the hell? Is that Bova?" He glared and yelled, "How dare you? Do you know where you've just stepped?" The bewildered assassins asked each other, "Wait, how did he know we were here?" Just as expected from a 7-star knight, our stealth tactics are useless against him. One of them immediately drew his blade and said, "But this is actually good for us. We were going to kill him anyway." They let out a cry. "Everyone, attack!" They were assassins hired by Vengerus. These intruders hiding in Ale are all masters of at least 6-star rank. Bova was only seen muttering softly, "All right then." He, a 7-star knight, had long ago set aside his spear to pick up a fishing rod. Because of this, the people of the territory thought his skills were not what they used to be. However, that was a grave mistake. Bova raised his spear and shouted, "Come at me all at once." The tip of his spear elegantly sliced through the assassins, and in no time, they were taken down by him. They were sent flying through the air. An assassin's heavy body slammed straight into the wall. A frightened one wondered to himself, 7-star? He's a 7-star knight? He doesn't look like one at all. We've already taken down more than 10 7-star knights of the Empire. Just then, he heard Bova speak slowly. "Do you know why I stopped training with the spear?" The terrified assassin exclaimed, "No way!" He cursed inwardly, "This bastard, don't tell me." The assassin didn't dare to say it. Was he once an 8-star knight? Bova revealed to him, "No matter how much I honed my spearmanship, I had reached the limit of what mere technique could teach me." One of them made a desperate move, leaping up, trying to ambush him. "Die, you monster!" Only to be met with a cold spear tip piercing through his body. The assassin was left dangling in midair. The remaining one backed away in fear until he hit a wall. "This guy is insane," he screamed in terror. "Vengerus, that bastard, this is bullshit. How dare he lie about the target's strength? Even if he paid us 5 times the initial fee, we would never have taken this job." The assassin stammered, cursing. Only then did Bova learn who was behind this, Vengerus. So it was him. He grabbed the man by the collar and said, "Go back and tell Vengerus Gegan this." Bova emphasized every single word, never set foot in Ale ever again. Meanwhile, where Lewin was, it was completely silent. He and Heian faced each other, and the old man exclaimed with amusement, "So, you came looking for me yourself?" Heian continued to mock Lewin, "But it seems you didn't come alone. A companion for the road to the underworld, perhaps?" "How amusing," Lewin quickly retorted. "Don't worry, we have no intention of dying here." Hearing this, the man was quite surprised. "No intention of dying?" Heian spoke contemptuously. "It would be nice if everything in the world went according to one's wishes. But reality doesn't work that way." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous black-robed mages moved in to surround him. Lewin observed silently. There were about 7 of them. They'd gathered quite a crowd. He raised his hand, summoning a red flame, and said, "As someone who has lived much longer than you, let me give you some advice. Keeping a low profile is the best way to live a long life." Han continued to ramble, but he pointed at the mages, and then continued, "Now, you only have one future left." As they attacked, he shouted, "Die!" Heian laughed with delight. Accepting death so quietly, what a sight to behold. This is the fate you brought upon yourself, so don't hold too much of a grudge. But when he saw the scene before him, he couldn't laugh anymore. "What?" Heian exclaimed in horror. How? How are you still standing after that attack? You should have died." Lewin just smirked slightly. "Yes, just assume that people like that exist in this world," he confidently affirmed. "People who can never die." Lewin knew deep down, the incarnations, the entities cannot be destroyed or dissipated. The only way to completely subdue him is to kill me, the one who binds him. The system window suddenly appeared, displaying the unique skill, Leader's Will. Until your last breath, Kunkin, the first chieftain chosen by the sky god, will always have your back. He raised his fist and declared loudly, "But as I said, I have no intention of dying here." A powerful, storm-like punch was thrown. Luin thought confidently to himself, "Good, at this level, I can win without trying too hard." He suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Heian gripped his leg tightly and then spoke, "Honestly, I didn't expect you to be this strong, you brat. But no matter how strong you are," he rasped, "let's see if you can survive this." Luin was startled, wondering, "What? Black magic water seal? There are those who practice forbidden dark arts, a type of magic despised by all true mages, dark sorcerers. Among them, the water seal is a technique created by the primordial water sorcerer. Once it latches on, it never lets go until it has drained all life force. It is one of the most infamous black magic to ever exist." Luin broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. "Black magic? I can't believe these bastards would go this far." Hai spoke with excitement. "What a shame, Luin. Now that you've seen this kind of magic with your own eyes, you'll have to die." He continued to mock him. "I was planning to kill you anyway," Hai said smugly. "Now that your friend who dared to interfere is completely helpless, things have gotten much simpler." Luin roared in anger. "Damn it, you bastards," the man told him disdainfully. "But don't hold too much of a grudge. After all, your trip to the afterlife won't be a lonely one." Hearing this, Luin asked in shock, "What did you say?" Haidan's next words terrified him. "By now, your father and sister are probably both dead." Luin stammered. "What?" The man kindly revealed more. "Ah, of course you wouldn't know. If you did, you wouldn't be standing here anymore." Then, Haidan glared and questioned him. "So, why did you dare to defy the commissioner? Did you really think you could win?" He continued to scold. "Just for that little bit of fame." Before he could finish his sentence, Luin grabbed Haidan's face tightly. The man screamed in panic. "What? How can you use the water seal?" Haidan's eyes bulged in pain, and a second later, his head was easily crushed by Luin. The other mages who remained were terrified by the sight. Luin muttered coldly, "It doesn't matter anymore." The system quickly appeared. Unique skill. Summon Kingrum. Summons Kingrum to the caster's location one time. He growled, enunciating each word. "You bastards have crossed a line you never should have crossed." A massive monster suddenly appeared, letting out a loud growl. "Don't hold too much of a grudge. You brought this upon yourselves," Luin thought to himself. "In this fleeting moment, only one thought echoes in my mind. Kill." He began to sink deep into his hatred, just as Draka, the world destroyer, once did. "I will destroy them all," Kingrum asked in a deep voice. "Hey, little destroyer, for what purpose did you summon me?" Luin replied seriously. "I want them all slaughtered, with no one spared." He then grabbed his axe, charged forward, and said, "All right then, it's settled." The mages, seeing this, screamed in terror. "Somebody help us!" Kingrum provided cover for him to attack them. Luin clenched his fists and charged straight at the enemy. "I can never forgive them." The mage was beaten to the point of being unable to resist, "which is why I will kill every last one of them," he thought furiously to himself. "It doesn't matter what my hands destroy. It doesn't matter who my magic kills." Luin lost all reason and slaughtered his opponents. Just then, Trang ran over to stop him. "Stop it!" It tried to bring Luin back to his senses. "Stop it! That's enough." The other mage struggled to speak. "So you were a madman all along, huh? How are you any different from us?" He roared in fury. "Let me go! I'm going to kill that bastard!" Trang scolded back. "Why are you acting like this? Nothing happened to Ale. Just trust that knight. BVA, he's much stronger than you think." It continued to persuade Luin. "Snap out of it. If you let yourself get lost in that power, you'll end up just like Draka. Don't you remember Draka's final days?" Trang reminded him. "Why do you think Draka was called the World Destroyer? He went mad with infinite power and in the end destroyed the entire world." It grabbed Luin's shoulders tightly and said, "But you're not Draka. If you also want to end up like him." He finally calmed down. "All right, I'm sorry for making you worry." Luin approached the mage who was still alive and interrogated him. "You, tell me everything you know. What's happening in Adele?" He struggled to speak. "You're going to regret hearing this." The mage excitedly recounted. "Have you ever heard of the Myeongdan? They're an elite assassination group, composed only of 6-star warriors and above. 5 of their assassins have already arrived in Adel." He burst into maniacal laughter. "By now, your father and sister are probably already dead." Suddenly, a sharp spear tip pierced through his chest. Joss clicked his tongue. "I only came as a precaution, and look at this mess." He cursed angrily. "You pathetic fools. To think the elites of Gary Hill couldn't even handle a brat like this." Luin cried out in shock. "Jos, Gary Hill, you dare to touch my family?" A terrifying force suddenly pressed down on him. Jos threatened in a low voice. "You should have just kept your head down and studied quietly at the academy. Why did you have to provoke us?" Both Lewin and Trang were pinned down, and they quickly realized what it was. Black magic, he questioned angrily. You're a black mage too? If this gets out, you'll at least go to prison. Joss just smirked. Then, it doesn't matter if you die right here. In the end, you're just a useless brat. Lewin was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Damn it, I can't move at all. King Ram's summoning time had run out, and he had disappeared. He heard the old man say, "Now, let's end this," before summoning countless pikes from a magic circle. Joss launched the pikes toward Lewin and yelled, "Time to die." Seeing this, Lewin could only think in fear. No, I can't let it end so hopelessly like this. A large explosion occurred as expected, but nothing happened to him. He stared in amazement at the person shielding him. Jose also exclaimed in surprise, "Tyonyx, why is the headmaster here?" Tyonyx angrily cut him off. "Jose, Gary Hill!" His terrifying power struck immense fear into the old man. Impossible. An illusion field. This simulated world was created by 6-star mages under George Gary Hill, ensuring no one outside could perceive what was happening within. However, that only applies to ordinary people. A mage of Tyonyx's caliber could quickly detect the presence of abnormal mana. Furthermore, the fatal weakness of this magic is that if a higher-level spell is cast by someone stronger than the illusion's creator, the illusion will be easily shattered and destroyed. Just like that, Jose's illusion field began to crumble. Unwilling to give up, he threatened Tyonyx. "Tyonyx, are you planning to destroy the entire capital city just to take me down?" He immediately denied it. "No, the only one who will be hurt here is you," Tyonyx then revealed. "I've already set up a barrier to prevent any damage to the capital. Not only have you dabbled in that disgusting black magic, but you also dared to harm my student." He charged forward with extreme fury. For that crime, Tyonyx unleashed a massive amount of magical power toward Jose and roared, "I will carry out the punishment myself." The old man gritting his teeth. "You," Joss then roared in fury. Tyon Exnit calmly spoke, just as expected. Due to the difference in their classes, the gap between them was all too clear as the fight ended overwhelmingly. Lewin couldn't agree more. "Yeah, I think so too." He acknowledged that the difference was on another level. Lewin silently assessed that the principal, a 7th circle mage, was at a level he couldn't even dare to reach. "I thought I was pretty strong, but I still have a long way to go," Tyon asked with concern. "Lewin, are you okay?" Lewin stammered in reply. "Ah, yes, thanks to the principal." Everyone in the house was woken up by the commotion outside and came out to whisper among themselves. "What's all this noise in the middle of the night?" "What's going on?" someone suddenly exclaimed. "Huh? That person is." He recognized the principal, but why is Counselor Joss in that state? Just then, someone suddenly shouted, Lewin, we're here." He looked up, stunned. Those people were. Lewin finally recognized the princes. Forder hurriedly spoke up. "We came after hearing that Gary Hill had taken control of the capital's security." Croster also added, "And the only person Gary Hill targeted was you, Lewin, who happened to be visiting the capital." Catching his breath, he asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Lewin humbly replied, "Yes, I'm fine." The two of them rushed to express their concern. "The whole way here, we were worried something might have happened. We were terrified." "Me too. My heart was pounding like crazy." He was a bit speechless with them. "You two are still the same." They quickly turned to greet Tyon Exnit. "Oh, Principal Tyon Exnit is here too. Then the person lying over there is." Lewin didn't deny it. "That's right, that's Jose. He tried to target me with dark magic, but the principal stopped him." Hearing this, Croster furiously shouted, "That fiend! How dare he try to harm our dear Lewin? This is a challenge to the royal family and an act of treason. I will immediately go to Father and have Gary Hill arrested for treason." Forder also spoke up. "It's rare for us to agree, brother. That's right, this is treason. And since we've confirmed he's learned forbidden dark magic, we must arrest the entire Gary Hill family in this land." Lewin suddenly spoke up. "Before that, I have a request." The two princes immediately inquired. "What is it?" "We will grant whatever you ask." He quickly spoke. "In Adele, I need to check on my father and sister." Lewin waited anxiously. To get news from Adele as quickly as possible from the capital, they had to request information from the nearest merchant city, Monzo. The waiting time for the news took nearly half a day, which felt like the longest time in his life. A messenger approached him with a letter and announced, "We've finally received information from nearby Monzo." He quickly reported, "Fortunately, they are all safe." He continued to read. His lordship had already taken precautions against potential assassins, and Sir Bova completely subdued 5 assassins. Additionally, they have discovered who ordered the assassination. Croster impatiently asked, "Isn't it obvious that Jose Gary Hill ordered the assassination?" The messenger didn't deny it. "That is correct, but there were accomplices." He revealed a name. "The one most deeply involved is Sir Bengras, captain of the Golden Knights." Croster slapped his forehead in frustration. "Sir Bengras? Damn it, they're all rotten to the core. Forder immediately ordered. From this moment on, Bengras Gegon is stripped of his position as captain, and Joss is stripped of his seat as a high counselor of the Mage Tower and his guardianship rights. The messenger suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, since those two held very important positions, you must also appoint replacements. He immediately made a decision. The vice captain will temporarily take over as captain. Forder continued to declare. As for the council seat and guardianship rights that Jose held, he looked towards Tion Exnit and asked, could the principal perhaps help out temporarily? The principal exclaimed in surprise, pardon me, Your Highness, I am just an old man. Forder quickly replied, yes, I understand better than anyone that you have no interest in politics, but as you can see, the situation is not good. For now, at least until a successor is decided, I implore your assistance. Tion Exnit was still hesitant, but the fact that the princes had tried so hard to bring the principal to the capital was a well-known story throughout the nation. Yet, the principal had always refused, saying that an educator should not get involved in politics. He had refused every offer until now. Suddenly, someone spoke up, Principal, please. The group of students chimed in eagerly. I think that position really suits you. Sir? That's right, no one is more suitable than you. Their pleas moved him. Please, Principal. Finally, Tion Exnit made his decision. If this is what the students believe, then I should follow their wishes. He still had one condition, but only until a successor is chosen. Hearing this, everyone cheered happily. Excellent, we will be counting on you. Our kingdom will prosper even more. Lewin had a feeling in his heart. I doubt a new successor will be appearing anytime soon. His mood gradually relaxed. I'm glad everything ended well. Once this capital tour was over, the graduation exams would soon begin, and the long yet short time at the academy would soon be over. Lewin recounted that the capital tour had been rocky from the start, facing rumors that the rest of the schedule might be cancelled, but in the end, everything was decided to proceed as planned. So, we stayed in the capital for a few more days. He overheard people gossiping. Did you hear? Michael Gary Hill from the Gary Hill family is dropping out of the academy. Is it true? With so little time left before graduation, a rumor spread through the palace that Mikhail had dropped out of the academy. His father, Joss Gary Hill, was imprisoned in the dungeon, and the Gary Hill mages who followed him had disbanded, so it made sense. The students added, they say Jane Gary Hill has also disappeared. I heard he joined the PNA rebel faction. What's the truth? The name Gary Hill had completely vanished. The fall of Gary Hill, the victory of Adel. Banners with these words began to appear all over the capital, and the news spread not only among the nobility but throughout the entire kingdom. Meanwhile, in a certain castle, a shout rang out, hey, I already said no. Get lost. Wait a moment. Just a moment, Jane tried to explain. I really just need a moment of your time. Just then, someone approached and asked, what's all this commotion? The guard hastily exclaimed, my apologies, this man keeps trying to get inside. Jane immediately knelt before the newcomer. Forgive my sudden intrusion. I am Jane Gary Hill, the eldest son of the Gary Hill family. It is an honor to meet the Crown Prince. The person before him was Crown Prince Soman Jinash of the Empire, the Jinash Kingdom. Jin continued to make excuses. Although I acted rudely, please understand that it wasn't intentional. Soman An spoke coldly. That's enough. He then asked, so why have you come all this way? Ji quickly replied, I've come to seek asylum in the Empire, myself, along with my younger siblings and the mages of our clan. Over 40 people in total are seeking asylum. Soman An questioned him. The reason? He pleaded. To offer my strength, however meager, to the great Crown Prince, and for the endless glory of the Empire's future. Soman An glared and snapped. How annoying! Did you come here just to flatter me? He questioned again. What crime did you commit? Jin was utterly confused. Pardon me. Soman An was a bit curious. The Gary Hill family, the strongest in that tiny kingdom. Why would you flee your country in disgrace to seek asylum in this empire? Jin stammered in his reply. Ah, an assassination plot. He spoke sternly. You went against the royal family over such a trivial matter. Don't tell me you tried to assassinate a member of the royal family. Jin finally managed to stammer. No, that's not it. Soman An then rejected him. No matter how small the Jian kingdom is, harboring a criminal like Gary Hill goes against my principles. In fact, handing you over would do more for my reputation. His next words made Jin's eyes widen in fear. I see no reason whatsoever to grant you asylum. Soman An turned to leave, not forgetting to repeat himself. Go now. I will not grant you asylum, but I won't detain you either. Jin suddenly blurted out a name while trembling. Lewin. He finally revealed the truth. We tried to assassinate Lewin. Whoa. Soman An asked, stunned. The Lewin I know? Jin trembled and nodded. Yes, that's right. He suddenly moved closer and said, I want to hear more about that assassination. Soman An flashed a cunning smile. Let's have some tea. Even though a lot had happened, it all seemed trivial. Time passed peacefully after the visit to the capital, and 3 months later the new year arrived. And just like the heavy snowfall that winter, many nobles came to the academy. The reason for their visit was simple. It was the graduation exam. This was an event where graduating students showcased their skills in front of everyone, creating an opportunity for them to be recruited by the nobility. Today, that very exam was being held at the academy. Lewin Ardell thought about graduation. Once this exam was over, it would be time to graduate. 6 long yet short years were finally coming to an end. Jason suddenly asked him, "Lewin, what's with that look on your face? Don't tell me you're nervous." Lewin quickly denied it. "No, not at all. Did you prepare a lot for this exam?" He chuckled and replied, "The exam? That's not important to me, since I'm going to OW with you anyway." He was a little speechless. "I never said I was taking you anywhere." Hearing that, Jason shouted angrily, "Hey, are you serious right now?" Just then, someone else arrived. Oh, Lena. The moment he saw her, Lewin's eyes widened in surprise. He thought emotionally, "I heard you were safe, but seeing you in person makes me feel so much more relieved." Now, Lena stood before Lewin and greeted him. "It's been a while. Have you been doing well?" He quickly walked over to her and replied, "Thank you everyone for coming. Nothing has happened since that day, has it?" Lena bowed her head, blaming herself. "I'm sorry, father ended up in danger because of me." Lord Ardell said gently, "It's all right. You don't need to feel so bad about it. I'm truly proud that we didn't compromise and fought back against them." He then turned to Lena and said, "Thank you, father, and you as well, Sir Bova. Thank you so much." The man laughed graciously. "It was nothing, young master. I simply did what was necessary." Lena suddenly spoke up. "But, brother?" Lewin turned, puzzled. "Yes?" She pointed at Trang and demanded, "Who is she?" Lewin felt a pang of guilt and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I can't even use the cousin excuse on my own family." Lena asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me you got a new girlfriend just because Irene isn't here." Bova stood aside, silently observing. "The young master has always had this quality. He's truly grown up." Lewin quickly explained, "She's just a friend, just a friend." Just then, someone else approached to greet him. "Long time no see, Lewin." By then, Jason was in front of Lord Ardell, saying, "Hello, father. I'm Lewin's best friend." Lewin was overjoyed to see the newcomer, thankful that it wasn't just his family who had come to see his graduation exam. "Han, you've completed your oath and become an official knight." He was thrilled as he exclaimed. Han, along with 2 others, came forward to greet them. "How have you been?" Lewin gasped in surprise. "Set, and Miss Irene, you're here too?" The bonds he had formed during the grand tournament were a prize in themselves. The crowd suddenly stirred with chatter. "Wait a minute, those people." Croster and Forder also arrived, calling out, "Young Lewin, we're here." Lewin was overjoyed. Even the strongest people he knew were here. The 2 of them went on, "Young Lewin, you have no idea how hard we had to look for you." Standing behind them, Set was extremely impressed. He really is on a completely different level. "Lewin." Just then, someone shouted loudly, "In just a few moments, the final year students' graduation exam will begin." The announcer continued, "All seniors, please gather at the arena hall." Lewin quickly turned to his guests. "I'll see you all later." Lena spoke on behalf of everyone. "Brother, good luck. We'll all be cheering for you," he told himself. "This is the final exam. I'll give it my all since everyone is here supporting me." As he entered, Lewin suddenly noticed 2 unfamiliar faces. He wondered cautiously. "What's this?" Lewin thought, confused. "Those 2 people, I've never seen their faces, but they feel somewhat familiar." He immediately turned to ask Trang, "Those 2 look suspicious, don't they?" She immediately revealed, "You're only noticing now? You know who they are." Trang elaborated, saying, "The one on the left is the Fire King, Taron." She continued, "And the one on the right is the Crown Prince." Trang added, "As a divine incarnation, no trivial magic can fool my eyes. They might have changed their faces, but they can't hide that peculiar aura of theirs." Hearing this, Lewin was completely bewildered. Why would the Fire King and the Crown Prince come all the way here personally? If they wanted to visit, they could have just shown up openly. Countless questions raced through his mind. Don't tell me they're here just for me. Are they trying to gauge how strong I've become through this exam without being noticed? At that thought, Lewin couldn't help but smirk. How considerate of them. He thought to himself that if they made the same offer as before, I'd just reject it again like last time. Lewin let out a sly grin, but since they went through the trouble of coming all this way, I should at least give them a spectacular performance. He looked staring at them intently. "So, just watch closely and see how much I've grown." The graduation exam consists of the following sections: isolation, glacier, and destruction. It's a timed test where you have to quickly pass all 3 challenges. The first challenge, isolation, requires escaping from a room secured with a lock. There are various ways to escape the room. Jason was standing in front of the lock, deep in thought. You can disable the lock with lock-breaking magic or use a key made of mana crystals to open the door. there are truly many ways. It doesn't matter which method you use. Because regardless of the method, the important thing is to escape the room. After some time, a massive cheer erupted as 7 mages from Group 6 escaped the room at almost the same time. Then someone exclaimed regretfully, "What a shame." Another person was just stopped by the monsters. Starting from the next challenge, the difficulty has skyrocketed. From defeating a horde of ice monsters in the bone-chilling glacier region to using their most powerful magic to destroy a solid stone wall in the final challenge. Someone who got stuck here shouted in frustration, "Why is this thing so tough?" If you can overcome all of them, you will successfully complete the graduation exam. Jason exclaimed excitedly, "I got first place!" The announcements gradually began to ring out. Jason Dayond, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. He was the first to complete the challenge for Group 6. They continued to read the results. 3 out of the 10 students in Group 6 ultimately passed the exam. The students who hadn't taken the test yet were a little scared, muttering, "What should I do? I don't feel confident." Lewin stood to the side, calmly thinking to himself, "Jason, you act all casual, but you actually prepared a lot, didn't you?" Then he became serious again. Only 3 people passed out of 10, and most of them only finished with less than a minute remaining in the 15-minute time limit. I'd better come up with a plan to get through it as fast as possible. The examiner announced again. "Next up is Group 7. Please step forward." Lewin moved quickly. It was finally his turn. People in the stands curiously asked each other, "Isn't Lewin Ale the pride of our academy in this group?" The whispers were incessant. "That's right. I heard many distinguished guests came just to see Lewin. I'm so excited to see how he'll perform." Salman also spoke up. "I'm looking forward to seeing how much stronger he's gotten." "What do you think, Godfather?" Tehran just commented blandly. "He hasn't changed," he suddenly asked. "By the way, what are you planning to do?" Hearing this, he wondered. "About what?" "Ah." Tehran subconsciously glanced towards Lewin. "The reason you came here today, you called it your last loose end, right?" Salman didn't deny it. "Yes, that's right, my last regret. He thinks that if he joins your side in the future, he'll definitely be a valuable asset. But if you can't bring him under your command, he could one day become a threat. When that time comes, I'll handle it myself." As he walked up to the locked door, the announcement rang out. "The challenge for Group 7 begins now." Lewin tapped on the door while calculating. "The headmaster must have gone all out on this one, even with my strength. Breaking that wall won't be easy. Should I just unlock it like the other students did?" He suddenly smirked confidently. "No, that wouldn't be any fun at all. Didn't I learn this at the grand tournament, that nothing in this world is perfect?" Lewin understood that no matter how solid the wall seemed, it always had a hidden weak point somewhere. The system panel immediately appeared. Steel break. Can destroy anything made of iron in a single use, no matter what it is. People in the stands were curiously discussing, "His name is Lewin, right? I wonder how long it will take him. I hope he lives up to his reputation. After all, he's the champion of the grand tournament." A loud explosion suddenly rang out, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, what was that explosion? Hold on, look over there." When they saw Lewin step out, they exclaimed in astonishment, "No way, Lewin Ale." Everyone looked at him with pride. The door that normally takes 5 minutes to open, he had opened the first room. Both Soman and Tehran also smiled with excitement. The examiner's words echoed in their ears. In just 13 seconds, this graduation exam will once again solidify Lewin's already illustrious reputation. Lewin is going to win anyway. He proceeded straight to the second challenge. The announcement from the system rang out loud and clear. Lewin passed through the first gate in just 13 seconds. Now we can't help but wonder how quickly he'll break through the next gates. The announcement had just finished when it caused everyone in the stands watching the match to gape in sheer shock. Only Tehran remained calm, his hand on his cheek, having already known and anticipated this. "I knew he was no ordinary person from the moment Kunkin's Fang reacted to him, but the speed of his growth is still completely absurd. Lewin, you're using blazing flames to fight 2 massive freezing ice monsters." They were growling dumbly, wary of Lewin. The excited shouts from the system and the crowd rang out once more. "Lewin, he's passing through the second gate with a very clever method." The commentary made everyone even more interested, focusing intently on the match unfolding on the field. "Is he running with a fireball? With that size, there's no way any monster would dare to get close to him." "Well, that's true, because with a fireball of that size, only a stupid monster would dare." Lewin ignored the whispers, fighting more fiercely the longer he went on, determined to fight these beasts to the end. The blonde-haired man stood with his arms crossed, laughing his head off. "Haha, what the hell is this? He's truly a madman who surpasses all limits of imagination." Tehran, standing beside him, listened to his rambling, then fell silent, frowning in thought. "He always produces unimaginable results." "All right, I've seen enough of your skills, Lewin. So how will you break through the final gate?" Not letting him wait in suspense, Lewin showed him the real answer. He launched himself forward like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the gate in front of him, his eyes focused as if wanting to crush the incredibly hard wall before him, pouring all his strength into this one blow. I just wanted to put on a show for the underclassmen. There, instantly recognizing what Lewin was doing, Tehran's eyes widened in amazement. There's no doubt about that energy anymore. Heaven creates highlights, but Lewin's punch was the main event. It was a sky-shattering punch, a type of invisible magic, formless, tearing everything apart with sonic waves so fast the naked eye couldn't perceive them. Boom! A huge explosion erupted in an instant, flashing across the sky, dazzling the spectators not just with its light, not just because of the light it emitted, but because of the immense power it carried. Large shards of brick were shattered and sent flying everywhere, and in the silence, only the sound of a great impact and a wail for the departed remained. Along with it, a death knell echoed. Lewin led the charge, his confident aura relentlessly pressing forward, leaving anyone who witnessed it in utter shock. That spell can only be cast by someone who has reached level 6, right? Lewin, have you already reached that level? This was surely the question on the audience's minds as well. A glowing purple ribbon of light draped across Lewin. The match was over. It all happened so fast, some people hadn't even snapped out of their shock. After witnessing such unimaginable, divine power, the system announced the time as 2 minutes and 57 seconds, so fast and intense that everyone was left staring at each other with their jaws on the floor, unable to process what just happened. They stared at the person standing in the middle of the arena. Finally, the announcer's voice echoed. Lewin of Group 7 cast a level 6 spell and brilliantly completed the test in just 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Victorious cheers erupted from all sides. The cheers from the stands rang out endlessly, while our protagonist calmly wiped the sweat from his face with the relieved smile. The one person who wasn't relieved at all, however, was probably Tehran. He was still lost in thought, speculating about the most prominent young man of the hour. Level 6 is a realm that most people can't reach in their entire lifetime. And yet, Lewin achieved it at only 16 years old. This is not good. Before he grows even stronger and becomes a threat to my position, I have to crush him, no matter what. He blatantly glared with hateful, disgusted eyes at the boy, who was smiling joyfully as a thank you to the cheering crowd. It turns out Tehran was afraid that his position would be threatened by him. Meanwhile, the two princes, Croster and Forder, raised their hands in celebration. Long live Sir Lewin, the future of the kingdom. The person sitting behind them was speechless, watching the two royals act like children. If you didn't know any better, you'd think they were Lewin's parents, celebrating their son's victory. Over on Luina's side, things were just as lively as she yelled out, "Congratulations, big brother!" As for Zita, needless to say, she was already smiling so wide her eyes were crescents, gleefully waving in celebration. I knew you could do it, Lewin. Meanwhile, Lewin stood in the center of the vast arena where he could take in all the enthusiasm of the spectators who had watched him shine. They were chanting his name, celebrating his victory. Lewin stood under the open sky as snowflakes gently fell upon him, feeling satisfied. At this moment, everyone was congratulating him, but he couldn't help but think back to the old days, when he faced mockery and harsh words. Not anymore. He no longer had to silently endure it. Back then, who could have imagined that he would graduate like this, surrounded by cheers? Jia-san, grinning from ear to ear, rushed over and slung an arm around his shoulders. Whoa, Lewin, when did you reach level 6? I can't believe my friend is already a high-ranking mage. The sudden action startled Lewin, catching him off guard. Jia-san was still reeling from the shock as everyone else gathered around to offer their congratulations. Seriously, Lewin, even I never thought you'd reach that level so quickly. Jia-san still hadn't removed the arm, draped around his shoulder, and he even adopted a preachy tone. Ahem, there is something absolutely essential on a day like today. A friend standing nearby overheard this and got curious. Huh? What is it? Jia-san flashed a toothy grin, with a uniquely strange look on his face, and drew out his answer. That would be, ta-da! The answer was revealed to be 2 massive mugs of barley brew. He was being so dramatic over something so simple. Everyone happily raised the mugs in their hands. They put their arms around each other like it was a festival, happily yelling for a party. We're adults now, so let's drink like there's no tomorrow. Waha, booze, booze, let's have another round, cheers. Avatar walked over, and Lewin just stood there watching their rowdy determination. To get wasted, feeling partly helpless and partly amused. But truth be told, he was truly enjoying this precious, joyful moment. This would surely become one of the best memories of Lewin's life. It was really starting to sink in. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony, so this is probably the last time we'll all be together like this. I'm sure everyone just wants to enjoy it to the fullest. While he wasn't paying attention, a dazed Avatar stumbled over her face, flushed from the alcohol, as she snuck up behind him. Without a word, she slung an arm around his shoulders like they were best buds, pointed to the sky and yelled, Another round. Lewin stared at her, stunned and surprised by this unfamiliar sight. By the way, today was the day I discovered that even Avatar could get wasted. Two men approached them. The old man with long white hair and a beard came forward first. Lewin, are you enjoying the party? Hearing his name, he turned to look. Headmaster and Professor Hido, you're here as well. He glanced over at Avatar, who had completely collapsed onto the floor, before straightening up to speak politely to the two men. In front of him, thank you for arranging this event, sir. I'm having a wonderful time because of it. The headmaster laughed heartily. Ha ha, you're about to graduate, so you should enjoy it to the fullest, shouldn't you? Lewin nodded, expressing his gratitude. Since tomorrow will be busy with the ceremony, allow me to say this now. Thank you for everything, headmaster, and you as well, professor. Hearing this, both men gave him a warm, gentle smile. A word of thanks. Ah, we really appreciate that. Before long, we won't be able to see you again, even if we want to. After saying this, the headmaster continued to tease him. Then we'll just have to invite Lewin to be a guest lecturer for next year's graduating class. Of course, as long as you ask, sir. You've promised now. Professor Hido here is my witness, so don't you go pretending this never happened after you graduate, you hear? People continued to mingle and chat cheerfully. When the party ended, the sky had already grown dark. Lewin walked quietly on the brick path in front of the manor, letting out a tired sigh. Phew. He rubbed his throbbing, dizzy head. I must have had too much to drink, my head is starting to hurt. He mumbled complaints about his pounding headache from all the alcohol, not noticing the figure standing stock still right in front of him. The man, who had a straight posture and wore leather shoes, suddenly approached to greet him. Excuse me, you are Lewin, correct? The voice came from his side, startling him. He turned his head to see two men standing there. The one in the front drew closer. He was dressed completely in black and bowed his head, placing a hand on his chest to introduce himself respectfully. I am Rika, a man running a small trading company in the east. If possible, I'd like to have a word with you in private. Lewin was wary of these two strangers, but he didn't refuse. Yes, go ahead. Crown Prince Somerton. The moment the words left his lips, the man flinched. What? So the introduction just now was a lie about his fake identity. He probably never expected to be exposed just 1 second after his bluff. Exposed instantly. His expression froze, stiffening for a moment. The impeccably dressed, silver-haired man with slicked-back hair behind him was Tyrone. He stepped forward with a glare and demanded in a harsh tone, "How did you know it was me?" He stopped in his tracks and brazenly threatened the young man before him, implying he'd better answer properly. In contrast to the man's over-the-top attitude, Lewin just gave a slight smirk and replied calmly, "You can hide your face, but you can't hide your presence. Your eyes reminded me of the crown prince I once knew. So I took a gamble." After speaking, he stared directly at the man's displeased, scowling face and offered a cheerful greeting. "Then you must be the Fire King. It's been a while. It's a pleasure to see you again." Tyrone was surprised by Lewin's unexpected explanation. "You recognize me just by my eyes?" "I'm truly impressed." It was clear he highly valued Lewin's perceptiveness in this initial exchange. Somerton cut into the smooth-flowing conversation, holding out his hand, his face filled with an arrogant expression that he couldn't hide, nor did he want to. "Now, this is my final offer. There won't be a second one. Come with me to the Empire." His eyes widened in a glare as he glowered threateningly at Lewin with his curt words, but their meaning was clear refusal would not be accepted. Oh, how scary. But Lewin had never known the meaning of fear. He just let out a deep, derisive scoff and calmly replied to him with 2 words, "I refuse." The three of them stood in a standoff amidst the cold winter snow. Somerton grew increasingly irritated by Lewin's rock-solid stance, but tried to persuade him again. "You really don't listen, do you? I've warned you. Any jewel I cannot possess, I will destroy. What's with this bratty attitude?" But Lewin simply remained indifferent. "You could do that, it's true, but I don't think you will." This answer was something Somerton hadn't anticipated, and it somewhat changed his thinking. He asked, "What makes you so sure?" "Because the crown prince I once knew would never stoop so low as to sneak around under a false identity and order the death of a common student." Lewin's words left him stunned and then instantly furious. Somerton twisted his lips into a strange smile and said sarcastically, "Ha ha, are you calling yourself a common student?" Lewin replied humbly and swiftly, "That's right. After all, our graduation ceremony is tomorrow." After hearing that, he smirked mysteriously. I don't know if that's courage or intuition. After a moment of this strange back and forth, Somerton turned away with an air of arrogance, adding one last self-important reminder. "I will withdraw today, but look forward to our next meeting, because next time, we will meet as enemies." Faced with his words, Lewin remained silent. With that said, the two men with their overwhelming presence left quietly, one after the other. Not long after they departed, Lewin turned to look behind him and saw someone stumbling towards him. It was Jason, still not done with the party, his face flushed red from drinking too much. Drunk off his mind, he babbled nonstop. Lewin, what are you doing? Not drinking anymore? You have to be at the party. It's meaningless without you. Seeing his friend's constant pestering, Lewin happily agreed. All right, I'm coming. But what he would never expect was that, at that moment, he had no idea that because of this drinking party, a disaster far beyond anything he could imagine was about to befall him. The next day, as the sun rose to illuminate all of creation, white snow still clung to the treetops and the red rooftops. In a corner of the magnificent castle, empty bottles and glasses were strewn across the table, and someone groaned wearily. Ugh. After the battle with booze had ended, it was Lewin, who had just woken up from a wild night of drinking with his buddies. His head, which already hurt, now throbbed even more intensely. He clutched his head, dazed. Ah, my head. Waking up with a blank mind, Lewin didn't even notice his surroundings when a gentle voice approached him, speaking softly. Are you awake? He looked up in surprise. Yes, Lady Irene. She ignored his curious gaze, which seemed to ask why she was there, and asked with concern, Are you feeling any better now? Lewin glanced around at his friends who were passed out drunk on the floor, still surrounded by booze, and replied awkwardly to Irene, Ah, yes. I should have drunk in moderation, but it seems I overdid it. She saw the others lying on the cold floor and laughed. Even so, it looks like you're in better shape than them. What a relief. She then covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Heh, you don't remember anything, do you? Lewin gave her a look of pure confusion. Less than a second later, he looked horrified, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, That was a dragon's kiss. Irene sat on the table, swirling a blue liquor in a bottle, and calmly explained, Jason secretly mixed that into the beer you were about to drink. After that, you suddenly stood up and shouted that the whole group would go to AEL. As he listened to her story, he recalled the humiliating scene. Yesterday, Lewin, Seta, and Jason were all arm in arm, acting like complete fools for everyone to see. Oh, it was truly embarrassing to remember, his face flushing red. That bastard, Jason. Irene didn't let Lewin stay silent in his embarrassment for long and asked, So, should I go down there too? He seemed to have just woken up, his mind not yet up to speed, and he asked blankly, Huh? Go where? She gently brushed her hair, a smile she couldn't hide on her face. To AEL, I've been there before, and it's a wonderful place. She desperately wanted to win against him just once. Irene declared seriously, As I've said before, I have to get stronger quickly so I can defeat you. Lewin, the one being challenged, was still half awake and dazed, staring wide-eyed and speechless. A few seconds later, he smiled gently, responding positively to her declaration of war. It would be my honor. Lady Irene, you are always welcome to try. Perhaps more than anything, he greatly admired her spirit and determination. Lewin's gaze softened, his cheeks flushing slightly as he looked at her affectionately. At least, that's what he said on the outside. Like that, but anyone with half a brain could tell. Irene didn't say another word, simply responding to him with a radiant, angelic smile as she was bathed in the morning sunlight. Clearly, Lady Irene's reason for wanting to go to Adel wasn't just about that. And a few hours later, in a vast, brightly lit hall, the low murmur of conversation was drowned out by the voice from the stage. Graduating students of the Sinnet Magic Academy, I'm sure all of you, have endured countless hardships. I hope all those experiences were meaningful, and I look forward to seeing all of you become great mages in the future. It was the headmaster, standing on the stage and addressing the entire student body. Because today was the graduation day for the entire senior class, including Lewin. A moment later, his speech concluded. My address ends here, and now the student representative will come up to give their graduation remarks. A pair of straight legs and polished leather shoes slowly walked onto the stage. It was none other than him, the top student known throughout the school. The headmaster formally introduced him to everyone, representing the entire student body, and as the valedictorian of this class, Lewin approached the podium with a calm demeanor. The headmaster stepped back to let him speak, patting his shoulder in encouragement as he passed. Lewin, don't be nervous, just be comfortable, and say what you need to say. But it doesn't look like you're nervous at all. Lewin still replied courteously, Yes, don't worry, headmaster. People often say you can't judge a book by its cover. Lewin's current situation was just like that. He might look calm on the outside, but his heart was pounding like it was about to leap out of his chest. I might seem calm, but I'm actually freaking out. Just the thought of being the center of attention for all these people makes me so nervous that I've forgotten everything I prepared. Because right now, thousands of students were sitting before him, their eyes fixed on him, waiting for his speech. Lewin got into position and took a deep breath to calm himself down. But it's all right. Even if I've forgotten my prepared script, I still remember clearly what I want to say. As everyone, including Irene and Han, listened with anticipation, he began his speech. As you all know, I won the grand tournament. It was an achievement I reached in just 1 year. But the journey was not a smooth one. For 5 years, I suffered from a condition called mana release disorder. Lewin recalled those long days, his voice deep as he continued. For a mage like myself, not being able to release mana was a devastating blow. But worse than that was the way people looked at me. Many wondered why. I was still at the academy, why I refused to give up until the very end. As he said this, he showed no resentment for their past words, just a gentle smile. But I didn't want to give up because magic is my everything. It's the only way I can protect myself, my family, and those I care about. That's why I held on until the very end. You never know who will win or lose until you see how fate plays out, right? The speech wasn't over, but one could easily see the fervent response, excitement, and enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Above all, it had struck a chord of deep empathy with them, Lewin continued. And if there is anyone here who is currently struggling because you haven't seen any results despite all your hard work, there's something I absolutely must tell you today. Just keep moving forward. He stood there, powerfully making his declaration, encouraging everyone to keep going. Lewin's gaze swept across. Everyone listening in the stands. Even if you fall, get back up. Even if it feels like no one notices you right now, someone out there will eventually see your efforts. As long as you don't give up, a miracle will happen. Everyone, thank you for all your hard work over the past 6 years. At that, his powerful speech officially ended, bringing the graduation ceremony to a close. Thunderous applause, filled with a mix of emotions from everyone present, echoed without end. The scene shifts to later in the day, as pure white snowflakes blanketed the trees and roads. The steady clopping of horse hooves echoed on the cold, snowy ground. One by one, lines of carriages departed from the academy. From inside, a luxurious black ironwood carriage, cheerful voices could be heard chatting away. That was a great speech, brother. Everyone seemed to love it. You're always so amazing. Thanks, Luina. It was our main character and his sister, discussing the hottest topic right now, Lewin's powerful speech. Luina seemed to be pondering something. Then she glanced out the window at the pristine white carriage traveling alongside them. So, are your friends heading straight to Adel too? Through the window she could see Irin, Seta, John, and Han. They were all laughing and joking, clearly having a good time. Luina asked again for confirmation. All 4 of them? The young man's voice was nonchalant. Yeah. The horrifying memories of that drunken night came flooding back. Oh wait, that was just yesterday. The whole group was causing a scene, running their mouths a mile a minute. Lewin had even climbed on top of the table and pointed at the person bawling their eyes out from the alcohol. Say to be my comrade. They say people forget everything when they're drunk, but he remembered it all crystal clear. It was enough to give him goosebumps. Just thinking about it was embarrassing, so he had to play it cool with Luina. I have no idea how it all turned out like this. Behind the 2 carriages in the lead, a long procession of soldiers followed in formation. Right after the graduation ceremony, we all decided to head straight to Adel. To be precise, I'm the one employing them. On top of that, 3,000 soldiers will be joining us. The twin princes had promised to send reinforcements for the southern subjugation campaign, but I never imagined they would dispatch this many troops. As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly pulled him back. Oh, Lewin, after the subjugation is over, do you plan on staying in the territory permanently? Lewin smiled, readily sharing his future plans. No, after all, our father is still there. He figured he might travel for a while afterward, but he hadn't thought about the specifics yet. For now, he needed to focus on the subjugation first. Under a clear blue sky, snow fell ceaselessly as the 2 of them chatted away. After a short break, we'll get right to preparing for the subjugation, right? The other person replied instantly. Oh, I plan to start by surveying the terrain. Oh, it's our main character and avatar standing before a map, discussing their next plans for the campaign, she asked. Again, have you come up with a strategic plan yet? I'm considering a few ideas. While the 2 were discussing, they heard a rustling sound from soldiers rushing to the other side. Lewin and Avatar also looked up to see what all the commotion was about. 2 people walked past, chattering excitedly. Do we need to prepare well? Lewin approached the 2 of them to ask. Excuse me, where is everyone going together? One of them turned to him and recognized him. Ah, you're young Master A. We thought you already knew, since this involves your friend. How would Lewin know? He had a completely clueless look on his face. So the man continued. One of our knights is going to duel with your knight friend. Your knight apprentice. Hearing this, his mind immediately raced. If it's a knight apprentice, don't tell me you mean Han? On the other side of the open snowy field, all the soldiers were gathered in a circle, their eyes fixed on the upcoming duel that was about to happen. In the center of the dueling ground were Han and some knight, their hands holding wooden swords and in a ready stance, but a worried expression was still visible on his face. Han was dueling with a full-fledged knight. Just hearing that made the disparity between the 2 in this match obvious. Seeing this, Lewin couldn't help but worry for him, because he had just completed his knight's oath. In the sky, the snow was still falling relentlessly, even showing signs of getting heavier. Han and the official knight had begun their duel. The two exchanged blows with neither giving an inch, but it seemed the knight had seized the initiative from the very beginning, attacking without pause. By the time Luin rushed over to them, the match had already reached this point. He watched Han gradually being pushed back and couldn't help but worry. Ah, it started. He stood outside the circle with the other knights watching, the two of them. Suddenly, a person standing next to him shouted loudly to the one in the middle of the dueling ground, "Hey, V, take it easy. Don't you see you're being too harsh on a rookie who just completed his oath?" Luin was momentarily surprised. Avatar was approaching. He also approached them, wanting to ask about the situation. Why are those two dueling? One of them turned to look at Luin, thought for a moment, then replied, Oh, there's no particular reason. That knight gestured, for him to look at the two of them relentlessly going at each other. Then he recounted what had just happened. While we were cleaning up after lunch, we were bored and there was an enthusiastic junior, so I suggested a little sparring match. At the same time, Bova approached silently. From behind them, he greeted softly, "Luin, the young master is here too?" He was surprised. Where did he pop out from? Then he reacted, greeting politely, "Sir Bova, you too are here?" He crossed his arms behind his back and stood smiling, seemingly enjoying himself as he replied, "Of course, how could I miss such an interesting sight?" Hearing that, Luin just glanced over at the main topic of discussion and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Interesting? He glanced at the knights standing here. If the knights here recognized Sir Bova, their reactions would be just as interesting. With that thought, Luin continued to watch the increasingly intense fight between the two of them. Suddenly, he turned to ask the old man, "What do you think of this match, Sir Bova?" Without much thought, he immediately gave his assessment. Both of them are not bad. His attention fell on the young man, who had light purple hair, a face full of resilience, and none of the timidity that this age should have. Bova didn't know who he was, so he asked the young man beside him, "And is that young knight a friend of the young master?" Luin smiled at his question and proudly introduced his best friend. "Yes, his name is Han." Bova's voice grew deeper, more serious than before, as he slowly analyzed from his perspective. He's clearly being pushed back a bit, but just holding out this long against a gold knight is already admirable. His words made Luin curious too. A gold knight? Knowing he was curious, he explained what he had accidentally learned. Just now. "Yes, I happened to overhear during lunch. I heard he's considered the elite of the kingdom. I'm not entirely sure though." At that very moment, a breakthrough occurred in the center of the dueling ground. A black shadow shot forward, attacking without giving the opponent time to react, very fast, with godlike speed. Needless to say, we can guess that the black shadow was the knight who possessed the power just mentioned. He only swung his sword once, and Han's sword in front of him was knocked away, flying far behind him, causing him to cry out in surprise. Sir Bova continued his analysis of the young man. Of course, that kid Han still has a long way to go to reach that level. After listening, Luin looked at him thoughtfully and with admiration. Sir Bova could indeed see through Han's talent. If that was the case, he stepped forward to face him, with a serious demeanor as if he had just made an important decision and wanted to ask a favor. And he said formally, "Sir Bova?" The old man looked at his sudden change and couldn't help but be curious. "Yes, young master." Luin stood before him and made his request. "If it's possible, could you teach Han a move or two?" Sir Bova didn't answer him right away. He just broke into the same friendly smile he always wore. To have Sir Bova teach even just one move, if the legendary spear saint, Sir Batten, would impart even a single breath of his teachings, it would be a huge benefit for him, for Han, and even for all of AEL. That's right, just receiving a little guidance from this legendary knight would be enough to imagine how much Han would improve by leaps and bounds. But the important thing now was to get his agreement to teach. A very decisive man. Sir Bova just closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. "Young master, that's not for me to decide. You'll have to ask the boy first." This made him exclaim in surprise. "Huh?" He replied with a truly menacing chuckle. For some reason, the aura around him had changed completely, becoming much colder than before. Bova explained, "Just like when I taught you swordsmanship, I treat knights very strictly." Bova flashed a bright, yet somewhat demonic smile of his. He even winked, full of hidden meaning. Returning to the main scene, the knights stood in the extremely cold snow, bewildered, so much so that their jaws were all hanging open. It looked like they were witnessing something truly shocking. One of them couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell is that?" They stood to one side, whispering amongst themselves, "That's some brutal training. He's making him do that? I heard he's the knight commander of Adele." The person in question was very relaxed, smiling gently, as if he was thoroughly enjoying himself, walking step by step behind Han, the boy. The unluckiest guy in the world was carrying a huge rock heavier than himself, completely exhausted and panting heavily. Mr. Bova watched the young man struggle with the weight in the freezing snow, his teeth chattering from the cold. As he collapsed to his knees, struggling, Bova asked Han, "Is it that hard?" Instantly, Han spun around to deny it. "No, sir, I'm fine." That was the exact phrase Bova was waiting to pounce on, immediately retorting, "Then stop being so slow. I made it clear that you had to be ready." The knights just stood there, speechless and exasperated by the situation. Were they watching some kind of comedy routine? Lai looked at his best friend, feeling sorry for him but also thinking there was nothing he could do. He let out a long sigh, as if to encourage his friend while silently pitying the poor laborer's fate. He said he would be strict, but I didn't think it would be to this extent. I'm starting to feel bad for Han. I just felt a little sorry for him, that's all. Thinking back, just a few minutes ago, when Luin first made the offer, Han was like an excited puppy. All he was missing was a tail to wag. He immediately agreed without hesitation. "Really, Mr. Bova and Pawn are training you?" he warned. "I heard it's incredibly difficult. Maybe you should. I'm confident. I will definitely succeed." See, that's how determined he was. Luin was at a loss for words. I did give him a choice, lost in his helplessness over his friend. He was startled by a voice from behind. Oh, it was the knights from before, approaching Mr. Bova cautiously. "Oh, it looks like they've discovered something," the one in the lead asked softly. "Sir, may I be so bold as to ask your name?" Mr. Bova remained silent, his eyes shut tight, not answering as if lost in thought. He was probably racking his brain trying to figure them out. Why didn't they notice from the start, but only now? Seeing this, the knights exchanged worried glances at his unmoving demeanor. Why isn't he answering? There's a rumor that he once single-handedly took down 5 assassins. Maybe I should ask about that. The other one replied, "Hey, that's probably just a rumor. How could he possibly take down 5 assassins by himself?" Just then, as fate would have it, the one thing they didn't want to happen, happened. Silly Han quickly ran over, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Mr. Bova!" He was panting as if someone had stolen all his air, completely out of breath as he stood in the center of attention and reported, "All 10 spears have been moved." Exhausted, he had just managed to catch his breath and look up, but the response didn't come from the person he was waiting for. Instead, it was a questioning look from the knight standing over there. "What did you just say?" Han didn't understand a thing. He reflexively replied, bewildered, "Huh?" Both sides stared at each other, one with faces full of suspicion and question marks, the other with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. It got to the point where they had to confirm, "I didn't mishear that, did I? You just said who this person was." Meanwhile, Luin and Bova were probably the calmest ones there. A short time later, the group and the knights set off again. The carriage and a line of people moved uniformly through the white, blizzard-swept road. The white carriage led the way, while the A siblings were chilling in the second, black carriage. Luin and Luina sat in the same row. She turned her head to look into the distance, asking the person next to her with great curiosity, "Brother, is Mr. Bova really that admired by the knights?" He followed his sister's gaze and replied, "It seems so." Inside the carriage, the two chattered away, a complete contrast to the weather outside. The sound of the knights' ragged panting could be heard steadily. Asterisk, pant, pant, asterisk. Ah, as everyone could have guessed, Han and the knights were graced by Mr. Bova with a joint training session. Each of them struggled, drenched in sweat, walking behind the carriage in step, carrying loads on their backs heavier than sacks of grain. One of them complained loudly, "Isn't this overdoing it? This is the training method personally recommended by Mr. Bova. Don't ask questions, just do it," another one scolded back. They kept complaining back and forth out there, but whining only made them more tired. Meanwhile, the person in question was relaxing inside the carriage, his eyes closed in enjoyment. Seeing this, Luin could only sigh helplessly. He called out softly, Mr. Bova?" Hearing him, Bova's expression didn't change as he also lowered his voice. "Speak, young master. About that training, is it really useful? From what I can see, it looks a bit crude." Luin quietly stated his opinion. It was the truth, partly because he saw them struggling to the point of collapse. They looked pathetic, drenched in sweat in this freezing weather. Bova understood, his kind sentiment. He didn't criticize, but gently explained, "It's not necessarily a good method. If your posture is wrong, you'll end up with chronic injuries first." Luin was confused. He didn't understand what he meant. He asked again, "Huh? Then why are you making them do it, mister?" Bova gave a sly, meaningful smirk and answered nonchalantly, half joking, "Well, there's not much to do on the way down to AEL. I just wanted to whip some new students into shape after a long time." Luin and Luina were silent for about 10 seconds, listening to the miserable groans from outside while looking at Bova, truly speechless. No wonder they called him the Tiger of Adel. A while later, their group arrived at this place, a barren land, even colder than the regions they had passed through in recent days. And this was the first place they set foot. Our protagonist stood before countless small, slimy, humanoid monsters. The person beside him exclaimed, "There are so many of them." Lewin, dressed in dark colors and a thick winter cloak, couldn't help but shiver from the intense cold, even though he was used to this place. Indeed, we finally arrived. Lewin and Avatar stood in the middle of this land, with hordes of monsters sprawling below, surrounded by towering, overlapping mountain ranges. The wind cut through them, chilling them to the bone. The Crimson Plains. This land is located south of South Mountain and was once part of Adel's territory. However, ever since the Mudkin tribe occupied this area, its rulers were no longer human, but the Mudkin. Yes, the tribe Lewin just mentioned are those round, mushy creatures that look like the monsters swarming at his feet. And because of their terrifying reproduction rate, the land appears from a distance like vast crimson fields, hence the name the Crimson Plains. Avatar looked down at them, its beak letting out a hideous and extremely ferocious growl. She looked on, feeling helpless about how to deal with them. She turned to ask Lewin, "What's your plan of attack?" Lewin bent down close to the ground to observe the horde's situation first, then pondered. How about we charge straight through the canyon near the coast? It's narrow, we might be able to do it. The sharp-witted Avatar immediately came up with a plan, but Lewin shot it down. That's not going to work, they'll just attack us from the cliffs. She continued to offer ideas she'd thought of. Then what if we put Sir Bova Peyton on the front line? He could lead the charge and crush everything in his path? This time, Lewin considered it for a moment, but it still wasn't very feasible. That won't work either, there are too many of them. The Mud Tribe has a core in their heads that can't be destroyed with ordinary attacks. Oh, I see. Avatar instantly understood where the problem lay. Even Sir Bova would have a hard time if he had to destroy every single one of them. This is a real problem. Now I get why the previous subjugation campaigns all failed. There's no path wide enough for a large army to advance at the same time, so they must have always taken heavy losses. So is there no other way? Lewin could only helplessly accept the truth. Yeah. For a moment, he gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Maybe there is one way. The next day, the loud voice of an unfamiliar man boomed powerfully throughout the room. There's only one way. A direct breakthrough. As he spoke, he slammed his hand on the strategy map, standing firmly before the powerful figures in front of him without a hint of hesitation. This man was Moro, the commander-in-chief of the capital's forces and captain of the Golden Knights. He growled, making his position clear. If we hesitate to fight, how can we ever achieve victory? A direct confrontation is the best option. The man he was confronting, Lewin's father, Lord Adel, knew this, but he couldn't agree with this approach. He hesitated. What the commander says is true, but the expected casualties are too high. Moro remained steadfast. He tried to persuade him, "My lord, before the capital's army arrived to support us, weren't we planning to launch this subjugation campaign with only 300 men? Lewin's father calmly replied, "Yes, that's correct." Moro sneered. He couldn't understand why this was the case. We were prepared to fight with just that many men. So why the hesitation now that we have such a massive force by our side? Lewin's father looked at the man before him and explained further. Because this isn't an issue of numbers. To wipe out the Mud Tribe, we must cross a narrow canyon. And those scoundrels will never let us pass through unharmed. It doesn't matter if we have 3 or 3,000 soldiers. That was why he didn't approve of Moro's method. But then the Lord proposed a solution that seemed a bit more feasible. He continued. In short, instead of going into the canyon, we have to lure them out. Moro was concerned about this idea. But my lord, we have no way to do that. Regardless, a direct attack. Before he could finish, a calm voice from someone who had just entered the room spoke up. That sounds plausible. It was Lewin. He agreed with his father's solution, and his sudden appearance caught everyone off guard. But Moro was quick to react. Plausible? Young master, what do you mean by that? He demanded. He couldn't understand what these people were thinking. Lewin smiled faintly and replied to him, My father just gave the correct answer, didn't he? That, instead of us going in, we should lure them out? Based on his earlier scouting, he had formulated a battle plan he wanted to discuss with everyone. I have a great idea. We will attack from the top of the cliffs that surround the canyon. Moro knew the cliffs Lewin was talking about, and he turned to express his disapproval of the idea. Those cliffs? Nobody can climb those, right? Are you suggesting that all of us are supposed to climb up a place like that? This guy was truly difficult and picky. Lewin had to explain it again. We don't need a lot of people up there. We just need 1 or 2 mages who can use magic to lure them out. This time, even the hard-to-please Moro found it quite reasonable, and he seemed to agree. That's a good idea, but the problem is how to get up there. Mage, can you use flight magic? He directed this question to Ja-sun, who was standing beside Luin. Ja-sun was already startled to be addressed, especially by this blunt and teasing man. Luin poked him, half joking and half serious. No, this guy can climb it on his own. Hearing that, he stammered in absolute terror. What did you just say? How could I possibly climb that cliff? There's no way I can make it up there. Luin was being completely serious. He wanted Ja-sun to just try it without backing down. He patted his shoulder encouragingly. No, you can climb it. Ja-sun stared back, dumbfounded. He couldn't even believe it himself. Me? Heh. Of course! Luin flashed a devilish grin disguised as a friendly smile. Yep, because I'm going to throw you up onto that cliff. It was true. Whenever he put on this act, nothing good ever happened. Ja-sun was a scaredy cat to begin with. After hearing Luin's words, his face went pale. His astonished eyes filled with a naive terror. What? It was the start of a beautiful sunny winter day. The clear sky, a sign that it was a good day for battle. Light snowflakes drifted down as a booming voice echoed through the air. The day of our battle has finally arrived. Is everyone ready? Only Moro would sound so thrilled to be heading into a fight, but all the knights roared in response. Yes! They stood in solemn formation, their faces radiating a fierce desire for battle, with the banner of House Adel flying at the front of the line. Everything was ready. The commander took the lead, Moro took a deep breath, and bellowed the order, "Entire army, march out!" And finally, the subjugation campaign had begun. At the vanguard were Commander Moro and the Golden Knights, along with my father and Sir Bova Peyton. After a long time, he had donned his armor once again. Everyone was completely serious for this march. All of them carried a heavy responsibility as they advanced solemnly toward that land, and at the rear of the formation was me and my friends. That's right. Following behind was a carriage carrying 4 people, Luin, Seda, Irin, and Avatar. They looked extremely tense. No one was certain about the outcome of this battle. They didn't know what awaited them, but above all, they were fighting together. As the carriage rolled on, a command rang out. Halt! It was an order from the commander, my father. Everyone stopped and dismounted nearby. Moro gathered with the 2 other leaders. All right, everyone, let's assemble. We're going to review the plan one last time. So our young friends also made their way over. Before our protagonist could even come to a full stop, a soft, timid voice called his name for some reason. Hey, Luin. He turned to look at the source of the voice. Oh, it was none other than Ja-sun. But his appearance at this moment was rather peculiar. His body was completely wrapped up in a large cloth sack, with only his face left to breathe, and he was even tied up with ropes, looking just like a cocoon. Jia-san, having no other choice, looked resentfully at Luin and said, I know this is for my safety, but still, is this really the best method you could come up with? This is so pathetic. Luin struggled to hold back his laughter. No, I think it looks pretty cool. Then, as if to prove his point, he glanced at the knights who were looking at them and snickering, whispering amongst themselves, and proudly told Jia-san, Look over there, even the knights are looking at you. He was at a loss for words. Are you kidding me? They look like they're making fun of me. It seemed that this approach wasn't convincing Jia-sun. Trying a different tactic, Luin began to entice him in a new way. Feigning regret, he said, You don't like it? That's a shame. It's a great opportunity. Hearing that, his foolish friend grew curious. Huh? What opportunity? Luin knew his friend all too well and immediately played his card, explaining, the opportunity to become the main star of this subjugation, Jia-sun, being Jia-sun, only had to imagine the girls at the academy fawning over him to feel his ego swell, the main star. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, his eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold, his mouth agape with delight, and he even put on a righteous expression. Luin, just leave it to me. I'll handle it perfectly. Whoosh! Luin smirked devilishly. So naive. Moro approached them and asked, Luin, is the young master ready? Luin answered without a second thought. No problem at all. After speaking, he immediately passed the hot potato to the foolish cocoon next to him. Right, Jia-san? Put on the spot, he timidly replied. Of course. However, Jia-sun struggled to glance with his hopeless eyes down at the muscular hand tightly gripping the rope around his neck, his brows furrowed in annoyance, his lips twitching as if to say, I can't breathe, bro. He finally had to complain out loud, but Luin, please be gentle. Just as he asked him to be gentle, a second later he was yanked up forcefully. Jia-sun was so scared he screamed his head off. Gently, gently! But fate was fate, and he was still mercilessly thrown by Luin, straight up into the air in a swift toss amidst Jia-sun's incessant, mournful screams, and you couldn't blame him for being loud. Because the force of the throw was truly powerful, so much so that it created a seismic gust of wind, making both Irene and Moro give the cocoon a pitying look. As the calm sent off the tragic, Jia-sun, accompanied by the blue sky and vast clouds, cried his eyes out, his head throbbing wordlessly. Ah, it feels like my heart is about to stop and I'm going to die right here. Before his soul could even return to his body, he had to face a cruel reality. He was now on the mountaintop, and more specifically, held in place by some bizarre magic vines. He was bewildered, letting out a long, "Huh? That's surprising. It wasn't that scary after all. Are you kidding me?" Jia-sun, somehow freed from his fat cocoon state, plopped onto the ground and glared at the people below who were praising each other. Irene exclaimed, "Wow, what precision! Maybe we don't even need the blanket and ropes. Haha, Lady Irene, your skills are as sharp as ever." He stood up and dusted off his pants, seeming much calmer than before, and couldn't help but feel relieved that he was halfway safe, and he relaxed. Phew, all right, now I just need to do my part. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up and his eyes widened in shock. Jia-sun saw a sight he did not want to see at all. What is this? He knew the mudmen here multiplied quickly and were numerous, but he never expected it to be this terrifying. Thousands, no, tens of thousands of them. He couldn't even count how many there were just by looking. You want me to lure that many mudmen out? Just thinking about it makes me break out in a cold sweat. This is tough, really tough. Jia-sun was completely bewildered by the challenge before him. It seemed far too difficult for him. I can't do it. How can I possibly? Jia-sun, you can do it. It was Luin's voice, cheering from below. Just that one word of encouragement was enough to make his self-doubt diminish by almost half. Down below, Luin understood his best friend well. He just wasn't ready, and didn't trust in himself yet. Right now, the best thing for him was a word of encouragement to keep him going. Luin's cheer echoed upwards. You're my friend. You can at least handle that much, right? Now go and hit those mudmen with everything you've got. The truth was, Luin's encouragement was incredibly effective, because now, Jia-sun was a changed man, his heart filled with much more determination. He gritted his teeth, vowing to himself, yeah, I can't let down Luin, who trusted me enough to bring me here. Jia-sun summoned a palm-sized orb of fire energy, and in just a moment, the sky turned bleak and gloomy, the sunlight fading behind the clouds, giving way to the storm that was about to gather. He looked incredibly cool, completely different from his earlier goofy demeanor, raising his hands as if calling upon a great power from the heavens. Fireballs like meteors weaved through the clouds and suddenly plunged straight down onto the mudmen below. Luin had been watching Jia-sun fight valiantly the whole time, truly worthy of his trust. The main character smiled with satisfaction and pride. All right, Jia-sun, you're doing great. The clusters of fire that rained down from the sky like small, blazing meteors were cast by Jia-sun, a spell called Fire Rain, also known as Third Circle Magic. Jia-sun's level wasn't very high yet, so the clouds weren't that large. Now we understand. The dark, gloomy clouds that covered the clear sky were summoned by him. However, it still hadn't reached its highest level. In the current battle situation, the mudmen were soon being mercilessly attacked by the fire rain, all of it aimed at them, causing them to cry out in agonizing pain. Grr, grr. Because while they were enjoying a lazy nap, that attack was enough to jolt the mudmen awake. Luin tightened his gloves, ready, and turned to Moro to give the order. Captain, it's time. Just as I said before, I'm leaving it to you. He immediately obeyed the command. Understood, young master. Irene, walking at the front, looked over at him and urged, Luin, we should get going too, he replied. Yeah, let's go. The monsters began to swarm out in unison, and he was pleased that everything was going according to plan. Good. The mudmen are moving to a single point to avoid Jia-sun's attack. They were running on their short little legs as fast as they could toward the ocean exit over there. The place they were gathering was a side path out of the canyon, but it wasn't going to be that easy for them, because the trio annihilated right here. They were dead for sure. The other three leaped down and charged straight ahead. Luinin stood blocking the path, and up close, you could see this mud creature only came up to just above his ankle. I can't let them escape the canyon this easily, but he couldn't help but be impressed by this resilient species. Damn, there are so many of them. Zeta was the first to attack with his flames. All right, bring it on. Okay, from now on, the real battle begins. Snow fell, blanketing everything. The wind howled, and the air was freezing, yet it felt strangely hot. Irin and Luin stood silently behind him, but their icy gazes were fixed on the center of the action. Zeta stood there, his face full of fighting spirit, summoning a blazing fire in his hand, and said contemptuously, Welcome, you filthy mud vermin. He launched the blazing fire from a distance. A sharp aura devoured the mudworms in the inferno. His voice filled with arrogance. I will burn every last one of you. Brilliant orange flames erupted across the panel, swirling like a firestorm, devouring the mudworms. Amidst the sea of fire, their faces were clearly visible, filled with rage, their mouths wide open, roaring in pain. Having landed a solid hit, Zeta looked satisfied, a triumphant and radiant smile on his face. Haha, Luin. What do you think? How are my skills? I've improved a lot, haven't I? With his usual calm expression, Luin replied coolly, Yes, more than I expected. Lewin paused for a moment, then added bluntly, but I think it's still too early to be proud. Just one simple sentence was enough to make the guy in front of him freeze on the spot. Hearing this, Zeta broke out in a cold sweat, anxiety clearly written on his face, and he reflexively blurted out, it's because these mud creatures are ridiculously resilient. Their mouths were always wide open, just waiting to snap their jaws and screech like a flock of ducks, and now they were trying to crawl up the high cliff to attack. Suddenly, Jason's desperate scream came from above. What? They're climbing the cliff! It turned out they were climbing up to attack him. Pretty smart of them. Between attacking one person or two, they chose to attack the weaker one. Jason was overwhelmed by their resilience. It was really like they were leeches. Meanwhile, the mud creatures were still trying to climb up with even greater speed, their resentful faces staring at him, seeking revenge. He sat on the cliff, trying to back away, teetering in a state of panic as he screamed for help. Wah! Save me! Lewin heard the commotion up there loud and clear. He was worried and conflicted, not knowing how to handle the situation. He hissed under his breath, cursing, Jason, that damn idiot. Iron was just as worried, but then an idea flashed in her mind. She wasn't sure if it would work, but saving someone was the top priority, so without a hint of fear, she resolutely proposed, Lewin, please throw me up there too. He glanced at Iron, genuinely surprised by this, but also deeply concerned. This decision was a bit dangerous, so he asked again, What? Iron smiled, showing her determination. Her eyes remained steady, filled with absolute confidence. Lewin pressed his lips together, seeming to hesitate for a moment. In this situation, any course of action was dangerous, but above all, saving a life came first, so he made a decision. At that same moment, the mud creatures had nimbly climbed onto the cliff with their two stubby legs. They let out growls. Grr! Jason was still terrified but could only sit there. Regardless of whether they understood him or not, he kept telling them to back off. Back off! In this precarious situation, Jason thought he was really about to be fed to the mud creatures and could only exclaim, Damn it! He was utterly terrified, his eyes wide with growing fear, and he was on the verge of tears, about to cry. He gritted his teeth. I can't die here. Even at a time like this, Jason was still regretting his passionate school days. I haven't even had a single romantic relationship yet. Oh, so that's his regret. A young man who's never been in love, Jason screamed in utter despair. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Before his regret could fade, Irin suddenly appeared, somersaulting through the sky, ready to fight the mud monsters. He must have been shaking with joy at that moment. Irin was in a freefall pose, her eyes filled with a murderous intent, no longer her usual gentle self. A beautiful blue aura appeared from her hand, a sign of the elegant magic she often performed. On one hand, she was in the middle of an intense fight, but on the other, she couldn't help but notice Jason's almost last words, So you've never been in a romantic relationship? The blue light flashed powerfully from Iron's hand, piercing through the mud creatures, engulfing them in its aura and instantly freezing them solid. She landed on the stone ground. Ah, no. The stone ground was now affected by her recent spell and had been turned to ice. Seeing Jason looking so desperate, he wanted to crawl into a hole. She cheerfully teased him. Jason, are you okay? Thanks to you, I learned something interesting. He no longer had any regrets. Thank you for saving me. Iron stopped joking, her expression turning serious as she turned to look down below. By the way, just as Lewin said, everything is going according to plan. The clueless Jason didn't understand what was happening and asked dumbly, Huh? She watched intently as the mud creatures stumbled away below, sighing as she explained it to him. The mud creatures, they can't escape through the side path or climb the cliffs, so now they're retreating towards the coast. Jason then thought of something and suddenly had a realization, his face hesitant as if he had just understood everything. Does that mean? Yes, exactly. From now on, it's time for the capital's army to make their move. At that very moment, our valiant knights were also ready to advance and take action, led by the Lord and Sir Bao. And despite the path being cleared and being led by capable people, the group of knights couldn't help but feel anxious about this battle. Their hands were fully armed, but their hearts were in turmoil. The atmosphere was tense. They're coming. And just a moment later, the mud creatures slowly peeked out from behind the ice blocks and then swarmed forward in hordes, like a storm. The situation was getting out of control because they were pouring in such large numbers, their faces showing much more anger than usual. They must have been enraged by Lewin's group dealing with them so handily. A man in the knights' ranks screamed a warning. The mud creatures are coming! He was terrified by the overwhelming number of the creatures. Ha! So many! This is impossible! Moro, befitting his title as captain of the capital's Knight Order, maintained his iron will and shouted loudly to calm the anxiety of his squad. You bastards! Do not retreat! You hear me! Are you trying to tarnish the reputation of the Rid Kingdom? He then reassured everyone, promising that support from the mages was on its way. Our mission is to hold out here for as long as we can. With their confidence restored, the knights no longer hesitated. They raised their bows and swords in unison. The order to charge was given, and they marched towards a glorious victory under the king's banner. While the vanguard charged ahead, the other knights stood ready but hesitant. They were taken aback by their leader's unwavering resolve, a conviction they didn't share to fight with their all. All the knights were filled with fear and apprehension. The one who had just complained about the overwhelming number of mud creatures now grit his teeth, feeling he had to follow suit and not surrender to them. He immediately charged, and the rest of the knights followed. With newfound courage, they advanced as one to face the thousands of grotesque mud monsters, seeking a glorious victory under the king's banner. Elsewhere, Sayeda and Luin were fighting intensely against the horde, watching each other's backs. They realized the main army had begun its attack. Sayeda turned and whispered, "I can hear fighting. It looks like the capital's army is engaging the mud creatures." Luin clenched his jaw, deep in thought about their next move. This meant the number of monsters on their side had lessened, and the rest were likely being pushed toward the beach. Realizing the mud creatures here were no longer a significant threat, while the battle on the other side was far more intense, Luin made a decision that surprised his friend. "Seda, I'm leaving everything here to you. I need to go help them. I can't just let those people die." Sayeda just smirked, knowing Luin trusted him completely, and he was fully confident in his own abilities. "Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that. Leave this to me and go. I can handle this bunch." The moment Sayeda agreed, Luin vanished, not forgetting to say, "Thank you." Sayeda darted forward, weaving through the horde of mud creatures with blinding speed, leaving them dizzy in his wake as he broke through their ranks. As they relentlessly slashed and hacked at the monsters, spears pierced through flesh as the knights fought without fear or hesitation. At this point, it was the monsters who should have been afraid. Their bodies were torn apart by the sharp blades. Their bodies were ripped in two, releasing a strange stench. Lord Bova and Captain Moro, however, seemed much more relaxed than the knights. Still mounted on their horses, their swords moved with an effortless grace, striking down every enemy in their path. Their movements seemed effortless, but the damage was immense, proving they were truly powerful. The other knights couldn't help but glance over in admiration. They were so cool, so skilled, so amazing. It was a dazzling display that they could hardly believe their eyes. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, are they even human?" Suddenly, a knight with a goatee widened his eyes in shock, completely stunned. The others reacted as well, hearing a loud explosion from behind them. They turned in horror, their mouths hanging open. What was that? Where did that explosion come from? Could it be him? They were utterly confused about what was going on. A question arose in their minds. They didn't know exactly what was happening, but one thing was certain: someone was wiping out the mud creatures. And of course, it was none other than Luin. He appeared like a savior, rescuing them from the perilous situation with blazing fireballs. He relentlessly struck the mud creatures, causing them to writhe and melt in a mere instant. Both humans and monsters froze, stunned by Luin's sudden appearance. The knight with the goatee and his companion stood motionless, their hands still gripping their swords. It took them a few seconds to regain their senses. He slowly came to his senses, his voice choked with joy as he grit out the trembling words. Sir, Luin is here. The mage support has arrived," the knight shouted joyfully to everyone around him. Luin, the one they had all been waiting for, quickly flew up and unleashed a powerful fire fist that tore through a mud creature's body, blowing it to pieces. Lord Bova saw this and smiled, watching Luin fight with unconcealable pride. Oh, just as expected of the young master. Moro, the capable captain, did not waste a single moment. He raised his sword and commanded, "Now is our chance. Everyone, advance and wipe them out." The tide of the battle shifted dramatically thanks to the overwhelming power of Luin's legendary magic. Hordes of monsters, big and small, were completely annihilated. As their numbers dwindled, Luin finally had a moment to breathe, but his mind drifted to the past. He remembered the horrific devastation this land suffered at the hands of the mud creatures. Those instinct-driven beasts may not remember, but I remember every single detail. They destroyed Ale 10 years ago. Houses, streets, and even the great trees were consumed by raging fires everywhere. Plumes of smoke rose, painting a picture of the town's tragic fate. My people were attacked by those monsters. They hunted down the townspeople, ignoring their terrified screams. The innocent people suffered terribly, fleeing in chaos, wounded, but worst of all, they faced death and utter ruin. And my mother, who lost her life to them, a woman with a gentle face and shimmering chestnut hair, she met a miserable end at their hands. The more he recalled these painful memories, the more Luin's heart seethed with unrelenting hatred. His eyes hardened with resolve. He would make them pay a price far greater than the suffering they caused. With that, he erupted, unleashing a murderous aura and a violent heavenly fire fist upon the mud monsters that were barely holding together. These beasts have no reason, no thoughts, only instinct. I won't stop. Lewin said this to himself, steeling his resolve to avenge the past. With a ferocious expression, he continued to pummel them. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. A bright, full moon shone down, illuminating the world below. In a quiet, tree-lined space, whispers could be heard. The man's chattering voice rang out. So the next thing I did was, "You evil mudmen! I, Jia-san, Damon the Mage, will destroy all of you right here and now." After shouting loudly, sure enough, the talking became a noisy, incessant ramble, even bragging about his achievements. Who else could it be but him? Jia-san was sitting on a long wooden bench, showing off to the two girls in front of him, right in the middle of his story when he suddenly stopped, his face a mix of helplessness and annoyance as he complained to the girl. "Wait a minute, miss. Are you even listening to me?" She laughed sheepishly. Sorry, I think I dozed off." Ho. Well, that makes sense. She tried her best to listen this far, which was a great effort. At the same time, Lewin and C were leisurely walking over to eavesdrop. As they approached, they heard a reproachful tone from some naive fool. "Please listen carefully this time. This will be the last time I tell it. These evil mudmen." Lewin couldn't help but chuckle to himself hearing the fool's story, feeling sorry for the two girls listening. Indeed, he was feeling very relaxed and content right now. The conquest of the Jinheng Plains was over. More than 1,500 people were injured, but there wasn't a single fatality. After more than 2 hours of prolonged fighting, it ended in our complete victory. Although it was painful to see so many knights injured, the final result was still a victory, which was well worth celebrating. Even Sir Moro seemed pleased, saying that the princes would be delighted with this result. I'm glad he seemed satisfied, but it seems it's more than just an appearance. He even let out a hearty laugh. C, walking beside him, suddenly called his name. "Hey, Lewin." He looked over and replied, He pointed to himself, and I smiled as I informed him, "I'm going back to Oyota tomorrow. You probably won't believe it, but His Holiness has been relentlessly searching for me all this time. I'm actually a pretty promising mage in Oyota." No wonder he had to go back and wasn't sad at all. He was even smiling brightly. Lewin nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah, I know. You've gotten a lot stronger." This was a genuine assessment, because from the time they started fighting together until now, he had witnessed all of C's progress. He grinned back, laughing loudly and joking. "Haha, just you wait, kid. One day, I'll pay you back for everything you've done to me." After that interesting conversation, everything gradually settled into place. Lewin returned to his home, and as soon as he stepped inside, he saw the butler standing in front of the room, waiting for him. He greeted him. "Ah, young master," Lewin immediately smiled. "Yes, butler, where is my father?" He pointed to the door and gestured for him to enter. "Lord Melvin is on the terrace." In addition, the butler also reported to Lewin about his father's behavior since returning from the conquest. He seems to have something heavy on his mind, so I think he's taking some time for himself. Looking at the portrait of Lewin's mother hanging on the wall, his father must be silently lost in sorrowful thoughts about his late wife. Hearing the butler's words, Lewin couldn't help but ponder. He seems to have something heavy on his mind. He thanked the butler, but he replied politely, "No, young master, I am the one who should be thanking you." His voice was much more serious than usual, filled with an unidentifiable emotion, as he choked up while saying Lewin's name. "Young master," he also replied seriously, though he didn't understand why. "Yes." The butler placed a hand on his chest, reverently expressing his feelings. "I have lived in AEL for a very long time, but today is one of the happiest days of my life." After saying that, he paused for a moment, then closed his eyes and bowed his head to show his deep gratitude. "Thank you again, young master. What you have accomplished today, no one in this domain, including myself, will ever forget." "Oh!" Lewin felt a surge of emotion listening to him, his eyes welling up. Butler, as if afraid his master would be upset by the long wait, he urged, "You should go in. He is probably waiting for you." Lewin replied politely, "Yes, I understand." Lewin's hands gripped the door handle, hesitant and emotional. The victory today was truly worth celebrating, but not everyone could smile. That's right, especially his old father, who always carried a heart deeply scarred by a dull blade, one that could never heal. Lewin slowly stepped through the door. He had never walked out into the hallway with such suppressed emotions before. As he looked up, he saw the man. The years of hardship had covered him in a layer of worldly dust, but standing before the wine table, he still looked as dignified as ever. There was also a tinge of melancholy, lost in thought, gazing up at the distant moon. Lewin stopped, lost in his own thoughts. Just as the memory of losing his mother years ago was still vivid, his father must also be remembering that day. His father, Lord Melvin Ancho, was surely reliving that day from 10 years ago, amidst today's victory. On a day of celebration for the domain, he chose the most sorrowful way, reminiscing about that dusty, horrific memory, grieving for the beloved wife who was no longer by his side. Lost in his emotions, his father suddenly called out softly, "Lewin." He was startled, not expecting it. "Ah, you knew I was here, father?" He could only feel awkward and scratch his hair, not knowing how to explain. "Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you." His father's voice was as gentle as a breeze, yet full of meaning, as he slowly called to Lewin, "Come here." The father and son stood before the wine table. 2 wine glasses were placed as if prepared in advance. Melvin picked up the wine bottle and offered, "Would you like to taste the wine I've brought out?" "Yes," he agreed immediately. He gently lifted a glass to pour the wine and slowly introduced it. "This wine has been aged for 17 years. It's called Selvoke. But Maria and I used to call it by another name." Lewin froze for a moment, his heart skipping a beat when he heard that name, Maria, his mother's name. This was the first time in a long time that his father had softly mentioned that name from his memories. His father continued, holding one glass and offering the other to him. "We used to call this wine Amoros Lewin, which means lovely Lewin, a name as meaningful and sweet as its meaning." Then Melvin continued the story, and this was the first time Lewin had ever heard it. "On the day you were born, I made this wine and made a promise to myself that you and I would drink it together on a day even happier than that one." Lewin looked at his reflection in the wine glass, his heart heavy. The day his father considered a day even happier than that one was today, when they had won a glorious victory in the conquest, or what he considered settling an old score. Melvin's heart was just as heavy, but he maintained his composure, raising his glass with his son in pride. "Even though I couldn't keep my promise to drink it with father and son, but being with you right now makes me feel like I'm drinking with Maria again." After taking a swig, Lewin praised his father, saying the taste was amazing, and his father smiled, happy to hear it. The two of them quickly changed the subject, else to break the quiet, melancholic atmosphere. Mr. Melvin spoke up first, asking about his son's future plans. "Lewin, what do you plan to do next?" He didn't hesitate to share that he would expand their territory, now that the punitive expedition is over. "We will cultivate the canyon." Immediately, a fantastical blue screen slid into view, a system window suddenly appearing. It made Lewin's eyes widen in utter shock as he read the information on the system panel. "Huh? What is this?" And in that system window was a message that left him completely bewildered. The little bear, who had been off meditating in some godforsaken place and hadn't been seen in a long time, suddenly appeared on his shoulder and immediately started talking "Stop. Lewin, something's wrong. I think something has happened to Kingram," he blurted out reflexively while Lewin was still processing. The little guy spoke with a pained expression, his brow furrowed in annoyance. "I know today was supposed to be a good day, but we have to get to the academy quickly." But Lewin's mind was elsewhere. After reading the message, his head was in the clouds, completely oblivious to what was happening. The bear once again urged him, "Snap out of it, Lewin, we have to go right now." Only when the loud voice yelled in his face did he finally come to his senses. Damn it. The notification message was finally revealed. Defeat the approaching threat to the academy and save Kingram. No matter how many times Lewin read it, he still wondered what it meant. "You want me to defeat a threat advancing on the academy? What happened to Kingram?" Gradually regaining his composure, he turned and said regretfully to his father, "Father, I'm truly sorry, but I have to leave for a while." His father looked at his son in surprise, his eyes asking what had just happened. They had only just reunited after so long. Now, hearing that Lewin had to leave again was like a bolt from the blue. "What is it? What are you saying all of a sudden?" Lewin could only remain guiltily silent, because this was something he truly couldn't reveal. But Melvin understood his son. He just sighed, his tone softening. Unexpectedly. "All right, if you're this serious about it, there must be a reason. Then go." Hearing his father's approval, Lewin didn't hesitate for a single second, and since they were already on this open rooftop, he decided to leave that way. He leaped away like the wind, but couldn't help but complain. Why now? Why did the quest have to appear at this exact moment? Right after the expedition, Lewin left, filled with immense resentment for having his chill vacation, with his old man ruined, but he had no choice. What the hell is going on at the academy anyway? The scene at the academy is revealed, where a cloaked mage casts a ball of lightning towards the green monster-like figure sitting on the throne before him. It's Omerat. It seems he's being targeted. So, what terrible event is about to unfold at the academy that requires Lewin to solve it? The black cloaked figure is gathering power into a sphere in his palm. Kingram, who was sitting on the throne, became furious. "Unbelievable. You just barge in here and attack me. Are you insane?" Kingram then threatened angrily. "I've heard the rumors about you at the academy. It turns out the figure completely shrouded in a black cloak is the Fire King, Terran." Terran recalled to himself, "Everything has been very strange, ever since the moment Ruin Aiden was chosen by Kunkin's Fang. How could he possibly wield power on par with an ogre?" So I started digging, from Aiden to the academy, and I finally solved the mystery. Then, Terran's voice suddenly turned solemn. "Ancient Ogre King, Kingram, you did something to ruin Aiden, didn't you? Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind. Whatever your reason for coming here, I will hold you accountable. Tyron was slightly surprised to hear this. But nothing could faze him. Instantly, Tyron detected Tyrion Exignet. At this point, Tyrion Exignet no longer concealed himself, and revealed himself clearly. You are indeed different. To have noticed my presence immediately. But his tone quickly turned serious. Tyron, how do you intend to bear the consequences of all this? Tyrion Exignet was still firm on this. Consequences? But Tyron replied nonchalantly, if I were worried about that, I wouldn't have started this in the first place. Tyrion continued, I sensed it during Ruin Aiden's graduation exam. If he continues to develop, the day will come when my position is threatened. If I eliminate all the key targets here, that will no longer be a concern. And finally, I will find Ruin Aiden and end everything. Suddenly, someone ran in and shouted, Kingram, startling everyone. It was Lewin, and there was a girl with him too. He was a bit surprised by the scene. Huh? The Fire King Tyron and the headmaster too? What's going on here? Hearing this, that Tyron guy put on a pompous air. Ah, thanks to you, I don't have to go looking for you myself, Tyron suddenly demanded. Ruin Aiden, what is going on? He rushed towards Lewin with a bit of anger. How did you figure it out and find your way all the way here? Then he continued. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you answer today or not, because you're going to die anyway. Tyrion Exignet stepped forward to warn Lewin. Lewin, get out of here now. However, Lewin hesitated. Seeing this, Tyrion Exignet carefully warned him. Listen to me, he's not someone you can handle. With that said, Tyrion Exignet charged in to fight Tyron. However, unfortunately, Tyron's power was too overwhelming, causing Tyrion Exignet to collapse. Seeing this, a worried Lewin yelled, Headmaster! Then, the vicious Tyron turned his sights towards Lewin. Ruin Aiden, now it's your turn to die. Then Tyron. He immediately attacked, and Lewin was on guard for it. Kingram, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly roared in rage. He used his power to defeat the aggressive Tyron. A single blow from Kingram sliced Tyron's body into pieces. Furious but helpless, he cursed, You damn ogre! How dare you! Lewin, who was nearby, was also affected and lost his footing, falling to the ground. He was both bewildered and furious, thinking to himself, Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why is the Fire King here looking for Kingram? As his mind raced, Kingram's voice suddenly startled him. Seeing this, Lewin asked with concern, Han, Kingram, are you all right? Kingram didn't answer, filled with indignation instead. Damn it, even after sacrificing all the underground artifacts, banishing him was all I could accomplish, Kingram said in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry I ended up putting you in danger. However, Lewin didn't think it was a big deal. Please don't say that, I couldn't do anything. Then he looked kindly toward Tyrion Exignet. Are you all right, Headmaster? Headmaster Tyrion Exignet, now safe and sound, replied, Yes, I'm fine, don't worry. But he immediately remembered something. But Lewin, I could sense Tyron's energy because I was nearby. But you were supposed to have returned to IN. How did you find out about this? Kingram was also curious. I'd like to hear that explanation too. Hearing this, Lewin found it a bit difficult to explain. But in the end, he was honest. What I'm about to say might be hard to believe, but I hope you'll listen. And so, Lewin began the story of an artifact called Player and Draka, an incarnation of a mage. After listening, everyone understood a little better, so that was the reason Lewin could use powers related to the ogre tribe. Now everything was clear. Lewin felt a bit regretful. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. Headmaster, this information is extremely sensitive, but everyone understood his situation. It's all right. Now I finally understand the situation clearly. Tyrion Exignet shared his opinion. There's no way the Fire King Tyron could have known everything about that. But with your growth rate and his personality, there's no way he would leave you alone. He must have thought that one day you would become a threat to his position. Hearing this, Lewin became a little angry, scowling as he thought, It seems the Fire King is really targeting me. In truth, I'm still far from being able to defeat him. Suddenly, the system notified Lewin that the quest was complete. Quest reward. You can now break Kingram's contract. If the contract is broken, it could lead to obtaining even greater power. Lewin was incredibly surprised to learn this. What? According to the description, Kingram's contract was from hundreds of years ago. After being defeated by Freen Ignet, the headmaster's ancestor, he was sealed in an artifact and forced to serve students for the rest of his life. After learning this, Lewin suddenly took on an unusually stern demeanor and questioned, Kingram, what does it mean that we can break the contract? Caught off guard by the question, Kingram was surprised. How do you know about that? Kingram said that breaking the contract means he can return to his original form and leave this place. Lewin asked again, Can the player artifact break the contract? Kingram calmly replied, Yes, it's now possible to break the contract as a reward for this event. But right after, King carefully warned. However, to break that contract, you need the consent of the curse itself. Tyon Exignet, who was present, said seriously, "Do you really need my consent? My will is Lewin's will." Hearing this, Lewin was grateful and happy. "Thank you, headmaster." Then Lewin decided, "Then let's leave this place, Kingrim." And as a result, the contract between Freenignet and Kingrim was now broken. Kingrim felt his body being freed, and he was overjoyed. "I can't believe it. Even the player could break the contract." Kingrim expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you, everyone." Kingrim asked Lewin, "It seems you're very concerned about the upcoming challenges, right?" Lewin shared without hesitation. "Yes, I'm too weak to face the Fire King Terran." Hearing this, Kingrim suggested, "Good. I've just thought of a good method for that. However, it comes with a condition, and to try it, this place is probably not suitable." Then he proposed, "What do you think? Do you want to come with me to the Heavenly Mountain?" Lewin was a bit surprised to hear that. A moment later, there was chaos. "Urgent report. Urgent report. The underground prison has been attacked. Hunt for the escaped prisoner." This caused a stir. Who on earth would attack a prison anyway? Is there any description of the suspect? We don't know. They looked like mages. Damn it, who the hell dares to attack the capital's prison? And what about the escaped prisoner? Has he been identified? Yes. So far, only one prisoner has been confirmed. It turns out to be Josh Jerry Hill. Josh Jerry Hill, caught in the act, was not afraid but proud. "It's such an honor for you to personally come and save someone like me." The heavily hooded person replied calmly, "Don't misunderstand. It's not that I particularly like you." The other person gave off a dangerous vibe. "It's just a little amusement." It turns out he was the crown prince of the Somt Empire, Renan. The sky was clear. A group of people resembling Kingrim were talking amongst themselves. Suddenly someone called out loudly, "Omerat Chieftain," the person announced. "The great human warrior. The great human warrior has once again returned to the Heavenly Mountain." Along with those words was the presence of Lewin and the orange-haired girl. Seeing this, Omerat wondered, "And who is that behind him?" Then both Omerat and Hakan were confused because they saw Kingrim, and they said in unison, "You've finally returned." Kingrim replied loudly and clearly, "Yes, I have finally returned, back to my homeland." Hakan observed the situation joyfully. Two great warriors appearing at the same time. "We must throw a celebratory feast." But right after, Omerat became worried. "But Kingrim, your arm." Hearing this, Kingrim calmly said, "Ah, I'll tell you about that later. It's a long story." Suddenly he spoke up. "And Hakan, I apologize for the sudden request, but I really have something to ask." Hakan happily replied, "It's all right. Just say it. Whatever it is, we will listen." So Kingrim shared freely a refined ogre tendon elixir. Hearing these words, Hakan's expression suddenly changed. But Kingrim calmly continued to explain, "For our dear friend, Little Destroyer, can you concoct that elixir?" An old coconut bowl contained some kind of liquid. This was the secret elixir of the Heavenly Mountain Ogre tribe, considered extremely precious, so much so that it was used to nurture young ogres as they matured. Lewin was now admiring this treasure, feeling a bit strange, but now he was seeing it with his own eyes. He asked with some concern, "Kingrim, do I really have to drink this?" Kingrim answered without a moment's hesitation, "You must drink it," he explained. "Didn't you say you needed the power to defeat the Fire King? I have my reasons for giving this to you, so you must drink it." Hearing that, Lewin felt reassured. Yes, if Kingrim is this insistent, there must be a good reason for it. So he gathered all his strength, picked up the coconut bowl, and resolved to drink it all. Whatever. Right after drinking it, Lewin suddenly felt something strange in his body. He immediately put the bowl down, thinking to himself how horrible it was. Seeing Lewin finish, Kingrim asked with concern, "How is it, Little Destroyer?" Lewin was honest. "That's the worst thing I've ever tasted." But that wasn't what Kingrim wanted to know. "Don't you feel anything different?" Hearing this, Lewin was startled. "Huh? What do you mean?" Then Lewin understood, but it was something he couldn't believe. "What is this?" Lewin wondered. "Did my power increase by 100? This was no joke, as the system had also registered it. You have. After consuming the specially made goblin sinew elixir, his strength increased by 100. Lewin was once again confused. Just from drinking a single bowl of the elixir? This left him utterly bewildered. "Kingram, does this even make sense? Can the goblins here just get stronger like this?" Kingram immediately explained. "No, that's not how it works. For goblins, it only works once, and after that, it has no effect." Lewin had just one question. "Then what about me? If I drink more, will my strength keep increasing?" However, it was far from what he expected. Kingrim didn't answer, and instead changed the subject. "Why do you think Draka stayed in the Celestial Mountains for 100 years? It was all because of this elixir." Lewin then suggested, "Don't tell me. Is there no more? I'll drink as much as you have. as long as you have it. Kingram said seriously that the bowl he just had was the last one in their stores, and to make more, they needed more ingredients. Hearing this, Lewin sighed. However, Kingram then reassured him. But you don't need to worry about the ingredients anymore. Lewin was a bit surprised to hear that. He suddenly saw a large group carrying ingredients back. Kingram calmly explained, "When I said that we should help you, everyone pitched in to gather what they could. Heartwood fruit, sinew-strengthening herb, stone essence, and many other things. They all wanted to bring the ingredients back for you themselves." Little Destroyer. After learning this, Lewin was secretly overjoyed. Everyone went this far for him. But right after, Kingram mentioned the difficulty. There was still one final ingredient they couldn't find. Goblin sinew is extremely hard to find, so it's understandable. Lewin wanted to help out too, so what do we do now? Kingram comforted him. Don't worry. Ironically, that bastard Fire King has already prepared it for us. With that, Kingram held up his other arm. However, Lewin still didn't understand. What do you mean? Kingram explained. Here, use this. My arm alone is enough to brew dozens of doses of the elixir. Hearing this, Lewin couldn't agree. But this, Kingram was calm. Don't refuse, just take it. Consider it a token of my gratitude for freeing me from my old oath. Lewin was incredibly grateful. Thank you, Kingram. Kingram also added. Besides, drinking too much of the elixir consecutively will put immense pressure on your body. It even took Draka 100 years, so it's hard to say how long it will take you. Hearing that, Lewin grew worried. Then what should I do? The Fire King Terran is hunting me right now. I have to deal with him. Kingram remained composed and clear. You don't need to worry about that, he revealed. I've already thought of a plan. He then shared, a moment ago, we expelled the Fire King. Do you remember when we used the artifact's power? Kingram explained. Among the artifact's abilities, there is a type of magic, related to time, and the right to use that magic is still active. Kingram finally concluded, in short, we will use that magic. Kingram began to cast the spell. It created a flame. He gave an immediate demonstration. To slow down time inside that cave. From now on, time inside the cave will pass countless times slower than outside. Then he asked, Little Destroyer, are you ready? You're about to go through an incredibly harsh period of time. Lewin affirmed resolutely. Yes, I'm ready. I've mentally prepared myself for this. With that, he started to walk away. Well then, I'm heading out. After Lewin left, the orange-haired girl asked, Kingram, are you sure about this? Even for Lewin, it will take a very long time. Kingram didn't deny it. Yes, it will be very harsh. 1 hour outside will be equivalent to 10 years in the cave. The orange-haired girl was still worried, even though he won't age inside. It's still a terrifying ordeal, isn't it? I'm an incarnation, so it's fine for me, but Lewin is only a human. But Kingram had faith. The Little Destroyer will definitely overcome this without any problems. So let's head back. We still have to reorganize. Someone asked curiously, Kingram, where are you going? Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. It turned out to be Lewin. Nobody expected him to come out so quickly. Hey, Little Destroyer, Kingram wondered. Did you really drink all of that? In the end, how much time passed in there? Lewin recounted wearily. I'm not sure myself. I counted for about a week, and then I stopped. Then, Lewin spoke with clear authority. In any case, I've accomplished what I wanted to do. Now Kingram was confused. What do you mean? What was it that you wanted to do? Inside the cave, Lewin had drunk a mountain of elixir. Empty vessels lay scattered about, and then he got back up on his own, Lewin recounted. Every day in there, I made a promise to myself that if I could make it out of this damn cave. Then he suddenly gathered his power. I swore I would destroy it. As a result, the cave was destroyed by Lewin. Everyone there witnessed this magnificent event. Only Kingram spoke up. Whew, now that's more like it. After completing his task, Lewin suggested, well then, shall we go? At this point, according to the system, Lewin's strength had reached 20,000. Lewin also felt more confident. Fire King Tyrone, I'm going to destroy that bastard. At the royal castle, some insincere pleasantries were being exchanged. I thanked the crown prince once again. Somerton, sitting on the throne, replied politely, I've already told you. There's no need for thanks. I just need you to keep an eye on Lewin Ale for me. Jose then asked, by the way, where is the Fire King? Wasn't he with you? Somerton shook his head. I'm not sure. He just wanders off, without a word. Somerton then thought with some annoyance. Even if he is my adoptive father, coming and going as he pleases is strange. I'll make him take responsibility for this. Somerton turned to ask Jose, you said you would deal with Lewin Ale, correct? Do you have a good plan? Jose knelt respectfully. Yes, of course. The old man began to lay out the plan. There's a swordsmanship tournament being held in the Empire, right? Somerton agreed. Yes. Its scale is comparable to the mage tournament. Hearing this, Jose felt reassured. That's right. It's a tournament with a scale no less than the mage tournament. I heard Lou and Ale's sister will be participating as the Ale family's representative, and that guy really dotes on his sister. So he'll definitely come to watch the tournament. The old man continued on. At that time, the Dark Mages and I will ambush and eliminate him. If Tyrion Igress hadn't interfered last time, we would have finished him. This time, we will definitely succeed. Somerton sat majestically on the throne, looking majestically satisfied. All right, I'll trust you this time. But a second later, his expression turned serious. Don't disappoint me. At the swordsmanship tournament, according to the introduction, if the mage tournament exists to honor mages, then the world of knights has its own swordsmanship tournament. And this swordsmanship tournament, just like the mage tournament, is held for young knights from all over the continent to compete. This festival, the qualifiers to select the knights representing each region in the swordsmanship tournament have begun. Kicking things off, Ruin's younger sister, Luina, was chosen as the representative for the Ale family. When she entered, the entire hall erupted in thunderous applause. The cheers were overwhelming. It was suffocating. Phew, so nerve-wracking. The old butler by her side sadly announced, "It seems something has happened to Ruin, so I don't think he will be able to join us at the tournament this time." Hearing this, Luina thought for a moment. I wish Appa could have made it. She felt a little hurt. Didn't he promise he'd come cheer for me? Lost in thought, she suddenly heard someone call her name. Luina, you can do it. It was Irene. She was there to encourage Luina. Everyone and I are cheering for you. You have to win, some gossipy onlookers whispered. Isn't that Irene Bruce? Her connections are really something else. Hearing these words, Irene didn't get angry, but instead smiled proudly. Thank you, everyone. Encouraged, Luina became stronger. She steeled her resolve to win at all costs. At that moment, the referee began to shout, "All right, you two, get ready." Then he gave the signal, and the battle began. Immediately, Luina and her opponent engaged in a proper, incredibly tense match. One was like fire, the other like water, each fighting to overwhelm the other. Somerton and Jose were also watching the fierce battle from above. Somerton spoke first. "What's going on, Sir Jose?" Somerton taunted him. "Didn't you say this plan would lure him out?" Even after searching the entire stadium, there's no sign of Ruin Ale. Joss was now breaking out in a cold sweat. It can't be. Something must have gone wrong. If we search a little more. However, unfortunately for him, Somerton had lost his patience. "I was wrong to trust you. The plan has gone off course." Then he said without a shred of mercy, "Then I shall withdraw." Joss looked apologetic. "I'm sorry. We will withdraw as well." However, Somerton offered a different idea. "No, wait. If we eliminate his sister, will Ruin Ale come to us himself?" He then gave the order, proceed with the original plan. Down below, Luina and her opponent were still fighting on even terms. Suddenly, the entire stadium became chaotic. People scrambled to escape. "What's that?" "An explosion! Run!" The Ale family members watched calmly as everyone ran around in a panic. The person with Luina was a bit confused. "Wait!" he shouted. "Luina! Luina!" But B.A. quickly held him back. "Sir, it's dangerous." The old butler couldn't stay calm any longer. "Damn it! What's happening? Why is this happening right during Luina's match?" he pleaded. "Please survive." Down below, everyone had been knocked down by the explosion, and Luina was no exception. Luckily, she was still conscious. She then turned to ask the other person, "Hey, are you okay?" Luina's opponent replied politely, "Yes, I'm fine." At that moment, Luina became suspicious. Why did it suddenly explode? Was it an accident? Suddenly, a voice approached. "There you are. That guy is sinister. It would have been perfect if Ruin were here." The guy's subordinate heard this and chimed in. "No, wait, brother. What could be better than eliminating his sister and making him suffer to the fullest, right? With Ruin's personality, he'll surely blame himself for not being able to protect his sister." The ringleader laughed maniacally. "You're right! As expected of my little brother." Hearing this, Luina was terrified but still brave. "Who are you? Why are you talking about eliminating me?" The ringleader acted mysterious. "Who knows? Is it necessary to explain to someone who's about to die?" The other guy suddenly felt like telling a story. "Let me tell you something. We are the ones who bear a bone-deep grudge against your brother." As they spoke, they acted, causing Luina to panic. "Wait, you guys!" Before she could finish, they attacked her with a dirty trick. "All right, goodbye now." They began to unleash their sinister techniques to destroy her. Luina assessed the situation. "What should I do? It's too late to run now. Please, someone, please save me." Suddenly, something happened that changed the situation. The three of them, Irene, the old butler, and B.A., stared blankly from above. Meanwhile, Somerton, watching the scene from his room, smiled with satisfaction. "What a wonderful sight. What a truly wonderful sight." Jose felt a bit relieved. "Good. At least the Crown Prince's mood has improved. Well done, my sons." Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. And the three people in the stands were also completely shocked. Ruin appeared out of nowhere to block the attack from those men. Seeing her brother, Luina was utterly shocked, while Ruin just gently apologized. Appa was late, wasn't he, Luina? Seeing her brother, she could only sob her heart out. Sob, why did you only come now, Appa? Ruin could only make an excuse. I'm sorry, a lot of things happened. He then surveyed the situation. Anyway, I heard a rumor that the Fire King had appeared, so I came looking, but I didn't expect this to happen. The ringleader started to find it interesting. You came at the right time. Just you wait. Our father will erase you. Hearing that, Ruin smirked. Your father. So that bastard is behind all this. With that, Ruin used his power to fly in front of the guy, leaving him wide-eyed with shock and confusion. Brother, Luina gently advised, yet it sounded like a threat. Hey, you piece of trash. Who gave you the right to touch someone else's sister? He then immediately taught the guy a lesson. And another thing, if you don't want to share his fate, you'd better answer me now. Ruin's tone suddenly turned serious. George or Jerry Hill, where is that bastard? At that moment, both Somerton and Jose felt a tinge of fear. Ruin punched someone until his hand bled, and he threatened, if you don't want to end up like this, then spit it out, he emphasized. Jerry Hill, where is that bastard? A voice rang out. Ruin Ale! It was Joss. He flew out from nowhere, reprimanding him. How dare you? His words were accompanied by rage and a battle technique from the old man. He was furious. A punk like you dares to kill my son? With that, he flew down with immense power, forcing Ruin to take a few steps back. At this moment, Ruin showed his full confidence. Oh, you came to me yourself? Good. That saves me the trouble of looking for you. Jose, still with a furious expression, cursed, you bastard! He then challenged him, I will kill you with my own 2 hands. With that, he gathered his power to attack. Jose said venomously, die, Ruin Ale. A massive stream of fire rushed towards Ruin. However, he remained completely unharmed, standing tall and proud. Ruin wasn't scared at all, he scoffed. How ridiculous. Who said I was going to die? He then got into a stance. The one who's going to die isn't me. Then Ruin prepared to attack. It's you! With that, Ruin launched a direct kick technique at the arrogant Joss, throwing him into a state of utter confusion. Joss hastily tried to put up a barrier. However, Ruin was much stronger now. Jose had to. Struggling so hard he was breaking out in a cold sweat, still unable to parry the attacks. It was only then that he remembered, damn it, what the hell is happening? Back in the capital, I was able to corner him all by myself, Joss wondered. And yet now, after just a few months, the gap has gotten this huge? As a result, that guy Jose was defeated at Luin's hands, looking as battered as a sick man, his face covered in scratches and his body full of injuries. But Luin wasn't done yet. He still continued to fight. The family of 3 in the stands watched this scene with their jaws dropped. All of Jose's subordinates broke out in a cold sweat, a chill running down their spines in fear. Luin flew forward in a flash, stomped on Jose's chest, and pinned him against the wall. Luin then interrogated him. Just one question, Jerry Hill. The old man's hands were trembling in terror. Luin questioned, how did you escape the underground dungeon in the capital with the ruined name of the Jerry Hill family? That should have been impossible. Joss was now completely drained of energy. He sincerely begged for his life. I'll tell you everything. Please, spare me. But unfortunately for him, Luin was incredibly decisive. He didn't hesitate. He brought his hand down without a second thought. After all, it was either due to the Fire King or the Crown Prince. It definitely had to be one of them. In the end, Joss died at Luin's hands. His adopted sons screamed when they saw it. Ah! One of them spat bitterly. You bastard! First it was my brother, and now my father. He lost all reason in his anger. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. He then ordered, everyone, charge! Surround and kill him. He can't escape. If we don't kill him right now, Jerry Hill will be wiped out. Hearing that, the whole group sprang into action. They roared in anger. Luin Ale, just die, you bastard! Facing this danger, Luin remained as calm as ever, for reasons still unknown. The entire group used the same technique to target Luin, while he fought alone with unwavering determination. Scum like you are no longer worthy of being my opponents. As the narration explained, the powers used by the 2 sides were different. On one side was a brilliant sphere of light from the villains, so bright it was blinding, and on the other was a raging inferno from the hero that incinerated anything that came near. Luin's power was 8th circle magic, while the other's was a meteor. With just one strike, he could defeat all of them. Goodbye, Jerry Hill. Over on the side, Somerton stood and watched everything unfold. In the end, Luin had eliminated all the villains. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Somerton, watching from above after the battle ended, sneered, Crazy. You're really crazy. Somerton was both sinister and afraid. Luin Ale, you truly are the strongest. Just then, Tehran rushed in and threw open the door. Somerton was confused by the commotion. Tehran, both worried and scared, asked, What in the world are you doing? Somerton found this excessive concern amusing. Godfather, why did you suddenly come here? His godfather, Tehran, reprimanded him. You're asking why? Do you think I don't know about the chaos happening in the Empire? How could you act so brazenly? Somerton replied with a cold, contemptuous tone. Ha, you disappeared without a word, and now you dare to raise your voice at me? Tehran was taken aback. What did you just say? You saw that magic just now and you're still saying that? Hearing this, Somerton softened a bit. Yes, it was impressive, but what kind of spell was it really that made you make such a big deal out of it? Tehran explained. That was 8th circle magic. Somerton was utterly shocked to hear this. According to the system, 8th circle magic was a realm that only the top archmages could reach. In other words, Luin Ale was now on par with, or even surpassed, the Fire King, Tehran. Tehran grew worried again. Is this really the outcome Your Highness, the Crown Prince, desired? Sending trash from a crumbling nation to provoke him? Somerton was puzzled by his father's overreaction. Why are you so angry? Please calm down and listen to me. But Tehran was still extremely anxious. You just saw it. He cast 8th circle magic. Somerton, far from being scared, was intrigued. Yes, I saw it very clearly. He's reached the 8th circle. Seeing that the boy was still being stubborn, Tehran tried to wake him up. Somerton, right now. Tehran's anger made him seem like a different person. The Crown Prince has made a grave mistake. You must absolutely not underestimate him. He is very cunning. He's likely already figured out that you are the one behind Jerry Hill. Somerton remained unfazed by these words. Godfather, he said honestly, do you really think I was trying to hide it from him? Hearing this, Tehran was confused, while Somerton calmly asked, why are you so worried? He explained, you are the Master Mage, holding power over the entire continent, and I am the Crown Prince who will inherit and rule this mighty empire, while he is just an interesting toy from a small neighboring country. Suddenly, Somerton's tone changed strangely. Or, are you afraid? At this point, Tehran gave up trying to reason with him. You've always done as you please, so just keep doing it. Hearing that, Somerton suddenly turned back and asked, what do you mean by that? Tehran then turned to leave. It means I have nothing more to say to you, Your Highness. Tehran said with a serious demeanor, I will personally seek an audience with His Majesty, the Emperor. The clear blue sky was streaked with early morning sunbeams piercing through the pure white clouds and into the windows of the tower. I heard an 8th circle mage appeared in a small country. I heard that too. He's only 17 years old, right? Voices broke the silence of the place. To be able to use meteor at that age. Below, 5 burly men were whispering amongst themselves. The reason for their reaction was simple. Luin Ale of the Ale family had reached the 8th circle at a very young age, meaning his rate of comprehension surpassed even that of the Fire King, Tehran. Luin stood with his legs apart and raised one hand high, summoning a massive sphere of power like a bomb made of fire, causing the team on the right to be extremely wary of him. That is why you, Luin Ale, are currently showing a growth rate even faster than the Fire King, and may be aiming for the throne the Fire King currently holds. In short, public opinion was increasingly suggesting that the Master of the Mage Tower should be replaced. These opinions put the two people named in the conversation on a precarious chessboard. And of course, those rumors also reached the Emperor's ears. A man with a golden beard spoke hesitantly. The next Master of the Mage Tower? What do you all think? A charismatic man sat on the throne in a lavish and wealthy palace. Below him were 2 sturdy men standing solemnly on either side of the red carpet. A mage from a small country is threatening Tehran's position. I want to hear your opinions on this important matter. He was Emperor Titan Renach, dressed in a military uniform, making him exude an overwhelming aura. Yes, Your Majesty. A man in a white suit replied hesitantly. On the continent, there are many 8th circle knights, but only a single 8th circle mage, the Fire King. The platinum-haired emperor listened intently to his words. However, another 8th circle mage has now appeared at such a young age. Perhaps the one with superior talent is the one truly worthy of the title of Master of the Magic Tower. His expression was somewhat reserved as he spoke about this matter. Your Majesty, please do not be swayed by their words. A sudden voice rang out, causing the entire hall to whip their heads around to look at the Fire King, Tehran. They were so surprised they were almost speechless to see him here. Tehran silently entered the grand hall with a young man with chestnut brown hair. Tehran, I didn't expect you to come here in person. Without making him wait, the Emperor continued. Then I wish to hear your opinion directly from you. Granted permission by the Emperor to speak, Tehran earnestly replied, Your Majesty, can you truly accept this situation? Ruin Ale, the one who is said to have reached the 8th circle. As he spoke, his eyes darkened and his brows furrowed. Just a few days ago, he was still far inferior to me in skill, so how could he possibly reach the 8th circle in such a short amount of time? Rennick pondered thoughtfully, not answering and continuing to listen to that cunning fox ramble on. Rennick's eyes widened in shock as Tehran continued, growing more fervent with every word. He must have dabbled in forbidden powers. Whether it's black magic or something else, he surely used every trick in the book. Otherwise, how could he have grown at such an absurd speed? He continued to press his point to the Emperor. He even uses a strange power related to the elven race. And recently, concerning the once respected Jerry Hill family, he massacred the head, George Jerry Hill, and all of his sons. Lewin's power was so overwhelming that even as he spoke, the old man recalled the boy's previous achievements. If someone like him becomes the Tower Master, he will surely throw the Empire into chaos. His face was as tense as a bowstring about to snap, and every gesture he made convinced the Emperor more and more. Black magic? All eyes turned towards Tehran, and they couldn't help but whisper among themselves with curiosity. Yes, if that's true, then his growth would be somewhat understandable. Perhaps the seeds of sophistry he was sowing had made everyone half believe him. The Emperor was silent for a moment, then replied thoughtfully, "You're right. As you said, something is definitely wrong. This matter seems to not only affect the position of the Tower Master, but the stability of the entire empire as well. Perhaps we'll have to mobilize the army." In the vast hall, these brilliant individuals obediently listened to the words born from his jealousy and envy. Almost there. As he thought this, the corner of his mouth curled into a vile smirk. With the Emperor's army, even that brat Ruin doesn't stand a chance. What a cunning old man. His mouth says one thing while his mind thinks another. "Father, you can't do this. Please stop." A plea, as much as a suggestion, suddenly rang out from a young man. From the gate, the crown prince with his pale orange hair and thick eyebrows walked in, causing the cunning old fox Tehran to be so frightened his heart almost leaped from his chest. The crown prince? He never expected Somerton to appear at this moment. The crown prince with the thick eyebrows stepped further into the hall with a grim face. "Somerton, do you still have the nerve to show your face here?" The Emperor, seeing that the newcomer was his accursed son, angrily questioned him. "I have no idea what you're talking about, father." The crown prince's expression didn't waver in the slightest as he arrogantly let the Emperor's words roll off him like water off a duck's back as he replied, "Do you think I don't know? Do you think I don't know?" The Emperor was so furious he repeated himself, shouting at him, his face almost twisting in a sudden rush of rage. "And yet you dared to destroy it just because of your personal feelings. How could a crown prince behave so carelessly?" The stern father continued to shower his son with affection. He closed his eyes, looking exhausted, and hesitated for a moment before answering, "Old man, that matter is already over. Are you bringing up the past just to yell at me in front of everyone?" The handsome crown prince now looked like a 3-year-old throwing a tantrum after being scolded in public. "The fact that you feel scolded shows you still have some sense of shame left." With that, he turned away, looking completely fed up with his unruly son. "In any case, what did you mean by stop?" Setting their family drama aside, the Emperor seriously questioned his son about what he'd said before. "Because I've decided I'll be the one to kill him." The crown prince's words were as chilling as ice. "If he must die, then it will be by my own hands." Somerton's goal was to prevent the Emperor from making a move before he did. "Just when you thought an angel had arrived to save Lewin, it turned out to be just your imagination. I also desperately wish for his death." He continued to speak with such malice that even the Emperor grimaced unexpectedly. "What?" he asked again, as if he couldn't believe what his son was saying. The prince was about to say more when the Emperor's illness suddenly flared up, his eyes nearly rolling into the back of his head. "Cough, cough." The Emperor choked out several loud coughs, shocking his retainers. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "I know. I've reached my limit." The Emperor tried to continue. Somerton's face was impassive as he watched in silence. Meanwhile, old Tehran beside them still wore a fearful expression. "If that is what you wish, then make the best decision you can on your own." The Emperor's verdict was like a splash of cold water to Tehran's face. The old man's distorted look of horror would make anyone grimace. What? It's just going to end vaguely like this? He couldn't seem to believe his own ears, all because of a single word from the crown prince. Though furious, he had to resign himself to his fate. "Godfather," the prince began, making Tehran jump and look over. "You dragged my father, a man who is in need of rest, out here just to capture him? Is that truly the extent of your character?" he asked, his brows furrowed. The sudden words only fueled the old man's rage. His eyebrows drew so close they were practically on top of each other as he glared heatedly at Somerton. "My father's illness worsens every day. Even the most renowned divine healers are completely helpless. Gaining momentum," he continued. "In other words, all the power you now wield will be mine in a matter of days." Another splash of cold water was dumped on his head. Tehran gritted his teeth, his eyes full of bitter resentment, but he was speechless. "Father, I will take my leave then. Godfather." With that, he spun around and left as if nothing had happened, leaving him and that guy named Doom Pram standing there, their faces dark with rage. Since when did things turn out this way, he wondered, unable to believe his fate. I was supposed to be the wings that supported the crown prince, so he would become the next emperor. Taran clenched. He clenched his fists, trembling with rage. But ever since Luin Ale appeared, his wings had been completely shattered. His twisted thoughts surged as he pictured Luin. Absolutely not. The perverse and wicked intentions of this old fox were written all over his face. Taran's whole face looked like it was about to explode with jealousy. I absolutely cannot forgive this. Perhaps he has offered me another path. In an instant, he and his prized disciple headed back to the room. Taran sat slumped on the long couch, while Doompram stood with his hands clasped behind his back like a subordinate waiting for his master's orders. Doompram? Suddenly, the old fox called his name. Yes, Tower Master, Doompram replied instantly like an obedient little puppy. What if you had defeated Luin Ale in the swordsmanship tournament? He said cryptically. If I had helped you win, wouldn't history have turned out differently? He continued to speak, each word like sweet poison whispered in his ear. Doompram seemed lost in thought. Yes, there's no point in bringing that up now. As he spoke, Taran curled his lip into a smile, as if hatching some dark scheme. The Tower Master will be changing very soon. No matter how much the Crown Prince struggles, he won't be able to stop Luin Ale. His voice echoed through the room. But why haven't you abandoned me? The cunning old fox suddenly asked with a somber expression. Because to me, the Tower Master can only be the Fire King, and no one else. If Luin Ale is the root of all our problems, then I will handle him myself, he answered Taran robotically. I understand, but with your current abilities, that's impossible. A glint of hope appeared in his eyes. Doompram remained silent as a statue, but this time, things might be different. His next words made Doompram's eyes fly open in astonishment. Because this time I will personally support you, he said with a laugh, his body emitting an eerie purple light as his eyes turned black with mana. Doompram could only stand frozen in place and stare. Your eyes, they've turned black. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. The color drained from his face, leaving it deathly pale. Fire King, he stammered fearfully. Don't worry. Taran thrust his hand forward, pressing it right against the unfortunate Doompram's face. The intense purple mana flowing from Taran's hand began pouring into his head. You've always longed to be my disciple, he said, channeling dark power into him. Doompram could do nothing but try to push his hand away, letting out a few muffled groans. Come now, isn't this the very moment you've always dreamed of? He said with a monstrous laugh, the mass of mana behind him growing ever larger. So you should smile, Doompram. Those were among the last words Taran spoke to him. The stream of purple energy from the old man was so dense it burst out of the room and shot everywhere. Meanwhile, in the vast, deserted arena, Luin stood in a long black cloak, surrounded by brilliant red flames that crackled and burned. His silhouette gave off a terrifyingly defiant aura, yet he also seemed contemplative, as if mulling something over. Luin stood in silence, facing the spectator stands. He looked deeply pensive, probably plotting his next move. Or maybe the indignation he felt left him speechless. A frightening aura radiated from his entire being. Picking a fight with me wasn't enough. They had to drag innocent civilians into this. Luin's mind was a mess as he began to form various suspicions. The sinister faces of Crown Prince Somerton and the Fire King Taran flashed through his mind. Who was it that did this? The Crown Prince or the Fire King? But after a moment of grim contemplation, Luin suddenly seemed indifferent to who the culprit was. It doesn't even matter. Suddenly, Luin radiated a terrifying killing intent. A deep crimson aura enveloped him, his resolute eyes filled with unconcealed hatred as he narrowed them. His voice was low and quiet, but it sent a terrifying chill down the spine with its immense killing intent. I'll crush them both. In the Grand Palace, flickering torches hung along the corridor, illuminating the space with a warm, golden light where only two solitary figures stood. Irin, dressed in an elegant and formal all-black attire, rushed to catch up to Luin's retreating back. Wait, Luin, where are you going? Luin remained cold and somber, continuing forward without a single glance back. He maintained his terrifyingly cold expression, the killing intent still enveloping his entire body without subsiding. His handsome features couldn't conceal his surging anger as he scowled. His voice was firm and resolute, laced with a palpable indignation. This was definitely orchestrated by the Fire King or the Crown Prince. Both of them are now openly targeting me. Behind him, Irin looked as if she'd heard something shocking, unable to believe her ears. She placed a hand over her heart as if to calm herself, but her expression still showed an anxiety she couldn't hide. Irin couldn't stop herself from blurting out a question in disbelief almost as a reflex. The Fire King? The atmosphere immediately became terrifyingly tense. Luin's voice was grim as he confirmed her suspicion. Yeah, but now that it's come to this, there's no choice but to see it through. Irin continued to follow Luin, trying to get a clear answer. Her voice was soft and hesitant, filled with confusion as she still didn't quite grasp what he meant. What do you mean by that all of a sudden? Luin didn't stop walking or even glance back, and calmly replied to Irin. You saw it yourself, Lady Irin. They brazenly attacked in a place crowded with families and civilians. Lewin continued to explain his reasoning to her. If we just let them do as they please, it won't just be Adel, but the entire empire that will be thrown into chaos. Iron fell silent, starting to process Lewin's words. I never thought the Fire King would target you, Lewin, but the overwhelming mana you showed in the arena just now has definitely reached the level of an 8th circle mage. Iron continued to stare at Lewin's back, her mind racing. You might be the only mage now who's strong enough to confront the Fire King, but what exactly are you planning to do? Lewin didn't look back. Please step aside, Lady Iron. Iron was confused. Huh? What are you talking about all of a sudden? She suddenly stopped in her tracks as the atmosphere grew tense with the appearance of Doom Pram. He stood in front of a door, long sword in hand, facing Lewin and Iron. Iron was silent. Lewin spoke first. It's been a while, Doom Pram. Did the Fire King send you? To kill me? Doom Pram's face darkened menacingly. Don't you dare speak his name with that filthy mouth of yours. Lewin's tone was full of sarcasm. Oh, I will, you Fire King fanatic. Doom Pram gritted his teeth in anger. You arrogant bastard! Suddenly, Doom Pram unleashed a slash toward Lewin. The attack carried immense power, trailing sparks of fire. I, Doom Pram, will never let you even get close to the Fire King. Lewin raised both hands to block the attack, and sparks flew from the slash. Lewin looked up with contempt and disgust. Tsk. Same as always, that attitude towards the Fire King. Suddenly, he was stunned, glaring in disbelief. Huh? What? Doom Prim radiated a terrifying, dark purple killing intent, his brows furrowed and his deep jet-black eyes filled with hatred as he stared at Lewin, his hand relentlessly pressing down on the blade. Lewin was suddenly suspicious and surprised. This guy, what's wrong with him? The space fell silent, as if in a flashback to Doom Prim's past. Tehran's gentle voice echoed. Doom Prim, even if I grant you power, I'm well aware that it's still not enough to face him. He stood before Doom Prim, who was kneeling respectfully, clenching his fists. He suddenly let out a wicked laugh. Therefore, you have only one mission. Stall for time. That is your purpose, Tehran told Doom Prim. Back in the present, Doom Prim let out a terrifying roar. He raised his sword, preparing to swing at Lewin, wanting to send him to his grave once more. Doom Prim's entire body radiated a terrifying killing intent, a powerful, decisive slash carrying a fiery shockwave toward his opponent. Lewin reacted quickly, leaping into the air to dodge the slash. Irin also immediately retreated, avoiding the force of the attack. She stared in astonishment at Doom Prim in disbelief. Irin's eyes widened, her mind racing. It was true that Doom Prim was once one of the strongest among the 11 children, but now he was on a completely different level. What the hell is going on? Irin thought in shock. In her eyes, Doom Prim had become more terrifying, furious, and powerful than ever. Doom Prim was in a stance, ready to fight at any moment. Irin was too stunned to speak, still looking at Doom Prim when she seemed to snap out of it. Suddenly alert, she fixed her eyes on Doom Prim and warned Lewin in a rushed voice. Lewin, be careful. His form reminds me of something I once read in a book. Doom Prim has undergone demonification. Irin's voice rang out, startling Lewin slightly. Demonification? Doom Prim dashed towards Lewin in a flash while he was still thinking. There's no doubt about it. The one behind this is all too obvious. So despicable, right to the very end. The Fire King, Doom Prim, is no longer in his right mind. Perhaps due to the demonification, he's gone mad and lost all reason. Well then, I know exactly what I have to do, Lewin thought as he defended against Doom Prim. He was as ferocious as a wild beast, relentlessly attacking Lewin. I need to subdue him and help him regain his sanity. Lewin stared resolutely, without a hint of fear, at the wild beast that was after his life. Doom Prim was becoming increasingly frenzied, his jet-black eyes screaming as he yelled at Lewin. Let's end this, Lewin Adel! A slash of immense power, as if concentrating all of Doom Prim's energy, was unleashed, creating a massive pillar of light that seemed to tear space itself apart. Phew, I almost couldn't block that, Lewin said with relief. Doom Prim looked up doubtfully. What? Because you swung your sword with so much force, I finally got a chance to use something I've never been able to before. Lewin stepped on Doom Prim's sword, speaking calmly. Steel break. I can unconditionally destroy anything made of steel, one time. Lewin raised his hand high into the air and began to cast his magic. Now, it's time to end this. Lewin slammed his fist down onto the blade, unleashing a powerful flash of light. Doom Prim jumped back, but it was too late. The sword shattered. My sword! Before he could react, another fist from Lewin flew straight at his face. Sorry about this, Doom Prim, Lewin said as he delivered a powerful punch, distorting his face. I'll try to hit you without killing you, so try to hang in there. Lewin relentlessly pummeled Doom Prim. In the hallway, a pair of long legs were sprinting towards Somerton's office. The old butler burst through the large doors. Your Highness, he warned in a panic. You must retreat immediately. The Fire King is. Before he could finish, his eyes widened as if he'd been hit. The butler collapsed, unconscious in front of Somerton, who didn't seem rushed at all, acting as if it were none of his business. He spoke with an annoyed tone. Tisk, so father chose to play this card in the end, huh? Somerton sat at his desk, directly facing the Fire King, his godfather. The silence in the air was suffocating. Behind Tehran, 3 burly guards lay defeated on the floor. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but in the end, I was left with no other choice, he said calmly. Somerton suddenly scoffed as if he had heard something ridiculous. Ah, how absurd. Then he grew angry, yelling at Tehran. Why in the world are you doing this? Do you think eliminating me will make you the Tower Master? No. Now I am no longer satisfied with just that. Tehran's cold words stunned Somerton. What? Tehran continued to speak of his goal. Because my position as Tower Master is being threatened, there is only one path remaining. To seize overwhelming power, crush Lewin Adel with absolute force, and become not just the Tower Master, but the ruler of this entire world. And that power comes from the latent energy within you, Your Highness. The successor to the throne. His eyes turned terrifyingly black. His words sent a chill down Somerton's spine, leaving him utterly speechless. Tehran continued speaking to Somerton. Do you remember what I taught you when you were a child? Never back down from your beliefs. His lips curled into a faint smile. The atmosphere grew heavy as Tehran began to cast his magic, his hand raised, emitting an enchanting purple light. And just as I taught you, I will make everything go according to my will. Somerton stood silently, facing him and waiting for his next move. Somerton's brows furrowed, and he suddenly lost his composure, screaming at Tehran. You think I'll just give up after hearing that? Guards, seize him at once! Immediately, 3 guards leaped down from above, pointing their swords at Tehran. He turned, glared, and cast his dark magic at the guards. Tehran waved his hand, and instantly, a flash of purple light shot through them, stunning the guards before they could even react. Tehran gave a contemptuous smile, turning his back on Somerton after dealing with the henchmen, one of whom collapsed right at his feet. Are you done talking, Your Highness? The purple magical light still lingered in the space, creating a terrifying pressure. Somerton gave a forced laugh but was slowly losing his composure, breaking out in sweat. So this is how it all ends? His words were filled with unwillingness to accept defeat. Tehran's powerful magic enveloped the entire room in ribbons of purple and blue light. The 3 guards had collapsed to the floor, showing no signs of life. Somerton spoke to Tehran with pure hatred. Fine, go ahead and try to defeat Lewin Adel. I will curse you even in death. He was completely helpless. She furrowed her brow, let out a soft sound, and looked down. She asked Lewin with pity, will he be okay? After being punched countless times by Lin, his bruised face was swollen and red on both cheeks. His eyes had rolled back, and he was unconscious, left to his fate in the arena. He stood there with his hands in his pockets. Well, he's still alive, so he's probably fine. Getting punched is better than living as a demon, she answered hesitantly. That's true, but he's still not moving. There. From a distance, a foot slowly approached. The person wore a brown and white interwoven outfit, exuding an air of maturity. He spoke. Just as expected, he was completely powerless to stop you. But you did well. Doom Priam. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them snapped their heads around, stunned and unable to believe their eyes. He gave a satisfied smile, clenching his hand into a fist, and continued speaking evenly. You have fulfilled your role, loyally, just as I commanded you to stall for time. Irena spoke timidly. Your Majesty, the Fire King. Lewin, with a grim face, shouted, Fire King Tehran! You finally decided to show yourself! I swear I will destroy you! Suddenly, his eyes widened completely. Something was wrong. This power far surpassed the Fire King he knew, a wave of energy that was many times stronger. The man stood there enveloped in a deadly aura, then he flashed a grotesque smile. Ha ha ha, Lewin Adel, you can never defeat me. As he spoke, a powerful dark energy erupted from his body. Lewin yelled in alarm, Lady Irene, get back! Then there was a massive explosion in the arena. The aftershock from the explosion sent bricks, stones, and dust flying everywhere. When the explosion occurred, the people outside had no idea what the hell was happening inside, leaving everyone to stare in bewilderment. Piercing screams echoed from all over the arena, creating a disastrous scene. Someone wondered aloud, what's happening now? Everyone fell silent, staring inside. Then Lewin's gaze landed on something that made his jaw drop. It was Irene's brother. From within the chaos, Lewin had his 2 arms around 2 people, Brahm and Irene, as they were blasted out of the explosion. The moment they were clear, he screamed, Run! It's dangerous here. Get the civilians out now. The little girl's eyes narrowed with worry for her brother's safety. Then Lewin also landed safely, having saved the other 2 from the blast. Without even a moment to catch his breath, he angrily confronted the man. Fire King, what the hell are you doing? There are civilians here. The man slowly descended, his hands still, gathering lightning magic. Ha ha, why bother asking such questions now, he said, smirking contemptuously. Just die. Purple lightning crackled from his hands. He lunged at Lewin with an attack, and Lewin used all his strength to counter the man's strike. With both hands holding back that immense power, his face a mixture of grim determination and fear, he gritted his teeth and endured. What the hell is happening? I thought I could finally face this bastard, but this power is beyond anything I imagined. Taron fought with increasing fervor. He laughed maniacally with delight. Ha ha ha, that's it. Give it your all, Lewin Adele. Lewin's eyes widened in shock. What did he do during that time? Wait a minute. I can feel a strange kind of magic. This energy. It can't be. The Crown Prince, he thought, startled by the suspicion. Before he could finish his thought, the man threw another lightning-infused punch at him. Lewin could only cross his arms helplessly to block the blow. He absorbed the Crown Prince's life force, and the more Lewin thought about it, the angrier he became. He was knocked backward by the punch, but his thoughts raced on. Damn it. For the sake of your ambition, are there truly no depths you won't sink to? Taran stood there with a condescending tone. Lewin Adel, thank you for angering me. Thanks to you, I was finally able to become a demon god. A vision of him appeared, enveloped in a dark aura, his eyes glowing with a menacing light. A demon god? Lewin frowned, a chill running down his spine. So, in the end, it was jealousy that drove you to touch such forbidden power. This energy was so terrifying that he couldn't even tell how many people besides the Crown Prince had been sacrificed. He could only grit his teeth in anger on their behalf. Never. People like you should never exist. He then began to get back up. If he lets this man do as he pleases, the world will be consumed by chaos. With that thought, he started to formulate a new plan. He called out to him, Fire King Taron Artis. Hearing someone call out his full ancestral name, the man looked slightly surprised. Lewin enunciated every word, his eyes filled with determination. I swear I will stop you at all costs. Hearing this, the man just smiled in amusement. A quest window appeared. Final quest, defeat the demon god and save the world. In a formless void, a voice called out, Sister, sister. Iren's eyes shot open in a panic. She struggled to sit up, her face beaded with sweat as if she'd just woken from a nightmare. Rena, what's happening? Rena quickly explained the situation. He asked me to lead the remaining civilians out of the capital. As she spoke, her expression darkened. But we're not enough on our own. What do we do now? He's fighting all alone. At that thought, helpless tears began to stream down her face. Sobbing, the little girl broke down in Iren's arms. Suddenly, Iren looked ahead, her eyes widening in shock. They were demons. Soulless civilians were slowly advancing on the two sisters. So Doom Priam wasn't the only one turned into a demon. They planned to wipe everyone out from the very beginning. The two sisters looked in terror at the horde of demons. Rena, you need to run first. I'll handle this. A voice called out from behind. Everyone, fall back. The place to finish this old man is probably right here. He closed his eyes, sensing his surroundings, a longsword in his hand. Sir Bova, I will fight with you, she pleaded with a determined voice. The young master would be heartbroken if he found out. No, I've made my decision. The demonized citizens charged at them frantically. If we can't protect the people here, I think I'll regret it for the rest of my life. After speaking, they both took a stance, preparing for battle. Before them was a sea of fire. Then their gazes froze as they stared in surprise. Damn it, we're late. An old man with a white beard spoke up. My apologies, everyone. Bringing everyone along took more time than I expected. Standing before the silver-bearded elder were countless people in black, all armed and ready to provide support. Then we will fight by your side. With that, the whole group charged into the fray. Some punched and kicked, while others used swords and magic. One of them shouted, We have to take them down quickly. We need to finish this fast and go help Lewin. In the distance, a massive explosion erupted, sending smoke and dust everywhere. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Lewin on one knee, supporting himself with his hands, exhausted from the Fire King Taran's attack, while the man's body surrounded the floating purple mana source, looking down. Below, he gritted his teeth bitterly. Damn it, I'm not even a match for him. Is this how it ends after all that hard training? I have to protect everyone. Ha ha ha, the man gloated triumphantly, raising his voice. A fitting end for ignorant trash like you. The more he spoke, the more pleased he became, smirking. Your desperate struggles are meaningless now. Ah, the one who has reached the realm of a demon god will wipe all of you out. With that, his hand summoned a giant orb wreathed in flames, preparing to bring it down on Lewin. He could only stand there, frozen. The man yelled, Now, farewell. With that said, he forcefully swung his arm, hurling the orb down toward Lewin, his face filled with murderous intent. The orb drew ever closer, its immense pressure causing the ground around Lewin to crack apart, while he could only stand and watch it fall. Meanwhile, Iren and Rena watched in terror. Appa! they both cried out in fear. His body was now frozen in fear before that immense power. He could only watch helplessly. Is this how it ends? It seemed he had resigned himself to fate. From somewhere, a voice rang out, "Protect them." He opened his eyes in shock. In his mind, he saw a dragon with glowing blue eyes. "Though I cannot do it, you can." He could feel a hidden power welling up inside him, and his eyes widened in shock. She narrowed her eyes in surprise. This energy is impossible. Then, a powerful aura radiated everywhere, so strong that even Terran was startled. Lewin smirked sarcastically. "It's not fair that only you get to be a demon god." "Is it, right?" Wielding Draka's power, he stood before Terran and called out arrogantly, "Come on, Terran," Lewin said confidently. "Now then, let's have a proper fight this time." Terran wondered in confusion. "What is this?" he thought in a panic. What the hell is going on? Terran stared at him in astonishment. This terrifying energy was as if a true god had descended. Lewin raised his fist. "All right, now." He aggressively attacked Terran and shouted, "My turn." Terran had to summon a shield while cursing under his breath. "Damn it, I have to block this somehow." However, it wasn't long before Terran's defense was shattered, and his face took the full force of Lewin's punch. Terran was sent flying into the distance. He exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this? Is that really Lewin's power?" Chang was worried sick. That's the incarnation of Draka. Did Lewin really summon that? What on earth is going on? He still couldn't believe it. No way. Is Lewin becoming the new god of destruction? Meanwhile, Lewin heard a familiar voice. "You're using dirty tricks to the very end, Lewin Ardell." Terran launched a massive blast of energy toward him, yelling, "I won't allow it." He placed a hand on the ground, and cracks began to appear on his face. "Anything that stands in my way now." Terran powerfully stood up, then declared, "I absolutely will not allow it." He channeled a large amount of magic into his palm and mocked Lewin. "Let's see how long that arrogant attitude of yours lasts." Countless orbs of electricity were summoned around Terran, and he confidently declared, "In the end, your fate is to be destroyed." Even Terran, as a demon god, failed to realize one thing. The Draka that Lewin had summoned was once known as the god of destruction. Therefore, confronting Draka at this moment was no longer simply suicide. Lewin rubbed his palms together, creating brilliant sparks. All Terran saw was a gust of wind. He wondered in terror, What is this nonsense?" Lewin suddenly spoke. "Is it my turn again?" Wielding Draka's terrifying power, he closed in on Terran. The man was getting beaten up again. Lewin followed up with another punch to Terran's side. The blow caused him excruciating pain. Terran was sent flying far away. Everyone who witnessed the scene was utterly astonished. Despite his injuries, Terran kept muttering, "I admit it, Lewin Ardell." He suddenly shot high into the air. While raising his hand to create a magic orb, Terran said, "Even if I use everything I have, I can't defeat you." His voice deepened. "But if I can't defeat you," Terran threatened loudly, "then I'll drag you into this cursed world and destroy everything with all my might." Hearing this, Lewin glared and shouted, "What? What the hell are you talking about?" He unleashed the attack toward Lewin with all his might. "Everything ends right now." Lewin cursed in anger. "Damn it, you're insane to the very last second." Terran wants to destroy the world out of pure jealousy. He spoke with determination. "Looks like I'll have to stop this attack. I'll have to pour all of my strength into it." Lewin raised his fist once more. Then, for this one last time, his eyes were filled with resolve. "Let's do this together." Draka. Lewin and Draka simultaneously raised their hands to meet Terran's attack. He let out a furious roar. Terran, still delusional, shouted, "In the end, you're nothing before a demon god. I'll wipe you out along with those fools." Everyone below looked up, watching intently. Lewin quickly retorted, "No, the one who is powerless." He pushed the explosive power back at Terran and declared, "Is you." Terran wondered in a daze. "Is it over? Already? Is this really how it ends?" Unable to accept it, Terran cursed under his breath. "Damn it to hell." Before dying, he screamed in resentment, "Even in death, I curse you, Lewin Ardell." A blinding light enveloped everything. As the battle concluded, Draka's power began to fade. A worried Luina ran to him, calling, "Appa." She asked with concern, "After all that, are you okay?" Lewin quickly replied, "Yeah, I'm fine, I'm safe." His face suddenly turned deathly pale. Lewin clutched his head in panic. "What's happening? My head feels like it's going to explode. What is this unbearable pain?" He let out a pained roar, and finally, Lewin couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Luina called out in confusion, "Appa." She immediately tried to reassure him. "Are you okay, Appa? Wait, I'm coming right now." Lewin hurriedly shouted, "Don't come." He tried to stop Luina. "Don't come here. You absolutely must not get any closer." Chang slowly understood what was happening. Lewin stared, stunned, at the being before him. It was indeed the dragon known as the most perfect creature, and also the world destroyer, Draka. He thought in terror, just facing him. This overwhelming energy is unbelievable. Lewin cautiously asked Draka, "Where are we?" Draka quickly gave him the answer. "I am borrowing your inner world for a moment. I felt that if I just left you be, something terrible would surely happen." Next, Draka explained his situation. "Right now, you are just one step away from going mad with power, just as I once did." His next words surprised Lewin. "So, no matter what, I had to pull you into this mindscape as well." Trang suddenly spoke up. "Then what should I do?" He clenched his fist and said, I don't want Lewin to go through what you did. I don't want to see another person lose themselves." Draka reassured him. "That's why I'm here, young one." He explained, "The player artifact connects me and the little destroyer, and if there's a connection, it can also be severed." Draka lowered his head slightly. "Therefore, if I use all my power to destroy it, nothing will be able to harm the little destroyer anymore." Hearing this, Trang quickly asked, "So, if you use all your power, does that mean you'll disappear?" He turned to encourage him. "Don't be too sad, Trang. After I awakened as the god of destruction, all I brought was harm to this world. If he can use this power without being consumed by it, he will become a much greater pillar for this world." Draka continued, "Severing the player link doesn't mean you'll lose your power, so don't worry." Lewin called out to him in a panic. "Wait, Draka, I want to ask something first." He struggled to speak. "Of all the people, why me? I really don't understand why you're doing all this for me. I don't even know if having this power will be of any benefit to the world," Draka affirmed with certainty. "It will," he explained gently. "I gave you this power because you remind me of myself," Draka recounted sadly. "Before I gained my power, my life was nothing but pain, but in the end, I was consumed by that very power and destroyed the world. But you are different." He had great faith in Lewin. "As a player, I have watched your entire life. From when you had no power at all until now, when you have become strong, you have always used that power correctly." The next words stunned him. "Unlike me, you will lead the world down the right path." Finally, Draka let out a soft sigh. "It seems we're out of time. It was a pleasure to meet you, little destroyer." He also turned to Trang. "And you too, Trang," Draka expressed sincerely. "In the past and in the present, thank you, always." Trang gritted his teeth. "You damn lizard god." In the end, he had to say a reluctant farewell. "Goodbye, Draka." The sky gradually cleared. Lewin struggled to open his eyes, and a voice called out to him, "Lewin." Lewin let out a small "huh," only to see everyone staring intently at him. Jason scolded him. "You really scared me, suddenly collapsing like that. I thought something terrible had happened." Lewin gave a weak smile. "I see. Sorry for making you worry." Trang stood silently to the side with a heavy heart. He sincerely thanked everyone. "Thank you so much. I called for help so suddenly, yet you all still came." Tyrion Ignit smiled and praised Lewin. Even though it was a last-minute request, everyone rushed over immediately. "That just goes to show what a wonderful person you are." "Lewin." Just then, someone approached. "Pardon me for interrupting this warm moment." Upon seeing him, everyone was startled. "Huh? Huh?" They cried out in alarm. "Your Majesty." The Emperor spoke with a serious tone. "I have business with Lewin Ale." Jason was so shocked he froze. The Emperor was standing right in front of him. Lewin, confused, wondered, "The Emperor came to see me personally?" He thought in fear. "Is he here to hold me accountable for defeating his trusted retainer, the Fire King?" It's very possible the Emperor isn't thinking clearly right now. He just lost his son, the Crown Prince. Before Lewin could react, the Emperor called out again, "Sir Lewin." And then, he bowed his head before him. "Please allow me to personally apologize." The Emperor admitted honestly, "The current chaos in the Empire is entirely my fault. I failed to see Tehran's cruel nature, and even granted him more power, and also, he was filled with regret. My greatest mistake was not being able to control my own son." The Emperor recounted, "And just now, I witnessed the battle between you and Tehran with my own eyes." He confessed, "And in that very moment, I was completely convinced. At that time, the Emperor thought that if that man fought for the world, then this world would move in a better direction." He then stated his purpose. "Therefore, I wish to ask you personally." The Emperor's next words astonished Lewin. "Lewin Ale, will you agree to become the tower master of our Empire's Mage Tower?" One night, a few days later, sounds of cheerful laughter echoed from inside the house. "You're really on another level, Lewin," Jason said while drinking beer. "I always thought you were on a different level, but to be offered the position of tower master at your age?" Lewin mumbled in response. "Yeah, I never even dared to dream of it." In his heart, he was still wrestling with it. "I've been offered the position to succeed the Fire King, Tehran. Becoming the Tower Master means becoming someone everyone looks up to," Lewin thought pensively. "I defeated the previous Tower Master and traitor, Fire King Tehran, and the Emperor himself nominated me. If I agree, the position could be granted immediately." He was extremely hesitant. With the rebellion of Terran Armis and the death of the Crown Prince, The world is in chaos. As the new tower master, there will surely be a lot to do. I just graduated from the academy not long ago. Can I really handle all of this? Just then, someone called him Sir Lewin. Lewin exclaimed in surprise. Ah, Lady Irene, she asked with concern. What are you thinking about so deeply? You don't look very well. He confessed honestly to Irene. To suddenly be given such a huge responsibility. To be honest, I feel a bit overwhelmed. This is an amazing opportunity, but I can't help but worry. Hearing that, she immediately made a suggestion. Then, how about a trip to a place where you can relax without a single worry? Lewin let out an "oh, that sounds nice. So where should we go?" Irene pursed her lips into a slight smile. She tempted him. How about my place? Those words hit Lewin like a bolt of lightning. In the quiet of the night, his sudden scream echoed. Huh? The day Lewin went to visit Irene's house was a beautiful one. Riding on his back, Trang teased him playfully. Lewin, you've never even been on a date, and you're already rushing things from the get-go? He looked towards Irene walking ahead and asked, Are you planning on going to that girl's house alone? Trang nodded in admiration. Your friends are pretty helpful, aren't they? They backed off just enough for the two of you to go on this trip alone. That Jason guy is more perceptive than I thought. Lewin shot back. But why didn't you back off? Trang quickly reminded him. Hey, have you forgotten? I'm your one and only other self, remember? Irene suddenly turned back and called out, Lewin, what are you muttering to yourself about? He immediately denied it. Ah, it's nothing. Lewin looked at her. In a sense of joy welled up inside him. After all, he was finally on a trip with Miss Irene, just the two of them. He thought to himself. Their destination, Prius, was all he knew as Miss Irene's hometown, but he never expected it to be so mountainous. Still, there was nothing around here. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged forward. Startled, Lewin looked over and swiftly dodged a kick from the newcomer. An ambush? Aduma quietly remarked. Not bad. You dodged my kick? Lewin demanded irritably. Who the hell are you? Why did you just jump out and attack me? The man shot back contemptuously. Who am I? You got a death wish, punk. So who the hell are you? Lewin exclaimed in confusion. What? Irene helplessly lowered her head. Lewin, I apologize on his behalf. Lewin was stunned. Huh? What are you talking about? She then revealed who he was. Irene introduced him. My older brother. Hearing that, Lewin was completely shocked. Huh? Her brother? Then why did he attack? Aduma suddenly cut him off. You dodged my ambush, which means you're no ordinary pushover. He stepped closer to Lewin, but seeing you wandering around with Irene, don't tell me you're the kid's boyfriend. Without waiting for an answer, Aduma grabbed his collar. He threatened in a low voice. In that case, let me punch you once before we talk. Lewin quickly spoke up. I don't understand what you're saying, but could you let me go? When he saw what was in front of him, he was utterly astonished. Ah, the system window shows an 8-star martial artist, Aduma Prius. Lewin wondered in shock. Wait, an 8-star martial artist? Why would someone that powerful be here? Seeing Lewin's indifferent expression, Aduma angrily shouted, What's with you? Why aren't you answering? You think this is nothing? Irene snapped. Are you going to stop now or what? He quickly let go of Lewin. Irene turned away and reprimanded him. Even if you're my brother, this is going too far. Aduma was deeply hurt by her words. You're really taking his side right in front of me? What's so special about him? Irene loudly retorted, I'm the one who just saved you. She then told Lewin to leave. Let's go, Lewin. He's such a stupid older brother. He quickly replied, Okay. Lewin wondered anxiously. But I'm sure the rest of the family is normal, right? Behind him, Aduma was seething with rage. Lewin tried to reassure himself. I'm sure they are. Just a few minutes later, Akan, Irene's father, smashed a table to pieces right in front of him. What did you say? He muttered angrily. My daughter. My unbelievably precious and lovely daughter. Irene, the apple of my eye. Brought a man home? Akan's face turned red with rage, bringing him all the way home. Does that mean he's here to ask for her hand? I will absolutely never approve this marriage. The system window quickly popped up. 9-star martial artist, Akan Prius. His yelling continued to ring out. If you really want to have my daughter, then you must defeat me first. Aduma also chimed in. That's right. That's the way, father. Irene could only helplessly facepalm. Father, you too. Good grief. Lewin felt a bit of regret. I shouldn't have come here. I want to go home. Just then, someone stepped in to stop them. Stop it, Seda scolded loudly. What do you two think you're doing? Irene has finally brought a guest home, and you can't even treat him with basic decency, she demanded bluntly. Apologize now. Hearing that, the two men cried out in distress. My dear, my lady. They ultimately had to bow their heads to Lewin. Sorry, I also apologize. His mood instantly improved. Miss Irene really inherited her mother's aura. How could someone be so gentle and noble at the same time? Lewin looked at Seda's system window. 8-star martial artist, Prius. His smile suddenly froze. What in the world is this family? The renowned Great Prius clan. They once held vast territories and were bathed in glorious light, but that fame vanished with their decline. A few descendants drifted from place to place, finally settling in this secluded area. Their descendants lived as recluses in the mountains, dedicating themselves to harsh training, practicing day and night without rest. But Miss Irene, who possessed a brilliant talent for magic, successfully became a mage and held the ambition of reviving her clan. After the conflict died down, Seda spoke to Luin while serving the meal. "I'm sorry, on your very first visit, we were so rude, weren't we?" she continued. "The men in this household have always been like that. The 2 men who were kicked out are incredibly emotional and act without thinking. But deep down, they're not bad people," Seda spoke gently. "They just love their daughter a bit too much, so I hope you'll understand." Luin was very understanding. "I get it. When a precious daughter like Miss Irene brings a man home, anyone would be a little flustered." For a bit, she tilted her head teasingly. "Oh, really? I wasn't flustered in the slightest." Seda believed that if their daughter brought a man all the way home, it must mean she's serious about him. She turned to Irene and asked, "Isn't that right, Irene?" She blushed at the comment. "Mom, it's..." Akin suddenly burst through the door and shouted, "Absolutely not." He let a few others in and warned loudly, "If you want to take my daughter, you have to defeat us first." Seda was somewhat speechless. Honestly, these men. Luin was shocked yet again. Who are those people behind them? Does she have even more brothers? Akin asked him seriously. "You said your name is Luin?" Luin quickly stood up and answered, "Huh?" "Oh, yes, that's right." He then stated his philosophy. "I believe that the most important thing for a man is strength. The strength to protect his woman and his family through any adversity whatsoever." Akin continued, "And along with that comes a natural sense of responsibility. That's the way I live my life, and it's how I've taught my children to live." He stated bluntly, "To me, you look like a noble who was raised in luxury. Do you truly possess the manly strength I speak of?" Luin's lips curled into a slight smile. "Strength, you say?" he declared with conviction. "Of course, strength is what I'm most confident in." Akin tilted his head back and laughed loudly. "Strength is what you're most confident in? You've got guts, I'll give you that." Luin's tone also grew resolute, making it clear he wasn't joking. "If you're asking about responsibility, I can confidently say I'm second to none, and if you're asking about strength, physically, I'm confident I won't lose to anyone." Aduma, standing behind his father, chimed in sarcastically. "Won't lose to anyone, huh? You sound like a professional con artist." "Isn't it obvious?" "Father, a con man like him has obviously deceived our innocent Irene." He then gave a sly grin. "So why don't you prove those words of yours?" "We were just about to go out for a little training session between father and sons." Aduma didn't forget to intimidate him. "It won't be easy. Even the most skilled guys usually avoid our training sessions." But contrary to what he expected, Luin wasn't scared at all. Instead, he seemed intrigued and said, "That sounds fun." Luin turned his head and said to the person behind him, "Lady Irene, I'm going to warm up for a bit." Irene asked doubtfully, "With the men of my family?" "Yep." Luin gave her a reassuring smile. "They're all about training, so the fastest way to get close to them is probably through training." He then followed the Prius men outside, adding before he left, "All right, I'll be back." Seda rested her cheek on her hand and comforted Irene. "Don't worry. Looking at that kid's eyes, he'll handle it just fine." But what Irene said next startled Seda. "No, I'm not worried about Sir Luin," she asked doubtfully. Then what are you worried about?" She emphasized every word. "What I'm worried about are those reckless men." Meanwhile, loud laughter echoed through the forest. Aduma was shaking with laughter as he asked, "How was that?" The people around him showered him with praise. "That's a new record. Great job, kid." Suddenly, a voice rang out, silencing the entire group. "You all still have a long way to go." Akin commented, lying on his side and propping himself up on a rock ledge. "It seems reaching 9 stars is still a long road ahead." Aduma said in awe. "As expected, surpassing Dad is just too hard." Akin looked down at Luin below and thought to himself, "So, what do you think? The scoundrel who dares to make a move on our Irin." He smirked inwardly. "This should be enough to crush your spirit, right?" Luin at this moment finally spoke up. "Your strength is truly astonishing, sir." He rotated his ankle slightly to get his footing, and Luin's voice trailed off. "In that case," the young men whispered among themselves, "what's he doing? No way. Is he planning to destroy that entire rock mountain?" A golden light flashed in Luin's eyes. Wherever his arms swung, a golden light followed. Akin furrowed his brow at the unbelievable sight before him, his expression growing more and more serious. It turned out that a single strike from Luin had sliced through the rock mountain that Akin was sitting on. Aduma, stunned by the scene, exclaimed, "Impossible." Akin looked at the clean cut and wondered to himself, A mountain that big, with his bare hands? Lewin listened calmly to everyone's chatter. What kind of mage is that strong? In the Prius family, the most important qualities for a man are the strength and stamina to protect his family. Just as I guessed, they probably intended to use this training session to crush my spirit. Now, Lewin was running at the front, with Aduma and the others chasing desperately behind him, yelling, "So you want a match, huh?" But this became an opportunity for me to prove my own strength and stamina. He panted and chuckled when he heard Aduma's voice. "All right, I'll go all out with you." A few days passed like this, and the whole group was sprawled out on the grass, panting heavily. A shadow fell over Aduma as someone asked, "Are you okay?" Lewin held out his hand, asking, "Can you get up? We still have to eat dinner together." He took the offered hand as a sign of acknowledgement, replying, "Yeah, thanks." Then Aduma asked, "Are you training again tomorrow?" He nodded and replied, "Of course." Lewin suddenly looked straight at him and called out, "Hey." Aduma, not understanding why his tone was so serious, just grunted, "Yeah?" Lewin smiled and made a request. "Can I call you brother?" He glanced at the others behind him, who were scratching their heads in embarrassment, and after a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Sure, why not? The barrier had been broken. The group, having found common ground, was now laughing and talking boisterously, completely unaware that someone was watching from nearby. Akan's gaze was pensive. He stood silently, lost in thought. Time flew by until evening, and surprised voices echoed through the Prius family home. "What? For real?" Aduma shot up from his seat, asking again, "You were really recognized as the successor to the Magic Tower? By the Emperor himself?" Irin nodded, answering for Lewin. "Yes, that's right. He's the mage who stopped the rebellion of the Fire King, Terran, so it's only natural that he was chosen." Whispers buzzed around him. "Such a formidable figure is visiting our home? I can't believe we're meeting the successor to the Magic Tower in person," Akan said reproachfully. "Why are you only telling us this now?" He was a bit embarrassed. "If you had told us sooner, we might have treated you differently from the start." But Lewin's words took Akan by surprise. "I don't care about titles like that," he exclaimed in shock. "What?" he said with sincerity. "I want to be acknowledged by Lady Iron's family. In that process, I don't think the title of Tower Master is important." Akan stood frozen, not expecting such an answer from Lewin. Seda covered her face, smiling suggestively. "Really now? He's exactly the type of person Irin would fall for, isn't he, darling?" This statement made both Lewin and Irin blush bright red with embarrassment. She stammered, "Mom." Akan once again fell silent. Everything was happening so suddenly that he felt a bit overwhelmed. Akan thought to himself, "It seems that's true." It was now the middle of the night. In the large bedroom, each person lay in a separate bed, and steady snores echoed in the darkness. Lewin was still awake when suddenly a voice called out to him, "Hey." Seeing Akan standing in front of his bed, Lewin shot up, exclaiming in surprise, "Huh, father." He motioned for him, "Follow me." Before leaving the room, Akan turned back and said, "We need to talk." The two of them then moved outside, under a sky with a full, bright moon and millions of twinkling stars. As Lewin followed Akan, he wondered, "He wants to talk to me. I wonder what it's about." He stopped walking and called out, "Lewin." Although he didn't understand what was happening, he still replied, "Yes, father," Akan said with a serious expression. "As I've said many times, Iron is an incredibly precious daughter to me." He turned to face Lewin and asked, "Can you take responsibility for a daughter like that?" He answered without a moment's hesitation, "Yes." Akan closed his eyes and listed things off. "All right, your skills, effort, and character. Even though we treated you quite rudely, your attitude toward our family has been impeccable." Then he opened his eyes, using a gaze that was sharp yet filled with love for his daughter, and said to Lewin, "But if you ever make my daughter shed a single tear, I won't let you get away with it." Then Akan's voice softened, "Please take good care of my daughter, Lewin Adele." He also replied with sincerity, "Thank you, father." Time passed, and it was soon time for Lewin and Irin to say goodbye to the Prius family. Aduma said wistfully, "Are you really leaving already? That's a bummer." He promised, "I feel the same way. I'll come visit again some other time." He waved and said, "Oh my, no need for that. We'll come visit you ourselves." Aduma's next words made Lewin and Irin freeze in embarrassment. "We're planning to hold the official meeting at Adel, so just keep dating until then." Okay. She got so embarrassed she became angry, walking over to kick her brother hard in the leg out of annoyance. "What are you talking about? You foolish brother." While Aduma was crouched down, clutching his trembling leg, Irin called out, "Lewin, let's go." Lewin quickly waved goodbye to everyone and replied to her, "Huh? Oh yeah. Take care." On the way, after a moment of silence, Irin spoke up. "But, Lewin," he asked in confusion. "Yes?" she asked with an unnatural expression on her face. "Now that both our families have approved and there's no one left to stand in our way, Irin asked with a gentle gaze. So, what are we to each other? Irin spoke up. Now that both our families have given us their blessing and there's no one to stop us anymore. She pressed. So what exactly are we to each other? Hearing this, Luin froze, his face flushing as he stammered. Lady Irin, Irin suggested. Let's start dating seriously. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and her voice was sweet. Please take good care of me, Sir Luin. The following year at the Mage Tower, she recounted. Just thinking seriously about that time feels crazy. You confessed, Luin, and I remember it clearly, word for word. Let's start dating, Lady Irin. Irin sighed, and he wondered, you really talk a lot, don't you? It's been years, and you still remember that? Luin ordered, if you want to help me, then focus on your work, and stop reminiscing about the past. As for the current situation, thanks to the Emperor's recommendation, I've become the Tower Master. Irin replied listlessly. Yeah, I know. As for him, since becoming the Tower Master, I've led a busy life. Trang took on the role of an assistant to help me with my work. Adel has undergone many changes. Thanks to continuous development, Adel has become a stable and prosperous city. That was thanks to Hansen, who became a Knight of Adel, and with the help of Jason, who handles administrative affairs. But of course, the one who did the most was my father. A sudden voice rang out. Oh! Luin looked over in surprise. Oh! Look who it is. Isn't it the champion of the swordsmanship tournament of ours? Luina brushed it off. Come on, Appa. With my skills, that was a given. On a side note, Luina continued to pursue her dream of becoming a swordswoman, and a few years later, she participated in the Grand Swordsmanship Tournament and won. Now, she is by the Emperor's side. You've recovered your health, he asked. So what brings you here today? The young girl replied, I came to check if our Tower Master is working hard or not, and to see how your preparations are coming along. Luin was surprised. Preparations? The girl frowned. Don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about. He smiled. Of course I know. Luin assured her, don't worry. Everything has been prepared perfectly. No one will be able to complain about a thing. A few days later, in the Adel territory, the staff on site were giving directions. All right, everyone, no pushing, please move slowly. Hey, I said no pushing, Luin called out. Hansen, Seta. They looked up when they heard someone call them. Huh? The two of them said in unison. Oh, Luin, one of the stars of tonight's show has arrived. The crowd murmured in awe. Oh, that's the Tower Master? Is that Sir Luin? He said politely. Thank you for coming and helping out so much. Seta laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, what's a little help between friends? Luin asked curiously. Especially you, Seta. It's been a while. How have you been? I heard you became the head of the Senate in Oyota. He laughed and replied, Ha, news travels fast. Yes, that's right. Seta inquired, so how does it feel to be getting married soon? I thought with your talent you'd beat me to it, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. He chuckled hesitantly, then suddenly a loud shout was heard, followed by the wailing of young noblemen. Irin is getting married? Isn't this way too soon? Someone stepped in to reassure them. Come on, people are watching. Stop crying, Seta remarked. Your future brothers-in-law haven't changed a bit. Luin could only manage a strained smile. He spoke up. It's about to start, so I'm going to get ready. It seems everyone has arrived, except for one more person, they wondered. Who could that be? Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. Everyone grew anxious. What? Don't tell me that's an earthquake. He spoke up to reassure them. Everyone, please calm down. It's just the ogres who were invited arriving. An ogre laughed and said, how could we possibly miss the wedding of the little destroyer? All the guests had now arrived. Jason also stepped onto the ceremonial stage. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Can everyone hear me clearly? First of all, I am a mage from the Mage Tower, and today I will be officiating the ceremony. My name is Jason Damon. The wedding will begin shortly, so I ask all our distinguished guests to please be seated, Jason said proudly. I introduce myself as a mage from the Mage Tower, but I'm actually known more as a friend of the Tower Master. Even so, it's because of that connection that I'm able to stand in such a place of honor today. A short while ago, I met with the bride and groom. They asked me to extend their gratitude to everyone who traveled from far and wide to celebrate with them, he announced loudly. And now, let's welcome the main character of our day. Today's star, Luina Adel. Luina shouted with excitement. Appa, congratulations. The guests also applauded warmly. Sir Luin, congratulations on your wedding, Jason said excitedly. And now, let's meet the bride. Irin Brius, please enter. Seeing her, he was momentarily stunned. Irin Brius, through her relentless efforts to restore her family, had become a world-renowned mage, a name that everyone had to have heard at least once. And now, she was about to become his wife. Luin took her hands, gazing at her adoringly. He vowed, I promise to be a good husband. Iren's father smiled. All right, I trust you. Jason continued. Next, it's time to welcome the presider of our ceremony. Today's presider is the Tower Master's master, and also my own master, Headmaster Tyrion Exnit of the Academy. The headmaster began to speak. First, as the presider, I offer my congratulations to you both. The two people standing here today have overcome every hardship and difficulty to be by each other's side. Even if similar trials appear in the future, this couple, bound in marriage, will overcome those trials once again. To rely on each other in times of hardship and sorrow, that is the meaning of marriage. Now, let us listen to the vows of the newlyweds. Lewin recalled, I still remember the first day. I saw her at an unnamed antique shop during the grand festival. To think that I would end up marrying someone who once seemed so cold and stubborn, I still find it a bit hard to believe. He turned to look at his wife, of my own, and looking back, I think I was captivated by her confidence and intelligence. He declared, I, Lewin Adel, will be my wife's closest friend. She also spoke, I, Irene Prius, will be a loving companion to my husband. They spoke in unison and finally addressed everyone present at our wedding. We sincerely thank you. Fireworks were also set off, as vibrant, colorful lights blossomed across the sky. Everyone happily offered their congratulations. Congratulations, Tower Master. Congratulations, my lady. Even now, he couldn't believe that someone as insignificant as him could have accomplished all of this. It must have been thanks to all that help. I ran without rest, facing countless dangers, but in the end, I completed it all brilliantly. Lewin wished, I wish Draka could have witnessed this moment. A voice suddenly rang out, congratulations. He vaguely recognized this voice. He asked, Trang, did you hear something just now? It turned and asked, huh? What sound? I didn't hear anything at all. Lewin was stunned, unable to believe it, but then he smiled. Never mind, I must have imagined it. He reminded himself, if someday, in the distant future, someone were to ask him, how will you remember yourself on this day? I would answer like this, I wouldn't change a single moment. This is an ending that I have achieved completely, with no regrets.